Introduction. In the mines of Myanmar, a person gains the extraordinary ability to discern the quality of jadeite by merely touching it, while also possessing a personal spatial dimension. By caressing a piece of jade, one can ascertain its quality. Thus, it is only reasonable to conclude that all exceptional jadeite raw stones belong to him. Chapter 1. The Mines of Myanmar, Pakal Mines. Wu Yu curled up in the corner of a makeshift shelter, gradually regaining consciousness. Before even opening his eyes, he was assaulted by a cacophony of anguished cries and pleas for mercy nearby. A group of familiar jade miners, known as Yimu 11, were being mercilessly beaten and interrogated by Nai 1 and his cohorts. Yimu 11 is a transliteration from Burmese, referring to those who excavate and collect jade in the mines. Wu Yu, a Chinese national, had found himself in this place years prior, becoming one of these jade miners. Generally, life here offered him a semblance of freedom, but an unusual incident prior to his fainting had entangled him in trouble. Where's that solid green jade, raw stone hidden? Speak up. If you don't, they'll blow your brains out. Please don't hit me. I only saw a glimpse of green the first, didn't clearly see what it was before everyone rushed in, but after we pounced, nothing was found as possible. We were all seeing things. I don't believe you. How could so many of you have seen things? Beat them. Beat them hard. With Nai Wen's furious roars, the cries intensified. Several jade miners succumbed to the brutal beatings and quickly lost consciousness. At that moment, the group of jade miners, numbering over 10, had been operating at the base of an abandoned pit alongside an excavator when they spotted a freshly unearthed spherical jade raw stone. The excavator had severed the stone, splitting it into two pieces, revealing a stunning full green surface, with one piece harboring a precious imperial green core, the size of a quail egg, radiating dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. Wu Yu, positioned closest to the stone, instinctively lunged for it. However, to his surprise, the core was covered in thorn-like spikes, and as soon as his left hand made contact, he was injured. Blood gushed forth at that instant, and the core seemed to come alive, burrowing into his palm. The searing pain coursed through his left hand and arm, as if a blaze, spreading throughout his body. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, a few other miners pounced upon him, pinning him down in a frenzied attempt to seize the jade. In the chaos, none noticed that as the core embedded itself into Wu Yu's palm, the two pieces of jade raw stone vanished, crushed beneath the weight of others. Wu Yu screamed in agony, his mind clouding, as if his soul were being pulled to his left hand, to the center of his personal space. A glowing vortex the size of a basketball hovered and rotated slowly, completing 2.5 rotations per minute. The space was unstable, trembling occasionally, with fragile, gray walls that looked as if they might collapse at any moment. Observing this scene, Wu Yu began to comprehend the situation. With a mental command, the two jade pieces flew toward the luminous vortex, which seemed to devour them in an instant. With a slight tremor, the space expanded by 3 or 4 cubic meters, and the walls became stable and resilient, ceasing their quaking. Upon awakening, he heard Nai Wen's group interrogating the other miners, demanding information about the full green jade raw stone. After sorting through these thoughts, Wu Yu cautiously opened his eyes, realizing he faced the wall of the shelter, his back to Nai 1 and the other miners. He then cautiously examined his left hand, which appeared completely unharmed, devoid of any wounds or scars, to verify whether this was merely an illusion. He aimed his left hand at a Sprite bottle cap in front of him. Success! He suppressed his excitement, aware that he had pressing matters to address. He needed to escape safely before devising his next steps. Just then, he heard footsteps indicating the arrival of others in the shelter. Miss Dan Min, dressed in traditional Myanmar attire, entered. A strange yet alluring female voice inquired with an air of authority. Naiwan, have you completed the interrogations? What are the results? What are we waiting for? Find a way to wake him up for the routine interrogation. Yes, Miss Dan Min. I will awaken him immediately, Naiwan replied, preparing to take action himself. He activated a stun baton and approached Wu Yu. The sensation of the stun baton was far from pleasant. Wu Yu, not wishing to wait for him to get closer, clutched his head, pretending to have just awakened. Ouch, my head hurts. You rascals, who kicked my head into a lump? What's going on? As he spoke, Wu Yu sat up, scanning his surroundings with a bewildered and astonished expression. He was left in nothing but his underpants, while the other miners were similarly stripped, evidently having been searched. Naiwan, a burly man with a face full of flesh, strong build, and dark skin, tattoos covering his arms, seized Wu Yu by the hair, brutally dragging him from the corner into the center of the shelter. You woke up just in time, didn't you? Were you already awake? I just woke up. What happened? Let's discuss this amicably. Don't resort to violence. Just as the stun baton was about to strike Wu Yu, The beautiful woman clad in traditional Myanmar attire raised her hand, coldly stating, "Stop. The stunned batten can cause involuntary urination. It's rather undignified. Miss Dan Min is truly kind-hearted." Naiwan praised. "I would prefer a gun. It's more efficient. If he's uncooperative, they'll simply shoot him," Dan Min remarked, pulling a finely crafted pistol from her handbag and pointing it at Wu Yu. Wu Yu was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a beautiful woman to possess a heart as cold as ice. Her skin was fair, figure voluptuous, with features bearing hints of Western descent. Her flaxen hair curled slightly, exuding an enchanting charm. In Myanmar, a woman of such exquisite beauty, without formidable background or power, would have long been consumed and kept as a caged canary, deprived of opportunities to make her presence known. "All right, I want dare to lie. Will you feign submission?" While internally he vowed, "One day, when I am successful, I will hold a gun to your mouth and make you kneel and sing my praises." Dan Min fixed her gaze on Wu Yu's eyes, inquiring, "Some say you were the first to lunge for the raw stone. Are you certain you saw the full green raw stone?" A flicker of disdain crossed Dan Min's eyes. "How useless. You fainted at the slightest fall. Others might have had the chance to hide the raw stone, but you remained unconscious. Even if there was a full green raw stone, you had no opportunity to conceal it. Whether or not I am useful, you shall soon discover." That Wu Yu maintained a fautive navet. "Is it true there's no full green raw stone? Perhaps I was mistaken." At that moment, a small-time enforcer entered the shelter, reporting, "Boss, we found several decent raw stones in the excavator operator's quarters, including 2 pieces the size of basketballs. Though they're not full green, the green portions are only palm-sized, but still valuable." Dan Min immediately lowered her gun, smirking. So it has nothing to do with the Yimu 11. It's actually the excavator operator who hid the raw stones." "Naiwan, you men are not very clean." "Miss Dan Min, please do not be angry. I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation," Naiwan replied, then turned to the oblivious enforcer, barking, "Where is that excavator operator?" "When we discovered the Jade, raw stones beneath his bed, the excavator operator fled. I have already dispatched someone to pursue him. Find him, regardless of life or death. I detest betrayal above all." "Yes, boss." Meanwhile, Dan Min cast a sidelong glance at the Yimu 11 in the shelter, then said, "Naiwan, take me to see the newly discovered raw stones. After all, we are collaborators and I would not wish for valuable materials to go unaccounted for. Never again. From now on, I shall augment the security personnel and intensify the searches upon departure," Naiwan declared, following Dan Min out of the shelter. Only then, recalling the presence of Jimuxi within, he instructed his subordinates. "Disburse 10,000 yuan to each of them as a gesture of consolation. Those willing to remain may continue their work, while those reluctant to stay shall be dismissed. Ensure thorough searches as they leave." Chapter 2. The unusual ability of betting on stones with the left hand. At this moment, it was already deep into the night. Wu Yu and others, like the rest of the miners, received a consolation payment of 10,000 chat, equivalent to merely 33 yuan in Chinese currency. In China, such a meager compensation after enduring a brutal beating would be a disgrace. Yet in the mines of Myanmar, many miners accepted it with surprising contentment. Although these miners bore severe bruises, they suffered no broken bones. Upon regaining consciousness, they grimaced in pain but refrained from cursing. It was rumored that Naiwan wielded considerable power and connections, and that taking a life in the mining district was as trivial as a game. Having suffered at his hands, the miners dared not speak ill of him. Their makeshift shelters had been ransacked, clearly indicating that Naiwan's men had meticulously searched their quarters but found nothing of value. Wu Yu approached his bunk and gathered the scattered clothing from the floor, stuffing them into a tattered canvas bag. He had come to work at the abandoned mine site contracted by Naiwan with only a few personal items and the tools used by miners to search for raw stones, a long-handled prospecting hammer and a powerful flashlight. Most miners in the area were free agents, able to sell any jadeite they found to whomever they pleased. However, when working in a contractor's abandoned mine, any discovered jadeite must be sold to the contractor, regardless of the low price offered. This was because the contractor provided food and shelter, ensuring that even if one failed to find a single raw stone for half a month, hunger would not be a concern. "Are you leaving tomorrow, are you?" inquired Go Danwai from the adjacent bunk, his face battered and bruised. Go Danwai, always straightforward, continued, "You weren't beaten like I was. If you leave, I'll leave too. We can stick together and search for stones in the free mining areas outside. Even if it means going hungry, at least we won't have to endure this humiliation." Others who were packing their belongings joined in, expressing their desire to leave together. Wu Yu remained non-committal, unwilling to engage in further conversation, and turned in for the night. As he lay in bed, he noticed two geckos fighting on the beam above him, and just as they fell, he instinctively raised his left hand to block their descent, simultaneously activating his small space to capture the two falling geckos within. No one else seemed to notice this peculiar occurrence. Surprised and exhilarated, Wu Yu contemplated another potential application of his spatial ability. If he could open his small space to evade bullets fired by enemies, what wonders might await? When the opportunity arose, he could experiment with stones thrown at him. If successful, could he not wreak havoc in the chaotic mining district? The following morning, Wu Yu, with his belongings in tow, underwent multiple checks by the mine security personnel before departing the abandoned mine alongside a group of other miners. He had constructed a makeshift shelter near the morning market in Pakant, where he resided next to Go Danwai. You look ahead. There are so many trucks unloading mining waste. Has that new mining company officially commenced operations? Go Danwai exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, splendid, he replied, eagerly following Wu Yu towards the mine. The other miners trailed behind, calling out, "You always wait for us. We are all familiar with one another. It's best to stick together while searching for stones to avoid being bullied." Wu Yu chose to ignore them, recalling how, just the day before, these individuals had disregarded the rules and rushed to seize a valuable jadeite when he first spotted it. They often spoke of the necessity to adhere to the miner's code, where the first to find jadeite would claim it, with no one permitted to steal. Yet, when confronted with the allure of highly valuable jadeite, all such principles became inconsequential, consumed by greed. Soon, Wu Yu reached an area that had just received a truckload of waste materials, jostling among countless other miners as he wielded his prospecting hammer, striking at suspicious stones. If the sound produced was dull, he knew without a second thought that it was not jadeite. Conversely, if it emitted a clear, metallic ring, he would pay closer attention, examining it further. By assessing the stone's weight, surface color, patterns, and other characteristics, he could determine whether it was jadeite and ascertain its quality and value. Fortuitously, within mere minutes, Wu Yu struck a stone that produced a resonant sound, irregularly oval-shaped and roughly the size of a man's shoe. As he picked it up with his left hand, he felt an intense warmth radiating from it, akin to holding a hand warmer. How curious, he thought. This sensation reminded him of the small space that had formed after his left hand absorbed the mysterious stone core. Could it be that this warmth indicated the stone's value? The stone was encrusted with mud, and Wu Yu spat on it, wiping a clean area to reveal the black waxy skin, a characteristic typical of the Mwangi site. The Pakant mining district is known to encompass over 50 sites, with notable ones including Pakant, Muna, Mwangi, Mamong, and Xiongpiao. Finding Mwangi jadeite here was entirely reasonable. Suppressing his excitement, Wu Yu placed the stone into his bag, and while no one was watching, he extended his left hand into the bag, using his mind to transfer the raw stone into his small space. By noon, he unearthed another fist-sized jadeite, feeling its icy coolness as he touched it, perhaps a reflection of the stone's inherent temperature. After consuming a bit of dry food and drinking half a bottle of water, Wu Yu persevered until evening, finally discovering a palm-sized piece of jadeite. Holding it in his left hand, he sensed a warm emanation, cooler than the first stone he found, but warmer than the second. Nearby, a jade merchant was attempting to engage with the miners, eager to purchase their finds. "Young brother, have you discovered any jadeite? I offer a high price," he called. "No worries. Just remember to seek me out next time you find something good. I'll pay generously." "I'm not short on cash." Wu Yu ignored him, but a thin, middle-aged man approached the jade merchant, presenting a small raw stone he had recently found. The merchant spat on the dirty stone, seemingly revealing a flaw, and inquired, "Is it flawed?" The middle-aged miner quoted a price of 100,000. The self-proclaimed affluent jade merchant countered with 50,000. After a vigorous negotiation, they settled on a price of 20,000. Wu Yu smirked inwardly, recognizing the audacity of both parties. Yet this was the nature of the miner's market. Regardless of how one haggled, once an agreement was reached, the transaction was binding. Reneging could incite conflict, and in some cases, lead to loss of life. After managing to consume a cup of instant noodles to satiate his hunger, he began to clean the 3 jadeite stones he had found that day at the entrance of his shelter. Chapter 3. The Mwangi stone experiences a surge. Wu Yu first rinsed the mud off the 3 jadeite stones, revealing their surface characteristics. The first stone displayed a black waxy skin, its surface glossy as though coated in wax, and extremely dense. As he scrubbed with a steel brush, he discovered that the waxy layer was exceptionally hard. After several minutes, He had only managed to remove a small portion. Using a flashlight for closer inspection yielded no visible indications, as the waxy coating was too thick. Selecting a spot where the warmth from the stone was most pronounced, he picked up a diamond grit file and began to rub it repeatedly. After a few minutes, he finally filed out a space the size of a 1 yuan coin. Turning on the flashlight and shining it into the newly created opening, he was greeted by a vibrant green hue, revealing an impressive depth of color. Wu Yu's eyes lit up with joy as he realized the stone had indeed gained value, and significantly so. It appeared that the warmth in his palm was indicative of high-quality jadeite. This piece not only yielded a vibrant green, but also exhibited exceptional clarity. With this revelation, he carefully stored the stone in his small space, planning to polish it later with a power diamond grit tool for a more refined opening, a method that would yield a more aesthetically pleasing result and facilitate a higher selling price. The second piece of rough stone is merely the size of a palm, composed of Mo Wanji gray sandskin material. The granularity is slightly coarse, and when touched with the left hand, it feels icy and lacks any notable characteristics. Wu Yu, wielding a pickaxe, struck it several times, shattering it to reveal nothing of value. Just a piece of waste, so unappealing it could hardly serve as aquarium decor. The third piece, also palm-sized and flat, is made of Mo Wanji black sand skin. Its surface is dark and speckled with fine grains, with a few scattered white spots on one side. When touched, it emanates a slight warmth. Wu Yu chose a corner with white spots and used a diamond sand file to open a window, revealing that the jade inside was of a glutinous type, embellished with blue flowers. From the experiments conducted on these 3 pieces of rough stones, it can be concluded that the hotter the jadeite rough feels to the touch, the better its quality. The saying heaven and earth, Mo Wanji, reflects the vast disparity in quality among the stones from this site. The gamble is significant, as fine stones can yield imperial green, while inferior ones are merely waste. I possess the unique ability to discern the quality of jadeite rough with my left hand, and I also have a small space for storage. In the future, I could become a jade merchant in the mining area, potentially reaping substantial profits. As he spoke, Go Danwai proudly produced a piece of jade rough, slightly larger than a man's fist, from his bag and handed it to Wu Yu. Wu Yu first accepted it with his right hand, carefully inspecting its surface. This rough had already been washed with mineral water by a way, revealing a brown-gray skin adorned with black blemishes. The surface was finely textured and felt heavier than other stones of similar size. The skin's appearance was promising, so even without my special ability, I could tell this was a worthwhile piece. Go Danwai asked for 500,000 chots, which is not exorbitant, approximately 500 yuan in Chinese currency. Given its surface quality, even a simple window opening could significantly increase its value. Wu Yu touched it with his left hand and indeed felt a searing warmth, indicating a quality comparable to his own piece, perhaps even superior. He then inquired about Go Danwai's bottom line, expressing interest in purchasing it to take a chance. Go Danwai, aware of Wu Yu's penchant for gambling on stones, didn't offer any advice. He replied that if Wu Yu truly wanted it, 300,000 would suffice. All right, I'll take it for 300,000. If it appreciates, I'll give you a bonus. Some matters could not be openly discussed, but Wu Yu had already decided to offer him a 200,000 yuan bonus in a few days, fulfilling his initial dream of 500,000. Wu Yu had only a little over 100,000 in cash, which he earned from the mine contracted by Naiwen. He planned to withdraw the remaining funds from the bank the next day to finalize the purchase, trusting in their relationship. Go Danwai accepted the 100,000 chots and tapped the money on the sold rough, wishing Wu Yu prosperity and great gains. Wu Yu laughed, thanking Go Danwai, and mentioned he would continue to gather rough stones, encouraging him to save any he found for a generous price. All right, but be cautious. The risks of gambling on stones are high. Don't repeat the last time, losing 6 or 7 million in one go. I will be mindful of the risks. Wu Yu assured. He intended to avoid high-stakes gambles and aimed to sell any promising finds for stable, modest profits. If he felt confident in his stone gambling skills, he would select a few promising pieces for further examination. This rudimentary opening technique involves a rough and forceful method, requiring some effort to file away the skin and expose the jade flesh. Thus, one could visually assess the quality and price of the rough. Should the overall performance appear exceptional, he would employ an electronic machine fitted with a diamond sanding head to remove part or even all of the skin. However, in the Myanmar mining area, Purchasing electronic machines is inconvenient. If they break down, repairs are unavailable, and diamond sanding heads are consumables that need frequent replacement, often at high costs and with limited availability. Yet, among professionals, this technique is considered crude and unsophisticated. They typically use a dental machine for precise openings, revealing only the most valuable aspects of the jade rough, with aesthetically pleasing patterns. After 2.5 years of work in Mushi, Wu Yu, having saved a modest amount, had only recently ventured into stone gambling and was fortunate to possess an electronic grinding machine. After some operation, he stripped the skin from his high-quality rough, revealing a vibrant green with some transparent areas, immaculate, without cracks or impurities. When he shone a flashlight on it, it glowed like a green light bulb, breathtakingly beautiful. I've struck it rich. Such a sizable piece of nearly full green ice material could yield at least 5 or 6 labels and fetch around 1.5 billion in the Pakong mining area, or perhaps even more, over 400,000 yuan in Chinese currency. If only it had a bracelet position, its price could multiply. Wu Yu suppressed his excitement, placing it in a black convenience bag and storing it in a small space, waiting for the right moment to bring it to market. However, upon enthusiastically peeling the rough he had just purchased from Godanwai, he furrowed his brow. Despite its slightly higher warmth than his own piece, the jade revealed was of far lesser value, presenting itself as an ice-type oil green jade. While it had appreciated in value, it fell short of Wu Yu's expectations. Oil green jade is not particularly desirable and is valued significantly lower than jade of the same type in green. It appears that the temperature of the palm can only discern the type of jade, not its color. Future purchases of ice-black chicken materials could lead to awkward situations. With mixed feelings, he completely stripped the rough of its skin, revealing immaculate oil green jade without any impurities, indeed a premium among oil greens. He wrapped it in a black convenience bag and stowed it in a small space. After completing his essential tasks, Wu Yu recalled the functionality of his small space. He picked up a bouncy ball and tossed it against the wall. The rebound force sent the ball back towards him. In that instant, he activated the small space, and the ball vanished before him, entering the small space. The rebound damage was rendered ineffective. Wu Yu's eyes brightened, realizing that if he activated the small space in advance, bullets fired by enemies could also be absorbed, rendering him invulnerable. After a moment of foolish laughter, he attempted a few more times, achieving perfect success without any issues. As night deepened, Wu Yu suppressed his inner excitement and tidied up the tools before washing up briefly and falling into bed. Life in a mining area was exhausting, leaving him without the energy to contemplate other matters. He could sleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Wu Yu awoke with a start, screaming from a nightmare. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he looked around, noticing the sky was beginning to lighten through the cracks in the hut. Wu Yu got up, drank a glass of water, and washed up quickly. Selecting a set of decent clothes he usually refrained from wearing and donning his long-dead electronic watch. Wetting his hands slightly, he slicked back his hair, revealing a handsome face in the mirror. Though slightly tanned, his looks were undeniably top-tier compared to the locals. While scavenging for stones in the mining area, Wu would often apply a coating of tenica, also known as Old Myanmar powder, to conceal his features, preventing unwanted attention. However, when collecting materials, he could afford to display a bit of flair. Dressing impressively would facilitate acquiring better stones. Additionally, he kept a black sun umbrella, sunglasses, and bottled water in his small space, tools of pretense for a jade merchant, sometimes yielding unexpectedly positive results. With everything neatly arranged, Wu Yu slung a large canvas bag over his shoulder and stepped out of the makeshift shelter, locking the door behind him. Inside the shelter, there was little of value. The most expensive item was an electronic sander, which could be purchased for a mere 200 yuan in China. Thus, even if a thief were to pay a visit, the loss would be minimal. He typically kept small amounts of cash on hand while storing larger sums in a money house. After his family's jade business fell victim to deceit and his parents tragically perished in an inexplicable car accident, he fled to the mining area in Myanmar. After 2.5 years of arduous toil, he managed to save over 40 million chats, equivalent to a little more than 100,000 yuan. Today, he intended to withdraw all his funds and place them into a small space for ease of access, as well as due to his unease regarding the money houses. In the event of conflict, these establishments could close their doors or even vanish overnight. After a brisk 15-minute walk, he arrived at the early market in Pakong, where many jade merchants had gathered even before dawn, their powerful flashlights illuminating the cluttered streets. The money house had already opened. Presenting his identification card and entering the password, Wu Yu successfully withdrew his funds, filling his canvas bag to the brim. The commonly used denominations of chats were 1,000, 5,000, and 10,000. Lower denominations were rarely used in daily transactions, and Jade merchants preferred to exchange larger bills, as smaller notes were cumbersome. Fortuitously, Wu Yu exchanged only high-denomination bills today. While it was still dark, he slipped into a public restroom to transfer the money into his small space, leaving only a few million shots for emergencies. He also moved a piece of icy oil green jade into his canvas bag. The street bustled with activity, filled with individuals trading raw stones, none of whom paid attention to Wu Yu's discreet maneuvers, though even if they had, they would not have comprehended his actions. Who among the respectable would possess a personal small space? To simply place one's hand into a bag and transfer money into this small space? Among the merchants collecting materials were numerous Chinese individuals, along with a handful of local Myanmar natives, some seated in breakfast shops, while others occupied tables along the roadside, eagerly awaiting those who wished to sell jade. Locals were well aware that Chinese jade merchants offered higher prices and were more straightforward, so those with good materials would typically approach them first. Wu Yu decided to inquire about prices from several Chinese jade merchants. Holding the icy oil green jade, he approached a few merchants, but perhaps due to their lack of interest in the icy oil green variety, the offers fell short of his expectations. The highest bid was 10 million, while one even offered as little as 4 million. As he continued along the crowded street, he spotted a Chinese jade merchant sitting by the roadside, surrounded by 4 or 5 individuals eager to sell their goods. After observing for a moment, Wu Yu deemed the merchant's pricing to be fair and produced the piece of icy oil green jade to present before him. The middle-aged merchant opened a black bag and, upon seeing the palm-sized jade, furrowed his brow slightly, illuminating the stone with a flashlight for closer inspection. He then spoke in Burmese. This is a piece of raw material that has been skinned. Its quality is decent, though the peeling technique is rather crude and it lacks polishing. How much do you want for it? That's too high. I can only offer 10 million, the merchant replied. Boss, I'm not throwing out random prices here. Don't cut too much. Someone has offered me 20 million before. Huh. The price for icy oil green in the mining area isn't that high. I'll give you a firm offer of 15 million, plus an additional 100,000 in white cards. Take it or leave it. All right, let's seal the deal. I'll check with the owner for their opinion. This price was within Wu Yu's anticipated range, so he agreed. To seal the deal meant that the buyer's offer was satisfactory enough for the seller, who would then wrap the jade in yellow tape, preventing it from being shown to other buyers. The merchant quickly wrapped the icy oil green jade in yellow tape, inscribing the price of 15 million on it. The owner has agreed, Wu Yu said, handing the sealed jade to the middle-aged merchant. See, I told you my offer was generous. It's been a pleasure doing business. The merchant replied, unwrapping the yellow tape to inspect the jade once again. He then retrieved a large bundle and 5 smaller bundles of cash from beneath his feet. The large bundle amounted to 10 million, while each small bundle contained 1 million. In the Myanmar mining area, cash transactions were the norm. Bank transfers or mobile payment services like Alipay and WeChat were not accepted. Accustomed to cash, Wu Yu could quickly assess the approximate value by merely glancing at the thickness of the bundles. Thank you, boss. It's been a pleasure working together, Wu Yu said as he stuffed the money into his canvas bag. The middle-aged man handed him a business card along with a 10,000 baht tip. My name is Song Jun Wei, from China. If you have good materials in the future, feel free to call the number on the card. I'll offer you a high price. Thank you, Boss Song, Wu Yu replied, accepting the items before turning to leave. He found Song Jun Wei's offer quite appealing, and his straightforward manner of payment reassured Wu Yu that he would not hesitate to seek his collaboration in the future should he come across quality jade. As dawn broke, Wu Yu still wished to collect materials at the mine. The other piece of high-quality, icy yang green jade he possessed was not suitable for sale today. He would wait for a better opportunity to part with it. After leaving the early market, Wu Yu hailed a motorcycle taxi to take him back to the location where he had found stones the previous day. Chapter 5. The exquisite Wudna material. The motorcycle driver, also a local named Yimu Shi, appeared to be a weathered middle-aged man, unkempt and dressed in dirty clothes. After Wu Yu climbed onto the motorcycle, the man began chatting as they rode. You don't look like someone who collects stones. What brings you to the mining area? He inquired. The middle-aged man chuckled. Coughing lightly. Don't joke with me. Real jade merchants are big bosses, each arriving in luxury cars to collect materials. How could someone who can't even afford a motorcycle be a jade merchant? Wu Yu, maintaining his composure, replied, My car had a minor accident, and my assistant took it for repairs, so I'm out alone today to try my luck at the mine. Oh, I see. If I find good stones at the mine and sell them to you, don't undercut me too much, the middle-aged man said, quickly accepting Wu Yu's story without further suspicion. Rest assured, I will offer a generous price, Wu Yu confidently assured him, knowing that with his ability to identify raw stones, he could never incur a loss in dealings with Yemu Shi. The other party might profit handsomely, but he would never suffer a setback. Soon, as the sun began to rise, the two arrived at the area where Wu Yu had found stones the previous day. Wu Yu dismounted, and Yemu Shi parked the motorcycle at a nearby spot. The middle-aged man, named Sang Bo, was a villager from a nearby community, 30 years old but appearing much older. Wu Yu learned this information during their conversation on the road, and he decided to address him as brother instead of uncle, preferring not to assume a younger role. Sang Bo called out and rushed toward the pile of mining debris with his tools, while Wu Yu leisurely retrieved a black folding umbrella from his canvas bag, donned sunglasses, and strolled toward the area where the stone collectors were gathered. This was a newly opened dumping site for mining debris, with no shelter from the sun in sight. Other jade merchants, regardless of their wealth, stood exposed to the elements. Indeed, genuine big bosses would seldom venture into the dirty mining area to collect raw materials. They preferred to acquire window or clear jade in the market through specialized channels, flipping them for substantial profits without risking time in the chaotic and hazardous mining zones to search for muddy raw materials. Thus, those who gathered materials in this area, no matter how they presented themselves, were merely small-time operators, like Wu Yu, whose total assets barely amounted to several tens of millions of chots. Do you have any materials? Found any jade? He inquired, mingling among the crowd. Many of the miners only sold to familiar faces or to those who had previously aided them, while newcomers like Wu Yu were often ignored. Wu Yu called out for over 10 minutes, yet no one offered him a single piece of raw stone. At that moment, a young boy, around 8 or 9 years old, hurried over, clutching a small raw stone covered in mud, roughly the size of his fist. Sir, what do you think of this one? He asked, handing the stone to Wu Yu while casting a nervous glance back to where he had come from. There, 3 or 4 adult men were secretly watching Wu Yu, their eyes occasionally glinting with a sly light. Wu Yu took the stone with his right hand and weighed it slightly, sensing an imbalance in weight. It felt lighter than genuine jadeite. Transferring it to his left hand, he noted its icy chill, devoid of any warmth. Wiping away the mud revealed the stone's outer shell, which bore a slight resemblance to raw jadeite. At this point, Wu Yu did not need a flashlight to ascertain that this was merely water jade, a byproduct of jadeite, devoid of any value. It was too low in density to even be used for building walls. Little brother, this isn't worth anything. I can offer you 5,000 for some water. Come back to find me if you have better stones. Wu Yu was not angered by the attempt to deceive him, but rather displayed a generous spirit as he pulled out a 5,000 chot bill and handed it to the boy. After all, one must display an air of affluence to attract business. Thank you, sir, exclaimed the boy, who took the money and the stone, bouncing back to join his companions. Onlookers around, who had previously been wary of Wu Yu for not purchasing jadeite, felt more favorable towards him after witnessing his generosity. An elderly man with a mouth full of decayed teeth approached slowly, using a long-handled hammer as a cane. Sir, take a look at this stone. He pulled from his bag a pale, yellowish raw stone, slightly larger than an adult's fist, with sharp edges, resembling a rectangular prism that had been sliced diagonally. It appeared to have been washed, as there was no mud on it. Wu Yu, intrigued, asked, where did you acquire this raw stone from the Munasite? It seems washed. It should have some characteristics. Why isn't it sold? As the old man spoke, Wu Yu had already drizzled some mineral water over the stone, shielding it from sunlight with his body to inspect it under the light. Despite the thorough cleaning, he found no discernible characteristics. The diagonal edge resembled an old break, revealing only a faint sparkle. Surprisingly, while holding it in his left hand, the stone emitted a scorching heat, making it nearly impossible to grasp. This temperature was even more intense than that of the icy green Mo Wanji stone he had encountered yesterday. Wow, the Munasite is renowned, and if this stone were to exhibit any color, it could make me wealthy beyond measure. Unfortunately, it is too small for a bracelet. Regardless of the price the old man demanded, Wu Yu felt compelled to acquire it. What's your asking price? Wu Yu suppressed his excitement, striving to keep his voice steady. 5 million, not a penny less. I refuse to believe there aren't discerning buyers out there, the old man replied obstinately, seemingly fixed in his ways. No wonder it had remained unsold for so long. Wu Yu deduced 2 reasons for this. First, the old man had washed the Muna skin too aggressively. damaging its inherent characteristics. Second, the price was inflexible, leaving no room for negotiation. Who would willingly buy a raw Muna stone devoid of any features? If it were not for Wu Yu's unique ability to appraise stones with his left hand, upon hearing the 5 million price, he would have likely turned and left without a word. Initially, I could only see it being worth 3 million, but since this is my first transaction of the day, I cannot refuse you. I'll agree to your price of 5 million. Wu Yu said as he pulled out 5 small bundles of chot and handed them to the old man, who clutched the Muna raw stone tightly, reluctant to release it despite its heat. Wait, may I see that raw stone? A stylishly dressed young woman approached quickly, her makeup flawless, with a curvaceous figure and fair skin, carrying a sun umbrella. Behind her was a photographer, suggesting she was a live-streaming host. In the mining area, once a transaction has been successfully completed, third parties are not allowed to intervene. Doing so would violate the unwritten rules of the trade, which is a significant taboo. Even during negotiations, third parties should refrain from intervening. This woman was clearly breaching mining etiquette. Wu Yu frowned and shot her an annoyed glance, hoping she would recognize her error and refrain from disrupting the established norms. The old man also cast her a disdainful look, gently patting the Muna stone with his hands full of 5 million chot. Thank you, sir. May you prosper. Thank you. If you find good materials in the future, come seek me out. I will offer you a generous price. Wu Yu said as he stuffed the Muna raw stone into his canvas bag, swiftly transferring it to his private space. Such a scorching raw stone could not be risked in his bag. It was far safer in his concealed compartment. The female miner-turned-broadcaster, having been deceived into this live-streaming venture, constantly plotted her escape. Oh, don't be so tense. Let me see what's wrong. I am a product presenter from Huaxia, and I have some influence in the Jadeite circle. I was curious why you didn't negotiate the price. Why did you pay whatever they asked? Upon hearing her familiar tone and her less-than-fluent Burmese, Wu Yu recognized she was undoubtedly from Huaxia. Gambling on stones is simple. If I believe it's worth 5 million, then that is its value, regardless of what others think, he replied coldly. The woman, undeterred, continued, no need to be so hostile. Em merely curious. Not trying to disrupt anything. By the way, I'm Anna. A mining boss here invited me to present goods. Should you wish to collaborate in the future, feel free to reach out. Wu Yu ignored her and ventured deeper into the densely packed area of the mining site to continue acquiring materials. Anna, observing his aloof demeanor, felt a sense of urgency. After surveying the site, she noticed his resemblance to a Huaxiao person and had hoped to engage him for assistance. She anticipated his strong aversion, especially with the photographer behind her, who kept a watchful eye on Wu Yu, making it impossible for her to seek help openly. However, Anna was not one to easily concede. She resolved to keep searching for other Jade merchants who resembled Huaxiao people in hopes of finding aid. If Huaxiao individuals would assist her, appealing to the locals was even less likely. Wu Yu's apparent hostility was not personal. He simply did not comprehend her true intentions and viewed her as a potential disruptor of the transaction rules, hence his reluctance to engage. The photographer's constant focus on Wu Yu also posed a risk of unnecessary complications. The Jade mining area was fraught with complexities. Wu Yu had little interest in others' affairs, provided they did not impede his ability to acquire materials and profit. Time flew by, and by noon, Wu Yu had collected several small pieces, though these only warmed his left hand without generating any excessive heat. However, much of the material felt icy to the touch, prompting Wu Yu to outright reject it. If he encountered a child or an elderly person, he would offer them 5,000 as a gesture of goodwill, maintaining a semblance of human connection. Good Danwei had toiled for half a day without finding a single piece of jade. As he straightened up to take a sip of water, he noticed Wu Yu and approached him. Ah Yu, why didn't you bring your tools to collect stones today? Dressed like that, are you hoping to gather materials? Wu Yu replied with a smile. Indeed. I happen to have a little money on hand and thought I might take another chance. By the way, how was your haul today? No luck today. Not a single piece of jade, Good Danwei said, shaking his head in disappointment. There's still half a day left. You might find something soon. Well then, I'll go collect stones. If I find anything, I'll let you see it first. All right, go ahead. The temperature was sweltering, and the entire mining site was barren, devoid of trees or shade. Wu Yu held up a sun umbrella, but provided little relief. Even standing still was unbearable. Yet, he had long grown accustomed to such a life. When fatigued, he would sit on a stone to rest. When hungry, he would pull out some dry rations from his bag. When thirsty, he would sip from his own cool water. Near the dump site, there were mobile stalls selling meals, offering rice noodles, fried noodles, and rice dishes, Yet many were reluctant to spend money on food. In the past, Wu Yu was also frugal, but now that he had earned some money, he did not wish to deprive himself. He approached a stall and purchased a rice dish. But there were no tables or chairs nearby, so he squatted on the ground to eat. On a nearby pile of stones sat a group of jade merchants. Their attire markedly different from Wu Yu's. Wanting to avoid them and quietly amass his wealth, he chose a secluded corner to eat. Suddenly, the group of jade merchants fell silent, all turning their attention to Wu Yu. One young merchant, holding a lunchbox, approached and said, "Little brother, you look unfamiliar. Are you here collecting materials? Have you registered?" He continued, "Each trade has its own rules. If you haven't registered and someone reports you, you'll face a fine. I mean no harm. I just want to make a friend. Should you encounter uncollectible materials in the future, we could collaborate. By the way, I'm Ong Ji. You can call me a G. Hello, you could just call me Ayu," Wu Yu replied, and they exchanged smiles and a handshake, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. Upon learning that Wu Yu was new to the trade and had not even registered with the management, the interest of the other jade merchants waned. Without connections, a mere newcomer like him could hardly expect to transition into the ranks of jade merchants without solid skills and strength. It was a perilous endeavor. At that moment, several dump trucks arrived to unload their cargo, mostly consisting of yellow earth mixed with stones. The crowd surged forward, brandishing mining hammers to strike and probe. The yellow earth mingled with stones belonged to the surface layer of the mine, where the chances of finding quality goods were exceedingly low, unlike the dark, rich slag from the previous day's pit, which held far greater potential for premium finds. Is this a new corner of the mine? If they're only dumping surface material today, we might as well leave and search elsewhere for materials, someone suggested. Let us move on. It's better to listen to music at the tavern than waste time here. The surface materials were hardly worth the effort. The group of jade merchants quickly dispersed, leaving only 3 or 4 still eating, among them Ong Ji. "Ayu, are you not leaving?" Ong Ji asked as he approached. Wu Yu smiled. "Aren't you staying too?" Collecting materials is all about luck, regardless of location. Ong Ji nodded in agreement. That's true. Besides, surface layers can yield premium finds. I recall a case where a newcomer discovered a top-quality piece in the surface layer and sold it for over $1 billion. Just then, 2 miners appeared, struggling to carry a large stone. The atmosphere suddenly quieted, and the jade merchants exchanged glances before discarding their lunchboxes and rushing towards the miners. "Are you carrying jade? Sell it to me. I'll offer a high price." "Sell it to me. You should recognize me. I frequently collect materials in this area, and I pay promptly. Give it to me. I treated you to drinks last time." Wu Yu stood in astonishment, watching as the merchants clamored around the miners, eager to snatch the jade stone. Typically, jade merchants were not so enthusiastic while purchasing materials, but when faced with a massive stone, their fervor ignited, as it signified immense value, potentially leading to financial freedom. This explained their eagerness to prevent the miners from leaving until they had inspected the stone. The miners, appearing quite honest, placed the stone on the ground, expressing their dilemma. "Even if we want to sell, with all of you surrounding us, who should we sell to?" The merchants forced smiles. "Let's have a look first. If the risk is too high, we can pool our resources and buy it together." At this moment, Wu Yu took the opportunity to draw closer, crouching beside them and reaching out to feel the stone. It was icy to the touch, a pleasant sensation during summer, akin to ice cream, offering excellent relief from the heat. Having recently acquired the ability in his left hand, Wu Yu had yet to examine such a large piece of jade and seized the opportunity to study the temperature variations across different areas. Suddenly, a burly, curly-haired man shoved Wu Yu aside, scolding him, "Get out of here. You're late. This is none of your business. Even if we pool our resources, it will be among the 4 of us." Wu Yu shot him a glare, warning, "Don't lay your hands on me." We all saw it at the same time. "Even if I wish to compete, it's within the rules. You dare to bare your teeth at me, and you're not even officially in the trade yet? Do you know who I associate with? I don't care who you associate with. If you provoke me, I'll want-y join your pool. I'll compete against you directly and see who bids higher." The burly man was instantly enraged. Ong Ji suddenly interjected, "Old hey, don't stir trouble. Ayu is correct about the rules." The burly man appeared to respect Ong Ji, muttering, "Humph, what does it matter to show him? He's just a rookie. What could he possibly discern?" Wu Yu ignored the burly man, nodding at Ong Ji in gratitude, then continued to closely examine the stone. It seemed to lie between the surface and the vein layers, with its encasing mud half a light yellow and the other half a deep gray. Wu Yu meticulously felt several surfaces. Most areas were cold, except for a slender, warm strip on the left side, measuring several centimeters in length. He scratched at the warm area with his nail, clearing away the mud to reveal a faint greenish band on the stone's surface, the only indication of what lay beneath. Ji happened to catch Wu Yu's action, his eyes narrowing in astonishment. He hadn't anticipated that this newcomer would possess such skill, effortlessly revealing the stone's potential. It seemed that different areas of the same stone exhibited varying temperatures, suggesting that Wu Yu's left-hand appraisal ability could be further explored, possibly possessing additional functions. After studying the stone thoroughly, Wu Yu prepared to stand and leave. When Ji spoke, what do you think of this stone? If we pool our resources, I can ensure you receive share. A share would equate to 1/10, with 5 Jade merchants present, offering Wu Yu merely 1/10 lacked sincerity. Wu Yu shook his head, expressing his aversion to partnerships in business. Working together is too troublesome for me. I do not wish to engage in a joint venture. Furthermore, I do not intend to compete with you. This raw stone is beyond my comprehension, and thus, I shall refrain from participation. Before Ji could respond, the burly man interjected, "Very well, you've made your stance clear. Since you won't partner with us, the 4 of us shall unite. Once we agree on a price, you cannot involve yourself further." With a chuckle, he added, "In my dealings, I have always upheld integrity." Wu Yu chose not to engage with such foolishness, recognizing the potential for unwarranted enmity that could inadvertently affect his partners. With that, he stepped back, indicating his withdrawal from the discussion. Another Jade merchant, eager to ascertain the price, inquired, "How much do you intend to sell this raw stone for?" The burly man scoffed, "The entire exterior only has a small vein, and you dare to ask for 500 million? Do you even comprehend the weight of that sum? I believe 50 million is already excessive." The merchant replied, "For such a large piece of jade, we are not asking for much. If you are genuinely interested, the lowest we can accept is 400 million. The quality of jade is assessed by its attributes, not its size." Thus, he added, "Let me sweeten the deal a bit, 60 million. The two parties engaged in a slow negotiation, ultimately settling at 1,200 million. The 2 additional merchants remained silent, knowing they could sell to other familiar jade buyers if Ji's group disagreed. "All right, 1,200 million it is. We have a deal." Ji had considerable respect among these jade merchants, and his words solidified the final price. Though he harbored some doubts regarding Wu Yu's withdrawal, the agreed price was not exorbitant and fell within his financial capacity. Moreover, with 4 partners sharing the risk, even a significant loss would be manageable. The raw stone featured a green vein over 10 centimeters long. Should the color penetrate further, it would yield profit upon opening. 1,200 million shots, approximately 400,000 yuan, secured a 50-kilogram jade raw stone, a reasonable price in the mining area, with potential for several-fold increases upon transport to China. Regrettably, the stone predominantly contained icy regions, indicating potential failure. As he approached the edge of the rubble pile, he spotted Sang Bo, a weathered figure, approaching with a fist-sized piece of jade. I just found this jade. How much do you think it's worth?" Wu Yu accepted it, noticing it was caked in yellow mud. He chose not to examine the exterior and instead held it in the palm of his left hand. After a quick inspection, he found most areas to be lukewarm, save for one corner that was slightly warm. Scraping off the warm mud, he still could not discern much, so he spat on it and wiped it clean, finally revealing a hint of green mottling. Opening a small window at this spot could yield significant profit, whether for deception or genuine gain. "What price do you seek?" Wu Yu inquired. "All right, since you haven't inflated the price, I won't haggle. It's a deal," he stated, retrieving 200,000 from his bag and handing it to Sang Bo. "Thank you, boss. A great gain," Sang Bo exclaimed, smiling broadly as he patted the sold stone. "If you find more good materials, come back to me." "Certainly." With that, Sang Bo rejoined the bustling crowd, continuing his search for jade, while Wu Yu persisted in his own acquisition endeavors. A gaunt man chewing beetle nut approached Wu Yu, wordlessly presenting a pool ball-sized piece of jade. "What price do you ask?" Wu Yu queried. 2 million, came the reply, feeling the chilling sensation emanating from the stone in his left hand. He was disinclined to even wipe away the mud to inspect the exterior. Initially intent on declining the offer, he hesitated upon seeing the man's frail appearance, as though he hadn't eaten well in days. "Deal," the emaciated man eagerly responded. Without further comment, Wu Yu handed him 1,000. "Wishing you great gains," the thin man exclaimed, tapping the stone in Wu Yu's hand twice before departing. Once he was gone, Wu Yu casually discarded the stone at his feet, deeming it worthless. As the sun began to set, Wu Yu noted that he had not received any particularly promising materials that day, the majority being merely warm. Fortunately, he had managed to store nearly all the raw stones he acquired in a small space, leaving only 2 or 3 inconspicuous pieces in his bag, making his walk considerably easier. Once I have earned enough, I must hasten to purchase an off-road vehicle, a standard among jade merchants in the mining area. It serves not just as a status symbol, but also as a practical means to transport the materials I collect. I cannot simply tell others I store them in a small space. Such an explanation would be inadequate. Upon returning to the shantytown, he found his neighbor Good Dan Wei squatting at the entrance, eating. "Away, how are your earnings today?" Wu Yu inquired. Good Dan Wei sighed. "Oh, don't mention it. I haven't found a single piece of jade. How about you? How much did you collect?" "I gathered quite a bit, though I cannot ascertain whether it will appreciate or depreciate. It's much like hunting for stones. It all depends on luck," Wu Yu replied as he opened his door, prepared rice in a pot, and settled down to clean the raw stones at the entrance of his shanty. Chapter 8. The Lavishness of Chinese Merchants. Having acquired a significant number of jade raw stones, Wu Yu decided to clean them in several batches to avoid drawing attention from his neighbors. After all, this shantytown was home to 2 or 3 dozen households besides Good Dan Wei. Wu Yu first washed the mud off the jade raw stones while counting their quantity. Today, he had collected a total of 26 pieces, all small, with the largest weighing no more than 8 kilograms, while the others range from 2 to 3 kilograms, or even smaller. After calculating the costs, including small favors extended to others, he had spent a total of 19,500,000. The most expensive piece was from a hobbled old man, costing 5 million, while the average cost of the remaining 25 pieces was quite reasonable. Moreover, under the enhancement of his left-hand treasure appraisal ability, the jade raw stones he acquired were almost guaranteed to appreciate in value. The overall warm stones could be opened in multiple windows, allowing for sales to acquaintances without guilt. As for the pieces that were hot to the touch, they were the focal point of Wu Yu's interest, requiring complete stripping to unlock their maximum value. In the future, for larger pieces, as long as their quality did not reach a scorching level, he could send them to a stone processing shop for cutting with an oil saw, which would be the most convenient approach. After opening a few windows, the rice was ready. Wu Yu quickly sauteed some vegetables, added a bit of pickled vegetables, and finished off half a pot of rice. He noticed his appetite had grown considerably. The portions he used to eat no longer sufficed. By 11 o'clock at night, aside from the piece from Mu Na, Wu Yu had opened all 25 jade raw stones in his possession. Among them were 4 ice-type stones and 21 glutinous or glutinous ice-type stones. Wu Yu had chosen his opening spots wisely, ensuring they were either colored or exhibited good translucence when illuminated, making them attractive for sale. In the mining area's early market, he could easily sell them for several times their purchase price. The piece he acquired from Sang Bo was particularly deceptive. After peeling one corner, it revealed a thumb-sized patch of fiery green, barely reaching the standard for a ring face. However, only Wu Yu knew that aside from his corner, the rest of the stone was worthless, lacking any warmth. Now the last remaining piece from Mu Na awaited opening. Wu Yu took a deep breath and set about grinding and opening it. The skin of this Mu Na stone was exceptionally hard, indicating it was genuine old material, producing sparks as he ground it. Despite his cautious actions, once he reached the jade flesh, the diamond grinding head showed significant wear, almost losing its friction. Frowning, Wu Yu rummaged through his toolbox for a replacement, eventually finding a small number 1 grinding head. However, this head had seen extensive use before and was similarly ineffective, only barely usable. After much effort, he finally managed to open a window the size of a 1 yuan coin. Holding a powerful flashlight to the window, the entire stone illuminated like a light bulb. Wu Yu gasped in astonishment. The quality of the stone was extraordinary, resembling a glass orb, illuminated by light from the side. One can see within the translucent jade flesh a few vibrant strands of green, mingled with delicate snowflakes that weave through it. The snowflake cotton of glass quality, or perhaps the exceedingly rare floating green blossom variety, is indeed a collector's treasure. Unless faced with dire poverty, it shall never be sold. Unable to grind further, Wu Yu decided to wait until tomorrow to purchase new grinding heads. These tools are consumables, and it is wise to stock several sets in a compact space, especially since conflict often disrupts the mining area, leading to unpredictable shortages. The night passed in silence. The following morning, before dawn, he woke on time and made his way to the morning market. The streets were already bustling with crowds. Wu Yu first indulged in a portion of fried chicken, followed by a generous serving of braised pig offal, and concluded with a bowl of fish soup rice noodles, finally satisfying his hunger. Comforted, Wu Yu let out a contented burp, his spirits lifted. The market management office had yet to open, but the nearby hardware store was already in operation. Wu Yu entered to purchase several sets of diamond grinding heads, grinding needles, polishing heads, and polishing paste. These tool sets are relatively inexpensive domestically, costing about 20 yuan, but in the Myanmar mining region, they typically fetch around $100, equating to approximately 30,000 shots. Previously, Wu Yu had hesitated to buy in excess, but now, with newfound wealth, he no longer cared about such trivial expenses. After acquiring the tools, he casually placed them in his compact space. With his left hand slipping into his canvas bag, he retrieved several ordinary raw stones from the compact space and began strolling along the street, approaching Jade buying stalls to sell his goods. "Boss, have a look at this color material." "Exhausted? It's not expensive, just 7 million. "I can't see it. How about 2 million? "This is color material. Look how vibrant the green is, at least 4 million. "So small, it can't make many pieces, and I'm worried about cracks. "Final offer, 3 million. Plus 50,000 for the white card. "Deal, thank you. Boss, it's a pleasure doing business." After selling that piece, Wu Yu pulled out a block of glutinous white jade with blue inclusions from his bag and continued to the next stall. This window was large, revealing many green speckles, and Wu Yu unveiled the most exquisite area of the stone, making it quite eye-catching. "Boss, take a look at this stone." Upon arriving at a new stall, he realized that the owner was Song Junwei, with whom he had transacted the previous day. Today, Song Junwei arrived with 2 companions, presumably bodyguards or business associates, one of whom carried a large bag brimming with cash. Song Junwei recognized Wu Yu. "Ah, it's you, little brother. Although your glutinous white jade is decent, it doesn't catch my fancy. I only accept high-grade items. At the very least, it must be icy quality. If it's glutinous, it must be fully colored." Wu Yu was taken aback by his high standards, but had quality goods to present. He immediately withdrew a smaller piece from his bag, showcasing an icy blue flower at the window. The warmth radiating from it compelled him to open all 4 sides, emphasizing its transparency. Song Junhui's eyes lit up. "Wow. The owner has great confidence in this piece, having opened all 4 sides. It's quite small, yet the quality is good, with lively inclusions and no visible cracks." "What is the price?" 40 million, Wu Yu quoted. Song Junwei leaned in, speaking softly. "Little brother, we are somewhat familiar now, and throwing out random prices is pointless. Be honest with me. What is the lowest you can sell for? If you're truthful, I can offer you a bit more in white cards. If you help me save money, I'll give you at least 500,000 in white cards for each transaction." 18 million, no lower, Wu Yu stated, which was his bottom line, as this piece was significantly smaller than the previous day's icy oil blue jade, justifying the price. Time is precious, and wasting it is pointless. Song Junwei gazed intently into Wu Yu's eyes, as if reading his thoughts. After a brief moment of contemplation, he agreed. "Splendid, I'll buy it. A pleasure doing business. Come to me again with good materials." With that, Song Junwei instructed his companion to pay and did not forget to offer a 50,000 shot tip. After thanking him, Wu Yu took the small white jade and continued to the next stall. A merchant interested in mid-range goods purchased the white jade for 260,000. By the time the sun rose, Wu Yu had sold most of his glutinous icy jade, amassing a total of 62 million shots. Adding the previous sale of the icy blue flower at 18 million, his daily earnings reached 80 million shots, approximately 270,000 yuan. At this juncture, combined with over 30 million shots from previous transactions, the total amount in his compact space exceeded 100 million shots. This figure was indeed noteworthy, marking the achievement of his first monetary milestone in Myanmar. Wu Yu silently celebrated this accomplishment. Sensing it was time, he turned towards the market management office to finalize his registration process. Chapter 9. An opportunity for collaboration. Wu Yu had previously inquired about the registration process, which was not costly. Individual traders paid 30,000 shots annually, while merchants were charged 50,000, similar rates to those in the Mandalay corner market. As he entered the office, he collided with a figure. A fragrant breeze brushed against him, and the softness enveloped him, revealing an incredibly beautiful woman. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you." The woman hurriedly apologized, initially speaking in Mandarin before quickly switching to Burmese. Her command of the language was impressive, her accent nearly indistinguishable from that of the locals. As Wu Yu assessed her, she scrutinized him in return. Her beauty was striking, with fair, delicate skin and bright, lively eyes, reminiscent of an exquisite Jiangnan ink painting, compelling one to gaze longer and savor her innate elegance. Wu Yu found himself momentarily entranced, not merely by her beauty, but by the striking resemblance she bore to his first love from university days. The only difference being that his first love had a small red birthmark on her neck, while this woman did not. Be cautious. The security here is somewhat complex. Trust no one. Thank you for your advice, but rest assured, I often conduct business with the locals in Rueli. I'm well aware of the situation here. Are you also a jade trader? Perhaps we can collaborate in the future. As she spoke, the woman produced a business card and handed it to Wu Yu. He glanced at the card, noting her name, Tang Yueying, followed by a string of phone numbers. Wu Yu couldn't help but self-deprecate. She and his first love shared no surname, making it impossible for them to be sisters or relatives, merely a coincidence of appearance. However, even if she were his first love, what difference would it make? His family had faced misfortune, and she had likely forgotten him long ago. All right, I look forward to future collaboration. Wu Yu nodded slightly before turning toward the registration counter, opting not to dwell on the past, but rather focus on the present. In Myanmar's mining region, everyone is acutely aware of personal boundaries. Excessive enthusiasm may raise suspicion. Surprised that the man had left without even telling her his name, unlike men back home. She soon recalled that in Myanmar's mining area, not everyone possesses a phone or business cards, and she needed to adapt quickly to the local way of life. Wu Yu's registration process was straightforward. When his parents were alive, they had already facilitated his Myanmar identification due to business ties. Now, he merely needed to provide identification and cash, and soon received a paper certificate. This document would suffice for inspections by the market management or military when he collected materials in the mining area. Stepping out of the market management office, the sun had fully risen. Today, I sold over 20 pieces of jadeite, which took up quite a bit of time. I had initially intended to stroll over to the nearby repair shop to browse for suitable secondhand cars. However, it was getting late, and visiting the car lot today could potentially delay my collection of materials. Thus, Wu Yu decided to exercise caution and postpone the car search until tomorrow. Perhaps the profits from today's collection would suffice to purchase a vehicle by then. Upon exiting the morning market, Wu Yu stood by the roadside, preparing to employ his usual tactic of hailing a motorcycle to the mining area for material collection. Unexpectedly, a black Toyota SUV halted beside him, and the window rolled down to reveal the smiling face of Emerald Merchant Ong Ji sitting in the passenger seat. Are you heading to the mining area today? Let us go together. Wu Yu regarded him with a hint of wariness, peering through the window to confirm the absence of passengers in the back seat before responding with a smile. Sure, let us go. He climbed into the vehicle and cast a quick glance at the driver, whose face was unfamiliar, likely Ong Ji's assistant. Ong Ji remarked, Boss Yu, don't you usually drive to the mining area for material collection? With such frequent repetition, Wu Yu nearly convinced himself that he indeed had an assistant and a car. Ong Ji, seemingly distracted, exchanged a few words before finally asking the question he truly wanted to pose. So, about that 40 to 50 kilogram piece from yesterday, how did you foresee it collapsing? Oui, que finit surprise collapsed? I didn't realize. I simply didn't want to partner with that hefty black fellow. Someone who stirs up trouble for no reason is bound to encounter misfortune. Ong Ji laughed heartily at his explanation. So your disdain for the black fellow allowed you to avert a loss of several million. Had I known, I would have shared your aversion. Uncertain of Ong Ji's belief in his fabricated tale, Wu Yu noted the man's subtle cunning. Seeing that he remained silent, Ong Ji did not pursue further inquiries, and the two soon engaged in jovial conversation about the amusing incidents surrounding material collection in the mining area. Before long, they arrived at the site where materials were collected yesterday. Where there were fresh mine tailings, there were also the local miners. As the miners gathered, makeshift stalls began to emerge, selling water, food, rock disintegration services, small gambling dens, and stalls featuring Miss Abalone. Whereas there were only a few stalls yesterday, today, over a dozen had sprung up, providing shade from the sun and shelter from the rain. Staff from the market administration, accompanied by a few in camouflage attire, appeared in the densest throng of miners, occasionally selecting individuals to question about various matters. After disembarking, Wu Yu noticed that the number of miners collecting raw stones had significantly increased, with a dense crowd of at least 1,000. Among them, jade merchants mingled, making it difficult to ascertain their exact number. Did you hear? Yesterday, a jade merchant found a small piece here, high ice and full green. Though it had a few minor cracks, it was still of ring-face quality and sold for 200 million. Is that so? No wonder the number of miners has surged today. Wu Yu felt a tinge of envy. The price for a high ice full green piece was indeed astronomical. The nearly full green Mo Wanji piece in a small space, if polished, could likely reach ring face quality. Alas, it contained some transparent hues, preventing it from achieving full green status. However, his own piece, nearly crack-free, could command a hefty price, potentially exceeding 100 million in the current market. If he encountered a particularly wealthy buyer, perhaps it could even fetch 200 million. Beside a stall, several jade merchants had pooled resources to erect a large canopy, where they could sit and relax while waiting for the miners to deliver stones for purchase. As Ong Ji passed by, familiar faces within the canopy called him over. Wu Yu, however, did not enjoy such privileges. He preferred not to sit idly under the canopy, instead immersing himself in the crowd of miners, inquiring about any stones available. "Old man, do you have any stones?" "No, but don't worry, you'll find something today." "Young brother, have you found any jade? If you do, remember to come to me. I'll offer a generous price." As Wu Yu continued to ask around, he suddenly noticed a commotion ahead, followed by terrified cries. "Don't grab me. I didn't steal Wu Naiwen's stone. The full green jade in my room is from my own collection." The man attempted to explain, but his mouth was soon taped shut as several tattooed men lifted him and began to escort him out of the throng of miners. It was then that Wu Yu recognized the captured man as the fleeing excavator operator and the captors as Naiwen's subordinates. Wu Yu understood that the excavator operator was doomed. No matter his explanations, Naiwen would not spare him. The administration staff and the few in camouflage merely approached to inquire briefly, but upon hearing the explanation from Naiwen's men, they turned and left, disinterested in investigating the truth. At that moment, a young miner approached Wu Yu, presenting a piece of jade raw stone. "Boss, take a look at this piece." Wu Yu accepted the stone from the young miner, feeling its coolness in his left hand, which revealed little promise. Out of habit, he peeled away the yellow mud on top to inspect the skin, revealing a brown-gray color with coarse surface granules, showing no signs of quality. Even without his extraordinary ability to discern stones, Wu Yu would not consider such a piece "not suitable," he stated, returning the jade to the young miner. However, the miner refused to leave, pleading, "Boss, I haven't eaten for 2 days. Please take it for a lower price." Wu Yu hesitated before responding, How about 10,000? "Thank you, boss. Wishing you prosperity." The young miner gratefully accepted the 10,000 and insisted on placing the jade raw stone into Wu Yu's hands, then lightly tapped the cash on top of it. Wu Yu shook his head in resignation. In the past, he typically only offered assistance to children and the elderly. Now, it seemed that even young miners could find themselves in dire need. With his unique ability to discern stones, 10,000 shots, equivalent to 33 yuan, was a trifling sum for him. By providing aid, the number of miners seeking to sell jade to him would increase. With enough volume, he could eventually sift through to find valuable pieces. Just as he contemplated discarding the worthless stone in his hand, an idea struck him about the luminous vortex in his small space. If he fed it this worthless stone, would the space grow? With this thought, Wu Yu stored the waste stone in his small space, and with a mental command, tossed it into the center of the glowing vortex. The vortex instantly consumed the raw stone, yet the small space remained silent and unchanged. Perhaps it was either too insignificant or of too low quality to incite any upgrade. It appeared that the small space had discerning tastes. He would have to wait until he could afford higher quality jade raw stones to nourish it. Just then, a middle-aged miner approached, presenting a jade raw stone resembling a brick covered in yellow mud. "Boss, take a look at this piece." Wu Yu examined it closely, noting that the exterior mud was too loose. With a gentle scrape of his fingernail, the mud fell away cleanly. Although he discerned that this piece was suspect, he still frowned and inquired, "What's the price?" 2 million. 10,000. No, that is far too low. I want to consider anything below 1 million. Take it away. Bring me good materials next time." Wu Yu firmly declined to increase his offer. Not only did the piece feel cold in his hand, but he also found it repulsive as it was a washed stone, rewrapped in mud after being cleaned. Such practices were common in the mining area, where cunning miners would sell washed raw stones to inexperienced jade merchants, tarnishing the reputation of honest miners. Yesterday, a young child carrying a 6 to 7 kilogram jade piece struggled to approach him. "Boss, this is the jade I just found." "Wow, you got quite the luck." "Place it down so I can take a closer look." The jadeite stone is tightly encrusted with mud, appearing as though it has just been unearthed from the earth. Wu Yu, holding a powerful flashlight, pretends to examine the raw stone while discreetly inspecting it with his left hand. Most of its surface emanates a moderate warmth, with a few spots of mottled patterns feeling pleasantly warm to the touch. It looks promising. How much do you wish to sell it for? 1. 5 million. 300,000. No, my father told me it should be sold for at least 500,000, given its size. Did you come with your father? Haha, all right. I'll offer you 500,000. Thank you, boss. May you prosper. The young boy took the cash, tapped it against the stone a few times, and then scampered away with excitement. Wu Yu tucked the jadeite into a small space and continued to wander among the locals of Yimushi. The sun was exceptionally fierce today, causing everyone to wipe away their sweat repeatedly. Wu Yu noticed Gu Danwei resting among a pile of stones, panting like a large dog that had shed its fur. How was the haul today? As Wu Yu spoke, he pulled out a bottle of mineral water from his canvas bag and handed it to Gu Danwei. Don't mention it. I haven't found a single piece of jadeite. My luck has been abysmal lately. Gu Danwei took the water and downed half the bottle in one go. The jadeite you sold me the other day has increased in value. This is your bonus. Wu Yu said, pulling out 200,000 shots and handing it to Gu Danwei. So much. Thank you, Wu Yu. Gu Danwei adhered to the rules, accepting the bonus without inquiring about the selling price of the jadeite he had cut. Wu Yu wiped his brow and remarked, this batch of jadeite seems to be scarce, and even if one is fortunate enough to find it, the skin quality is too poor to fetch a good price. Gu Danwei chuckled wryly. My expectations are modest. If I could just find a piece that sells for 20,000 or 30,000, it would be enough to sustain me for a few days. Wu Yu encouraged him. Keep at it. If luck smiles upon you and you discover a quality piece, it could provide for a lifetime. It's not that simple. I wouldn't dare dream of it. Gu Danwei said, squatting down to continue searching for stones, unwilling to waste any time. Wu Yu smiled and moved on, mingling with the crowd of Yimushi. After acquiring 2 decent pieces, he was approached by personnel from the mining management office, accompanied by 2 armed individuals in camouflage. What's your name? Show me all your identification. Wu Yu was taken aback, having blended into the crowd. How could they single him out for a check? Clearly, they were looking for trouble. Just yesterday, he had been scrutinized by Jade merchants, and now the management was targeting him. It was evident who was orchestrating this. Fortunately, he had prepared his documents that morning. After producing his Myanmar ID and market transaction registration certificate for their inspection, he understood the need to cooperate, especially in the absence of civilized law enforcement. The market inspectors scrutinized the documents, frowning as they did not find any discrepancies. With reluctance, one queried, "You only obtained these documents today. How come someone reported that you were collecting materials at the mine yesterday?" Perhaps they misinterpreted. I frequently visit the mine to dig for materials. Just a few days ago, I was excavating at a waste pit contracted by Wu Naiwen, and many can vouch for me. Wu Yu explained, slipping 100,000 shots into the inspector's hand. Upon feeling the thickness of the cash, the market inspector's expression immediately brightened. Thank you, officer. Wu Yu watched their departing figures, his gaze growing cold. Once he established himself in the mining market, he would ensure that those who conspired against him understood who truly held power. At that moment, an elderly Yimushi man struggled to carry a jadeite raw stone weighing over 10 kilograms to Wu Yu. Boss, take a look at this jade. It has just been excavated. The old man placed the stone at Wu Yu's feet and straightened up to wipe his sweat. Wow, this one is quite sizable, Wu Yu remarked, taking out his flashlight to examine the stone while his left hand grazed its surface. The warm response elicited a slight tremor in his left hand. It was this sensation that entranced him, rendering him unable to resist. Indeed, it was the feeling of impending fortune. Chapter 11. Profiting Handsomely. Based on Wu Yu's experience, any jadeite that produced warmth in his left hand was likely to be at least of ice quality. The color was inconsequential. Acquiring it would certainly yield a handsome profit. Suppressing his excitement, Wu Yu inquired, "This jadeite is quite large. How much do you wish to sell it for?" The elderly Yimushi man pondered for a moment before responding. 3 million. Wu Yu countered. There are hardly any quality pieces among the dispersed layers. With thick skin and scant flesh, consider 300,000. No, for such a large piece, it cannot be less than 1 million. You must offer a fair price, or I want to sell it to you in the future. How about this? Let us not make unreasonable demands. I want to offer a ridiculous price either. My final offer is 600,000. Could you add a bit more? Thank you, boss. May you prosper. The elderly Yimushi man left happily, tapping the money against the jadeite stone before departing with a smile. Wu Yu was equally pleased, having acquired the material at an exceptionally low price, an undeniable profit. However, the size of the stone, akin to a basketball, made it conspicuous in his canvas bag. If he were to store it in the small space after placing it in the bag, it would be even more apparent, risking exposure of his secret to those with ill intentions. It would be much easier if he had a vehicle. Then, he could conceal large pieces without raising suspicion. After a brief contemplation, Wu Yu decided to leave. The cash in hand was his true wealth. Keeping such a high-quality jadeite nearby was perilous. If someone from a mining company spotted it and attempted to force a purchase, he wouldn't have the strength to refuse given his current capabilities. Thus, he transferred everything from his canvas bag into the small space, leaving only the jadeite. He embraced the bag and made his way to the roadside. Not far ahead was the stall area, where a stout man was nodding and bowing to market management personnel. Upon noticing Wu Yu, a flicker of hatred crossed his eyes. He believed that the large jadeite raw stone from yesterday had collapsed precisely because Wu Yu chose not to invest. He had lost 30 million. Of course, had Wu Yu participated, even if it had failed, his losses would have been mitigated. Wu Yu could not fathom why the stout man harbored such animosity toward him. But it mattered little. When the opportunity arose, he would ensure the man remained silent forever. This jadeite raw stone was substantial, and Wu Yu did not wish to open it up or peel its skin. He intended to cut it directly for sale. The cutting shop was devoid of customers, so Wu Yu arrived just in time to have it cut. Using a marker, he drew a line across the middle of the stone, instructing the cutter to slice along that line. While waiting for it to be cut, Wu Yu visited a nearby mobile phone shop to purchase a new phone and acquire a SIM card. Having been in Myanmar for 2.5 years, this was Wu Yu's first experience using a mobile phone. Retrieving the business card from Song Junhui, he dialed the number listed. "Hello, who is this?" A familiar voice responded from the other end, speaking in Huaxiao language. Wu Yu replied in Myanmar language. "Hello, Mr. Song. We conducted transactions at the morning market in the mining area. I currently have a quality piece of jadeite. Are you interested in viewing it?" "Oh, it's you? Wu Yu. I remember your voice. My friend and I are dining right now. Please provide an address, and we will come over shortly. Just beside the stone-cutting shop at the outermost edge of the morning market. Call me when you arrive." "All right. We should be there in about half an hour." Out of professional ethics, the cutter refrained from peering at the jadeite's cut surface. Instead, he closed it back up after prying it open, allowing Wu Yu to have the first look. Wu Yu merely lifted the lid for a brief glance before resealing it and placing it back into his canvas bag, departing with his package. The icy jadeite adorned with green flowers exhibits slight fissures, yet this does not detract from its value. At least 3 bracelets can be fashioned from a single cut. Such material could effortlessly fetch over 100 million, with market prices likely exceeding that. Wu Yu, having made his way to the noodle shop across the street, ordered 2 bowls of noodles and added a generous portion of braised meat, barely satiating his hunger. Just after finishing his meal, he received a call from Song Junhui. Upon hearing the reported license plate number, Wu Yu spotted the black SUV parked by the roadside. Clutching his canvas bag, he opened the car door and took a quick glance inside. Song Junhui occupied the back seat, while his assistant manned the wheel. Satisfied that no danger lurked within, Wu Yu slid into the back seat. "Boss Song, what do you think of this material?" Without further ado, Wu Yu closed the door and retrieved the jade from his canvas bag. Song Junhui scrutinized it under the light, showering it with generous praise. "Ah, this is premium, translucent material. I do appreciate such high-quality jadeite for bracelets." "Yu, how much does the owner want?" 400 million, Wu Yu replied. Having never sold icy jadeite bracelets before, he based his valuation on the price of a single icy jadeite bracelet multiplied by the number of bracelets that could be extracted from material. The price is rather steep. A bracelet like this can sell for 100,000 Huaxia currency domestically, equivalent to 30 million shots. You could extract approximately 12 bracelets from this material, and with the leftover scraps, perhaps you could sell it for 400 million. Wu Yu feigned innocence, stating, "So the owner's asking price of 400 million is quite reasonable." Song Junhui chuckled in disbelief. "If the owner wants to sell for 400 million, what profit is left for me? Where are we? In the jade mining area of Myanmar. If the prices here weren't reasonable, would I risk my life to source material? So what can you offer?" Wu Yu asked innocently. 100 million. That's my maximum offer. That's unacceptable. Someone has already offered 150 million. If you come in with such a low bid, I can't possibly show you materials in the future. Don't be hasty. We are merely negotiating. Why would you walk away so soon? Song Junhui clutched the jade stone tightly, reluctant to let go. The owner stated that such bracelets in Huaxia sell for at least 150,000 each, equivalent to 45 million shots, leaving you ample profit. It cannot be lower than 200 million. Impossible. As a Huaxia person, how could I be unaware of the jade bracelet market? Let's settle this. I'll offer 160 million outright, plus an additional 1 million in cash. 18 million, plus 1 million in cash. Deal. I appreciate your straightforwardness. Little brother. Song Junhui beamed, feeling elated at the transaction, believing he had struck a lucrative deal. Thank you, Boss Song. Wu Yu too felt he had benefited. He was aware of domestic pricing, but understood the actual jade prices in the mining area. Ultimately, the price met Wu Yu's expectations. As he now required more funds to procure goods, the more capital he had, the more quality materials he could acquire in the future. Once the price was settled, Song Junhui retrieved a burlap sack from the trunk, filled with large denominations of chots. Chapter 12. Purchasing a Vehicle. With a sack of chots slung over his shoulder, Wu Yu slipped into a deserted alley. Finding a secluded spot, he stowed the sack in a small compartment. At that moment, he felt a profound sense of relief. In this precarious locale, only by securing his valuables could he ensure his safety. Continuing his journey, he navigated through the alley and turned left onto a main road, which culminated at an auto repair shop that also dealt in second-hand vehicles. The thoroughfare bustled with activity. Flanking the road were numerous eateries, a few bathhouses, and a modest and marked only by a sign, where several young women dressed scantily sat, their business well understood by the men who passed by. The pedestrians had grown accustomed to such sights, merely casting a glance before resuming their affairs. Wu Yu discerned that the girl was conversing in Huaxia, having encountered similar scenarios before. However, upon seeing the armed security guard stationed at the entrance, vigilantly observing passers-by, he felt no inclination to dwell on the matter. This was the mining area of Myanmar, rife with chaos akin to a scam zone. Without weaponry, wealth, or influence, one had to endure what one could not change. Nearby, a passerby jested, "Looks like this bathhouse has fresh merchandise. I might just pop in for a visit tonight." Another chimed in, "Once I sell this material, I'll go. Why wait until night?" Wu Yu clenched his fists and hastily departed. He lacked the means to rescue anyone. And turning a blind eye, it was the greatest mercy he could offer. Not only were there bathhouses, but the mining site likely harbored countless undocumented Huaxia laborers. Liberating them all would require seizing control over the entirety of the Pakong mining area. Minutes later, Wu Yu entered an auto repair shop, where a few small vehicles were parked and several workers were busy. The owner, clad in casual attire and flip-flops, ambled over with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. "Good sir, are you here for repairs or to purchase a vehicle?" "I wish to buy an SUV for traversing the mining area." "Then you've come to the right place. I have two Toyota Land Cruisers in excellent condition, never having undergone major repairs. One is 12 years old and priced at 50 million. The other is 10 years old and priced at 60 million. These prices were standard for the Myanmar mining region. Wu Yu, having previously researched second-hand vehicle prices, recognized that the owner was not inflating costs. He initially intended to inquire about Huaxia vehicles available, but upon surveying the lineup, which was predominantly comprised of Toyotas, he refrained from pressing the matter. Under the owner's enthusiastic guidance, Wu Yu inspected the vehicles. The 12-year-old Land Cruiser was black, showing some wear on the interior, whereas the 10-year-old model was white, boasting a pristine interior. Preferring the white model for its appearance, he took it for a spin around the repair shop and, finding no issues, began to negotiate the price. Wu Yu had previously obtained a Driver S license in Huaxia, but it was not valid in Myanmar. However, in the mining area, no one enforced such regulations. If ever confronted, one could simply offer a bribe to circumvent the issue. After a round of haggling, he ultimately acquired the 10-year-old Land Cruiser for 56 million, also enlisting the shop owner to assist with obtaining a Myanmar Driver S license and the transfer paperwork, for which he compensated an additional 400,000. Rest assured, Boss IU, as long as the funds are in place, all paperwork can be arranged. You could drive away today, and the documents and license will be ready for you in a few days. Thank you. Please call me once everything is prepared. Wu Yu accepted the signed sales contract and drove off in the white Land Cruiser. By this time, dusk had fallen, the sun nearly dipping below the horizon. "Ayu, whose car are you driving? It can't possibly be your own purchase, can it? My goodness, have you struck it rich with your Jade? It hasn't been long, and you've already acquired a vehicle." Wu Yu, aware of the envy and jealousy that would ensue, modestly downplayed his fortune, explaining, "I merely made a modest profit and purchased a second-hand car. Dealing in Jade is highly speculative. The money earned today could easily be lost tomorrow. It's safer for everyone to dig for materials." One onlooker, with envy in his eyes, remarked, "Do you need an assistant? I could help you source materials. Digging for Jade is exhausting and unreliable. I haven't unearthed a piece in 10 days." Wu Yu smiled and replied, "Can you drive? I need an assistant who can operate a vehicle." The individual sighed in disappointment. "No, I can't even write my name, let alone drive." Feeling that they did not meet Wu Yu's criteria, the others hesitated to propose teaming up with him. Wu Yu, seeking to ease the atmosphere, distributed snacks he had purchased, reassuring them, "Once my business stabilizes a bit more, I may require a few individuals to assist with sales. If you're interested, come find me then." "Thank you, Boss Ayu." With his promise in mind, the group departed contentedly. Gadanwai interjected, "Ayu, I heard what you said earlier. I can drive. May I be your assistant?" Wu Yu was taken aback. "Oh, you can drive?" "Indeed. During my time in military service, I had already acquired driving skills and possessed a driving license. After leaving the barracks, I drove for a mining boss in the quarry. Unfortunately, during a conflict in the area, that boss was killed by his enemies, and I found myself caught in the turmoil. To avoid unnecessary troubles, I chose to work in the stone quarry instead. It is quite surprising to learn that you also served in the military and can drive. Why do you never mention this to me?" Gadanwai chuckled. "Well, you never asked. Now that I see you making money from your materials, I want to join you. Mining and collecting jadeite is quite challenging. I'm seeking a different path." This statement was quite candid. Wu Yu had known Gadanwai for over 2 years since arriving at the quarry, and it was with his assistance that Wu Yu had managed to build his shelter. Wu Yu tossed the car keys to him and said, "All right, take the car for a spin and park in front of my place. That will be your interview." "Simple enough," Gadanwai replied, taking the keys and driving off. He circled around the small hill in front of the shelter and parked steadily at Wu Yu's doorstep. Wu Yu nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. You have passed the interview. Starting tomorrow, you will work with me. The base salary is 1 million chats per month, with additional bonuses at the end of the month for good performance." Gadanwai was initially overjoyed, but then he expressed his concern. "Thank you, boss, but isn't that salary a bit too high? Your business has just started. Will paying me such a high wage place a strain on your finances?" At that moment, the average monthly salary for most people in Myanmar was around 200,000 chats, while an excavator operator in the quarry earned about 600,000 chats. Wu Yu's offer of 1 million chats certainly astonished Gadanwai. Wu Yu, however, calmly smiled and replied, "I will not let my brothers suffer or live in poverty. You will soon understand that the base salary is merely a small sum. The bonuses are where the real earnings lie." Chapter 13, Misleading Materials. Before dinner, Wu Yu and Gadanwai began the preliminary cleaning of the stones, removing the surface dirt and using steel brushes to enhance the visibility of promising areas. When lighting the stones, they either displayed vibrant colors or revealed clear water veins. Those stones that did not cause Wu Yu's left hand to feel warm were merely tepid or slightly warm. Once opened, they could yield significant profits. "Tonight, I will open them up, and tomorrow morning, we will sell the materials at the early market. After selling the opened stones, we will head back to the quarry to collect new materials." "Understood, boss. I will follow your lead," Gadanwai replied. After dinner, Wu Yu closed the door and used an electric grinder to open the stones himself. Whenever he encountered vibrant areas, he would also use polishing heads and polishing paste to enhance the appearance of the raw stones. Tomorrow, Gadanwai would assist in selling the goods. So Wu Yu wrote identification numbers on the open stones. These numbers held unique significance, generally understood only by the owner of the materials. On one stone, Wu Yu wrote 372851, indicating that it weighed 37 kilograms, with a base price of 2.85 million chats, and the account number was 1, which had no real significance, but could also be interpreted as the first letter of Wu Yu's name. The tail number of the second raw stone could be changed to 2 or 3, and so forth, making it easier to reconcile accounts when many stones were sold in the future. Just as he finished writing the numbers, a mouse scampered by. Wu Yu quickly extended his left hand, and with a thought, he captured it into a small space. "My humble shelter is not a place for you to invade. I just bought so much food, and you cannot steal from me," he muttered, busily tidying up the tools in front of him. When it was time for bed, he suddenly remembered the mouse in the small space. Upon checking, he found it had died, its eyes bulging, and the sight was quite grim. Wu Yu was startled, realizing that the small space likely lacked air, making it unsuitable for living creatures. Any living being placed inside would suffocate in no time. "My small space is not omnipotent. My nefarious plans have come to naught. It seems I can only use it as a storage room for now. What a pity that it only has a few cubic meters of capacity. Once I have the funds, I will expand its volume with a wealth of jadeite raw stones." With these hopeful thoughts, Wu Yu drifted off to sleep, but was awakened by a nightmare as dawn approached. He cursed softly and got up to wash. Noises came from Gadanwai's room next door, and a few minutes later, both emerged from their shelters. Get in the car. I'll explain the meaning of the numbers on the raw stones to you so that we avoid any confusion when pricing them. When shouting prices, we generally aim for 3 times the base price. Regardless of how much the other party negotiates, just ensure we maintain the base price. Learn the art of bidding. Higher prices lead to better deals and, consequently, higher bonuses at the end of the month. For each transaction, you are entitled to a white card, and all the white cards you earn belong to you. Once in the car, Wu briefly taught Gadanwai some trading techniques before driving to the early market. Wu took the wheel while Gadanwai sat in the passenger seat, familiarizing himself with the prices corresponding to the identification numbers on the raw stones. Gadanwai frequently visited the early market, understood how to bid, and was already well acquainted with the trading rules of the quarry. Now, he simply needed to familiarize himself with the characteristics and prices of the stones in hand. The drive from their shelter to the quarry's early market took only a few minutes. Parking the car in an open space at the edge of the market, Wu handed Gadanwai 4 raw stones to place in his canvas bag for sale. He planned to sell the remaining 5 stones himself. They agreed to work together to sell their materials as quickly as possible. I will go left, you go right. With their routes assigned, they plunged into the bustling crowd. Wu's opening techniques were exceptional. Typical stones were priced around 8 million shots, and he could secure sales at about 3 million shots, occasionally selling to generous jadeite merchants for 4 to 5 million shots. In just half an hour, Wu sold all 5 pieces of jadeite in his bag, while Gadanwai still had 1 piece left. Wu was quite pleased with the sales speed, as long as they sold. Whether for a little more or a little less mattered not, for there was an abundance of materials in the quarry. Once sold, they could simply collect more, turning over profits by 10-fold or even 100-fold. Feeling hungry, Wu contemplated calling Gadanwai to eat breakfast before selling the last piece, but he noticed a large, dark man at a roadside stall, a jadeite merchant known for his antagonism towards him. Yesterday, during an inspection by the market authorities, although Wu did not know who had instigated it, he suspected this man was the prime suspect. Seeing him collecting materials at the early market, Wu decided to seize the opportunity to outsmart him. Reaching into his empty canvas bag, he summoned a fist-sized piece of jadeite from the small space. This stone had only one corner opened, revealing a thumb-sized section of vibrant green jade, indicative of high quality. However, the rest of the stone was worthless. It felt icy to the touch, reminiscent of ice cream. Gadanwai, let's swap. Give me the jadeite you have, and help me sell this piece to that dark man. Tell him it might yield full green, and price it at 18 million, with a base price of 5 million. All right, Gadanwai replied without question, fully compliant with Wu's instructions. The two exchanged their raw stones, and Gadanwai approached the dark man, who was surrounded by a crowd. Unaware of the exchange between him and Wu, Gadanwai squeezed into the throng and promptly presented the jadeite to the dark man. Boss, take a look at this piece. It is truly of high quality. One cut could reveal full green. Interesting. The dark man was indeed drawn to the vibrant green revealed by the opening. He retrieved a flashlight to inspect the exposed area closely, and after examining it, he inquired, how much for this piece? 18 million, Gadanwai replied. The height is excessive. A mere crack in the window poses too great a risk, limiting my view to around 5 million. Boss, your expectations are lofty. The supplier has indicated that the chances of this piece yielding a full green are significant, with offers reaching as high as 12 million. That is implausible. Such a considerable risk warrants caution. Betting a few million is one thing, but exceeding 10 million is unnecessary. How about this? I shall offer a firm price of 8 million. If you disagree, seal the package and inquire about the supplier's stance. 8 million for the package. But you must provide me with a 50,000 white card. 8 million for the package, and I can only grant you a 10,000 white card at most. Very well, let us seal the package. I will consult the supplier for their opinion. Gadanwai exceeded expectations, yet his guileless appearance was deceiving. He displayed no excitement, but rather a worried demeanor, seemingly uncertain about whether the supplier would agree to sell. As I said, a price in the millions is bound to secure a deal. Wishing the boss prosperity and a significant surge, with the money in hand, Gadanwai tapped the raw stone a few times and calmly turned to leave. Chapter 14, Flaunting Authority. At a breakfast shop, Wu and Gadanwai crossed paths. Boss, that piece was sold for 8 million. Adding the previous 3 pieces, the total comes to over 20 million. Good. Both had hearty appetites, placing the canvas bag filled with money on their laps, devouring their meals, and finishing 2 portions of braised meat. As Wu Yu pondered whether to order another serving, suddenly, a fierce quarrel erupted from the adjacent milk tea shop, drawing a crowd of onlookers. They're fighting. A Chinese merchant reneged on the agreed price. She must be taught a lesson. That woman is truly beautiful. How dare she disrupt our rules? Selling her off would suffice. I could summon her 8 times a day. However, we must not go too far. Our mining area relies on these Chinese merchants to procure materials. If we scare them away, our business will vanish. Wu Yu recognized the voice of the Chinese female merchant next door. He quickly settled the bill and squeezed into the milk tea shop with Gadan Wei. This milk tea shop served as a transaction hub, with a minimum charge of 3,000 chots for each table, allowing patrons to simply order a drink to secure a table for transactions. Tang Yuyao found herself surrounded by a group of local men, some even beginning to shove her. Though she felt immense fear, she argued her case. I did not renege on the price. I merely countered at 2 million, yet they insist I offered 20 million. This is sheer bullying. Everyone can see what rubbish material they are selling. How could I possibly counter at 20 million? It lacks quality and color. With only a small window revealing a hint of floating color, 2 million is already a generous offer. Although I'm Chinese, you must reason with me. I fear no one, even if the market management arrives. While she reasoned, she desperately wished for nearby Chinese merchants to speak on her behalf, but not a single one stepped forward. Instead, the local crowd continued to swell, blocking the entrance to the milk tea shop. A gaunt man with a sharp face shoved her shoulder, growling, "You must pay 20 million for this jade now if you wish to defuse the situation. Once the management arrives, even if you offer money, you will surely find yourself imprisoned." Tang Yuyao felt both anger and fear, glancing around, hoping for a compatriot to voice a word of reason on her behalf. Yet, the throng around her was dense with people, none willing to come to her aid. Her arguments fell flat. This is extortion. I refuse to comply. I am a member of the Chinese Jade Association, and we will not stand by as I am wronged. Wu Yu stood amidst the crowd, assessing the reactions around him. Even if he desired to rescue her, he needed to find the right moment. This chaotic mining area knew no right or wrong, and reason held no sway. Only those with guns and money could survive. Suddenly, a whistle pierced the air at the milk tea shop's entrance. The market management had arrived. Everyone quickly made way for them. The leader of the group was Deputy Director Wei, a man with military connections known for his ruthlessness. In the mining area, everyone is ruthless. As long as the money is right, everything is negotiable. Wu Yu recognized Wei as the individual who had inspected his credentials the day before, around 30, of average build with a slight paunch. Deputy Wei entered with several armed men in camouflage, and the previously raucous milk tea shop fell silent. The sharp-faced man said, "Director Wei, this Chinese merchant reneged on the agreed price. You must arrest her to teach her a lesson about breaking the rules." Tang Yuyao, filled with regret and fear, promptly defended herself. "Director Wei, I did not break any rules. They are misrepresenting the situation. I counted at 2 million, and they insist it was 20 million. Wu Yu had waited long enough for the right opportunity. Now, if he did not intervene, she would be in danger." With the arrival of Director Wei, Wu Yu saw a chance to establish a connection. "Director Wei, there may be a misunderstanding here. I overheard fragments of their transaction. The woman's command of Burmese is limited, causing confusion with the numbers." Wu Yu approached Wei with a broad smile, deliberately patting the canvas bag slung over his shoulder during their handshake. The bag contained cash, over 20 million, hefty and substantial, indicative of his sincerity. The implication was clear. Those in the know would understand. Wei had recently received a kickback from Wu Yu and vaguely recognized his handsome face. "You are the jade merchant from the mining area yesterday?" "Yes, you can call me Ayu." Wei frowned, impatiently stating, "This matter cannot be resolved with mere misunderstandings. The rules of our mining area must be upheld. Anyone who breaks them becomes our enemy." "What rules?" "It's simply a matter of how much money is involved." He chuckled, attempting to feign authority. "No one has broken the rules. We all adhere to them. When I previously assisted Miss Danmin in this area, she valued those who respected the rules." Wu Yu was now dealing with one of the most influential figures he had encountered in the mining area. Whether this would prove useful remained uncertain, but he had to try. Upon hearing Danmin's name, Wei's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. "Oh, you have worked with Miss Danmin?" "I merely assisted her with some arduous tasks. Thanks to her, I earned a bit of money, which enabled me to engage in the material procurement business in the mining area." Wu Yu spoke ambiguously, attempting to align himself with Danmin's reputation, presenting his labor in her minds as if he were her subordinate. However, Wei had to approach the matter with caution. his keen eyes sharpened with clarity. I see. Why are you advocating for this Chinese merchant today? Having done business with her a few times, she is a partner in my ventures. I do not wish for her to encounter difficulties in the mining area. When I conduct business in China, I will need her assistance to navigate relationships. Given her strong ties with the Chinese Jade Association. I can grant you a favor in this matter today, but you must come to my office later. We need to discuss business. Chapter 15. Collaboration with Tang Yuyao. What business could you and Director Wei possibly discuss? It was merely a pretext for extracting benefits. With so many people present, it was unwise to act now. Certainly, I will visit your office shortly. Wu Yu replied cheerfully, though internally he was anxious. The sharp-faced man grew impatient, rushing forward to shout, Director Wei, you must take action. Wei glared, sternly admonishing, arrest whom? You? I have comprehended the situation clearly. It appears you misheard the numbers. Do not take advantage of the Chinese merchants, as it may tarnish the reputation of our mining region. Well, let us consider this matter settled. Everyone can disperse now. Not quite. That sharp-tongued old Myanmarese seems to have more to say. Yet Director Wei does not afford him the opportunity, instructing the camouflage personnel to clear the way as he turns to leave. Meanwhile, Wu Yu seizes the still dazed Tang Yueying, following Director Wei and the two camouflaged individuals out of the chaotic milk tea shop. When Tang Yueying heard Director Wei's intention to apprehend her, she nearly burst into tears. No matter how daring she was still a woman, having heard too many tragic tales of those who were caught. Just when despair threatened to engulf her, this Jade merchant, with whom she had barely exchanged a greeting, spoke up on her behalf, quelling Director Wei's intentions to detain her. Thank you for saving me. I am Tang Yueying, and what is your name? I am Wu Yu. You may call me a Yu. It is a pleasure to meet you. Truly. I did not expect you to assist me. You are too quick to rejoice. Later, I shall require reimbursement for the sum spent with Director Wei. Oh, that is only right. What possessed you to venture alone into the Peigang mining area to procure materials? As they trailed behind Director Wei, they murmured to one another, completely unnoticed, and those unaware would genuinely believe them to be close partners. Good Dan Wei followed closely behind, vigilantly surveying the surroundings, wary of anyone attempting to cause trouble. Upon reaching the entrance of the market management office, Wu Yu handed the car keys to Good Dan Wei, stating, You take a Yao to the car to rest. I shall find you after I conclude my business. Once the door was shut, without further ado, Wu Yu extracted 10 million shots, approximately 330,000 Chinese yuan, from his bag. Offering such a sum to establish connections in Myanmar was indeed generous. And he required no substantial assistance from Director Wei, merely requesting leniency for Tang Yueying. Upon seeing the stack of cash on the desk, Director Wei burst into joyous laughter, casually stowing it away in a drawer. Boss AU, you truly are a person of great experience. Doing business with such generosity is commendable. I appreciate your friendship. It is an honor to befriend Director Wei. Let us exchange phone numbers. When time permits, I shall treat you to a drink. Haha, well said. They exchanged numbers, and Director Wei brewed a cup of tea, engaging in polite, small talk. After finishing, Wu Yu took his leave. Spending 10 million to cultivate a relationship with Director Wei was a worthy investment, and besides, the money could still be reimbursed by Tang Yueying. A moment later, Wu Yu arrived at the parking area, where Good Dan Wei and Tang Yueying were engaged in awkward conversation in the car. As soon as Wu Yu entered, Tang Yueying eagerly inquired, Yu, has everything been settled? They both sat in the back seat, leaning slightly as Wu Yu replied, Essentially, it has been resolved. I spent 10 million with Director Wei, and the market management office will no longer trouble you. However, those few Jade merchants may still pose a problem, so do be cautious. At that moment, Tang Yueying rummaged through her large handbag, producing a bundle of cash and handing it to Wu Yu. Thank you, Boss AU. This is 10 million for your facilitation. Do you have time for lunch? I truly wish to express my gratitude. Let's forego lunch. I must head to the mining area to collect materials. If you wish to discuss collaboration, I have some time. Wu Yu replied nonchalantly, We can certainly attempt a trial. As you know, jade prices in the Chinese market often reach 5 to 10 times that of the mining area. Sending 10 items and selling one can break even. Sell 2 and we profit. Moreover, I have strategies to minimize losses. Shall we give it a try? Tang Yueying's heart raced at his words, and she promptly jotted down her shop address in Rueli for Wu Yu. That would suffice, if they could forge a partnership. This trip to Myanmar would not have been in vain. With that thought, Tang Yueying donned a hat and sunglasses from her bag and hurriedly made her way to her hotel. Good Dan Wei's additional earnings of over 100,000 white cards constituted his personal income, which Wu Yu did not claim a single cent of. Good damn Wei grinned widely. If I could earn this much every day, I would gladly work without a salary. He was quite clear-headed. I understand, even if I only receive the basic wage. My income is still higher than scavenging stones. Now, let us head to the mining area and see if we can spend this over 40 million. All right, boss. 20 minutes later, the duo arrived at the mining area. After parking the car, they stood by the roadside, densely populated with stalls, gazing down at the mining waste area below. Today, there were still many miners. This section had at least 1,000 people, all vigorously wielding their exploration hammers in search of jade. In a nearby makeshift shelter, a dozen jade merchants lounged, sipping drinks and discussing their recent finds. A hefty man cursed vehemently. Damn it, I ruined another piece of material this morning, losing over 800,000. I wonder which unscrupulous scoundrel sold me this window garbage, claiming it was full green material, only to reveal a pile of rubbish once cut. As he vented his frustration, he lifted his head and recognized good Dan Wei, trailing behind Wu Yu, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. Chapter 16. The Power of the Left Hand. Wu Yu, leaning on a black sunshade, with his assistant trailing behind him, stood on the earthen slope, brimming with confidence. After 2.5 years in the Myanmar mining area, he had finally made a name for himself. Wu Yu intended for Good Dan Wei to take revenge on the hefty man by selling him the windowed material. He had no intention of concealing his motives. Revenge should be swift. Otherwise, it would be unbearable for the hefty man to suffer a significant loss without knowing the identity of his adversary. Boss Au, have you sent your subordinate to trick me? Intentionally selling me a piece of window trash? The hefty man furiously demanded. Wu Yu, looking down from his elevated position, disdainfully curled his lip. Old Black, are you foolish? If it were indeed trash, would he sell it to you? I must have misjudged at the time and unwittingly fallen for your trick. The hefty man attempted to defend himself, the mockery on Wu Yu's face deep in fool. If it is windowed material, how could we know what it would yield? If I possessed such foresight, I wouldn't be lingering in the mining area. I would have already ventured to the market in Wazhenjiao Bay to amass wealth. You dare insult me? Damn it, I will kill you. The hefty man, unable to outsmart Wu Yu, was consumed by rage. Suddenly, he shouted and lunged at Wu Yu, while his assistant charged at Good Dan Wei. Wu Yu was unafraid. He had engaged in numerous fights when he first arrived at the mining area. Standing atop the slope, he remained undeterred, holding the sunshade with one hand while using his free left hand to forcefully push against the hefty man. With a sharp cry, the hefty man swiftly rolled down the slope, landing in a most undignified manner. Wu Yu furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at his left hand. He had expected the push to merely cause the man to stumble, yet he had propelled him quite a distance. When had his left hand grown so powerful? You dare strike me? I will destroy you. The hefty man, struggling to rise, once again lunged at Wu Yu. The other jade merchants, merely spectators, laughed and pointed, with not a single soul attempting to intervene. This time, as the hefty man charged at Wu Yu, he did not evade. As the hefty man swung a punch, Wu Yu met it with his own left fist. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a sound reminiscent of something shattering. The hefty man let out a pained howl, clutching his arm as he tumbled down the slope once more, taking a considerable time to regain his footing. His assistant, engaged in a scuffle with Good Dan Wei, rushed over to check on the hefty man upon witnessing his injury. Boss, what happened? Do you need a doctor? Oh, my arm feels broken. Quickly, take me to the clinic in town. The hefty man, aided by his assistant, cast a fearful glance at Wu Yu and left in a disheveled state, neglecting to mention the possibility of involving the police. In the Myanmar mining area, the police were disinterested in such trivial matters. If a call was made and they were provoked, they would arrest both parties involved without regard for right or wrong, refusing to release anyone without a bribe. Just moments ago, the jade merchant, who had been observing the excitement, approached with compliments. Boss Aue, your fighting skills are impressive. We should collaborate in the future. As for Lao He, how foolish he was to blame others after taking the material himself. He deserves it. To be frank, I stand with Boss Aue on this matter. These old Myanmar merchants fear strength rather than virtue. They only respect power and will not dare to overstep their boundaries. Wu Yu smiled at the crowd and said, Thank you for your righteous words. We shall look for opportunities to work together in the future. Aue, please fetch some ice-cold cola for everyone. Wu Yu politely declined their invitation and, accompanied by Good Dan Wei, moved into the group of Yimushi people to begin sourcing materials. Some Yimushi only sold jade to acquaintances, but many others were solely motivated by money, selling to whoever offered the best price. It It was also more convenient for them, as having someone approach them to sell materials was far less time-consuming than going to the roadside shacks. Thus, Wu Yu had a successful day, with people frequently bringing him materials to sell. After assessing with his left hand, he would make a simple offer, completing transactions with just a word to his assistant Good Anwei. By midday, he had acquired over a dozen pieces, 3 of which felt warm to the touch, indicating they were at least ice type. The remaining materials felt warm as well, indicating they were either glutinous type or glutinous ice type. And if they could reveal vibrant colors, their value would be considerable. Since he had brought an assistant, all the materials were stored in the trunk of the car, eliminating the possibility of secretly stashing them in smaller spaces. This was beneficial, as it alleviated many of his peers' suspicions. While squatting by the roadside for lunch, Ongji approached. Boss Aiwe, business seems good today. I see you've collected quite a bit. Wu Yu chuckled. The materials from the permeable layer have thick skins and little flesh. We won't find many good pieces. The more we collect, the more we lose. Ongji squatted beside him and replied, You shouldn't say that. If the skin performs well, even the permeable layer can yield substantial materials. By the way, I heard you had a scuffle with Lao He. We are all in the same trade. There's no need to make things so tense. Wu Yu, indifferent, responded. I'll spare him trouble in the future, but tell Lao He this. If he dares to have the market management check on me again, he will regret it. Ongji was taken aback, frowning him. He had the market management check on you? That fool. We are all from Myanmar, so what if they check? It's merely a fine. He was in the wrong. Once he recovers, I'll make sure he apologizes to you in person. I hope so, Ongji said, trying to act as a mediator, and Wu Yu acknowledged his gesture. Where there are people, there are networks. Ongji evidently sought to consolidate a group of Jade merchants in the mining area, aspiring to be their spokesperson. His ambition was significant, and such thoughts at a young age suggested boundless potential for future development. Just then, the female live streamer Anna appeared, accompanied by cameraman, filming as she introduced the mining area to the camera. Wu Yu frowned and instinctively turned away, wishing to avoid being filmed. Ongji shared his disdain for being recorded, and they both turned away simultaneously, while Good Danwei foolishly stared into the camera, captivated by Anna's graceful figure. How could the market management permit a Chinese streamer to film here? Wu Yu inquired. Ongji explained. They are tools hired by Wu Naiwen's group. The benefits they provided were ample enough for the market management to turn a blind eye, allowing them to film scenes from the periphery of the mine. Tools hired by Wu Naiwen? What do they want with a streamer? Wu Yu pressed. He had heard that they intended to quickly liquidate some low-end jade rough they possessed. The footage they filmed would feature jade freshly excavated from the soil, which was actually washed low-end rough recoated with mud, to be sold via live streams or short videos to fans in China, thus garnering substantial profits. Chapter 17. Finalizing Collaboration. While Wu Yu and Ongji were conversing, Anna noticed them and brightened, rushing over to greet them. Hello, Boss Aiwe, Boss Ongji. I also plan to source materials in the mining area. We are all in the same trade, so I look forward to your support. Anna's friendly nature seemed oblivious to the disdain in the eyes of the two men as she initiated conversation. We are jade merchants, not streamers. We are not in the same line of work, Ongji remarked before turning to leave, hastily exiting the scene. I'm full. I must go source materials now. Wu Yu had initially intended to order another meal, but now he tossed aside his food and left quickly as well. Boss, wait for me. Aiwe. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, followed suit. By afternoon, the debris from the dump trucks was no longer from the permeable layer, but rather the waste sifted by the mining company. Although the jade extracted from the tailings was of good quality, the chances of finding jade after several screenings by the mining company were quite low. Wu Yu and Good Danwei asked everyone they encountered, engaging in conversation, but after an exhausting afternoon, they had only managed to collect a few pieces. Be careful, boss. Good Danwei, ever obedient, followed Wu Yu's lead. The living conditions in the mining area were deplorable, shabby, and run down, far inferior to a township market in China. The dining venue where Wu Yu and Tang Yuyao ate served Chinese cuisine, considered the best in the area, with no private rooms, just a small table inside. Surrounding them were other diners, mostly jade merchants from China, conversing in Mandarin. Boss Aiwe, let us eat first. This is not the place to discuss business. We can talk in my hotel room later. Just business, don't misunderstand, Tang Yuyao clarified, fearing Wu Yu might misinterpret her intentions. Wu Yu laughed. I'm not overthinking. It's you who seems to be contemplating something. You don't resemble a Myanmar person at all. Old Myanmar people aren't as articulate as you. Based on your appearance, you seem to be of Chinese descent. What if I were actually Chinese? Your Myanmar language is so good, and you can access the mining area. How could you possibly be Chinese? Wu Yu suddenly responded in Mandarin. Actually, my Mandarin is quite good as well. Huh? Tang Yuyao was taken aback, scrutinizing Wu Yu's handsome face for a moment, hesitating internally, unable to ascertain his true nationality. Wu Yu chuckled, just teasing. I have a talent for languages. Besides, I'm also quite proficient in English. Tang Yuyao merely perceived that Wu Yu was well-educated, never suspecting he was truly from China. The exterior of the hotel appeared quite basic, but the interior was relatively clean. As they ascended the stairs to the second floor, they unexpectedly ran into Song Junwei at the corner of the hallway. Wu Yu greeted him. Oh, Boss Song, you're staying here too? Song Junwei was slightly taken aback, but then approached warmly, saying, I heard about the incident at the milk tea shop today. Thank you for helping Miss Tang. On behalf of the Jade Association, I express my gratitude. In the future, when you seek business, I'll ensure you receive favorable pricing. You're too kind, Boss Song. I already knew A Yao, so helping her was only right, Wu Yu explained. All right, you two chat. I'm about to head out for something, Song Junwei said before heading downstairs. Once inside the room, Tang Yuyao poured a glass of water for Wu Yu, and they settled on a small sofa to talk. Sitting too close in a hotel room felt somewhat ambiguous. Our collaboration is quite simple. I will handle sourcing materials in the mining area and logistics to deliver them to Rueli. We will share the losses incurred during transport, but you must purchase the jade rough at the local prices in China. As he spoke, Wu Yu picked up a fist-sized piece of jade from the coffee table and continued. For instance, this piece, without any open windows, has only a simple wash of its skin. There is a slight hint of color on the surface, and when backlit, it can be determined as glutinous type or glutinous transform, possibly with color or without. The average price of this material in the morning market hovers around 2 million, equivalent to 6,000 in Huaxia currency. However, within the Huaxia market, such material could fetch approximately 60,000. Should a window be opened revealing a piece of green or flecked jade, the average price in the mining area would soar to around 4 million, translating to approximately 13,000 in Huaxia currency. In the Huaxia market, it can often command prices as high as 100,000 or even more. You, managing a jadeite rough stone shop in Rueli, I have left ample room for profit. What do you believe would be a fair price for such material upon its arrival in Rueli? Wu Yu shook his head, suggesting perhaps 50% of the market price. That seems a bit low. I believe acquiring it at 70% of the Huaxia market price would align better with my expectations. 70% is out of the question. I might as well procure materials from the old Myanmar dealers in Rueli and gain more than 30% profit from a simple flip. 60% of the market price is my utmost sincerity. Any higher would render cooperation meaningless. After a spirited exchange of words, both parties ultimately settled on 60% of the Huaxia market price, a figure subject to fluctuations and considerable subjectivity. While Tang Yuyao may profit significantly, Wu Yu would assuredly not incur losses. Wu Yu, relying on his left-hand abilities to source materials from the mining area, could acquire the quality of the piece on the coffee table for merely 300,000 Myanmar Chot, equivalent to 1,000 Huaxia currency. Once delivered to Tang Yuyao in Rueli, whether sold for 30,000 or 50,000, it would yield a profit of 30-fold or 50-fold, ensuring that no matter how the profits were divided, they would both thrive. Their collaboration was currently an experiment. Only when both parties profited would the partnership stabilize. If losses were incurred, the proposal would naturally fade away, and neither would mention it again. Wu Yu did not mind opening another sales channel, as he understood that over time, the materials he accumulated would only increase. Selling them for cash, converting into gold, was the most prudent course of action. With a pleasant agreement reached, the two shook hands, solidifying their collaboration. Wu Yu did not linger in the room, noting Tang Yuyao's heavy sense of vigilance. Her handbag remained closely guarded, undoubtedly containing self-defense tools such as a stun baton or pepper spray. Am I a lecher? Why the excessive caution? Wu Yu mused to himself as he exited the hotel. The car was parked at a dining location. After a short walk, as he prepared to drive, he sensed he was being watched. Furrowing his brow in silence, Wu Yu recalled that he had ventured out at night before without encountering such disorder. Reflecting on recent grievances, the only individuals he had offended were the burly man and those who extorted Tang Yuyao at the milk tea shop that morning. These old Myanmar individuals truly bore grudges overnight. After a conflict in the morning, they sought revenge that very night. Perhaps they were waiting at the hotel entrance solely to retaliate against Tang Yuyao, inadvertently crossing paths with him. How fortuitous, he thought. I too am not one to let a grudge linger. If provoked, I shall eliminate them all tonight. Chapter 18. Erasing Evidence. Perhaps due to the throngs of people on the streets, as Wu Yu approached his parked car, his pursuers remained inactive. He quickly entered the vehicle and, glancing in the rearview mirror, noticed a shadowy figure lurking in the darkness, making a phone call. Here's your chance. You're ineffective. Wu Yu scoffed silently as he drove away. Unexpectedly, just as he left the street area, a motorcycle with two helmeted riders followed closely behind. Once they reached a dimly lit wilderness, the motorcycle suddenly accelerated, and the man seated behind brandished a gun, aiming it at Wu Yu. This was precisely why Wu Yu maintained a low profile in the mining area. The security was abysmal, and even minor disputes escalated to gun violence. In an instant, as the assailant drew his weapon, Wu Yu slammed on the brakes, coming to a stop just behind them, causing the gunman to lose his target. As the motorcycle also braked, Wu Yu swiftly turned the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator, colliding with the motorcycle. Bang! The motorcycle, unable to evade, along with its riders, toppled into a roadside ditch. Wu Yu could have calmly driven away, but illuminated by the car's headlights, he saw two incapacitated assailants and one holding a firearm, prompting other thoughts. If he let them go, what would prevent them from returning with a gun to kill him tomorrow or the day after? With this in mind, Wu Yu's murderous intent grew. He swung his left fist, delivering several blows to the chest of the nearest adversary. Bang! 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 The sound echoed like a sledgehammer striking a wall, brutal and resounding. After a few strikes, the adversary lay still. Wu Yu then turned to the other helmeted figure. Employing the same method, after a few punches, silence ensued. He then extended his left hand, adopting a testing attitude, enveloping the two bodies with his thoughts. To his astonishment, in an instant, the two corpses vanished before him, drawn into his small space. Ah, I can indeed store such substantial objects, he mused. With this newfound capability, Wu Yu did not hesitate to store the nearby motorcycle as well, erasing all traces of the incident. Once back in the car, he swiftly departed, driving until he reached the shantytown area, where he finally sat in his vehicle, panting heavily, as if only then realizing he had taken a life. Damn it, I've killed. But they were the ones who sought to kill me first. I was merely retaliating. These old Myanmar individuals were truly vile. They resorted to firearms over trivial disputes. A deplorable state of affairs. Fortunately, he possessed a degree of self-defense. Otherwise, he would have been the one lying dead today. As he reassured himself, Wu Yu gradually regained his composure. He directed his thoughts once more into the small space, seeking to dispose of the bodies. He initially intended to dig a pit in the space's ground to bury the corpses, but found his thoughts unable to excavate the surface, unable to create even a small hole. At that moment, he noticed the swirling vortex at the center of the space and thought, if it could devour jadeite rough stones, it should be able to consume these two corpses as well. Guiding the bodies with his thoughts, he cast them into the vortex, and they vanished in an instant, as swiftly and efficiently as the jadeite rough stones had. However, even after both corpses were disposed of, the small space did not expand in size. Whether it grows or not doesn't matter. This vortex's efficacy in handling corpses is quite remarkable. Wu Yu temporarily refrained from casting the motorcycle into the vortex, considering its potential usefulness in the future when he might wish to ride it in a desolate area. As for the gun he had seized, he was even less inclined to discard it into the vortex. Possessing a firearm afforded him confidence. In future encounters with obstinate adversaries, he could wield the gun to teach them a lesson. After completing these tasks, Wu Yu finally exited the vehicle to inspect the impact marks on the front. The vehicle had been equipped with a metallic bumper, and the collision left scarcely a trace, requiring no repairs. As he pondered this, he opened the door to the shanty. His neighbor, Godan Y, was still awake. Hearing the commotion, he stepped outside to investigate. Upon seeing Wu Yu, he remarked, "Boss, all the rough stones have been cleaned. The skins performed well and are all placed in your room." Wu Yu replied, "Excellent, I will find a way to open windows. You should get some rest. We need to rise early to sell materials tomorrow." After opening the cleaned jadeite rough stones and assigning them numbers, he finally retired for the night. The next morning, Wu Yu awoke to the sound of thunder, only to find it was raining outside. It's raining. The morning market will likely be sparse, and there won't be many people seeking materials in the mining area today. Though he thought this, Wu Yu still proceeded to wash up. His current funds were limited, and he needed to seize every opportunity to earn money. Once he amassed over 10 billion, he would have the capital to trade materials in the market without the need to venture to the mining area daily. With his present financial capacity, If he attempted to trade materials in the market and came across a premium piece, he might find himself unable to complete the transaction, inviting ridicule. Therefore, he needed to continue acquiring materials at low prices, subsequently opening windows and selling them at high prices to Jade merchants, profiting from the price differential. Before long, Wu Yu and Gudanwei had completed their morning routines and set off in the rain towards the morning market. Today, the number of attendees at the mining district's morning market had drastically diminished. The stalls along the roadside were unable to operate, and most Jade merchants had to retreat to tea shops or breakfast eateries to conduct their business. Wu Yu distributed 5 pieces of open window material to Gudanwei, while he himself filled his canvas bag with another 5 pieces. I will browse the shops on the left, you take the right. Once you've sold your stock, come find me for more materials. All right, boss. With umbrellas in hand, the two proceeded as planned, each hawking their open window materials. The remaining stock was piled in their vehicle, and with only 5 small pieces in their bags, they would not attract undue attention. The rain not only deterred sellers, but also kept Jade merchants at bay, resulting in many empty seats in the tea and breakfast shops. Wu Yu exerted considerable effort to sell 4 pieces. Yet 1 piece remained unsold, an open window area lacking color, but possessing commendable translucence, nearly reaching the level of glutinous ice. After inquiring with several Jade merchants, he was met with disdain for its inferior quality, and they were reluctant to make offers. Just as Wu Yu contemplated lowering the price, he noticed a gaunt, sharp-featured man accompanied by a few subordinates approaching him. Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected that the sharp-featured man would not be among the 2 individuals he had dispatched yesterday. It seemed this fellow had quite a few minions. The sharp-featured man directly inquired, "Boss Wu Yu, 2 of my subordinates went missing yesterday. Do you know where they might be?" Chapter 19, Warnings and Threats. Seeing Wu Yu's uncooperative demeanor, the man's anger flared. "Stop pretending. You assisted that Chinese woman yesterday and ruined my plans. It is only natural that my men would want to teach you a lesson." Wu Yu replied coldly. And then 2 of my subordinates are missing. You must be responsible. Where's your proof?" "I don't need any proof. It's obviously you're doing. If you don't hand over my men, you can forget about doing business in the morning market from now on." With a resounding slap, Wu Yu struck the man across the face. "I've given you face. Do you think this market belongs to you? If you dare to interfere with my business, I will have the market management deal with you. You dare hit me? Do you want to die?" The sharp-featured man glared fiercely at Wu Yu, while his followers were eager to jump into the fray. "I'll hit you every time you try to disrupt my business. Now get lost. If you're not gone by the count of 3, I'll call Director Wei from the management office. You think this is over? We'll see about that." The sharp-featured man, holding his face, cursed as he retreated. It wasn't he that he wanted to leave. Rather, the other Jade merchants in the shop had become incensed and were collectively chastising him for stirring trouble and hindering their business. Their sense of right and wrong was commendable. They recognized who the true instigator was. Not only was Wu Yu unharmed, but he also received attention for his business, as someone purchased the colorless glutinous ice material for 2 million shot. Exiting the shop, Wu Yu spotted the sharp-featured man and his subordinates glaring at him from a distance. In broad daylight, Wu Yu was unperturbed by the prospect of a confrontation at the morning market, as the market management operated under military oversight and was quite strict. Ordinary Jade merchants would think twice before causing trouble here. If it were night, Wu Yu would be even less concerned. Should these men dare to act, he could eliminate them and dispose of their bodies in the spatial vortex. Back at the vehicle, Wu Yu retrieved several more pieces of material and continued selling. As the rain intensified, he managed to sell 2 more pieces, but further sales became impossible. Some Jade merchants began to leave, prematurely concluding their morning market activities. On the way, Wu Yu encountered Gudanwei. "Oh wait, how many pieces did you sell?" "Only 3. There were far too few Jade merchants today. Not only did they press prices down, but I didn't receive a single cent. Don't worry. We could try again at the next morning market. With rain this heavy, it's impossible to collect materials from the mines. The roads are all muddy, and even an off-road vehicle might get stuck." With minimal entertainment options available, Wu Yu and Gudanwei sat at the entrance of their shelter, watching the rain. The other residents of their area of the camp were in similar situations. Aside from watching the rain, some gathered to play cards and gamble. "You're right. Yesterday, I assisted a Chinese woman and disrupted that group's extortion plan. It's only reasonable for them to seek revenge." "Oh, so it's that gang of monkeys? People say they prey on the weak but fear the strong, yet some claim they are armed. We should be cautious." "So that sharp-featured man is called Monkey?" "That's a nickname given by others. I don't know his real name. We Burmese don't have surnames. Names are often arbitrary." As more people call him by his nickname, it becomes his de facto name. That makes sense. However, as business people, we should adhere to the principle of harmony. When I see Monkey next, I'll negotiate amicably with him. There is no need to dwell on minor conflicts. Let us hope so. Good Danwei sensed that matters were not as simple as they appeared. In their previous endeavors of scavenging Jade together, Wu Yu had never been known for his patience. When had he ever prioritized harmony? The torrential rain ceased after 2 days. The sun had yet to emerge, yet many residents were already riding motorcycles, navigating the muddy road towards the mine. After a brief discussion, Wu Yu and Gu Danwei decided to drive towards the mining area to scout the route. If passable, they would collect materials. There were many areas for dumping mine tailings, and numerous shelters have been established around these sites. If they couldn't reach the mine, they could still gather materials from nearby shelters. However, as they approached their vehicle, they discovered something amiss. Every tire was flat. If just one tire had been deflated, it could be attributed to bad luck or a puncture. But with all 4 tires flat, it indicated deliberate sabotage. Wu Yu sneered. It seems Monkey isn't interested in a peaceful resolution. This is his way of informing us that he has located our residence. Good Danwei expressed concern. Boss, what should we do now? Wu Yu calmly replied. First, let us borrow a pump from a neighbor and attempt to inflate the tires. If we succeed, it means they merely let the air out. If they deflate again shortly after, they must have punctured the tires. And we'll need to head to the repair shop at the morning market for repairs. Good Danwei promptly ran to a neighbor's house and borrowed a standard pump. After much effort and perspiration, he finally managed to inflate all 4 tires. The two waited for about half an hour, then started the vehicle and took a brief drive around the vicinity. Upon checking the tire pressure gauge, everything appeared normal, and they breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they had merely had the air let out. Their tires had not been punctured. Just a warning, is it? How childish, Wu Yu thought with a smirk, allowing Good Danwei to drive while he plotted their next move. After traveling just over 10 miles, they encountered a traffic jam. Motorcycles and cars were entangled, not due to an excess of vehicles, but because the road was in such poor condition that several had become stuck in the mud, blocking the way entirely. What should we do, boss? The reasoning you provided is quite sound. I find myself at a loss for words. As they conversed, the vehicles turned around and veered onto a small road. After 20 minutes of navigating the muddy mountain path, they finally arrived at a chaotic yet expansive shelter area, hosting at least 100 households, resembling a small village. As they stopped at the edge of the shelter area, Wu Yu spotted a familiar figure, a middle-aged man with the appearance of an elderly person, Sang Bo, who was seated at the entrance of a shelter, meticulously cleaning a large piece of jade. Wu Yu approached closer and called out, Sang Bo, I didn't know you lived here. I thought you resided in the village north of the morning market. Sang Bo responded warmly with a smile. Boss Wu Yu, what brings you here? Come inside for a glass of water. Chapter 20, Just Making a Friend. Wu Yu declined the offer of water, but squatted at the entrance, watching Sang Bo as he cleaned the jade. Before me lies a piece of jadeite rough, weighing approximately 40 kilograms, resembling a pillow in shape. Its surface is a brownish-yellow hue, adorned with some deep black blemishes, devoid of vibrant colors or any other striking features. The exterior appears to be excavated from a diffuse layer, bearing slight characteristics of the Mo Wanji type, though not distinctly so, and can merely be classified as marginal material. So, has it shown any signs of improvement? Not at all. Despite washing it for an entire morning, there has been no indication of quality, suggesting it is either a worthless piece or its skin is excessively thick. Let me take a look, Wu Yu remarked, pulling out a powerful flashlight to examine the jadeite rough with theatrical flair. When he illuminated it, he discerned no visible water lines, nor any light transmission, as if shining upon an ordinary slab of marble. Upon touching it with his left hand, he first felt an icy chill, which was quickly followed by a scorching warmth, akin to the sensation of first touching ice cream, then encountering a roasted sweet potato, an experience of contrasting extremes. Such a peculiar sensation was new to Wu Yu. He carefully explored its surface, noting a consistent pattern of coldness followed by heat. Based on his experience, he inferred that the skin might be too thick, with the genuine high-quality jadeite residing within the core, thus causing a delay in the warmth felt in his left hand. After observing for a while, he commented, although there are no visible signs, I believe this material is quite old and worth the gamble for internal quality. Sang Bo, how much do you wish to sell it for? After a moment of hesitation, Sang Bo replied, despite the absence of visible quality, the size of this material is considerable. Over 40 kilograms. I would like to sell it for 8 million. Wu Yu nodded. Well, we are old acquaintances. Finding a piece of material is no easy feat. So I want to negotiate you down. I'll purchase it for the 8 million you mentioned. Thank you, Boss AU. I know a few neighbors who also have material. I will help introduce you shortly. Haha, that would be splendid. Away will provide the funds. Very well, boss. The three entered a makeshift tin house, where Away produced 8 million, displaying it spectacularly on the table. Sangbo, being a man of refinement, took a stack of cash and walked to the entrance, tapping the massive piece with it. May Boss you prosper and see great gains. Sangbo, if you lead us to collect materials, upon a successful transaction, I will grant you a white card for each piece. Wu Yu stated. Certainly. I know who possesses quality materials. The mention of a white card made Sangbo exceedingly happy. He locked the door and led the way. After walking for over 20 meters, Sangbo arrived at a household and called out, Father, I've brought a boss to collect materials. Quickly bring out the good pieces you have stored. Boss AU is offering a very high price. I assure you will be satisfied. This piece is black with a hint of gray, its exterior utterly unremarkable, devoid of any quality indicators. Wu Yu glanced at it, slightly frowning, initially thinking it was a low-quality black sand material with little chance of yielding good results, typically representing the lower end of the market. However, upon handling it, he sensed something amiss. It felt heavier than other pieces of the same size, despite the thick skin showing no signs under the flashlight. The warm sensation in his left hand indicated it was at least a jadeite of icy texture. Wu Yu felt a surge of excitement. Today was proving fortuitous, as he had just received from Sangbo a piece with an unprecedented warmth, a record high for his experiences. This piece, seemingly low-end, bore a warmth that clearly indicated it was far more complex than its surface suggested. Remarkably, this piece resembled low-end material from the Myanmar site, yet upon touching it, he noticed the skin was finely grained and slightly oily, differing from the Mo Wanji type. Father, where did you find this piece? 30 years ago. I picked it up near the old Pagon site. Boss, you haven't encountered such material before, have you? Are you suggesting this is a Myanmar piece? I'm too young to have seen such material, though its appearance is indeed reminiscent of Myanmar. Many merchants have come to collect materials, insisting this is a Myanmar piece, offering me only a few 100,000, which reflects their lack of discernment. Thus, I refuse to do business with such individuals. Do you believe this is an old Pagon piece? I do believe you, Father. How much do you wish to sell it for? This is a piece from the old Pagon site, now extinct in the market. I wish to sell it for 30 million. Once cut, it will surely appreciate significantly. Before Wu Yu could respond, Sangbo interjected. Father, your asking price is excessively high. Since you are so certain of its potential, why not cut it yourself? The old man's face flushed with anger. I simply do not wish to bear the risk. Furthermore, I am a true Jamuxi, and it is an ancestral teaching that Jamuxi do not gamble with stones. Sangbo continued. Spare me the ancestral teachings. You haven't sold it in 30 years. Indicating your price is too steep. Please provide Boss AU with a fair price. He is my friend. The old man, agitated, glared. Whose side are you on? The lowest I can accept is 20 million. If not, I will not sell and will not show you any other materials. Your disbelief in this being an old Pagon piece shows your lack of vision. Wu Yu raised his hand to silence Sangbo, preferring to negotiate directly and wisely rather than let a deceitful businessman handle it. Father, I trust your claim that this is an old Pagon piece. Its skin shows no signs of quality. Were there even a hint of green or a color stripe, I would not negotiate. Even if it is an old Pagon piece, it remains a non-performing one. I offer you 10 million, merely as a gesture of friendship, as I wish to see your other materials as well. Very well, then let be 15 million for this piece. And I would also like to see what else you have stored. Agreed. As long as the price is satisfactory, I can sell you the other materials in my possession. The old man, seeing Wu Yu's willingness to negotiate, felt his spirits lift, as this piece had been unsold for 30 years. Away, pay the man. Certainly, boss. Just as Away was about to hand over the 15 million, a few individuals approached from outside, led by a sharp-featured jadeite merchant accompanied by 2 subordinates with backpacks. Swaggering towards them. Old man, I brought the money today. I'm purchasing all your materials, including that piece on the floor. The monkey had recognized Wu Yu and, while speaking, deliberately provoked him with a glare. Chapter 21. You are not worthy to play with me. Facing the monkey's provocation, Wu Yu remained calm, stating, that piece of jadeite on the floor has already been sold. It now belongs to me. If you wish to buy it, we can negotiate. Who would do business with you? I'm only interested in buying this old man's materials. We can settle our differences later. The monkey cast a disdainful glance at Wu Yu before stepping in front of the old man. Old man, return the money to him. I've stated that I wanted to purchase everything in your possession, and that includes this piece. We had a verbal agreement a few days ago. Now you're selling to someone else, which makes you the one breaking the promise. Whether it goes to the management office or the police, the responsibility lies with you. I want to return it. You only offer me a few $100,000 for that piece, while this gentleman is offering me $15 million. It would be foolish to return it. Do you understand the consequences of offending me? I've lived in poverty all my life. Why would I fear you? Eldest second and third brothers, come out quickly. Someone is causing trouble. As his words fell, 3 young, muscular men, bare-chested and clad in slippers, rushed out wielding kitchen knives. They said nothing, merely standing behind the old man, their gazes ominous as they fixed their eyes on the monkey and his crew. The old man's ability to store such valuable materials in his home indicated he possessed considerable backing, as he had 3 sons ready to protect these assets. The monkey, who typically preyed on the weak, immediately sensed the old man's family was not to be trifled with and quickly switched to a conciliatory tone. I'm here to collect materials, not to cause a ruckus. Since you do not wish to return the piece, then so be it. I have already reviewed your materials a few days ago, and I will offer you a high price. However, the old man replied, I have already promised this gentleman, Boss AU. He also wishes to see the materials. Here's the deal. You both can view the materials simultaneously, and I shall sell to whoever offers the best price. The old man's statement was somewhat unorthodox, clearly aiming to leverage the situation for a higher price. However, the monkey was brimming with indignation, believing that suppressing Wu Yu through price manipulation was a form of victory, a means of revenge. Bring it on. I've never feared anyone in a price war, the monkey declared, casting another glare at Wu Yu. Wu Yu merely wished to assess the quality of the materials stored in the old man's abode. If he encountered exquisite materials, he would not shy away from competition. Conversely, if the materials were unsatisfactory, he could still deceive the monkey. The advantage lay with him, so he was unafraid. Thus, Wu Yu replied, all right, let us first examine the materials. Sangbo was outside, keeping an eye on the already concluded deal, while Wu Yu entered the makeshift shelter with Gadanwei. The shelter varied in size, and the old man seemed to have a sizable family, as the structure was quite large. 7 rough stones were already positioned in the center of the living room. These 7 stones varied in size, color, and skin texture, evidently sourced from different locations. Wu Yu's attention was drawn to a piece of wood with a Yangmei skin, weighing approximately 7 to 8 kilograms. Just as he crouched down to inspect it closely, the monkey shoved him aside, declaring, get out of the way. I'll examine this piece first. Damn it. Wu Yu was caught off guard and stumbled backward in anger, instinctively kicking the monkey, sending him crashing to the ground. Without giving the monkey a moment to react, Wu Yu leaped onto him, throwing punches at his face. Help! Someone save me! The monkey cried out, dazed and unable to muster any resistance. His 2 subordinates attempted to rush Wu Yu, but were halted by Gadanwei, who restrained one of them. Let go of my boss, cried the other, who circumvented Gadanwei and suddenly drew a handgun, aiming it at Wu Yu. Wu Yu narrowed his eyes. Although he could utilize his spatial abilities to block bullets at any moment, he felt uneasy. Gripping the monkey's hair, he stood up, positioning the monkey in front of him as a shield. I despise being threatened with a gun. If you have the guts, shoot. If not, put it down and let us talk. Wu Yu stated coldly. The old man and his 3 sons were taken aback at the sight of a gun being drawn and quickly urged, there's no need for this. We're merely inspecting the materials. With 7 pieces, we can take turns. It's not a big deal. The monkey, still reeling from the beating, was further disoriented upon seeing his subordinate aiming a gun at him. Put the gun down. If that thing goes off, I'm the first to die. He shouted in frustration. Oh, all right, boss. The subordinate hesitated, realizing that brandishing a firearm at this moment was inappropriate, and finally holstered the weapon. The monkey cautiously said, Wu Yu, can you let me go now? I admit I was a bit excessive earlier. You can examine this piece of wood first. Is that acceptable? Control your temper. Wu Yu retorted icily, pushing him away. He had already sent a sliver of his consciousness to envelop the handgun within the small space, prepared to retrieve it and retaliate if the situation escalated. Fortunately, the monkey was a bully who feared the strong. After receiving a thorough beating, he had become compliant and ceased provoking Wu Yu. Gadanwei moved closer to Wu Yu, keeping a watchful eye on the monkey's subordinates, allowing Wu Yu to crouch down and inspect the materials in peace. The piece of wood exhibited promising qualities, with one corner revealing a vibrant green hue. Yet the overall texture felt warm to the touch, indicative of a glutinous variety or glutinous ice type. Old man, how much for this piece of wood? 40 million. Huh. That's exorbitant. There's no room for negotiation. This is a premium piece of wood. It is worth that price. Can we discuss something under 10 million? No. Someone has already offered 20 million. That 20 million offer was made by me a few days ago. Do you have a problem with that? Who are you calling foolish? Oh, so it's you who is foolish. Fine, I want to contend for it. This piece belongs to you. Wu Yu examined the remaining pieces, all exhibiting a similar warmth, revealing they were all noteworthy materials, which explained why the old man had kept them, hoping to sell them at a high price. The last piece was a flawed stone, only the size of a fist, its surface covered in fine cracks. Observing it under the light, the deep translucence through the fissures indicated excellent water content. Since acquiring his gem appraisal ability, this was the first time Wu Yu had encountered so many cracked stones. He meticulously sensed the temperature fluctuations within the stone. Old man, how much for this flawed piece? Many buyers have made offers on this one. Several believe it to be glass grade. Despite the cracks, it is valued at 50 million. Wu Yu replied, for a stone that hasn't been opened. Who would dare bet on it being glass grade? With so many cracks, even if it were glass grade, it wouldn't be worth 50 million. Honestly, I would only value it at 500,000. The old man confidently declared. The gentleman beside you offered 10 million. Wu Yu, seemingly incensed, retorted, that's outrageous. Is this a bidding war? Well then, I'll raise you. I'll offer 15 million. Seeing Wu Yu's agitation, the monkey's spirits soared. Believing his moment of revenge had finally come, I'll offer 20 million. If you lack the funds, don't compete with me. You've only just entered the field. You're not worthy to challenge me. This small stone, merely the size of a fist, would only sell for around 20 million, even if it was high-grade ice. Wu Yu cursed the monkey's foolishness under his breath, but still raised his bid. There are 7 stones, and I'm only interested in this one. Are you really competing with me? How audacious. I'll bid 25 million. The monkey hesitated, realizing the price was becoming increasingly unreasonable, yet gritted his teeth and countered. In my presence, don't even think about taking a stone from me. I'll offer 30 million, betting on it being glass grade. Huh, there aren't that many glass grade stones. Even if it were truly glass grade, with so many cracks, there's no profit to be made. Very well, I concede. This piece is yours. Ha, I told you, you can't take a stone from me. Furious, the two faced off once more, prompting the old man to intervene. You've both made your bids, and I'm inclined to agree. Let us avoid further conflict. Pay up, and we'll finalize the transaction. Wu Yu found the 7 stones to be of mediocre quality, with the old man's prices excessively high, and with the monkey's bidding. There was no room for profit. Externally feigning annoyance, he inwardly chuckled, knowing that once cut, the monkey would incur significant losses. You proceed with your transactions. I shall take my leave, Wu Yu declared, preparing to exit with good Danwei. As he cast a disdainful glance at the monkey, he chose to ignore him, having already resolved to harbor ill will. Approaching the door, he suddenly noticed a pickled vegetable jar behind it, topped with a flat, black stone. Weighing around 6 or 7 kilograms, it appeared to have lost a corner, likely chipped away after washing. This was a typical Mo Wanji material, its shell clearly showing washing marks, with a slightly oily sheen, yet devoid of any notable quality. Nonetheless, the high-value pieces Wu Yu had previously uncovered were from this source, and he had a particular fondness for the black, oily skin. Thus, he instinctively turned around and touched it with his left hand. Initially cold, it soon radiated warmth. This temperature was unmistakably characteristic of a piece above standard ice. The old man momentarily paused, seemingly grasping Wu Yu's sentiments. In haste to expedite Wu Yu's departure, he said, that Mo Wanji material is washed out. I even chipped a corner with a hammer. It's not worth much. If you want it, you could take it for 100,000. Fine, 100,000 it is. At least I want to leave empty-handed, Wu Yu replied, picking it up and turning to his bewildered assistant. Go Wei, pay him. Oh, all right. Gu Danwei was clueless about Wu Yu's intentions, and the others were even more perplexed. The group, led by the monkey, erupted into laughter, mockingly exclaiming, "Ha! I thought you were formidable, but it turns out you merely purchased a worthless piece of scrap." Wu Yu, having acquired 2 exceptionally warm pieces of jade from the old man, felt quite pleased and chose to ignore the monkey's taunts, instructing them to carry the stones to the car. Away, how much cash remains in the bag? Approximately 20 million. Away replied, let us go and procure a few more stones. Sangbo, do you have any good materials from acquaintances? Yes, Malquin's family has a penchant for washing stones. They have a substantial stockpile we can inquire about. Shortly thereafter, Sangbo led Wu Yu to a bustling household, where several brothers, each with their own families, created a lively scene in a chaotic yard, with children running about in muddy puddles. As they had not brought any snacks or candies, Wu Yu remarked away, "Give each child a red envelope, 5,000 each as a token." "Understood, boss." Away produced a stack of cash and distributed 5,000 to each child, who gratefully received the bills, expressing their thanks with polite smiles. This generous gesture delighted Malkoin's family, who warmly welcomed Wu Yu and his companions. Seizing the opportunity, Sangbo said, "Akong, this is the major buyer of materials. Bring out your good stones, and I assure you the price will be most generous." A lanky young man with a shy smile responded, "I only have 3 pieces left, all in my bedroom. You are welcome to come and see." Wu Yu followed him into the room, where 3 raw stones, each weighing over 10 kilograms, were laid out on the table. The exterior displayed promising characteristics, with some rough patches and even signs of jade flesh having emerged during washing. When illuminated, the stones revealed excellent translucency. Wu Yu wasted no time. While examining the stones under the light, he directly touched them with his left hand. 2 were warm to the touch, while 1 was hot, indicating at least ice-grade quality. "How much for this one?" he inquired, pointing to a particular piece of Mo Wanji raw stone. "That's rather steep. I can only offer 10 million. Mo Wanji is a high-risk gamble. Although you see a hint of green, it may just be the fog layer once cut." "Boss, 10 million is impossible. This piece weighs over 10 kilos and has revealed vibrant green. It should fetch at least 20 million. Since you are brought by a buy, I won't overcharge you." Wu Yu silently scoffed, recalling the earlier claim of 45 million, then remarked, "For uncut raw stone, my offer of 10 million is already generous. Let us cut to the chase. I prefer straightforward negotiations. I'll offer 15 million. Akong hesitated, saying, "Boss, could you raise it just a bit? That price has been offered before." "All right, 16 million it is. That is quite fair. I'm known for being straightforward with pricing. So if you have good stones in the future, feel free to call me, and I will offer a handsome price." "Agreed." After placing the raw stone in the trunk, Wu Yu said, "About 4 million remains in the bag. Let's wrap it up for today. Away, give Sangbo 200,000 as a token of appreciation, and leave him your contact information for future good finds." "Sure thing, boss," Away replied. Sangbo was elated to receive the tip, saying, "Thank you, Boss Wu. I will definitely call you when I find good materials." At that moment, the monkeys group drove past in an off-road vehicle. The monkey, seated in the passenger seat, lowered the window and made a gun gesture towards Wu Yu, mimicking a gunshot and blowing on his fingers. "Ha, our business is far from over. Just wait and see." With that, the monkeys group drove away. Wu Yu gazed at the departing vehicle, a growing sense of menace in his eyes. He felt it necessary to clear away the obstacles tonight. "Away, drive behind them and see where they reside," Wu Yu commanded. "Understood." Chapter 23. Strike First. Away was skilled at driving, but following another vehicle through the open mountains without being noticed was highly improbable. Nevertheless, Wu Yu was unfazed, and surprisingly, the monkeys group remained equally unconcerned, proceeding at a leisurely pace towards the market. The area surrounding the market served as a fixed residential point for the mining district, with many affluent jade merchants residing there. They followed the monkey-esque vehicle until it parked in a 2-story house with a yard. "Boss, they've stopped. This must be where the monkeys group resides." "Oh, is that so? What else could we do? Do you have a gun? Do you have any henchmen? Do you have the strength to eliminate them all? After that, can you manage the investigation from the mining committee and police?" The car turned around and headed towards the outskirts of the market. Meanwhile, the monkeys stood at the gate, watching Wu Yu's car with a smirk of derision. "Ha! A poor man living in a shack knows my whereabouts. What can he do about it? I have a gun, and even if he had the guts, he wouldn't dare to act." One of his henchmen growled, "Boss, should we take care of them tonight?" The monkey confidently replied, "Tonight? Let us first assess the materials we've collected. We can deal with them tomorrow night." Knowing his address makes it easy to eliminate him anytime. His henchmen obediently agreed, following the boss's lead. After dark, Wu Yu and Away finished their dinner. Since the jade raw stones they received that day had already been cleaned by others, Away had little to do. Sensing Away's concern, he stepped to the door and advised, "It's best not to act rashly. They possess firearms. Let us gather our strength before confronting them." Wu Yu wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, in business, harmony is paramount. I abhor violence. Once Away departed, Wu Yu examined the materials he had acquired that day. For pieces, all of warm or hot quality. The stone collected from Sang Bo had a thick skin, and after some electric grinding, it yielded no results. Wu Yu realized that to reveal high-quality jade, he would need to use an oil saw to make a decisive cut. The second piece, an old Peigang raw stone from the old man, also had a thick exterior, but after cleaning 2 centimeters inside, an astonishing deep green hue emerged. Wu Yu eagerly illuminated it, marveling at the vibrant green radiating from the small opening, indicating exceptional quality. However, to ascertain its true potential, he needed to clean a larger area. The density of this piece was remarkably high. Even a small window nearly ruined his grinding head, and stripping it entirely would likely consume an entire set of grinding heads. Wu Yu only needed to know its quality for now. As he wasn't in a rush to sell, he stored it in his small space for later. The third piece, also from the old man, was a stone resembling a pickled vegetable jar with decent density. After opening a small window, it revealed exquisite jade flesh with excellent translucency, preliminarily assessed to be of high ice quality. The old man had surprisingly held onto such a gem, had it not been for Wu Yu. It might have languished on that jar indefinitely. The fourth piece, sourced from Mekong, caught Wu Yu's attention. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already past 11. There was no time to work on this piece tonight, as he had other matters to attend to. He stored all the stones in a small space and checked the items he would need later before donning a cap and mask. Stepping out of the shack and gently closing the door behind him, the night enveloped the surroundings in darkness, with the ground strewn with mud and puddles. After much effort, Wu Yu finally emerged from the shanty area and reached a road in slightly better condition. Seizing the opportunity, he retrieved his prized motorcycle from a small compartment and, upon starting it, set off towards the market. A premonition gnawed at him. If he did not act swiftly, the chance to strike might slip away forever. In his mind, Wu Yu assessed the current dynamics of friend and foe. His left hand possessed considerable strength, having already tested its might by knocking down an adult with little difficulty. He also wielded a handgun, loaded with 15 bullets. Although he had practiced shooting a few times before, his accuracy was merely average. He could only guarantee a higher chance of hitting a target at close range. The adversaries on the monkey's side numbered 3, though it remained uncertain if others lurked within their courtyard. He needed to lure them into a position where they could easily become his live targets, ensuring his own safety. Fortuitously, the monkey's gang underestimated him, perceiving him merely as a novice jade merchant. By the time they recognized the folly of their arrogance, it would be too late. As he pondered, Wu Yu reached the outskirts of the market. Finding a secluded spot, he parked and extracted pre-prepared tools and empty beer bottles from his small compartment, combining them with gasoline from the motorcycle to concoct several Molotov cocktails. Glancing at the time, he noted it was precisely midnight. After stowing everything back into the compartment, he donned rubber gloves to avoid leaving fingerprints, pocketed 2 windproof lighters, and stealthily approached the monkey's residence. The courtyard wall was not overly tall, with a gentle leap. He could scale it and cautiously peek into the yard. He noticed lights still shone on the first floor, accompanied by the sound of a chainsaw. The presence of the monkey's car indicated that they were all indoors, not venturing outside. Wu Yu tossed a small stone into the yard, producing a soft thud. The absence of barking dogs suggested that the environment was more favorable for his plans. The noise from the chainsaw masked these minor disturbances, and no one seemed to take notice. Just as he intended to retrieve a Molotov cocktail, he spotted an open window to the right of the first-floor entrance. This old-fashioned glass window, equipped with a security frame, posed no obstacle since it had been left ajar, allowing easy access. A more prudent plan quickly took shape in his mind. He leapt into the courtyard, swiftly slipping through the open window and discovering a disordered room, with a wall separating him from the source of the chainsaw's noise. The room was empty at the moment. Wu Yu gently closed the small wooden door behind him, produced a Molotov cocktail, ignited it, and hurled it towards the monkey's vehicle. The shattering glass echoed loudly, yet the chainsaw's roar drowned out the commotion, and the occupants remained oblivious. He followed up with a second and third Molotov cocktail, igniting a fire beside the car that finally drew attention from within. The chainsaw's noise ceased, replaced by the monkey's perplexed voice. "Where's that light coming from? You two, take your guns and check it out." "Understood, boss." The two replied in unison, hurriedly opening the living room door and cautiously stepping outside. Upon seeing the burning bottles near the vehicle, they immediately grew wary, guns drawn, and took cover behind a column, scanning the entrance and courtyard walls for signs of an enemy. Had Wu Yu remained on the wall, he would have been discovered. However, he positioned himself just behind them, unobstructed and mere meters away. With his gun trained on the closest target's back, he gently squeezed the trigger. The shot rang out, and the bullet struck true. Without hesitation, he fired again, this time hitting the second man squarely in the head, causing a gruesome explosion of blood and brain matter. The remaining assailant, startled by the gunfire so close, quickly turned, searching for the source of the threat. Another shot rang out, and he too succumbed to darkness. From their brief exchange, Wu Yu deduced that only one person remained inside. He swiftly opened the side door and entered the living room. The monkey, gun in hand, cautiously approached the entrance, intent on peering outside. Suddenly, the side door burst open, and a shadow lunged forward, unleashing 2 shots into the monkey's chest. In a panic, he fired back, but his shot went wild, striking the ceiling as he lost his balance and collapsed, blood pooling from his heart. "Don't kill me. I have money, and plenty of gold bars in the safe," the monkey pleaded weakly. Wu Yu, coldly observing as the monkey aimed his gun at him, fired a shot that silenced him for good. The villain fell victim to his own verbosity. Wu Yu would not make that mistake. "I will earn my own money. I do not require your assistance," he thought to himself while crouching beside the monkey's lifeless body, stowing it away in the small compartment. He proceeded to dispose of the 2 corpses at the entrance, erasing all traces of their existence. The monkey's living room was spacious, devoid of furniture, save for a few tools for cutting stone and some raw jade. In the largest bedroom, he discovered an open safe, which contained another handgun, over 100 bullets, several 100-gram gold bars, high-quality jade pieces, and bundles of Chinese and Myanmar currency. With utmost speed, Wu Yu collected everything from the safe into a small compartment, closed the empty safe, and gathered both the cut and uncut jade stone strewn across the living room floor. He thoughtfully grabbed a thin blanket to wipe away the blood at the entrance, erasing all evidence, including the soiled blanket itself, which he stowed away. Turning off the lights and closing the door, Wu Yu stepped into the courtyard and extinguished a smoldering patch to prevent a wider blaze that might attract unwanted attention. Satisfied with his cleanup efforts, he climbed back over the wall and left the monkey's compound. Outside, the streets lay deserted. While some may have heard the gunfire, none dared to investigate. Thunder rumbled overhead, and raindrops began to fall. He disposed of the bodies into the swirling void, completely erasing their existence. That night, he had acquired 4 additional handguns, bringing his total to 5, along with over 100 bullets from a safe. These weapons could be distributed among future subordinates, and the gold bars seized represented the monkey's accumulated wealth over the years. The locals knew that during times of conflict, the local currency would depreciate drastically, making gold the only stable asset. Thus, many seized opportunities to convert their cash into gold, both to safeguard their wealth and for ease of storage. Outside, the storm raged with lightning and torrential rain, yet Wu Yu slept soundly. The heavier the rain fell, the more thoroughly the traces of his actions were washed away, making it nearly impossible for any suspicious individuals to find evidence against him. The following day, Wu Yu and Go Danwei sat idly beneath the eaves of a nearby building. Go Danwei grumbled, "Alas, it was sunny for only a day, and now it rains again. Will this rainy season never end?" Wu Yu responded, "Even if it were not the rainy season, it would not prevent the heavens from pouring down. This wretched weather is hindering our ability to make money. If it continues like this, I might as well head to Mandalay. There, rain does not affect jade trade. Wherever the boss goes, I shall follow. I've heard the security situation there is much better than in the mines. Going to Mandalay would also allow us to avoid the monkey's crew. It makes sense." Wu Yu pondered, as long as one avoids the underworld, one can steer clear of that band of monkeys. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Tang Yuyan calling. Wu Yu chuckled, saying, "You need not worry about that. I place 1 or 2 high-quality raw stones in each package, and I will inform you of the serial numbers later. Such premium raw stones are mined by us ourselves. As long as we receive a few of these stones in each batch, we will ensure a profit." "All right, I hope so. I will be waiting for your goods in Rueli." "Yes, I will arrange it immediately." After hanging up, Wu Yu glanced outside at the torrential rain, which showed no signs of abating. Away. Surely there are others in this shanty town who enjoy washing stones? Since we have some time to spare, let's inquire house by house and see if we can find a few suitable materials. "Boss, in our shanty town, the only one who enjoys washing stones is you. Of course, others do as well. We can ask around." This shanty town was quite small, having been established for just over 2 years, lacking any depth of history, and most residents were young folks. Thus, after a morning of wandering with Go Danwei, Wu Yu managed to collect only 9 pieces of above-average quality stones, primarily of the glutinous type or its variants, all of which had some potential for vibrant colors. with only one small piece weighing a few kilograms reaching the icy grade. Wu Yu opened some inconspicuous small windows on these jade stones, labeled them with serial numbers, mixed them together, and noted down the serial number of the highest quality icy stone. When the rain outside began to lessen, Wu Yu tossed his tools aside and said, "Away. Wrap up these 9 stones with windows. We shall send them through logistics at the market." "Understood, boss." Soon, they drove to the market. Though the streets were sparse with pedestrians, they appeared normal, and no one was loitering near the monkey's residence. As they passed by, Wu Yu deliberately cast a few more glances. From the outside, everything seemed normal, and it appeared that no one knew that the monkey's gang had perished. Turning onto a bumpy road ahead, they arrived at a logistics company with the largest sign. Just as Wu Yu intended to approach someone to handle the shipping process, he spotted the female streamer Anna filming a video with a thin, dark-skinned male photographer at the counter. Wu Yu frowned, wondering how the streamer appeared everywhere. Dressed so scantily in a logistics company filled with workers, seemingly unafraid of attracting trouble. He instructed a way to find the person in charge for the business transaction, but noticed Anna, in a flirtatious manner, deliberately bumped into him while changing filming locations. Not wishing to attract trouble, Wu Yu warily asked, Why are you speaking to me? Aren't you afraid I might inform on you? I see you are of Huaxia descent. Even if you are not, you must be a returned overseas Chinese. I beg you, I will repay you in the future." Wu Yu fell silent, unsure how to explain the situation in Myanmar to her. If reporting to the police were effective, there wouldn't be so many compatriots who had been deceived or even murdered. At that moment, the male photographer sternly called out from a distance, "Anna, what are you doing? Hurry up and come film the loading video." Chapter 25, The Pink Business Card. Startled by the photographer's reprimand, Anna shivered and cast Wu Yu a complex glance before hastily running over. Wu Yu remained silent. This woman's naivety was disheartening. He felt powerless to assist her in reporting to the police. She had been brought in by the gang, led by Wu Naiwen, and if she were being restricted, it would also be their doing. Given Wu Naiwen's influence in the mining area, Wu Yu felt he could not afford to provoke him, nor did he see the necessity of risking himself for a stranger. Although the woman was beautiful, she was not Tang Yuyun, nor did she resemble his first love. What compelled him to risk danger on her behalf? For the sake of conscience? That notion had long since vanished. Sigh. She quickly realized she was being restricted, but was not overly foolish. Yet, he truly could not assist her. Perhaps he could ask Tang Yuyun to help her report back in the homeland. While Wu Yu contemplated this, Go Danwai returned with the logistics company's staff after completing the shipping process. When he looked up again, he noticed that Anna and the photographer had already left the logistics company, their whereabouts unknown. After much hesitation, Wu Yu was ultimately swayed by the last remnants of his conscience. He found a secluded spot to call Tang Yuyun, recounting the earlier incident and urging her to report it back home. Tang Yuyun immediately assured him that she would help her fellow compatriots report the matter to the authorities, pledging to do her part regardless of the outcome. Wu Yu reiterated a few precautions before ending the call. "This is all I can do. The rest is left to fate." Returning to the car, Wu Yu instructed a way to drive to a nearby auto repair shop to obtain some documentation. Aside from that, his Myanmar driver's license was successfully processed. The adage that money can move mountains held even more truth in a lawless Myanmar. At that moment, the rain intensified again. Dark clouds loomed, and the booming thunder created an atmosphere that felt suffocating. "All right, boss." Go Danwai thought such weather was quite common in Myanmar and could not understand what troubled Wu Yu. Once they left the market, the muddy and waterlogged mountain road became exceedingly difficult to navigate. Even a four-wheel drive vehicle struggled immensely. Just then, Wu Yu spotted a robust woman in camouflage, wielding a gun, standing by the roadside, flagging them down. A black Mercedes was stuck in a muddy pit in the middle of the road. That woman in camouflage kicked me before. I remember that death. Had she not drawn her weapon, Wu Yu certainly would not have instructed a way to stop. Lowering the window, he feigned ignorance, asking, "Officer, what seems to be the problem?" The strong woman in camouflage replied, "My lady's car is stuck in the mud. Please help us pull it out, and my lady will be grateful to you." Wu Yu smiled. "Is it Miss Danmin? I have met her a few times during business dealings. I must assist with this." "Oh, you know our lady?" The woman scrutinized Wu Yu cautiously. He indeed left an impression on her, though she momentarily forgot where she had seen him. Wu Yu was aware of Miss Danmin's formidable background, so he sought to make a favorable impression. As Go Danwai exited the vehicle to connect the tow rope, Wu Yu joined in to lend a hand, eager to amplify his presence. He could feel a scrutinizing gaze from inside the Mercedes fall upon him. He brushed back his drenched hair, presenting his most handsome profile at the optimal 45-degree angle. The gaze from within the Mercedes seemed to soften, losing its previous sharpness and wariness. After successfully connecting the tow rope, Godanwai got back in the car and attempted to pull the Mercedes from the mud. It seemed they were just a hair away from success, but after several attempts, they had yet to free the vehicle. At that moment, the window of the Mercedes rolled down, revealing Donmin's exquisitely beautiful mixed-race face, as she commanded in a condescending tone, "You too." Push from behind. She did not even bother to point, merely conveying her intent with a glance at Wu Yu and the robust woman. Danmin raised an eyebrow, seemingly curious as to why Wu Yu recognized her, but she refrained from asking. Under the guidance of the sturdy female bodyguard, they moved to the rear of the Mercedes, pushing with all their strength alongside the front vehicle's pull. It appeared that they were just the impetus needed, and moments later, the Mercedes successfully emerged from the mud, returning to solid ground. As Godanwai detached the tow rope, Danmin glanced at Wu Yu and remarked, "Given your attire, you must be a Jade merchant. Since you know me, you should be aware of my business. Here is my card. If you come across any exceptional materials, feel free to call me. I assure you the price will be to your satisfaction." As she spoke, she delicately pinched a pink business card between her long, fair fingers and extended it to Wu Yu. Wu Yu accepted the business card and, feigning shyness, replied, "Very well, Miss Danmin. I shall certainly give you a call should I come across exceptional materials in the future. By the way, I am Yu, and it is a pleasure to meet you." After saying this, the car window rose, and once the female bodyguard entered the vehicle, the Mercedes-Benz roared away. Wu Yu stood in the middle of the road, drenched like a dog. Only after the car had vanished into the distance did Wu Yu's demeanor shift, shedding the guise of humility. "Ha, so proud, just like a princess." Wu Yu mused, gazing at the pink business card in her hand, her expression intricate. Godanwai, seated in the driver's seat, urged, "Boss, please get in. Don't linger in the rain. It would be troublesome if you fell ill." "Understood." Once inside the car, Wu Yu entered the details from the card into her phone, knowing this number would prove useful in the future, particularly when leveraging her name for influence. The name on the card read Du Danmin. Du serves as a respectful title for women in Myanmar, akin to prefixing a nobleman's name with Wu. The rain persisted for 2 full days before finally clearing. The morning market at the mining area was particularly bustling today, with Jade merchants presenting their accumulated materials for trade. As Wu Yu and Godanwai navigated through the crowded streets, they found themselves unable to move, frequently halting to allow pedestrians or motorcycles to pass. At that moment, the Jade merchant Ong Ji approached with 2 associates, coincidentally encountering Wu Yu. "Boss Au, do you have any good materials lately? I have a significant client from Hua City in urgent need of a fully green piece for a bracelet. If you have one, the price will surely satisfy you." Hearing the keyword fully green, Wu Yu's brow furrowed. The recent incident regarding that matter was still fresh in her mind. Could it be that Wu Nai, when was probing her? Of course, it might also be her guilty conscience, and Ong Ji could simply be seeking such material. Wu Yu promptly replied, "Ah, do not jest. As a newcomer to this trade, I have neither the capital nor the means to store fully green materials. Perhaps in the future, when I have amassed considerable wealth, I may have the opportunity to acquire a fully green piece." Upon exchanging a few more pleasantries with Ong Ji, as Wu Yu prepared to depart, she overheard him mention, "Monkey's gang has been missing for several days. His family has been unable to reach him and has reported it to the police. Neighbors claim they heard gunfire a few nights ago." Wu Yu was slightly taken aback. Sighing, "The security situation in the mining area is deplorable. Missing persons cases occur frequently, which is quite unsettling." Ong Ji fixed his gaze on Wu Yu, continuing, "I heard there were some conflicts between you and Monkey." Wu Yu waved her hand dismissively, nonchalantly stating, "Just a minor misunderstanding. We exchanged a few harsh words. Such disputes are common in the market. There is no deep-seated enmity between us." "Ah, that's good to hear. By the way, Lao He asked me to extend his apologies, claiming that the conflict the other day was his fault. Once his arm heals, he would like to treat you to drinks as an apology." "Haha, he was indeed at fault. However, since he has acknowledged his mistake, let's consider the matter resolved. Drinks are fine. You should join us as well." Wu Yu appeared quite accommodating, granting Ong Ji face and leaving no room for criticism. After Wu Yu and Godanwai departed, one of Ong Ji's subordinates remarked, "Boss, he seems fine. He doesn't appear to be lying." Ong Ji reprimanded, "You know nothing. The more one conceals their intentions, the more dangerous they become. Remember how Monkey disappeared. Be cautious and do not offend Boss Au. He is not someone to be trifled with, especially since even Wu Nai one is paying attention to him." The subordinate, somewhat unconvinced, replied, "Boss, the police have found no leads regarding Monkey's disappearance. Let's not discuss that for now. However, didn't they recover the fully green jade that Wu Nai one lost? The excavator operator was buried alive. How could he be asking you to probe Boss AU? Who knows? Perhaps the excavator operator revealed some new clue before his demise." The subordinate scratched his head, pondering the complexities of a boss's thoughts. Regardless of the fully green jade lost at Wu Nai one's mine or the death of Monkey's gang, none of it could be traced back to them. Thanks to the chaotic and backward environment of Myanmar, lacking surveillance, many events go uninvestigated if not caught in the act. "I only have a few pieces of jade that may not meet your expectations," Wu Yu stated, placing a piece of blue-flowered jade before him. Song Junwei merely glanced at it and shook his head. "This is indeed lacking and does not meet my criteria. Anything below ice grade must be color material." "Very well. You may continue with your business," Wu Yu replied, taking her jade and leaving. Her small space contained several exceptional pieces, but she was reluctant to sell them in the mining market due to the low prices, which would not meet her standards. Once she had accumulated a sufficient quantity of high-quality materials, she intended to take them to Mandalay's market, where prices would be at least 3 times higher than in the mining area. If sold in the Huasha market, prices could reach 5 to 10 times higher than that. As the sun rose, Wu Yu had successfully sold all the materials she wished to dispose of. As long as the prices were sufficiently low, nothing would remain unsold. After sharing a meal with Gudan Wei, the two drove directly to the mining site to gather more materials. Today's situation was less than favorable. Due to the rain over the past few days, nearby mining companies had not resumed operations, resulting in no new tailings being dumped. With over 1,000 Yimu Shi present, the challenge of searching through previously excavated piles for jade was evident. It wasn't until lunchtime that Wu Yu managed to procure 3 small pieces of average quality, only reaching the level of glutinous jade or glutinous ice jade. At a roadside food stall, a few jade merchants dining there greeted Wu Yu and Gudan Wei with enthusiasm. "Boss AU, how's business today? The materials are difficult to gather at the mine, and with the sun blazing, it will be better to sleep at home. Haha, sleeping won't earn us any money. We're not like the ladies of the bathhouse." After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Wu Yu purchased several boxes of takeout and shared a meal with Gudan Wei on the roadside, devouring the food ravenously. Wu Yu's appetite had grown significantly. She could consume several boxes of takeout in one sitting, requiring a substantial amount of meat to feel satisfied. A van unexpectedly parked near the stall, and several scantily clad female streamers emerged from it, escorted by armed men, heading towards the muddy Yemu Shi excavation site. Wu Yu spotted Anna among the group, who also noticed her and cast a pleading glance. Unmoved, Wu Yu inquired of the Jade merchant dining beside her. "What are these streamers doing here? Why are there more of them? I heard Wu Nai when lured them here to assist in promoting goods. Besides this site, several others nearby also have streamers present." As they spoke, the expressions of several Jade merchants turned lewd as they chuckled. Suddenly, a voice called from a small hillside. "Boss AU, I believe that you. I found a piece of jade and have been searching for you." Approaching was Sang Bo, cradling a jade stone the size of a brick, weighing about 4 to 5 kilograms. The stone's exterior was covered in mud, obscuring its true quality. Wu Yu took the stone and pretended to inspect it, but the chilling sensation in her left hand informed her that this piece was unworthy of acquisition, merely scrap. "Thank you, Boss AU," Sang Bo remarked, undeterred by Wu Yu's rejection, as if accustomed to such situations. In the world of jade, every individual holds a unique perspective. If this boss does not find it satisfactory, they can always seek another buyer. Nearby, several jade merchants were present, and within minutes, Sang Bo successfully sold the piece for a transaction price of 200,000. With the rainy season approaching, it will become increasingly challenging to excavate jade. "Will Boss AU seek materials elsewhere?" Sang Bo inquired. Wu Yu chuckled, remarking that the effects of the rainy season on the mining area were universally felt. Changing locations would yield no better fortune. He contemplated a visit to Mandalay, hoping to discover lucrative opportunities there. Having experience selling goods in Mandalay, he mused that he could consider bringing along his companion when he visited the Kothon market. "Oh, I could assist you in selling goods at the Kothon market as well," he added, "but my wages must be settled monthly. I cannot allow them to withhold my pay." His jest echoed the old adage, once bitten by a snake, one is fearful of a rope for 10 years, reflecting his concern about potential dangers. Chapter 27, A Thief in the House. During the afternoon collection, Wu Yu navigated the merciless sun, weaving through the alleys of Amuxi, inquiring with every passerby if they had unearthed any jade. Anna, filming a video, sees an opportunity to approach Wu Yu and whispered urgently, "Brother, have you called the police? I can barely hold on. If my performance falters, I may be subjected to their wrath." Several female streamers from Huaxia have already suffered at their hands. I enlisted a business partner from Huaxia to alert the authorities. But international cases are never straightforward, and you cannot rely on the police here in Myanmar. They will only aid Wu Naiwen in his malevolence. What can be done? I am at my wit's end. Please, find a way to save me. As long as I am free from their control, I will comply with whatever you ask. Wu Yu lamented that in the Pakong mining area, Wu Naiwen's spies were ubiquitous, and he felt powerless to assist her. Anna's face betrayed her despair, her words faltering as she struggled to express her thoughts, uncertain if there were any conditions she could offer. In an environment where no one answered her cries to heaven or earth, her only hope lay in Wu Yu, the jade merchant whose appearance resembled that of a Huaxian native. The prospect of a rescue seemed grim. Wu Naiwen's direct subordinates numbered in the dozens, all armed. Unless Wu Yu were to court disaster, such a plan was best left unimagined. What if we can find her in a small space? He pondered. But even a cockroach would perish in such confinement, let alone a living person. Oxygen deprivation would spell doom for anyone. Wu Yu cast a cold glance at the photographer before turning away. Business had been dismal that day. He had failed to acquire any quality jade raw materials, and frustration simmered within him. By evening, he had managed to collect 6 pieces of jade rough. Only one yielded a warm sensation to his touch, indicating it met the ice-type quality. Just then, a van transporting female streamers, overseen by Wu Naiwen's henchmen, blocked the road as it attempted to turn around, causing a significant traffic obstruction. The vehicle, possibly overloaded, coughed smoke from its engine while remaining stationary amidst puddles on the ground. Wu Yu, seated in the passenger seat, rolled down the window and shouted, "Are you capable of moving? If not, let everyone in the vehicle disembark to assist you." The van driver, irate, drew a handgun, aiming it at Wu Yu. He thought to himself, what kind of place is this, where guns are drawn at a moment's notice? Is there no room for reason? If not for the crowd, he mused, he could easily draw 5 guns and turn the driver into a pincushion. Gadanwai, fearing the situation would escalate, pressed the accelerator and maneuvered the vehicle away from the obstructing van. Inside the van, Anna and the other streamers huddled in fear, afraid to utter a word. Through the window, they watched as Wu Yu's car faded into the distance, wishing fervently that they could join him. Meanwhile, Wu Yu continued to berate the van driver for his lack of sense. Gadanwai urged, "Boss, calm down, we are unarmed. It is best to endure this situation." Wu Yu replied, "If we had weapons, would you dare to act?" "Huh, away, remember this day," he jested. "No problem," Gadanwai chuckled. Upon reaching their destination, a sense of unease washed over them. The lock on the door was missing, and the metal door bore signs of having been kicked. Both Wu Yu's and Gadanwai's rooms exhibited the same signs. Could we have been robbed? They pondered, cautiously pushing open their doors. Inside, chaos reigned. The room lay in disarray, belongings strewn about. Even the rickety wooden bed had been moved, with soil disturbed beneath it, as if someone had been searching for hidden treasures. This was not the work of an ordinary thief. Such audacity to create such havoc was beyond the norm. My valuables are secured in a small space. No amount of digging will yield what you seek, Wu Yu thought defiantly, knowing both Wu Naiwen's men and the investigators and the missing monkeys would be disappointed. Exiting his room, he entered Gadanwai's. "Away, did you lose anything valuable?" 300,000 hidden in my pillow is gone. Thankfully, the rest is safe in the bank. What about you? I sold off the rough materials. Large sums are in the bank, and we carry only small amounts during our collections, so I have suffered no loss. You handle the cleanup. I will inquire about the situation nearby. As Wu Yu canvassed the Hovel district, he questioned each household about any unusual individuals seen stealing. Adults were out working, leaving only children and the elderly behind. After a fruitless round of inquiries, he concluded that this place was no longer safe. Yet he could not afford to move immediately. That would betray his anxiety. In a few days, he might consider purchasing a house with a yard in the town. Should he buy or rent? Wu Yu found himself indecisive, as the mining area's security was notoriously chaotic. Just as he prepared to cook, his phone rang. It was Angie. "Boss AU, come out for drinks tonight. The black fatty is treating." "Ah, is that hefty fellow apologizing to me?" Indeed. He intended to wait until his arm healed before apologizing, but he couldn't wait any longer. "Very well, suggest a venue, and I shall bring my assistant." The small space contains 5 guns, He must mark their locations for quick access. Chapter 28. A Feast Indeed. Wu Yu and Gadanwei tidied up quickly and drove towards a gathering in town. On the way, Wu Yu recounted the history of his grievances with the black fatty, cautioning away that tonight's banquet could be a trap. Gadanwei, perplexed, asked, "Boss, if the feast is bound to be unpleasant, can we not simply decline?" As the intermediary, Angji has conveyed that the black fatty seeks to apologize tonight. "If I do not attend, I will lose my reputation among the collectors, making it easy for them to unite against me. Furthermore, if I do not go, others might think I fear the black fatty, making it impossible for me to navigate this business landscape in the future. All right, you are the boss. I shall defer to your wisdom. But how can we ensure our safety? As long as I do not use guns, I can take on 10 men alone. Boss, must you boast so? And if I do use guns, then we shall use guns as well. But where are our guns? Away. As men, how could we be without arms?" Gadanwei pressed the accelerator, nearly colliding with the checkpoint at the entrance of the town. "Wait, when was this checkpoint established?" "It wasn't here when we left the market this morning." Wu Yu and Gadanwei exchanged worried glances. Two armed soldiers in camouflage approached, instructing them to exit the vehicle for inspection. In addition to identification, they scrutinized vehicle documentation and even market transaction registration. Despite all being in order, the soldiers hesitated to allow them passage. Wu Yu, well aware of their intentions, retrieved a stack of cash, about 100,000, and slipped it to one of the soldiers. All documentation is in order. You may proceed." Seizing the moment, Wu Yu inquired, "Officer, why is there a lockdown again? There was no checkpoint here previously." After Wu Yu and Gadanwei boarded the vehicle, they swiftly passed through the checkpoint and entered the bustling town. As twilight descended, the town was still vibrant, with weary laborers often choosing to spend their evening here. Although the restaurants were modest in size, they offered a variety of meats and drinks. After indulging in a hearty meal, the nearby narrow alleyway revealed quaint pink houses sufficient to soothe the fatigue of the laborers. The more upscale bathhouses were beyond the means of the ordinary workers, as they belonged to affluent proprietors. Wu Yu deliberately parked the car a bit farther away and walked with Gadanwei to the restaurant where they were dining. It featured a single large room adorned with numerous tables. Upon their arrival, Ong Ji and the stout man spotted Wu Yu and came out to greet them. Ong Ji remarked, "Boss Wu, you're here. Lao Hei has reserved a private room on the second floor for us, making it easier for us to converse." The stout man, with a plaster cast on his arm and wrapped in bandages, attempted a forced smile, saying, "Indeed, let us head upstairs to chat and drink," avoiding the crowd of strangers in the main hall. Wu Yu was taken aback to discover that this shabby establishment actually had private rooms, indicating that the locals from the mining area were quite knowledgeable about the local scene. "Very well, I shall defer to your arrangements," Wu Yu replied, ascending to the second floor with them. To his surprise, the private room also housed a middle-aged man. Ong Ji promptly introduced, "Wu, allow me to present Mr. Bao from Hua City, a partner of Monkey. He has come to investigate after hearing about Monkey's incident." The middle-aged man cast a glance at Wu Yu, taking his seat at the head of the table without moving, and frowned. "I hear that before Monkey's incident, you had a conflict with him?" An Yi, try to diffuse the tension, suggested, "Let us all sit down and talk. It's better to discuss matters over a meal than resort to unnecessary misunderstandings. Resolving issues at the table is far superior to engaging in clandestine confrontations." The stout man, no longer feigning innocence, chimed in, "Wu, do not be afraid. If you have nothing to hide, just explain yourself to Mr. Bao. Once clarified, your appetite might even improve." It seems you are willing to sacrifice your other arm as well. Startled, the stout man retreated behind Mr. Bao, exclaiming, "Mr. Bao, see how fierce Wu is. He is quite suspicious." At this juncture, Wu Yu adopted a more relaxed demeanor, boldly sitting back in his chair. "You people are quite amusing," he chuckled. "Let us take our time discussing this over a meal. Please serve the dishes. Do not act as if you cannot afford it. If it truly is beyond your means, I can settle the bill later. After all, it's just a meal. What is there to fret about? I'll go arrange for the dishes while you converse with Mr. Bao. He hails from Hua State, and we must tread carefully around such matters," Ong Ji said, patting Wu Yu on the shoulder before hastily descending the stairs. Wu Yu now understood Ong Ji's apprehension towards Mr. Bao. He was indeed someone worthy of caution, given his origins. Mr. Bao, with a hint of arrogance, inquired, "Young man, are you finally willing to have an earnest discussion?" Wu Yu responded, "To put it plainly, my disagreement with Monkey was trivial and was resolved on-site with the mediation of Director Wei from the Market Management Office, witnessed by many." Mr. Bao scrutinized Wu Yu's eyes with amusement and suddenly said, Yet I heard that during the material acquisition, a conflict arose, and even physical altercations ensued? Oh, you do have a few subordinates. Do they possess firearms? Wu Yu replied, I have only one assistant. This is Good Dan Wei beside me, who has always been honest and diligent in the mines. We do not have firearms, and even if we wish to acquire them for self-defense, we have no means to do so. Heh, I must check for firearms myself, Mr. Bao stated, clapping his hands. Suddenly, two guards in camouflage burst into the room. One brandished a gun at Wu Yu while the other began to search him. Wu Yu had concealed his firearm in a small compartment, carrying only a bit of pocket money, while his bag contained tools for identifying Jade and a substantial amount of cash. Conversely, Good Dan Wei complied with the search, revealing no dangerous items, not even a small knife. Wu Yu displayed a semblance of shock and fear, but internally he seethed, cursing the situation. What a wretched place. Twice today I've been held at gunpoint. Once I possess sufficient power, I shall eliminate these scoundrels. After the search, the guard reported, Boss, they have no firearms. Mr. Bao then lowered his guard towards Wu Yu, stating, That's good. Let Ong Ji serve the dishes. We can eat and converse. He harbored only a slight suspicion of Wu Yu, but found no evidence to substantiate it, thus opting to investigate each potential suspect he had heard about. To Mr. Bao, the loss of one monkey was inconsequential. It was the disappearance of a highly valuable jade stone from the monkey's safe that truly concerned him. This particular stone, comparable in size to a fist, was rumored to possess exceptional quality, potentially yielding a bracelet if luck favored them. Although only one window had been opened, an initial assessment by a jade master suggested that the material's south quality was extremely close to imperial green. This was the material acquired by Monkey, who had reported its status to Mr. Bao, sharing numerous photographs. According to their agreement, Monkey was to deliver 2 more high-quality pieces from the safe to Mandalay, personally handing them over to Mr. Bao. However, with Monkey's disappearance, the safe was emptied, and the whereabouts of the precious stone remained unknown. Mr. Bao kept this matter to himself. To outsiders, he appeared to be a deeply loyal partner, personally leading an investigation into Monkey's disappearance, demonstrating his reliability. In truth, he was solely on the hunt for the valuable jade capable of producing an imperial green bracelet. Soon, the dishes were served. Wu Yu and Good Dan Wei, having lost interest in conversation, focused on their meal, completely disengaged from the ongoing discourse. Mr. Bao glanced at the silent Wu Yu, remarking, Wu, I was merely conducting a routine inquiry earlier. The process may have seemed harsh, but do not take it to heart. That is simply my nature. He continued, Oh, here's my business card. Should you recall any clues, please call the number on it. I will remember this favor. Should you find yourself in Mandalay or in Wa territory facing insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Wu Yu accepted the card, noting the name Bao Ming, an unfamiliar name that likely belonged to a minor figure, perhaps a peripheral member of the Bao family from Wa State. Please continue your meal. I have matters to attend to and will take my leave. After speaking, Bao Ming departed the private room, accompanied by his 2 guards. As soon as they left, only Wu Yu, Good Dan Wei, and the stout man remained in the room. Simultaneously, Wu Yu and Good Dan Wei halted their chopsticks, glaring at the stout man with fierce expressions. What do you intend to do? This situation was not orchestrated by me. It was Ong Ji's directive. The stout man, nearly choking in fear, confessed without needing further inquiry. A flicker of disdain crossed Wu Yu's eyes. This stout man was unworthy, whether as a friend or foe. Very well, boss. Good Dan Wei, unwilling to confront Bao Ming's guards, found it exceedingly easy to deal with someone like the stout man. Smack, smack. 2 resounding slaps left the stout man's cheeks even rounder. I shall bully you, and what can you do about it? It's the law of the jungle, and I can play that game too. The stout man covered his face, silenced by fear. You, do not hold it against me. I am merely doing a job. Against such wealthy, armed, and powerful figures, we, the underprivileged merchants, have no means to resist. What a fine excuse for doing someone else's bidding. I shall remember that. I am quite satisfied with today's meal. I will treat you all when the opportunity arises. After speaking, Wu Yu rose and left the private room with Good Dan Wei, swiftly descending the stairs and exiting the restaurant. Inside the room, Angji raised his hands in exasperation and addressed the stout man. Old Hey, I feel I've done something foolish today by offending you. Why do I feel a sense of unease? The stout man replied dejectedly. How was I to know? I always listened to you. And now look where it's led me, getting slapped. And that Mr. Bao, he questions everything. If he knew how many people the monkey had offended in the market, he would be searching for suspects so recklessly. Sigh, let's stop talking about this. We should head downstairs to settle the bill. As they left the market, they encountered the camouflaged officers at a checkpoint, but they merely conducted cursory inspections of the departing vehicles, showing no interest in demanding bribes. It seemed they only sought payments from those entering the market, not from those leaving. On the way back, Wu Yu suddenly remarked, "This Bao Ming claims to be looking for clues about the monkey's disappearance, but I can't shake the feeling he is searching for something of value. Our home was turned upside down, and I suspect it was him who sent someone to do it." Godanwei looked puzzled. "Huh? Boss, how do you know he asks after something valuable? Did you hear something?" "I heard nothing. It's just a conjecture," Wu Yu replied casually, his thoughts already shifting to the small space, focusing on the items retrieved from the monkey's safe. While gold is valuable, it would warrant such drastic actions from someone like Bao Ming. The few pieces of jadeite, although of high quality, were not particularly rare, and without a bangle-sized piece, they were just trivial. In addition to those exceptional materials, there were several smaller pieces, none larger than a plate. Suddenly, Wu Yu noticed something peculiar about one flat jadeite piece that had only a coin-sized window opened. By the faint light, he could see the dark green jade flesh within. The skin was unpeeled, and the quality appeared superb, exuding a gem-like luster even in dim light. If fully peeled and polished, its quality could likely elevate to astonishing heights. Imperial green? Surely not. Such top-grade material could not possibly slip past the watchful eyes of the jade masters at the mining companies, let alone be salvaged from the rubble by a mere merchant. With such a sizable piece, it must have a bangle-sized portion. If cut correctly, 2 imperial green bangles could easily be fashioned. What was the auction price for an imperial green bangle at a certain auction house in Hong Kong a few years ago? One bangle fetched a staggering 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Upon returning to his makeshift dwelling, Wu Yu closed the door and retrieved the suspicious piece of jadeite, illuminating it for a closer inspection. The more he examined it, the more convinced he became about its potential to yield imperial green. When he touched it with his left hand, it felt warm after a moment's delay, indicating a thick skin that he had overlooked when retrieving it from the safe. Wu Yu used a diamond-tipped tool for peeling, and as the window expanded, the vibrant green became increasingly pronounced. However, the skin was exceptionally tough and thick, resulting in the wear of 3 diamond grinding heads before he managed to peel it. The jadeite resembled a brick, flat in shape, and after peeling, it measured only about 4 centimeters thick, yet its surface was rugged. Once sliced, it held a high probability of producing 2 bangles. Under the light, it sparkled with clarity and vibrancy, showing almost no flaws. Money breeds courage. With wealth, I dare anything. After wrapping the piece of imperial green jadeite in a black bag, securing it with yellow tape, and marking it with his own code, he carefully placed it in the small space, tucking it away in a corner. That night, Wu Yu slept soundly, even as he dreamt of his parents' tragic demise. He no longer felt the dread he once did. Instead, he envisioned assembling a mercenary force to eliminate his enemies. Delightful. At dawn, he awoke to his own laughter. After freshening up, he stepped out of his dwelling to find Gu Danwei waiting impatiently. "Boss, what happened to the materials washed yesterday?" "All of them washed out. There's nothing to sell today. After breakfast, we'll head straight to the mine." "Oh, all right." Gu Danwei thought this was reasonable. It was impossible to wash out valuable materials every day. The speed at which his boss had been making money recently was astounding and felt almost surreal. Since a new checkpoint had been established at the market entrance, Wu Yu wished to avoid any additional payments, so he headed directly to the mine, where he grabbed breakfast from a roadside vendor. Upon arriving at the Yimushi mine, Wu Yu noticed an unusual number of armed officers today. Inquiring with other jade merchants, he learned it was tax collection day again. Although termed as taxes, everyone understood it was more like protection fees. Wu Yu, new to the jade business and having never paid taxes before, curiously asked, "How often do we have to pay these fees, and how much is it?" An irate jade merchant responded, "They say it's every 6 months. But their words are as reliable as a fart. They come around every 3 months instead, and it's about 3 million each time." Wu Yu nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Truly outrageous." An older jade merchant chuckled. "We locals are somewhat fortunate. If a jade merchant from Huaxia gets caught, they not only face fines, but also have to pay extra protection fees, usually over 10 million each time." After clarifying the situation, Wu Yu ceased idle chatter and, accompanied by Gu Danwei, rejoined the throng of Yimushi merchants to continue sourcing materials. Perhaps due to the mining company's improved sorting methods, the quantity of overlooked jadeite had diminished significantly. After shouting for a long while, they had yet to uncover a single good piece. Wu Yu had no intention of offering high prices for worthless scrap. He initially thought of doing a good deed by purchasing a couple of pieces for 20,000. But the Yemushi merchants refused, deeming his offer too low. As lunchtime approached, Wu Yu still had not found a single piece of jadeite. Just then, an announcement blared through the loudspeakers. All jade merchants in this mining area are required to pay their taxes here. Failure to do so will result in doubled fines upon leaving the mine. Wu Yu was taken aback. No wonder these people delayed until noon to collect taxes. They were waiting for the new checkpoint on the road. Following the sound of the announcement, he approached to see the tax collectors standing atop a small pile of stones. Director Wei of the Market Management Office stood with his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely surveying the crowd of Yemushi merchants and the nearby jade traders, accompanied by an assistant holding a loudspeaker and several armed officers in camouflage. When it was Wu Yu's turn, he casually inquired, "Director Wei, how often do we pay these taxes?" Director Wei smiled and replied, "Ah, it's you, Boss Yu. In principle, it's every 6 months, but when our market management office faces budget constraints, we may collect unexpectedly once or twice. After all, you jade merchants are wealthy. Paying a little for peace of mind is worth it." Hearing Director Wei's candid words, Wu Yu felt 1,000 curses surge within him. What a breach of trust. Yet they presented it as perfectly reasonable. The problem was that the institution collecting money wasn't limited to the market management office alone. Now and then, some petty officer would show up with a squad demanding protection fees. At this moment, Wu Niwen's subordinates escorted a group of female streamers to the Yemushi mine, where they began filming. Among them was a blonde driver who had threatened Wu Yu with a gun the previous day. As the driver swaggered past Wu Yu, he bared his teeth and made a menacing gesture, imitating a gun with his hand and making a sound as if firing. Wu Yu cast a cold glance at the blonde, who strutted away, barely able to suppress his murderous intent. With his spatial abilities, he only needed to find a moment alone to eliminate this threat in mere seconds. The last person who made such a gesture towards him had met their demise not long ago, passing away peacefully without much struggle, their body largely intact. This brazen blonde seemed to deserve a similar fate. Wu Yu mused that sending him to join the monkey would be a fitting end, as they would surely find camaraderie in their shared experiences. Anna remained among the female streamers, stealing glances at Wu Yu and then at the off-road vehicle parked nearby. Seemingly lost in thought, by mid-afternoon, Wu Yu finally acquired a 30-kilogram piece of jadeite for 5 million, which, while only warming his left hand, was sufficiently large to yield a considerable profit, even if it was merely a low-grade type. "Help me load it onto the vehicle, and I will pay you at the destination," he instructed. The jadeite had been unearthed by 2 miners who needed to assist in loading it onto the truck. Once secured, Wu Yu directed Wei to hand over the payment. One of the miners, clutching the money, tapped the stone, adhering to the traditional blessing ritual. Suddenly, chaos erupted as several illegal miners fled, shouting about murder and urging others to run. The crowd of Yemushi miners instantly descended into pandemonium, scrambling in every direction, a tumultuous scene with over 1,000 people. What were they afraid of? Those miners have already crossed the river. They aren't foolish enough to run this way. Someone exclaimed. Who would be so naive as to buy black miners panning for gold by the riverbank? The profits wouldn't even cover their expenses. Now look what trouble we've gotten into. The jade merchants, however, remained, as the mass of fleeing miners had congested the main road and surrounding stalls, creating an obstruction. The escaping miners had already swum across the river, and Wu Yu stood by the roadside, observing only a few distant black dots, while several soldiers in camouflage from the Myanmar side were attempting to cross the river, evidently intent on apprehending them. What a lawless place this is. Sigh, our compatriots deceived into coming here have almost no alternative but to flee. At this moment, the blonde, accompanied by 2 armed companions, shouted frantically, "Has anyone seen the 5 female streamers I brought? Don't let them escape amidst the chaos. I will reward anyone with information 10,000. Chapter 31, Anna. After listening to the blonde's jumbled cries for a while, the crowd finally understood that during the miners' escape, several female streamers had seized the opportunity to flee as well. Surrounded by mines, with rugged hills and ravines, the women could not have gotten far. They needed to be pursued immediately, as they were likely hiding in the midst of the Yemushi crowd. Hee. I just hope they're not holed up in a shack, with several people taking turns to guard them. You'll exhaust yourselves looking for them." Nearby, the jade merchants, reveling in the chaos, offered their opinions, further agitating the blonde and his companions. The blonde believed the women had not escaped far and were likely concealed within the throng of Yemushi people, necessitating a thorough search. Meanwhile, The other two men thought they had already fled and suggested pursuing them down the road for a chance of recovery. With such a sizable piece of jadeite, and its quality not reaching the pinnacle, public cutting would not be too perilous. Approaching a parking area not far from the stalls, Wu Yu opened the car door and was taken aback. A scantily clad woman was curled up in the back seat. After a day of baking in the sun, the car felt like a sauna, and he wondered how long she'd been hiding there, her clothes soaked with sweat. Wu Yu looked at Anna with furrowed brows. She was a hot potato, difficult to manage, and he began to understand why she had previously sought to be close to him. She saw in him a semblance of a fellow compatriot and a potential savior. She had finally found her opportunity today. Gadanwai opened the driver's side door and spotted the woman, immediately growing wary. Boss, she's a Huaxiao person. We should hand her over, or we'll attract serious trouble. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu frowned slightly. She is Huaxia, but so am I, he muttered. The blonde's booming voice echoed like a beast's roar from the hillside, causing Anna's complexion to drain of color as tears streamed down her face. Yet she remained silent, awaiting Wu Yu's final judgment. Wu Yu hesitated for a few seconds, glancing at the distant blonde. This was the very person he wished to eliminate, and conflict was now unavoidable. It was merely a matter of timing. Anna's presence only solidified his resolve to take down the blonde. Gadanwai could not interject, having already perceived that Wu Yu harbored a desire to kill the blonde. Such murderous intent was impossible to conceal. In the meantime, Wu Yu had entered the vehicle and closed the door. Fine, you're the boss. I'll follow your lead, Gadanwai replied, albeit reluctantly, as he started the car and drove away. Thank you, big brother. Thank you. You are my savior. Anna's tense demeanor relaxed as she slumped into her seat. Wu Yu doused her enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. Don't celebrate too soon. I live in a hut in the mining area, surrounded by checkpoints. If anyone sees you, it won't be long before they come for you. Anna fell silent, and the entire vehicle descended into stillness. Soon, they entered the hut area, and without needing instruction from Wu Yu, Gadanwai parked right outside the door. Your attire is too conspicuous. Wait to exit until I fetch you some she work clothes. Change and then step out, he advised. As he spoke, he opened the door and retrieved a set of old clothes from a corner sack, tossing them into the vehicle. Wu Yu stood at the entrance, waiting patiently, while Gadanwai kept a vigilant lookout, anxious to avoid being noticed. Wu Yu pondered that if he were not Huaxia, he could do anything, even sell her to a bathing center in town. But he was indeed Huaxia, a flesh-and-blood individual, not a beast. He could not abandon a recently escaped female compatriot to the wolves. Life and death are precarious. One might not live for long, but in this case, he could face the consequences, taking down the blonde fool first. If things escalated, he could always shift to another mining area. It wouldn't impede his dealings. Don't bother advising me. I know what I'm doing. Only you and I are privy to this matter. I don't wish for any leak from you. I consider you a brother. In the future, I'll help you achieve great wealth. Don't let me down. Rest assured, boss, I'm not that kind of person. Gadanwai vowed fervently. At this moment, Anna had changed into the dirty Yemushi attire, donning a baseball cap. As she stepped out of the vehicle, clutching her original clothes, she dashed into Wu Yu's room. Having acquired a 30-kilogram piece of jadeite that day, Wu Yu remarked, this stone has a high probability of increasing in value. Drive to the stone processing shop in town and have it split in two. Tomorrow, we'll sell it at the morning market. Boss, you're not going? Gadanwai asked, but then understood. All right, I'll handle it alone. He responded, re-entering the vehicle and departing the hut area. Wu Yu watched the departing car with a calm expression, allowing Gadanwai to manage the task alone as a test of his reliability. If Gadanwai proved trustworthy, Wu Yu would help him prosper, allowing him to shed the stigma of being at the bottom of Yemushi. If Gadanwai betrayed him, Wu Yu was capable of confronting such crises. Whether he eliminated one blonde or many, it made little difference. His spatial shield could deflect bullets, rendering fear irrelevant. Seated at the head of the bed, Anna shivered in fright. At that moment, she felt parched, famished, and utterly exhausted. She licked her cracked lips and, with a delicate voice, implored, Brother, I shall comply with any request you make. But could you please allow me to eat and drink to my fill first? Wu Yu curled his lip in disdain and retorted, Humph. With all that grime and sweat clinging to you, what could I possibly have you do? There are a few buckets of instant noodles on the stove and a bottle of boiled water nearby. Help yourself to the noodles. With that, he began to tidy up the room, which had been left in disarray after yesterday's tumult. Although he initially intended to forego cleaning and perhaps rent or purchase a small courtyard in the market town, The presence of a woman in the room necessitated some order. Otherwise, there would scarcely be room to walk. Feeling somewhat rejected, Anna could not discern whether to feel relief or disappointment. Yet her hunger left her no time for fanciful thoughts. She devoured a bucket of noodles, slurping up every last drop of broth before finally feeling revived. Observing the untidy surroundings, curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, "Aren't you a jade merchant? Why is your living space so shabby? You hardly seem like a wealthy individual." Wu Yu replied, "I never claimed to be wealthy. Just because I am a jade merchant does not mean I cannot incur losses." Anna's eyes widened in realization as she responded, "Ah, that is indeed true. One can be rich one moment and destitute the next. I am aware of the income fluctuations in this industry. By the way, I've seen you a few times, but I do not yet know your name. You may call me a Yu. You resemble a person of Huaxia descent. Do you have Huaxia ancestry? If you say so, then let it be. Can you speak Huaxia? My Burmese is rather limited, and conversing is quite arduous. Could we communicate in Huaxia instead?" Upon hearing this, Anna fell silent, casting a pitiful glance at Wu Yu. He seemed rather intimidating, and she could only hope he would treat her gently. Chapter 32. A mouth that speaks in vain, having already consumed a bucket of noodles. Anna felt hungry once more. Like a little hamster, she stuffed her cheeks to the brim, heedless of the risk of choking. Wu Naiwen's group truly left much to be desired. Aside from the splendid meal they treated us to on the first day, the subsequent fare resembled slop fit for pigs, leaving me emaciated. Yet, no amount of culinary delight could silence Anna. She seized every opportunity to chatter incessantly. Wu Yu shot her a glare. "One must remain quiet while eating. This is not a live broadcast." "Oh, I shall refrain from speaking." Anna realized that Wu Yu seemed averse to conversation, particularly when others spoke. "I will be careful," she added. Wu Yu cast a glance at the pitch-black expanse of the mining district, hoping all would proceed smoothly. He certainly did not wish for any fatalities. After a brief wash, Wu Yu lay down on the bed, meticulously contemplating his plans for the future. With a woman now sharing the space, many matters became inconvenient. Anna, sensing the atmosphere, washed the pots and pans before timidly approaching the bedside, inquiring, "You, there is only one bed in your home. Where shall I sleep?" Wu Yu gave her a look that suggested she should discern the answer for herself. "Oh, I see," she said, her cheeks flushing slightly. When the lights went out, she instinctively nestled beside Wu Yu. However, he kicked her away, chiding, "Spread out, mat. You'll sleep on the floor tonight." "What? You?" Anna's eyes widened with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. This inconsiderate man pushed her away. Was this behavior befitting a gentleman? She was still an untouched maiden. How could he lack compassion? Wu Yu explained, with the temperature so high, it would be stifling to share a bed. "We must sleep soundly. There are serious matters to attend to tomorrow." Anna was almost amused by his irritation. "You, what makes sleeping improper? Do you find me unclean? I have completed my tasks without anyone mistreating me. Stop embellishing your drama. Tonight, I simply wish to sleep well, understand? Why is that? You rescued me. Did you not find my appearance appealing? Let me enlighten you. There may be dangers lurking at night, and one must be vigilant against intruders." "Oh, I understand now." Startled, Anna hurriedly found a tattered mat and blanket, settling on the floor beside the bed, her silence restored. Wu Yu had spent the entire day at the mine and was genuinely fatigued, yet sleep eluded him. It was not the presence of a young, beautiful woman that kept him awake, but rather the contemplation of whether Good Danwei would betray him. Having resided in the Burmese mining area for over 2 years, he had always operated alone, with no intention of recruiting subordinates. This was due to a lack of funds and strength, as well as the fear of exposing his Huaxia identity, which could lead to backstabbing by the locals. Since acquiring his left-hand abilities, he felt a surge of opportunity. He believed he could thrive within the Jade gambling circle and had begun to contemplate recruiting subordinates, with Good Danwei being the first he had taken under his wing. He wished for loyalty, not treachery. Lost in these complex thoughts, Wu Yu eventually drifted off to sleep, only to be awakened by Anna's gentle voice. She nudged him lightly. "Hey, you, where's the restroom?" Opening his eyes, he noted that dawn had yet to break and gestured toward the corner of the room where a makeshift toilet sat. In this ramshackle shelter, there is no restroom. You can either use the bucket or venture outside to the open land. "Oh, it is pitch black outside, and with no light, I cannot possibly go out," she exclaimed, opting for the bucket instead, her embarrassment palpable as she could barely lift her head. Despite her loquacious nature, she was still a girl, and some matters were too awkward to face. Sighing, Wu Yu found sleep elusive. Each morning, men held a flag-raising ceremony. and today was particularly significant. The night had passed without incident. Since Wu Naiwen's crew had not come knocking, it suggested that Good Anwei had remained loyal. This was a subordinate worth trusting. The piece of jade they had cut yesterday belonged to the ice-flowered raid, weighing over 30 kilograms. Despite some cracks, it still had numerous potential bracelet positions. Such jade, even if merely of average ice quality, could fetch around 200 million when assessed comprehensively. Having entrusted Good Anwei to cut the stone alone yesterday, he had not fled after the profits were realized. His character proved reassuring. Wu Yu intended to ensure that such a loyal ally would prosper alongside him in the future. You, are you not going to sleep? Unable to sleep. I'm preparing to rise and get to work. Oh, I shall rise too. Can I assist you with anything? Well, you can begin by learning how to polish jade. I will teach you other tasks later. Wonderful. But what are these other tasks? Tasks that both men and women enjoy. Ugh, you are insufferable. Last night, you nearly kicked me under the bed, and today you speak in riddles. Do not misinterpret. Tasks that both men and women enjoy are, of course, making money. Anna nearly choked on her breath, astonished by his words. What sort of person are you, speaking in such convoluted phrases? Only a Huaxia person would possess such a penchant for playful banter. The locals lack such wit. After washing up, Wu Yu retrieved his tools and equipped the motor with a polishing head, applying a bit of polishing paste before working on one of the cut jade pieces. He also utilized the polishing head and paste manually on another piece of jade, discovering that polishing with his left hand yielded astonishing results. Achieving speeds comparable to the motorized polisher, seemingly producing a high-frequency vibration that rapidly revealed the gemstone's color. Unpolished jade resembled a woman without makeup, while polished jade appeared as if adorned with an exquisite visage. They were the same entity, yet radiated greater brilliance. This raw jade, due to its age quality, saw its color enhance significantly post-polishing. While not doubling in value, the price had certainly surged considerably. Observing the polished results, Wu Yu smiled and mused, "Ah, fortune smiles upon us. If we successfully sell this, we shall have enough to purchase a house in the town." Anna, taken aback, exclaimed, "You wish to buy a house in the town? In such chaos, with constant fighting, how could you dare to make such an investment?" Wu Yu cast a glance at her. The property prices near the early market in Pakong have been steadily rising, and since I have ample funds, purchasing a house for several tens of millions will grant me peace of mind. You, a woman who can commit heinous acts without fear of consequence, may be quite beautiful. But alas, your incessant chatter is a regrettable flaw. Anna, indignant, retorted, "What's wrong? Do you dislike my mouth?" "Humph. It serves a significant purpose. My means of livelihood relies heavily on this very mouth." Wu Yu, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, "Indeed, it has its uses. May it prove beneficial to me in the future." Chapter 33. Preparing to purchase a house in the town. As dawn broke, Wu Yu, accompanied by Good Anwei and a disguised Anna, drove to the early market in the mining district. After parking in an open space, he instructed Good Anwei, "This raw stone can be divided into 2 equal parts, both in quality and size. Here's the plan. Take one piece to the market. Set the asking price at 3.5 billion, with a minimum of 1.5 billion for negotiations. Try to sell it." Good Anwei replied, "Understood, boss." "Will you sell the other piece yourself?" Wu Yu responded, "No, it's too risky for Anna to be alone in the car. I will stay with her while you sell your piece in return for the other. If any jade merchants wish to buy both, you may negotiate a slightly lower price." Good Anwei noticed a change in his boss, realizing that indeed, women possess the uncanny ability to alter men's behaviors. In just one night, the boss seemed less inclined to share hardships with him. After Good Anwei departed with one of the raw stones, Wu Yu turned to Anna, who was bundled up like an extraterrestrial, and said, "Stay in the car and don't venture out. I'll inquire at the real estate agency across the street about available properties." Anna assured him, "Don't worry, I'm not foolish. I won't step outside, not even if dragged." Wu Yu quickly entered the agency to inquire about available houses in the vicinity. After much contemplation, he decided to acquire a house with a yard in the town. The agent provided several listings, complete with locations, photographs, and prices for his review. One 2-story building with a yard by the roadside was priced at 1.8 billion, boasting decent interior decor. Another 2-story building, slightly farther from the road, was listed at 1.5 billion, but was in disrepair. Several single-story houses with yards range from over 40 million to 90 million, each possessing unique characteristics. Incomparable to properties in Huaxia, but vastly superior to Wu Yu's current dwelling. Ultimately, Wu Yu selected a single-story house with a yard. conveniently located near the early market and priced at 85 million, negotiable. This small courtyard was close to the main road, allowing vehicles direct access. Moreover, the surrounding neighbors were also single-story houses, eliminating concerns of being surveilled from above. Most importantly, the interior was reasonably well furnished, featuring a kitchen, bathroom, and shower. With furniture in good condition, at least 80% new. The agent mentioned that the previous owner had struck it rich from a high-quality jade piece and moved to Mandalay, leading to the decision to sell the house. They agreed to view the property in half an hour, and if all was satisfactory, they would proceed with the transaction. 1. For billion, Goodamway stated, the owner also desires the other half of the jade stone. If it matches the quality of the previous piece, he will purchase it for the same price. As he placed the bag of money on the ground for Wu Yu to inspect, Wu Yu glanced inside and then stored it in the car's trunk, handing the other piece of jade to Goodamway. All right, boss. Once Goodamway left, Wu Yu informed Anna in the car, then carrying the bag of money, entered the nearby public restroom beside the currency exchange. With no one around, he swiftly tucked the bag into his small storage space, believing it to be safer than leaving it with any currency exchange. Be quiet, Anna exclaimed after a moment of silence in the car. Unable to restrain herself, she added, that raw stone you have is icy floating flower material for bracelets. 2 pieces totaling over 30 kilograms, selling for only 8 billion shots, equivalent to 900,000 Huaxia yuan, which is exceedingly low, if sold in Jiang. Such a large piece could fetch at least 4 million Huaxia yuan. Wu Yu, unable to suppress a sigh, replied coldly. Why don't you suggest crafting it into icy floating flower bracelets for sale? 1 kilogram of material can yield 2 to 3 bracelets, and over 30 kilograms could produce 90. Each finished bracelet sells for around 100,000, totaling 9 million, and with the centerpiece and scrap, it could reach 1 million, easily totaling 10 million. Realization dawned on Anna as she slapped her thigh, exclaiming, all right, it should sell for 10 million. Wu Yu suddenly grasped her face, urging her to observe their surroundings. Look closely. This is the Pakong mining area, not Huaxia's Jiang. I'm more aware of what things sell for here than you are. Anna immediately cried out, it hurts. I understand my mistake. A gentleman should use words, not force. I meant well. I was just concerned you might sell at a loss. Do not measure our professional knowledge with your amateur perspective. Wu Yu admonished. Oh, I understand now, Anna replied, turning away in feigned indignation, deciding to ignore him. What a scoundrel, always resorting to force. Her good intentions have been wasted. Boss, it's sold. The bag still contains 1 for billion, and I earned an additional 200,000 white cards. Yes, I promise you that all the white cards you earn are yours to keep. Just ensure the merchandise isn't sold at a loss. Thank you, boss. Wu Yu had initially stated that any jade stone reaching a minimum price of 1.5 billion was acceptable, with both stones sold together for 2.8 billion. He was quite satisfied. Get in the car. I'll speak to the real estate agent and have him take us to view the property. Wu Yu said, returning to the agency. A man followed him out, carrying a briefcase, riding a motorcycle ahead to lead the way. The Pakong early market is essentially a crossroad, now slightly expanded, but still resembling a dilapidated small town. After 2 or 3 minutes of driving, they arrived at the target property. The large red iron gate looked relatively new, yet bore signs of impact, even bullet holes, indicating that the area was not entirely peaceful. Boss, this is the courtyard, the agent said, producing a key to unlock the gate. Wu Yu instructed Wei to drive the car into the courtyard. The gate was quite large, and the courtyard was paved with stone, appearing very solid. After a brief tour of the house with the agent, Wu Yu made a decision. Call the owner and negotiate the price down to within 75 million. I'll give you 500,000 in white cards. Chapter 34. The Wanted Notice. In this world, money can resolve numerous issues. Tempted by the allure of 500,000 in white cards, the real estate agent fervently negotiated with the owner, employing various persuasive tactics. He spoke of the recent mysterious disappearances of many jade merchants, collective riots among illegal miners, and the military's escalated preparations for conflict, which had dampened market activity. It seemed that if the owner did not sell the house today, it would soon become a wasteland, rendering it worthless. After several tense minutes, they finally agreed on a price of 75 million, a figure acceptable to both parties. The agent not only earned a commission from the transaction, but also the 500,000 tip from Wu Yu, ensuring a mutually beneficial outcome. Boss, you need to pay a deposit of 10 million first. Once both parties sign the contract and complete the necessary procedures, you can pay the remaining balance. Money is not an issue. The question is when we can move in. All right, push for a swift transaction. Wu Yu paid a deposit and left his contact information, receiving a handwritten receipt from the agent before departing in his vehicle. As he passed the entrance of the morning market, he noticed a crowd gathered around something. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that several black miners who had escaped the previous day had been killed by men in camouflage, their bodies displayed openly at the street corner as a grim warning to passersby. Several armed men in camouflage stood around the corpses, loudly proclaiming that anyone who spotted fleeing black miners should report them immediately, as harboring them was also a crime. Anna in the car was pale with fear, curling up tightly against Wu Yu. It's so brutal. If I get caught, will they kill me? Tears streamed down her face as she nestled into his embrace. Wu Yu replied, "This is a lawless area governed by the jungle law. Only the fittest survive. If you wish to live, you must adapt to this environment and strive to endure. I don't want to die. I will obey you. Please teach me how to survive," she pleaded. Wu Yu, uncertain himself about how to navigate this perilous existence, understood that survival might require relentless effort. In this small settlement of just a few dozen shacks, most able-bodied adults were out earning money during the day, leaving only children and the elderly behind. Today, due to the time spent house hunting, the sun had already risen, and children were playing in the clearing outside, their laughter echoing through the desolate area. Wei drove the car to the doorstep, and Wu Yu shielded Anna as they exited. After finishing breakfast in their room, they discussed the day's plans. Wei and I will go to the mine to gather materials. You cannot come with us. You must hide in the shack. Eat instant noodles for lunch if you get hungry, but do not let anyone outside discover you. If they do, they might inform on you, and you would be in grave danger. Can't you take me along to gather materials? I feel scared alone in the shack, she implored. If you follow us, the mine is swarming with Wu Naiwan's men. If you're recognized, it could be disastrous. I could hide in your car, she suggested. Before leaving, Wu Yu filled the water bucket and left sufficient food for Anna, cautioning her to remain quiet in the room. He then locked the door from the outside and drove away. Passing by a checkpoint near the mine, Wu Yu noticed new wanted posters plastered on the building, essentially bounty notices promising cash rewards for information leading to the individuals depicted. 2 black miners and 3 female streamers were among those wanted, indicating that aside from those named, others had either been captured or killed. Anna was one of the 3 wanted female streamers, hiding in Wu Yu's shack, while the whereabouts of the other 2 remained unknown, having somehow evaded Wu Naiwan's subordinates. Boss, now that Anna is on the wanted list, her situation has become even more perilous. We may be implicated, Go Danwai expressed his concern. Wu Yu responded calmly. Some matters cannot be backed down from. Since we have embarked on this path, we must see it through. Go Danwai ceased his urging, and upon arriving at their destination, they found the parking area from the previous day filled with vehicles, forcing them to park further away. A stout man with a plaster cast on his arm instinctively stepped back, hiding behind Ong Ji upon seeing Wu Yu. Wu Yu nodded at Ong Ji without speaking, leading Go Danwai towards a mountain hollow where the miners were gathering materials. Today, numerous new mine tailings had formed small hills, and many miners were frantically digging and striking stones in search of true jadeite. Boss, it seems the nearby mining company has been working at night. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much waste material suddenly appearing, Go Danwai observed. Yes, the rainy season is approaching, prompting the mining companies to hasten their extraction efforts. As they conversed, a weary-looking Sangbo approached, pulling out a fist-sized piece of jadeite from his bag. Boss Wu, take a look at this jade, he said. Wu Yu smiled. You have been quite fortunate to find a piece so soon. Not really. The shape doesn't look promising, and the quality seems rather ordinary, Sangbo replied. Wu Yu examined it carefully in his left hand. It felt cool to the touch, and he could not find any points to open, rendering it worthless. No good. Find someone else to look at it, he declared. I knew it wasn't valuable. The other familiar faces have also found materials that aren't worth much. They say this batch of waste doesn't contain any good pieces. No worries. We miners rely on luck, and if we dig for a few more days, we're bound to find something worthwhile. Boss Wu, is what you said last time still valid? I want to help you sell goods. I can't keep collecting jade at the mine. My body can't take it anymore. Yes, that is fine. Call me in 2 days. I will be moving into my house in the town, and you can assist then. Thank you, Boss Wu. Sangbo's face lit up with joy. It was clear he was eager to leave the strenuous life of mining behind. Go ahead and work. If any friends find jade materials, remember to bring them to me. Sure, boss. With that, Sang Bo left in high spirits. At that moment, Wu Naiwan's men were shouting through loudspeakers, warning all miners that anyone who dared to harbor the escaped female streamers would face severe consequences. Death or injury was merely a light punishment. However, if they promptly reported the whereabouts of the streamers, they would be forgiven. Wu Yu glanced at these men, disregarding them entirely. Go Danwei also chose to ignore them, prepared to follow Wu Yu into the depths of the fray. Under the scorching sun, the air was stifling and hot. Huang Mao, holding a loudspeaker, passed by Wu Yu several times. However, he was too preoccupied with searching for someone to provoke Wu Yu, occasionally shooting him a glare. Wu Yu smiled, secretly resolving that when Huang Mao was alone, he would strike him down with a single blow and dispose of his body discreetly. After living in a mining area for so long, it was the first time Wu Yu had contemplated taking a life. Fortunately, luck was on his side today, as he received several decent small pieces of jadeite. Sangbo was also doing well, bringing along a dozen friends who facilitated 5 transactions in just the morning. Go Danwei, not to be outdone, shouted until his voice was hoarse, helping Wu Yu find several good pieces and also closing a few deals. The materials that caught Wu Yu's eye were naturally of high quality, with 3 pieces even reaching the ice type. While Wu Yu felt elated, other jade merchants were left disheartened, lamenting their inability to procure quality materials and reluctantly purchasing some mediocre pieces, gambling on luck. By 4 in the afternoon, Wu Yu had collected over 30 small pieces, spending just a little over 10 million, a significant profit. As he passed by the roadside stall area, Ong Ji approached to greet him. Boss Wu, looks like your business is thriving today with so many small pieces collected. Unjudemarkt. The materials picked from a mine tailings can't possibly be of high quality. If there were any good pieces, the mining company's jade experts would have already taken them. After a brief exchange, Wu Yu led Go Danwei to the parking area, where they got into the car and left. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky, and the sound echoed continuously. Unbeknownst to them, dark clouds had quietly enveloped the sky. No wonder it felt so stifling today. Rain was imminent. Wu Yu urged, drive faster. A heavy downpour is coming. It will be even harder to drive. Understood, boss, Go Danwei replied, pressing the accelerator. A few miles away from the shack area, the torrential rain began to pour, the dense raindrops rendering the car windows blurry. The wipers struggled to clear the view. Wu Yu and Go Danwei lifted the jadeite stones from the nylon bag and poured them at the door, allowing the rainwater to wash away the dirt from the surface, planning to clean them thoroughly later with a brush. As Wu Yu opened the door to the dimly lit room, he beheld Anna curled up in bed, wrapped in a blanket that revealed only half of her head. Startled by the sound of the door, Anna gasped, and upon seeing Wu Yu's silhouette, she began to cry with a sense of helplessness. Wu Yu casually closed the door, blocking out Go Danwei's curious gaze. Woman, you are playing with fire, he remarked, giving her a gentle push, which surprisingly did not budge her. I was just frightened, Anna replied, sensing a shift in Wu Yu's demeanor, and she sheepishly released her grip on him. Have you encountered any unexpected events during your day in the shack? He inquired. No, except for when I boiled water at noon. The kettle emitted a sharp shriek, and a few children playing nearby happened to hear it. They were peering in through the window. I was so startled that I didn't know what to do. They might have seen me, she explained. You really have some luck, Wu Yu said with a resigned glare, knowing that what was done could not be undone. The children in the Myanmar mining area were not like those in Huaxia. By the age of 8 or 9, they were already quite perceptive and complex in their thoughts. They would surely recognize Anna's beauty and her foreignness, and if they mentioned it to their families, the bounty on the wanted poster would surely prompt action. Tonight is perilous, he warned. Anna, feeling wronged, replied, I didn't want this to happen. I had no idea your kettle would be so loud. Wu Yu glanced outside at the pouring rain. It was impractical to relocate her to a hotel in town, which was equally unsafe as it was run by locals who would recognize her. Thus, he said, do not explain yourself. Think of any final words you wish to leave behind. Upon reopening the door, he found Go Danwei seated on a stool at the entrance, cleaning jade raw stones. Today was fortuitous. They had collected a total of 37 pieces of jade, the smallest no larger than an egg, and the largest weighing no more than 4 or 5 kilograms. A simple wash would enhance the water routes and highlight the veins, showcasing the outer skin. Although this did not benefit Wu Yu much, having Go Danwei clean them was part of the conventional procedure. Otherwise, many things would remain unexplainable. As Wu Yu observed the heavy rain and the mud-soaked shack area, he calmly stated, if you hear any commotion outside tonight, do not come out. Go Danwei's brow furrowed instantly. Has someone discovered Anna? Wu Yu smiled, impressed by Go Danwai's quick thinking. It was evident that his experience as a survivor from the barracks was not simple. It's possible that someone might have noticed her, but I can handle it, Wu Yu replied nonchalantly. How will you manage? Wu Naiwen's men are armed, Go Danwai exclaimed. Do you forget what I mentioned before? I have a gun as well, Wu Yu retorted. Go Danwai cast a disinterested glance at Wu Yu's pants and thought it not worth responding. Is that what you call a gun? That might suffice for Anna. But against Wu Naiwen's men, you ought to pick out a grave for yourself first. Wu Yu chuckled, unable to clarify his position further. He gave Go Danwai a couple of pats on the shoulder and stepped into the downpour, driving his car further away. If someone were to attack tonight, he wanted to protect the second-hand car he had purchased at high price. You really are something. He laughed, shaking his head in agreement, all right? Tonight, these materials will stay in your place. Chapter 36, No Regrets. As Go Danwai observed Wu Yu's relaxed and carefree smile, he felt an unsettling dissonance. This demeanor was hardly appropriate given their imminent peril, unless he possessed unshakable confidence in his success. If Go Danwai had observed more closely, he might have noticed the wet stains on Wu Yu were remnants from unloading the materials from the car. Earlier, when he moved the vehicle, he had not been caught in the rain. Indeed, Wu Yu, in an effort to hone his spatial abilities, utilized his small spatial capacity to envelop objects within a foot of his body. Anything that entered this range would be drawn into the small space. This technique, when employed in combat, was sufficient to secure victory. Yet, Wu Yu remained cautious, deciding to conduct one final test as he entered his shack, closing the door behind him. Anna sat at the head of the bed, her expression troubled, lost in thought. Boss, can I borrow your phone? I want to call my parents to leave a final message. No, my phone number cannot be randomly used. Otherwise, the police in Huaxiao might think I am an accomplice. He replied, How can you be so cold-hearted? Even death row inmates get to leave final messages, she protested. Enough of your chatter. Here are 3 small stones. Throw them at me with all your might, Wu Yu declared, tossing her 3 small stones before swiftly retreating 3 meters away. He could not move too far, fearing her ineptitude might lead to a miss. Anna, still miffed, retorted, You really want me to throw them? Wu Yu urged, Stop talking, act immediately, throw them. Haha, I have never encountered such a request. Anna laughed heartily, and with that, she hurled the first stone. Wu Yu feigned catching it with his hand, though in reality, it was merely absorbed into the small space. Anna stared in astonishment, exclaiming, How impressive! Have you practiced catching darts? I possess many impressive skills. Keep going, he encouraged. Oh, Anna replied, suddenly throwing 2 stones in quick succession at Wu Yu. He employed the same method, drawing the stones into his small space with his mind. And soon 3 small stones appeared in his left palm. He tossed the stones on the ground, scoffing, The striking power is too weak. I intended for you to use these against Wu Naiwen's men, but it seems that is not feasible. Anna gazed at him in disbelief. For heaven's sake, let me use stones against men with guns? You might as well shield yourself behind me as a human shield. Excellent idea. That is settled then, he declared cheerfully. No way, Anna muttered, likely cursing under her breath. As night descended, the heavy rain showed no signs of abating. The dim light inside only illuminated a small area by the door. The desolate hills of the mining area were cloaked in darkness, devoid of the usual passing headlights, creating a lifeless ambience filled only by the relentless rain and flashes of lightning. At this moment, the 3 sat in Wu Yu's room, sharing a meager dinner of rice, 2 stir-fried dishes, and a bowl of tomato egg soup. The atmosphere felt stifling. This meal, akin to a final supper, weighed heavily on them. After a moment of hesitation, Go Danwai vowed to give one last piece of advice. Boss, if you hand her over now, there's still a chance to negotiate with Wu Naiwen. Anna immediately bared her teeth at him. Humph, you are the most spineless. If death is imminent, so be it. Your boss isn't afraid. Why should you be? Typically submissive, Go Danwai stood his ground today. If you are unafraid of death, then why try to escape? Why cling to my boss? You said in the car that you would do anything as long as we took you away. Anna, like a cat with its fur on end, retorted. What business is it of yours? Is it not permissible for me to like your boss? I would rather be ruined by him than by those yellow-haired men. What do you see in him? Just because he is handsome? Go Danwai countered, left speechless. No wonder she had ignored so many Jade merchants at the mine, only to flirt with her boss. Wu Yu cast a glance at them, frowning, silence, just eat your meal obediently. Oh, the 2, previously at odds, immediately complied and bowed their heads to eat. They consumed their meal slowly, ensuring every morsel on the table was finished. as if fearing they might never have the chance to eat again. After the meal, Anna volunteered to wash the dishes. Wu Yu nodded solemnly, stating, "Remember my words. Regardless of what sounds you hear, do not come out. If we truly meet our end, just find a place to bury us." Anna boiled hot water and cleaned herself thoroughly in the large basin in the corner of the room, unfazed by Wu Yu's watchful gaze. Subsequently, she draped herself in clothing and reclined on the sole modest bed in the room, stating, "Boss Yu, you should wash up too. We're on the brink of death. I certainly do not wish to harbor any regrets. If I must perish, let it be after I have embraced womanhood. Have you made your decision so swiftly? Are you not afraid of regretting it later?" That is a valid point. Wu Yu was not one to be shy or hesitant. Having been born into affluence, he had witnessed many scenes. He had refrained from taking advantage of her vulnerability the previous night. But now that she desired to leave no regrets before her demise, he, embodying the spirit of altruism, reluctantly consented. Anna, a quintessential Southern woman, possessed a slender physique, agile and delicate, her seemingly ordinary form concealing a tempestuous spirit. In the pitch-black shack, only the occasional flash of lightning illuminated the corners. Anna had her own aspirations and dreams. When she spoke of experiencing life, she meant to do so fully. She had perused numerous academic resources from both domestic and international origins. Although she had never put them into practice, her knowledge was abundantly rich, and she would not omit any necessary steps. After some time, she thought, the dog of a man realizes his mistake now, does he? Did he dare to mock the fortune of my eloquence? I have claimed my prowess. Why are you silent? Has the cooling period elapsed? It is time to get to the crux of the matter. Hide in the corner. They are coming. What? Is it too soon? I have yet to fulfill my regrets. And I am to die like this. I refuse to accept it. Be quiet, you will not die. You use me until I am silenced. Truly a heartless dog of a man. Wu Yu had no time to indulge her. He donned his trousers and slippers, and with a flicker of thought, retrieved a fully loaded handgun from small space, slowly making his way to the door. Outside the shack, an off-road vehicle had come to a halt, its bright headlights illuminating the windows and entrance of Wu Yu's humble abode. At the moment the vehicle stopped, 5 muscular men adorned with tattoos leapt from it, one of whom was the yellow-haired man. They bore no firearms. Instead, they forcefully crashed through the door. Anyone who dared to flee or harbor would regret their existence tonight. The yellow-haired man stood at the back, unabashedly declaring his intentions in a loud voice. Chapter 37. That man is truly handsome. The instant the yellow-haired man arrived, Good Danwei awakened without hesitation. He reached for a handgun wrapped in a black plastic bag from the iron compartment beside his bed. This was his service weapon, carried out from the military camp. It was this very gun that had ensured his survival during their escape. He had hidden it with utmost secrecy, and during the last burglary, no one had discovered its location. Good Danwei had no desire to meddle in Wu Yu's fate, but he realized that should Wu Yu perish, he would never find another employer as generous. His previous boss had indeed been killed in a vendetta, but on that fateful night, he had hidden in a storage room, gun in hand, watching as his boss was brutally slain, yet he did not intervene. This was because that previous employer was excessively miserly, paying him a monthly salary of 300,000, but often finding excuses to deduct it, even subjecting him to frequent humiliations. This time was different. Wu Yu had repeatedly urged Gu Danwei not to assist, yet he could not resist the urge to act. Each person harbors an internal scale, knowing how to choose. With a monthly salary of 1 million, yet unpaid by Boss Yu, he felt compelled to rescue him, ensuring his salary was forthcoming. Gu Danwei found his rationale, skillfully chambering around as he approached the window. Peering outside, he saw the yellow-haired man brandishing a gun, vocally directing his 4 subordinates to break down Wu Yu's shack door. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from next door as the iron door was smashed. And Good Danwei realized there was no time left. Through the window's gap, he aimed at the yellow-haired man's chest and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the yellow-haired man collapsed. Good Danwei had no time to ascertain whether the yellow-haired man was dead. He was about to open his door to assist Wu Yu when the air was pierced by a barrage of gunfire. Bang, 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 bang. Good Danwei's heart sank. Wu Yu was unarmed, and with the door breached, amidst the chaos of gunfire, there was little chance of survival. Stop! I'm over here, Ye Danwei shouted, flinging open his door to draw the enemy's attention. However, upon rushing out of the shack, he found the ground littered with bodies. 4 tattooed men lay sprawled at Wu Yu's doorstep, each punctured by 2 or 3 gunshot wounds, blood pooling around them. Wu Yu! clad in slippers and bare-chested, stood at the entrance and delivered a final shot to the head of one still able to move. "Boss, you really have a gun?" Good Dan Wei exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Wu Yu glanced at Good Dan Wei with a weary expression, saying, "I told you not to come out, yet you insisted. But your actions deserve commendation. You are loyal, knowing to assist me." "Boss, I don't know what to say," Good Dan Wei stammered, overwhelmed with questions. Yet Wu Yu was not idle. He stepped over the corpses toward the yellow-haired man, who writhed in agony amidst the pouring rain. Blood surged from his chest, but the bullet had missed his heart, rendering the wound non-fatal. Thus, he continued to wail in terror. "Do not kill me. My boss is Wu Naiwen. If you kill me, there will be retribution. Please, I can negotiate." Overcome by sheer fright, the yellow-haired man had long since dropped his gun and could only beg for mercy. "Just a few days ago, you were so arrogant. I despise those even more arrogant than myself," Wu Yu declared, pulling the trigger and ending the yellow-haired man's struggles. "My intention is clear. Having killed Wu Naiwen's subordinate, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance. We can no longer remain in this mining area. How many subordinates does Wu Naiwen have? At worst, we can endure a few more battles." Such words were spoken with confidence. Yet Good Dan Wei could not fathom where his boss derived such certainty. As Wu Yu spoke, he picked up a handgun from the ground. With today's haul, he had collected 5 additional firearms, totaling 10. The miners had procured American 9mm handguns from somewhere, all of a similar model, with universally compatible ammunition, which significantly eased Wu Yu's burdens. Wu Yu gathered the guns, while Good Dan Wei dragged the bodies to the off-road vehicle that had approached, and Anna, hidden in the corner, finally comprehended the situation. In her eyes, Wu Yu had single-handedly vanquished 5 adversaries. He was formidable, like a god of war, truly handsome. As for his earlier inability to withstand her sharp tongue, it was inconsequential. Men, after all, occasionally falter in their performances, which was understandable. Ultimately, she had survived, and her unfinished regrets could be pursued anew tomorrow. "Oh, very well, do take care," Anna replied with concern. "Je donve, bewildered, kufuned, hu." In such circumstances, are not the underlings supposed to dispose of the bodies while the boss waits at home for news? Wu Yu chuckled. "I am not like them. I eagerly undertake the laborious and dirty work while my subordinates can rest at home." Though Good Dan Wei did not fully grasp this, he was deeply moved. Serving such a boss was indeed worthwhile. Wu Yu drove the yellow-haired man's vehicle out of the flooded shack area, relying on memory to reach the main road. The cargo of 5 corpses did not impede the vehicle's performance, yet the darkness was profound, and the relentless rain obscured visibility, even with high beams engaged. After traveling 700 or 800 meters, he halted. The surroundings were utterly silent, not even a mouse in sight. Wu Yu was untroubled by being observed. He opened the car door and methodically collected the corpses, one by one, into the small space, casting them into the vortex at the center of that space, where they were consumed entirely. The off-road vehicle was excessively large, and it took Wu Yu considerable effort to store it in the confined space. Today had proven to be exhausting, leaving him mentally weary, and a sharp pain began to throb in his head. Indeed, accommodating oversized items was beyond his current capacity. Perhaps once the small space expanded in the future, he could consider storing larger objects. At present, the small space measured just over 15 cubic meters, nearly reaching 16 cubic meters, and fitting an off-road vehicle had already reached his limits. By casting a Jade raw stone into the spatial vortex, he could enlarge the small space. However, he was in greater need of capital for business at the moment. Once he had saved enough for that purpose, he would contemplate expanding the small space. After the heavy rain, the blood on his body had long since dried, and the blood at the entrance of his shelter had also been diluted by the rain, flowing into the muddy channel that led to the river in the valley below. If not for the distorted and deformed door of Wu Yu's shelter, few would have suspected that a fierce battle had recently taken place here. The neighboring residents may have heard the gunshots, perhaps mistaking them for thunder, and no one dared to venture out to witness the commotion. Wu Yu said to Go Dan Wei, who was guarding the door, "Let us sleep. If it continues to rain tomorrow, there's no need to rise early. After all, the morning market is usually sparse." "Oh, is that so? What else should we do?" "Fine, you're the boss. I'll heed your words." Go Dan Wei genuinely admired Wu Yu's courage and mindset, despite the chaos. He did not consider fleeing overnight, nor feared retaliation from 101. Chapter 38. Moving. Upon returning to his room, Wu Yu collapsed onto the bed, undisturbed even by Anna's movements beside him. His head was pounding, and even when the cool-down period had passed, he lacked the inclination to stir. Anna understood that he would not perish today. Wu Yu had the ability to protect himself, and she felt it inappropriate to demand more from him, knowing that without his cooperation, she could not enter the racing circuit. The next day, when Wu Yu awoke, the sky was already bright. Although it continued to rain lightly outside, it was nothing compared to the violence of the previous night. He and Anna found themselves squeezed onto a small bed. Their eyes meeting, Anna greeted him openly, showing no sign of shyness, and curiously inquired, "You're quite handsome. You must be from Huaxia, right? Speak a few words in Huaxia for me." Unmoved, Wu Yu continued in Myanmar language, "Stop fooling around. We aren't familiar enough for that." Anna pouted, her cheeks puffing up in frustration, and retorted, "What do you mean we're not familiar? We've slept together. I don't care. You must say a phrase. Huaxia people don't deceive each other. I want to be fooled." Wu Yu uttered a phrase in Huaxia, momentarily silencing Anna. But just as he was about to pursue what had been left unfinished the previous night, he heard Go Danwai knocking at the door. "Boss, have you woken up? A dozen neighbors are peeking in. Should we address this?" "Oh, that's a good idea, but it seems I'm short on bullets. Come on. This shelter area has dozens of households. Over 100 people. There's no end to it." "All right, but the wall at your door is splattered with blood. Should we clean it?" If it can be wiped, then wipe it. If not, just say it's the marks left from swatting mosquitoes." "Ah, yes. That excuse works well." Go Danwai, as interruption, made Wu Yu forget about suppressing Anna, realizing that in a shelter where the door could barely close, it would be impossible to manage the noise if they were to race at high speeds. After washing up, Wu Yu led the two of them to the town. After breakfast, arranged by the real estate agent, they met the homeowner, and both parties signed the transaction contract. After completing the necessary paperwork and paying the agent's commission and tips, the former owner left with half a bag of cash, while Wu Yu successfully obtained the house keys. "I'll head to the hardware store to buy new locks. You two clean the house. We'll move in this afternoon." Wu Yu instructed, delegating tasks. "Understood, boss." The two were invigorated. With the prospect of a spacious new house, they were eager to leave the dark and damp shelter behind. On his way to the hardware store, Wu Yu received a call from Sangbo. "Boss, it's raining today, and we can't dig at the mine. I wanted to ask if you have any work for me. Can I come over today?" "Thank you, boss. The rain has subsided significantly, and I can make it over." "All right, then come over. Call me when you arrive." Wu Yu finished his conversation just as he reached the hardware store, which was rather quiet due to the sparse morning market. He bought several new locks, cleaning supplies, an electric grinder, a dental machine, a chainsaw, and a variety of accompanying parts. After paying a deposit, he requested the store owner to have the items delivered and settled the remaining balance afterward. This was undoubtedly a substantial transaction for the hardware store. The owner left his wife in charge and personally delivered the items to Wu Yu's home, leaving with a cheerful demeanor after receiving the final payment. The house Wu Yu purchased featured 4 bedrooms, a spacious living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The living room contained minimal furniture, with only 2 small sofas, suggesting that the previous owner had likely used the space as a workshop for stone processing, a common setup in mining areas. When Sangbo arrived, the room had been mostly cleared out, and Wu Yu introduced him to the others, facilitating their acquaintance. During the room allocation, Wu Yu claimed the largest master bedroom, allowing the remaining 3 to be chosen by the others. However, Anna declined, stating her desire to share a room with Wu Yu to leave the others a place to sleep in case they needed it in the future. This was a classic case of someone not knowing how to endure hardship. Wu Yu, feeling no need to persuade her, began the moving process after lunch. During this time, Wan Owen's subordinates surprisingly did not come looking for trouble. They likely remained unaware that Huang Mao had been killed, and even if they knew, it would take time to ascertain who the culprit was. Before nightfall, Wu Yu, Go Danwai, and Sangbo had transported all their belongings to the new house. As for Anna, she had left without taking anything. The clothes she wore were all from Wu Yu. Wu Yu bought beer and a few marinated dishes to celebrate their successful move into their new home. He also made a few remarks to boost morale. "Hurry and eat. Once done, we'll get to work. We still have over 30 raw stones from yesterday to open." "All right, boss." The speed of their eating noticeably quickened. Wu Yu took a marker and marked the positions and areas on each raw stone where they were to be opened, as long as they followed his outlined regions. Even novices could produce windows effectively. Wu Yu's principle was to open windows on medium-quality jadeite where colors burst forth, providing an endless realm of imagination. Upon receiving large pieces, if the quality met his standards, he would simply split them in half with a chainsaw, straightforward and often yielding high offers for buyers. Both Godanwai and Sangbo were experienced window openers, clearly having done so before, while Anna could only handle polishing tasks, which were less likely to harm her. Wu Yu supervised nearby, correcting any mistakes he noticed, relishing his newfound role as a boss. Once he felt the others were on the right track, he settled onto the sofa, drifting into thought, not truly daydreaming, but mentally organizing the clutter within the small space. The off-road vehicle occupied too much space. Had it not been for the fear of Wonawin finding evidence and clues, he would have disposed of it long ago. He placed some jade and gold he had seized from the monkey among the exquisite materials he had collected but was reluctant to sell, ensuring they were kept at a distance from the off-road vehicle to prevent any pressure or damage. These premium materials would eventually be sold in Mandalay or Huasha markets for greater profit, as selling them in the mining area would be disadvantageous. Once he accumulated 10 billion, Wu Yu would also start acquiring materials at the mining area's morning market. This method of earning would prove more lucrative and faster than sourcing from Yemo. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Tang Yuyao, a jade merchant from Huaxia. Boss AU, I have received the materials you mailed. However, only 7 pieces have arrived, and 2 are missing. Please check if the piece beginning with the number 420 is among them. It is. That's all that matters. As long as this piece is intact, we shall undoubtedly profit from these materials. We won't sell this one. We'll keep it for ourselves. Tang Yue, however, does not comprehend Wu Yu's unwavering confidence. How could there be materials that are guaranteed to rise in value? Even the most seasoned jade appraisers would not dare to be so certain. Chapter 39. The Conscientious Boss AU. Once Wu Yu had laid out his thoughts, he refrained from excessive explanations. If they believed him, then so be it. If not, that was their choice. Business partners need not be exceptionally clever, but they must not be excessively foolish either. At 11 o'clock at night, they finally opened all 30 pieces of small materials. Wu Yu retained 3 pieces of ice-type jade, secretly storing them in a small space, while labeling the remaining materials for sale at the morning market. The house had a bathroom, allowing for showers. Boss, are you feeling well today? Wu Yu shot her a glare, saying nothing as he turned off the light. One must not tolerate disrespect. If he did not teach her a lesson, her arrogance would soon reach new heights. Yesterday, the firearm had not been used in 2.5 years, and its sudden use led to an accidental discharge. Today, he needed to make Anna understand that he was the boss, not someone to be easily mocked. Your left hand feels strangely comfortable. Is your left hand a prosthetic? Why does it feel warm and vibrate at high frequency? Anna was a chatterbox, endlessly curious and asking questions at every turn. Don't ask. I have no idea. Wu Yu genuinely did not understand. Normally, when appraising jade, his left hand might feel warm. But in this situation, why did it feel so hot? Was beauty akin to jade? Not only could it appraise jade, but also discern beauty. His left hand was becoming quite inappropriate. In retaliation for Anna's mockery, Wu Yu unleashed his full potential today. The once curious girl was now at a loss for words. Utterly defenseless. With the enhancement of his left hand's abilities, even a beautiful jade turned to mere mud. The night passed in silence. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Perhaps due to staying in a new place or simply being exhausted, Wu Yu awoke late. Anna, unable to venture outside, busied herself cleaning the house. Wu Yu had left her a gun and instructed her on its use, advising her to keep it secure. This was a tool for survival. As long as she was not foolish, she would understand the necessity of keeping it close. After organizing the stones for sale, Wu Yu set out with Godanwai and Sangbo, reminding them of their tasks before they split up. At the morning market in the mining area, aside from familiar faces, there were always newcomers, especially the jade merchants from Huaxia, who, aware of the dangers, continued to flock here solely for the affordable jade materials. After selling 2 small pieces, Wu Yu approached a stall run by a young Huaxia jade merchant. Boss, take a look at this piece, Wu Yu said, placing a fist-sized material before him. The stone had 2 small windows, revealing hints of green, creating an impression of a predominantly green material, with vast potential for imagination. The young jade merchant's eyes lit up. Not bad. This is color material from Mowanji. What is the price? Wu Yu replied, 18 million. That is too high. I can only offer 8 million. Wu Yu's eyes sparkled. This young man was not overly aggressive in his bargaining. A mere sheep. Come on, add a bit more. You know the price of color materials is rising. I can't explain to the seller if I go below 10 million. Then let's settle at 10 million. And I'll throw in an extra 100,000 as a bonus. The young man said casually. Wu Yu hesitated. Make it 200,000 as a bonus. And we have a deal. After all, 10 million is merely the minimum price set by the seller. Thus, Wu Yu managed to sell a small piece that would typically fetch around 5 million in the market for an impressive 10 million. Following the transaction, he pulled out a piece of glutinous ice jade with floral patterns. Although only this segment was truly glutinous ice, the remainder barely qualified as glutinous or was even of lesser quality. After some haggling, it was sold for 5 million, a 30 increase over the usual market price. Wu Yu realized that this young man was likely a Na'vi rich heir, making his first foray into the mining area. His prices were exceedingly low for the Huasha market, but were considered high in the mining market. Willingly, Wu Yu suggested, "Boss, let us exchange contact information. If I come across good materials, I'll give you a call." "Sure, here is my business card. Just call the number on it." The young Jade merchant cheerfully handed Wu Yu a card. Wu Yu glanced at it. The name was Lu Biao, an unremarkable name, accompanied by a string of phone numbers. "Hello, Boss Lu. You can call me a Yu. Let us keep in touch," Wu Yu said before departing. Wu Yu still had other materials, but felt it inappropriate to exploit a single individual. One must retain integrity in business. If not, the potential for greater profit could lead to a loss of conscience. Wu Yu's remaining sense of morality compelled him to avoid taking advantage of anyone. With too much cash on him, Wu Yu found it inconvenient to carry. Upon returning home, he discovered Go Danwei was also there. "Away, how many did you sell today?" Wu Yu inquired. "Boss, I sold them all. I met a generous boss Lu from Huaxia, who bought everything I had." As he spoke, Go Danwei produced a business card to show Wu Yu. Seeing the familiar card and name, Wu Yu was at a loss for words. He too produced a card, displaying it to Go Danwei. "What a coincidence. This same boss Lu also purchased my pieces. He seems to have no particular preferences." Wu Yu sighed. This boss Lu must be quite eager, buying anything in sight. He is likely here for the first time and perceives everything as inexpensive. "Ah, indeed, that is very likely." Go Danwei and Sangbo agreed wholeheartedly. Wu Yu, with a solemn expression, declared, "Since we share such a fortuitous connection, I have 3 remaining pieces of windowed stones. Who among you will go sell them to him?" "I will." "No, I will." They both clamored, eager for the opportunity to earn a tip, knowing Boss Lu was generous. Ultimately, Sangbo won the competition, promising to share 40 of the tip with Go Danwei, and left with the last 3 stones. Meanwhile, Wu Yu sat on the sofa, counting his cash stacks of large bills that made quite an impact. Even if the Myanmar currency was not particularly valuable, over 100 million in cash was enough to elevate his spirits. Anna, seeing the pile of money, approached with wide eyes and an awkward gait, leaning against Wu Yu's side. "Boss, you made so much money today. Can you buy me a phone?" Chapter 40. Suspicions Arise. Wu Yu glanced at Anna, questioning. "They worked diligently to help me sell goods to earn their wages. On what grounds do you expect money?" Anna, unperturbed, pouted playfully. "I can do as I please in the shadows. Is that reason not sufficient?" Wu Yu chuckled, finding her playful antics endearing. "Here, S.A. million. Go spend it." He tossed her a bundle of cash. "Thank you, boss. Love you," Anna exclaimed joyfully, accepting the bundle without concern for how she would spend it. Wu Yu did not require it. He merely pretended to open it, and, when no one was watching, discreetly stowed the money in his small space. For him, that was the safest option. Now, he has already amassed over 800 million shots in cash, just a little over 100 million shy of reaching his psychological expectation of 1 billion. With a capital of 1 billion, he would no longer need to run to the mine daily to collect materials. Instead, he could specialize in gathering materials at the morning market, thus accelerating his earning potential. At this moment, Wu Yu's phone suddenly rang, displaying a local unfamiliar number. Unsure of who it was, he promptly answered the call, for as a businessman, he would never overlook any opportunity. "Hello, who is this?" "Is this Boss Au? You can call me Brother Chong. Did Huang Mao reach out to you the night before last?" A familiar face flashed through Wu Yu's mind. This Brother Chong was the captain of the security team under Wu Naiwen, essentially a henchman, overseeing those affiliated with Huang Mao. Remaining composed, Wu Yu replied, "Hello, Brother Chong. I'm not acquainted with Huang Mao. Why would he seek me out? I heard that Huang Mao has been looking for those runaway female streamers. If he receives any intel, he might come to you for them. I haven't seen Huang Mao." If I find out you're lying, you're in deep trouble. It's best to come clean now. If there's a misunderstanding, we can negotiate. You never tell lies. With Wu Naiwen's influence in the mining area, I cannot afford to provoke him. If you find evidence of my deceit, you may handle me as you see fit." "Well, I hope that's the case. If you come across any leads, feel free to let me know. I will remember this favor. Rest assured, Brother Chong. If I uncover any clues, I will certainly call you." With a steady demeanor, Wu Yu successfully diverted Brother Chong's suspicions. Clearly, Brother Chong's group possessed no real evidence or leads. Otherwise, they would not simply be inquiring about Wu Yu, but would have sent their men to apprehend him at the morning market. 16 million was handed to Wu Yu, and the 30,000 tip was divided between the two of them. Boss, are we going to the mine to collect materials later? Asked Sangbo. If the road conditions permit vehicle passage, we will go. If not, we'll turn back, Wu Yu replied, already packing his belongings in preparation for the trip to the mine. With just over 100 million left to reach his goal of vending materials at the morning market, he was brimming with motivation, eager to collect more valuable materials to secure his capital. Just as he was about to step out, Anna approached him with a pleading expression. Boss, I just realized I can't go out to buy a phone. Could you help me get one? You certainly have a lot of demands, Wu Yu said, casting her a helpless glare. Anna pouted. When you were holding someone at night and calling them baby, you didn't seem to mind my demands. Hugo Danwei and Sang Bo couldn't suppress their laughter, covering their mouths as they snickered. Wu Yu clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming urge to punch her, but he resigned himself. After 2.5 years of pent-up frustration, he was indeed famished and deserved to be toyed with by her. With a huff, he reluctantly left, purchasing a new phone for her at the nearest mobile store. The phones sold in Myanmar were predominantly of Chinese brands. While the quality of the Chrysanthemum brand was excellent, the prices were exorbitant. Thus, he opted for a reasonably priced Xiaomi phone for her and also arranged for a new SIM card. Upon returning home, Wu Yu tossed the phone to Anna, saying, if you wish to stay safe, remember not to disclose your address and refrain from live streaming or filming videos. If you choose to disregard this warning, then consider it as if I never said anything. Anna accepted the phone and gave him a quick peck on the cheek, smiling brightly. Don't worry, boss. I'm not foolish enough to put myself in danger. I just want to call my parents to let them know I'm safe. Make sure there's food and drink at home. Lock the doors and don't go out. If you find yourself in real danger, you can empty the magazine. Don't worry about legal issues. There are no laws here. Oh, don't worry. I'm incredibly strong now. Anyone who tries to harm me will regret it. Wu Yu chuckled non-committally as he and Sang Bo climbed into the car, instructing Pugo Danwei to drive out of the small courtyard. Ever since witnessing Wu Yu eliminate a group of men in the shantytown, Anna had become acutely aware of her surroundings, understanding the nature of their environment and how to protect herself. Once the room was completely empty, she quickly inserted the SIM card, and after successfully powering the phone on, she immediately dialed her mother's number. Mom, I'm Fina. I lost my phone a few days ago and just got a new card. I was afraid you'd worry, so I hurried to call and let you know I'm safe. What? You receive a ransom call from my best friend, saying I've been kidnapped? They asked for 1 million Chinese yuan? You didn't fall for it, did you? That's wonderful. Thank goodness we're poor and Haven team managed to gather 1 million. Otherwise, it would be heartbreaking to send that money to them. Mifine, Trudy. If I were in trouble, I would be crying and begging you to send money for my ransom. The mother and daughter conversed at length, seemingly still anxious about Anna's situation, even opting for a video call on WeChat to see each other and ease their worries. After hanging up, Anna recalled her friend, feeling a surge of anger. It was that wretched person who had deceived her into coming to Myanmar for live streaming sales. And the other female streamers were also lured by her. When I see her again, I'll have someone take her for a ride and then empty my magazine in front of her. Seated in the passenger seat, Wu Yu noticed a familiar scene as they passed the entrance of the morning market. A reward notice for Huang Mao and his associates was posted on the bulletin board, indicating that Wu Naiwan's group had indeed confirmed Huang Mao's disappearance. While their reaction was not particularly swift, it was not overly delayed either. Merely 1 day and night had passed since Huang Mao's vanishing, and already the reward notice was up, with whispers hinting that Huang Mao had previously sought out Wu Yu, albeit without substantial evidence. Wu Yu glanced at the notice and remarked, wow, a bounty of 10 million. That's quite a sum. Hugo Danwei chuckled. It's a pity we don't know Huang Mao's whereabouts. If we did, we would certainly call to claim the reward. Sang Bo, unaware of their mutual secrets, cautioned Wu Naiwan's group is not to be trifled with. Even if there is a reward, we might not receive it. It's best to avoid dealing with them. Have you suffered at their hands? Anyone making a living in the mining area has endured losses caused by Wu Naiwan. Once, I found a good piece of ore in one of his contracted mines. The color was vibrant and the clarity was decent, yet he offered me only 1/10 of the market price. When I hesitated, that Brother Chong slapped me twice. Wu Yu chuckled. No need to be upset. In the future, if the opportunity arises, I'll let you slap Brother Chong a few times. If he resists, we'll just empty our magazines on him. Chapter 41. You mustn't say, I told you so. Hearing Wu Yu's words, Sangbo could only smile wryly, believing his companion was joking. Anyone try to lay a hand on Wu Naiwan's security captain was surely courting disaster. After leaving the market and passing through the checkpoint, the dilapidated mountain road was indeed riddled with mud pits. After enduring the passage of several off-road vehicles, the road conditions had worsened since the previous day. Vehicles lacking four-wheel drive or those with inferior four-wheel capabilities became ensnared, stuck in the mud. However, the second-hand Land Cruiser that Wu Yu was riding in performed remarkably well on the muddy mountain roads, navigating through several large puddles without getting stuck. Some individuals stood by the roadside, attempting to flag him down for assistance, but Pugo Danwei was too apprehensive to stop, fearing that a moment's hesitation would result in their own entrapment in the mud. Boss, this is not good. If the road ahead remains like this, we want to be able to reach the mine today. Pugo Danwei expressed his concern. Wu Yu replied, Sangbo, is there any material left in your shanty town? Since we didn't finish exploring last time and can't access the mine today, we could take a detour to your area. All right, let us turn at the upcoming fork and head to Sangbo as Shantytown. Understood, boss. Just as they were discussing, Wu Yu noticed a familiar Mercedes stuck in the middle of the road, with a tall and muscular female bodyguard standing by the roadside, waving her hand to flag down vehicles. This scene felt eerily familiar to Wu Yu, as if he had encountered something similar before. One hand raised to signal cars to stop while the other held a firearm, suggesting that if one failed to halt, the driver might be shot. What should we do? Boss, Pugo Danwei asked, visibly anxious. Wu Yu sighed. Alas, Duke Danmin's Mercedes has once again become ensnared in a mud pit. What can we do but assist her in towing it out? This Mercedes SUV is utterly disappointing, isn't it? How come we get stuck here every single time? You don't be grumbled. I can't tell if it's the car's fault or the driver's. In any case, once I have the means, I shall certainly refrain from purchasing a Mercedes. Why not? Afraid of sitting on the engine hood and weeping? Enough, you little cynic. At least Mercedes doesn't exploit the impoverished. You're the boss. Your word is law. As they spoke, they had already pulled up beside the robust female bodyguard and voluntarily lowered the car window. The bodyguard brandished her firearm, speaking with a fierce demeanor. Our vehicle is stuck in a mud pit. Could you assist us in towing it out? Our boss will be grateful. Wu Yu smiled and said, Greetings. It's nice to see you again. I'm a friend of Miss Danmin's. I assisted her in towing her car out last time we were here. You remember, don't you? The bodyguard paused for a moment, then awkwardly replied, Ah, it's you. I recall now. Well, I apologize for the trouble again. Her tone was considerably more cordial than before. Not a problem, Wu Yu replied as he and his companions exited the vehicle. Gu Danwei dutifully took the tow rope connecting the two cars. This time luck was on their side. They managed to extricate the Mercedes without Wu Yu needing to push. At that moment, the rear window of the Mercedes slid down, revealing Du Danmin's exquisite mixed-race features. She addressed Wu Yu, Mr. Wu, I owe you yet another favor this time. Should you encounter any matters in the mining area, feel free to call me, and within my capacity, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Wu Yu was instantly elated, responding with a grin. Thank you, Miss Danmin. Should the need arise, I shall gladly continue to help you with your car. It was evident that Wu Yu took pleasure in such endeavors. Even as an elderly man, he would still find boundless energy in assisting a beauty like Danmin with her vehicle. Du Danmin slightly nodded, raised the window, and instructed her bodyguard to drive off in the Mercedes. As Wu Yu and his companions resumed their journey, they turned in another direction, meandering for over 20 minutes until they finally reached the shanty town where Sangbo once resided. During the day, most individuals were at the mines, excavating jade to earn a living. However, as today was the first sunny day after rain, many opted to stay home and rest, believing they wouldn't find jade even if they ventured out. Sangbo led Wu Yu, inquiring at each household, and after some effort, they managed to acquire a few decent pieces. However, the proportion of quality materials in Mushi's possession was rather low, with most being unrefined waste. There were a few that showed potential, but they were merely ordinary jade material. Wu Yu, being discerning, would only invest in high-quality jade, and this location was unsuitable for acquiring the type of jade he sought, as the prices were exorbitant and unprofitable. By midday, he had managed to acquire 6 pieces, 1 large and 5 small, exhausting a capital of 38 million. The price for Mushi's wash materials was indeed steep. Had he procured unwashed materials directly from the mines, he could have likely obtained these 6 pieces for under 10 million. Sangbo suggested, Boss, if we continue east along this road, there's another shanty town nearby, adjacent to a designated mining waste dumping area. A few Mushi are there daily scavenging for materials. We can explore that area as well. All right, today I shall follow your lead. You sit in the passenger seat and guide away. Understood. Having secured 6 good pieces today, Wu Yu was in high spirits, feeling that his goal of accumulating 1 billion was within reach, and he could celebrate with champagne ahead of schedule. As for whether he would find more materials in the afternoon, it mattered little. The focus was on relaxation. Following Sang Bo's directions, they navigated through rough terrain for several more minutes until they arrived at a shantytown comprising only a few dozen households, similar in size to the one where Wu Yu previously lived. Finding a relatively flat area with little mud to park, Wu Yu and his party disembarked and approached the shantytown. To their surprise, a Land Rover was parked in the middle of the settlement, and several individuals were conversing beside it. Among them stood the notable Bao Ming, clad in a floral shirt and a sarong, his expression serious as he relayed instructions to his subordinates. Wu Yu caught sight of Bao Ming, who also noticed him. "Boss Bao, what a coincidence. Have you come here to collect materials as well?" Wu Yu initiated the conversation, approaching with his 2 assistants. Bao Ming cast a complex glance at him and lazily replied, "Ah, it's you, Mr. Wu. I'm not here to collect materials, merely gathering some information. By the way, do you know if Monkey and Wu Naiwen's group have had any conflicts?" Wu Yu scrutinized Bao Ming's expression, speculating on his motives. It seemed Monkey had offended too many people, and Bao Ming had already investigated Wu Naiwen. Wu Yu enjoyed the spectacle of dogs biting dogs. Given the situation, he saw no reason to hold back, embellishing the tale as necessary. Feigning hesitation, Wu Yu replied, "Well, it's a bit delicate to discuss. You see, Wu Naiwen has considerable influence in the mining area and collaborates closely with Miss Damon. If I were to say something inappropriate, I might not see the light of day tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Bao Ming grew more intrigued, thumping his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, speak freely. In my eyes, Wu Naiwen is of little consequence. If it weren't for Du Damin's background, I would have confronted Wu Naiwen directly about Monkey." Wu Yu, showcasing his acting skills, hesitated before finally stating, "In that case, I shall share a few details, but please do not reveal that it was I who spoke." Wearing an expression of caution, Wu Yu leaned closer to Bao Ming and began to whisper. "Once, while I was resting in the second-floor lounge of a bathhouse, I witnessed Monkey nearly brawl with Huang Mao over a certain lady, hurling fierce insults. Do you not know who he is?" "Oh yes, he is Wu Naiwen's trusted subordinate, responsible for online sales." On another occasion, while Monkey was collecting materials at the mine, he inadvertently offended Wu Naiwen's bodyguard, who pressed a gun to his head and slapped him several times. These are all things I personally witnessed. As for any other conflicts, I cannot say for certain. Bao Ming's expression fluctuated between shadow and light as he absorbed this information, seemingly lost in thought. "Excellent. Thank you for the insights, Mr. Wu. I shall remember this favor. Do keep in touch if you need anything." "You're too kind, Mr. Bao. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call." As he spoke, Wu Yu exchanged phone numbers to signify his willingness to foster rapport. Having laid a few hidden traps, Wu Yu and his 2 assistants began their search for materials, inquiring at each establishment. After considerable effort, they successfully acquired 3 good pieces and departed in high spirits. By the time they left, Bao Ming and his entourage had already vacated the area. Wu Yu was unperturbed by the possibility of his earlier fabrications being exposed, as both Monkey and Huang Mao were long deceased, thus leaving no witnesses. As for the bodyguards under Wu Naiwen, who were notoriously arrogant and had likely bullied numerous small jade merchants, who could say with certainty whether Monkey had been assaulted or not. As long as Wu Yu could redirect Bao Ming's suspicions toward Wu Naiwen's group, he deemed it a success. Perhaps the 2 factions would begin to distrust one another, each suspecting the other of having eliminated Monkey or Huang Mao. Ultimately, this could lead to fierce conflict, diminishing both sides' power. After all, neither faction held Wu Yu in high regard, having previously aimed firearms at him. If these matters were traced back to him, he would be the first casualty. Thus, by preemptively planting the seeds of discord, Wu Yu felt no psychological burden. Exiting the shantytown, they arrived at the small waste mine that Sang Bo had mentioned, where only a few hundred Mushi were present, but over a dozen jade merchants were also on site. Wu Yu and his assistants trudged through the muddy waters, mingling with the Mushi, questioning them one by one. Occasionally, someone would present jade materials for Wu Yu's inspection, yet the quality proved dismal, leaving his left hand cold. A clear sign of worthless material with no room for negotiation. Having examined over 30 pieces, Wu Yu purchased only one for 800,000. As dusk approached, He had yet to encounter a second piece that stirred his interest. While departing, he remarked to his two assistants, "The quality of this wayside is exceedingly poor. If it were not for the meticulous sifting of the mining company's refuse, one might conclude that their veins have been exhausted." Sang Bo expressed his astonishment. "Boss, you are remarkable. You discern the truth in but one visit. The nearby mining company has been extracting here for over a year, and they are indeed nearing depletion. The quantity of refuse they have been dumping has diminished significantly. This was hardly a mystery, with so many failing to uncover jadeite rough. Only the fortunate ones managed to find any. Experienced individuals would refrain from scavenging here, and jade merchants would not come to collect materials, allowing the area to languish in neglect. Indeed, many desolate areas of the mining district had succumbed to abandonment, leading to a dwindling number of locations where jade could be collected. Wu Yu instructed his team to transport the collected jadeite rough indoors, allowing his assistants to take a brief respite before assigning them their tasks. Sang Bo washed the stones in the courtyard, not needing to scrub too vigorously, merely rinsing off the dirt from the skin and spending extra time on the promising spots. "Understood, boss," they replied, busying themselves with their respective duties. After taking a hot shower, Wu Yu reclined in a wicker chair at the entrance, while Anna approached, standing behind him to massage his shoulders. "Boss, how do the materials we received today fare? Until they're cleaned, I am uncertain. However, my recent fortunes have been favorable. Everything I purchase seems to appreciate, so I should profit, I suppose. By the way, I escape with nothing. Shouldn't you buy me a few changes of clothes? And some feminine products and skincare items? Ah, you make a valid point. After dinner, I shall procure them from the shops on the street." "Thank you, boss. You are the best. Love you," Anna exclaimed, playfully pecking his cheek. Though Wu Yu feigned disdain, the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his enjoyment. Perhaps due to their intimate bond, Wu Yu found Anna rather beautiful. Her unadorned visage possessed an allure that was pure, akin to a lotus emerging from water, contrasting sharply with the wildness of the night. Although she was talkative, her personality was refreshingly candid. Unaffected and straightforward, she spoke her mind without reservation. Wu Yu had always appreciated this quality and continued to do so without wavering. Little did he know that her slender frame concealed a latent strength, which, with a modicum of nurturing, could elevate her to remarkable heights. Currently, Anna was unable to venture out freely. Not only was the mining area hazardous, but once they arrived in Mandalay, her movements would remain restricted. A woman of her beauty from China would be at great risk in Myanmar, as merely entering less populated areas could expose her to potential abduction. There were several clothing stores in the market, all stocked with items imported from China, yet the prices were exorbitant. Garments that would cost 30 to 50 at home were priced at no less than 100, sometimes even 200 here. As for undergarments, they were exceedingly rare, often only available at clothing stores at similarly outrageous prices. Fortunately, Wu Yu's size had ample stock, allowing him to casually select 7 or 8 alluring outfits, along with a few dresses suitable for wear, spending nearly 1 million in total. On the way back, he witnessed a scuffle ahead. Though initially disinclined to intervene, such occurrences were commonplace in the mining area. He recognized the familiar faces of several Chinese individuals encircled by a group of armed locals. The sound of familiar curses stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. Upon closer inspection, he was startled to find Song Junhui, Lu Biao, and 2 other jade merchants he did not recognize, surrounded and bloodied by the gang. A crowd had gathered, comprising both Chinese and locals, yet none seemed inclined to intervene. Seizing the moment, Wu Yu pressed through the throng, discreetly stowing away his newly purchased clothing. Emerging from the crowd, he brandished a machete he had retrieved from his small space. "Enough! What are you doing?" he bellowed. "You're not just bullying Chinese merchants. You are frightening our local benefactors. If they flee, who will purchase our jade? Who will provide for us?" His commanding shout silenced all present. Though they were not necessarily intimidated by him, the sight of the gleaming machete in his hand was undeniably imposing. The gang's leader, a brutish man with crooked teeth and scars marring his bald head, pointed a knife at Wu Yu, cursing, "Who the hell are you? Mind your own business, or you'll find yourself in trouble too." Recognizing Wu Yu, Song Junhui and Lu Biao cried out in desperation, "Boss Wu, save us." Wu Yu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "I understand your urgency, but please remain calm. Allow me to discuss this matter." He approached the brutish leader, inquiring, "These Chinese merchants are my clients. What misunderstanding has arisen between you?" The leader, recalling Wu Yu's connection to the market management, began to recount the events that had transpired. We agreed to meet at the restaurant to assess the materials. However, that young man poured water over the jadeite rough without my permission, violating our customary practices. What infuriated me most was that after dousing it, they claimed the skin was incorrect and refused to purchase it. Is this not mockery? If you wish to stand for them, have them buy that piece. It weighs 50 kilograms and is worth 200 million, not a penny less. Wu Yu listened attentively, his understanding of the situation deepening. Song Junhui, feeling embarrassed, explained, I had stepped away to the restroom. It was Xiao Lu's doing. The others were not attentive, and this chaos ensued. Lu Biao, still shaken, added, I was unaware of this custom. Back home, we were always permitted to pour water. The two middle-aged merchants beside them interjected, Xiao Lu, this is not an ordinary piece. It is covered in mud. If you wish to pour water, you must first obtain the owner's consent. Moreover, you can only wet a small area, at most the size of a coin, to observe the skin's color. You cannot reveal a section the size of a bowl. By pouring such a large amount, you have essentially accepted the seller's price before negotiating. Lu Biao, looking dejected, replied, I had no idea. Even if you want me to buy it, should there not be room for negotiation? 200 million for a rough stone is exorbitant. Even a fool would resist such a price. Wu Yu comprehended that yet again, a conflict had arisen due to ignorance of local trading customs, with both parties feeling wronged. Very well, he said, the asking price is 200 million. What is the maximum you can offer? We can only see 20 million for that rough stone. It's rough. Grayish skin shows no promise. If it weren't for the water, we would never consider buying it. The disparity in pricing is vast. Are your injuries manageable? If so, take me to see the rough stone. We can manage. It's merely superficial wounds. The bleeding is not severe. It appears that the group led by Baoya merely intends to intimidate these Huaxiao merchants, with no genuine intent to kill. Otherwise, after slashing so many times, they would not have merely broken the surface. On a solid wooden table at the back, there lies a large stone covered in mud, one end of which has been washed clean by water, revealing a bowl-sized skin, dull and coarse, lacking luster. This material seems to have originated from the Maming's site, though it does not quite resemble it, and it bears even less resemblance to the characteristics of the Mwanjiji site. Were it not for the crisp metallic sound it emitted when struck with a flashlight, one might question whether it was jade at all. Wu Yu examined the stone and addressed Baoya, saying, do not be absurd. This worthless material cannot possibly be valued at 200 million. Offering 200 million is already generous. Do not resort to extortion based on rules. If this escalates, you will find no advantage, and no Huaxia merchants will engage in business with you in the future. Baoya retorted angrily, no, it must be 200 million. They're responsible for washing my material to this state. Had they not washed away the mud, I could have sold it for 200 million elsewhere. His expression was fierce, yet his eyes betrayed hesitation. Do not attempt to leverage direct way against me. I am not afraid. Here's the deal. I will give you face and reduce the price by half. If they give me 100 million, the raw stone is theirs. Song Junhui shook his head. 100 million is simply out of the question. How about we offer 20 million for peace? I do not want the jade. You can keep it. Baoya remained steadfast. No, it must be at least 100 million. It cannot be any less. If not, I will have my men kill you all. While they quarreled, Wu Yu ran his left hand over the damp area, feeling an icy chill, devoid of any warmth. Following the clean section, he explored the side of the raw stone, equally cold, nearing the other end without sensing any temperature. Given this condition, it appeared that this enormous jade, raw stone, was nothing more than waste. Wu Yu frowned. This was troublesome. Was he to simply walk away and let them resolve it themselves? A group so stubborn, valuing money over life. Upon reaching the end, he suddenly felt a burning sensation. A section measuring over 10 centimeters was scaldingly hot, reminiscent of the temperature of imperial green jade. How could the end of such a massive piece of waste transform in a glass-like quality? If this were the case, a significant crack must surely exist. Wu Yu, realizing this, traced the temperature transition with his nails in search of fissures in the stone. Remarkably, aided by the temperature sensitivity of his left hand, he swiftly located the crack, a substantial fissure that nearly split the large raw stone in two. However, this crack was concealed by mud. Without a thorough inspection, it would remain undetected. It was also possible that Baoya's group had deliberately smeared mud to hide this large crack. Wu Yu suddenly shouted, Baoya, this raw stone is flawed. Its skin exhibits such poor quality, and now you hide a major crack within it. A piece of rubbish like this would not be wanted even if thrown away, yet you cling to 100 million? Are you out of your mind? Baoya stammered. What major crack? I don't even know if you're Huaxia or Myanmar. Why do you always speak on behalf of Huaxia? Wu Yu replied with conviction. I am not siding with anyone. I simply wish to prevent you from disrupting the market environment and hindering our jade merchants from earning a living. Let us settle this. I will offer 50 million for the stone, and they will provide an additional 20 million for peace, giving you a total of 70 million. If you agree, we move forward. If not, I shall walk away and leave you to your troubles. Baoya hesitated. 70 million? This falls far short of my expectations. The jade we excavated together, if divided among us, yields but a meager sum. Then enjoy your game. I shall not play along, Wu Yu declared, turning to leave. Upon hearing this, Baoya grew anxious and quickly grabbed Wu Yu's arm. Wait, let us negotiate the money further. If they had a bit more, we can agree. Song Junhui and Liu Biao also grew anxious and tugged at his clothing. Boss AU, please do not be angry. Persuade them once more. We will remember your kindness. And in future dealings, I will offer a high price. Clearly, both parties wished to negotiate, albeit with a slight discrepancy in the monetary amount. Nonetheless, Wu Yu would not offer a single additional cent. The funds could only come from Song Junhui and Liu Biao. Chapter 44. Yunzong Chamber of Commerce. Since both sides wished to negotiate, matters became simpler. After some further deliberation, they finally agreed on a transaction of 80 million. Wu Yu would contribute 50 million to secure the raw stone, while Song Junhui and Liu Biao would provide 30 million, receiving nothing in return but peace. Once agreed, Song Junhui called to arrange for the money, while Wu Yu contacted Go Danwai and Sangbo to bring the funds for the transaction. While they awaited their arrival, the restaurant owner kindly provided gauze and iodine to assist with the bandaging. Wu Yu observed that Baoya's group was quite intriguing. They spoke fiercely, yet exercised restraint in their actions. A few individuals were wounded, with only superficial injuries on their arms and backs, bleeding profusely and in pain, but not in mortal danger. Go Danwai and Sangbo arrived swiftly, as they were nearby, bringing cash in a bag into the restaurant. Wu Yu counted out 50 million in front of Baoya, who accepted it. All right, boss, he said. Wu Yu then glanced at the time and asked Mr. Song, Mr. Liu, when will your people bring the money? At that moment, a stir erupted outside as a group of over a dozen muscular men with tattoos entered the restaurant. Their appearance unmistakably marked them as Huaxia people. Even with sun-kissed skin, their features were easily recognizable. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a buzz cut, dressed in jeans and a black t-shirt, exuding a formidable presence. The man addressed Song Junhui. Mr. Song, I am Zhao Changyi from the Yunzong Chamber of Commerce. Upon receiving your call, I immediately brought my men here. Are the injuries severe? Should we handle the matter first, or take you to a clinic? Song Junhui hesitated, glancing at Wu Yu and then at Baoya's group, Brother Zhao. Had it not been for Boss Ayu's righteous assistance, we might not have endured until your arrival. Now that he has helped us settle the matter, once my people deliver the funds, this will be resolved. Evidently, Song Junhui did not wish to put Wu Yu in a difficult position, especially since he had not been present when a call for help was made. Zhao Changyi frowned slightly, questioning, is that how it ends? How much are you offering to settle this? 30 million. While 30 million was indeed not a large sum, they had inflicted injuries upon you, and this matter could not be easily dismissed. The Yunzong Chamber of Commerce must ensure that both market management and the police show them some respect. That seems inappropriate, Song Junhui said, clearly caught in a bind. He had not anticipated that the reinforcements he called upon would complicate matters. Zhao Changyi stated firmly, this is not merely a matter of money. It is about face. If you concede and pay to settle this, what about next time? If you are bullied again, who will stand up for you? Song Junhui was torn. But if I pursue their responsibility, Boss AU will face trouble. He has gone to great lengths to help me settle this, even spending 50 million to purchase a worthless raw stone. Zhao Changyi confidently replied, since he has stepped in on your behalf, we at the Yunzong Chamber of Commerce will protect him as well. In the future, should he face bullying from Baoya's group in the mining area, he can call me directly, and we will ensure his safety. Since the arrival of the Yunzong Chamber of Commerce members, Wu Yu had remained silent. Truly, they were a formidable organization, second only to the Chaos Han Chamber of Commerce, exhibiting an air of authority in their words and actions. Song Junhui and his group conducted themselves well, demonstrating consideration for their own interests, while Zhao Changyi from the Yunzong Chamber of Commerce exhibited no fault in prioritizing the reputation and interests of the chamber by continuing to seek accountability from Baoya. Although I find myself in a bit of a predicament, securing that lucrative material with 50 million is undoubtedly a profitable venture. If it results in offending the toothy man, I shall extinguish him effortlessly. I, Wu, possess extraordinary abilities, and throughout my life, I need not justify my actions to anyone. This sentiment, however, is one Wu Yu can only express internally. Ever since he discovered that his personal space could absorb bullets fired at him, he has become somewhat arrogant. The most distressed individuals are undoubtedly the gang led by the toothy man, as their extortion scheme has already seen half of its success, having extracted 50 million from Wu Yu. Yet, the Yunzong Chamber of Commerce has suddenly intervened. The toothy man exclaimed, "What does this mean? Boss AU has already resolved our conflict. Do you intend to renege?" Zhao Changyi, having learned the terms of negotiation from Song Junhui, sneered. "Who said we intend to backtrack? Boss Song has agreed to offer you 30 million for the resolution, which will be provided shortly. However, you have injured Boss Song and his associates. How do you intend to compensate for that?" Faced with the formidable Yunzong Chamber of Commerce and their conspicuously bulging firearms, the toothy man faltered, stammering, "I can offer 500,000 for their treatment." 500,000 for treatment? That is merely a pittance. If I were to inflict a few cuts upon you, would you agree to 500,000 for treatment, provided you don't die and the wounds are akin to theirs? I would agree. Just give me 500,000, and I will let you cut me 10 times as long as you don't kill me, and the wounds are similar to theirs. Zhao Changyi's previously accumulated momentum momentarily faltered, nearly unraveling. What madness is this? These impoverished old Burmese have forsaken all reason. Zhao Changyi re-established his assertiveness, stating gravely, "In any case, 500,000 for treatment is unacceptable. You must compensate us with at least 100 million. The toothy man, in a fit of distress, retorted, "You cannot possibly expect that much from us." At that moment, Song Junhui's assistant finally delivered the money, neatly packed in a black bag, comprising 3 substantial bundles. The toothy man gazed at the 30 million before him, the meaning of money being hot to the touch dawning upon him for the first time. "No, I cannot accept this 30 million if you demand 100 million in medical expenses." In his desperation, he turned to Wu Yu, pleading, "Boss AU, please speak up. This matter cannot be resolved this way." Wu Yu internally scoffed, recalling how they had extorted Chinese merchants, brandishing threats of violence without consideration of the consequences. Now that a powerful entity like the Yunzong Chamber of Commerce has intervened, he relished the prospect of witnessing the Chinese retaliation. After all, he too is Chinese and has long harbored disdain for these arrogant old Burmese. "Toothy man, I have given you my 50 million. I have provided Boss Song's 30 million. This signifies that my terms for resolution have been satisfied. The remaining matters are no longer my concern. I shall remain merely to observe. You may continue, and do not inquire about me again." With that, Wu Yu retreated to a more distant table, pulling out a chair to sit. He noticed a plate of sunflower seeds provided by the restaurant and began to crack them open. Zhao Changyi pressed closer, suddenly drawing a handgun and aiming it at the toothy man's head. "Look, you now have 80 million before you. Merely borrow another 20 million. If you do not gather the required sum by midnight, I shall sever one of your hands." As Zhao Changyi brandished his weapon, the members of his chamber also drew their guns, creating an atmosphere of intimidation despite not specifically targeting anyone. "You Chinese must not overstep. This is Myanmar, and here is the Burmese who hold sway." "Nonsense. It is the guns that dictate the terms here. I only have 80 million. Take it and consider this concluded." "No, I demand 100 million, no less." As they engaged in a tug-of-war negotiation, Wu Yu sat at a distance, cracking sunflower seeds and observing the spectacle, appreciating Zhao Changyi's representation of the Chinese. The Yunzong Chamber of Commerce's confidence was palpable. Lu Biao, handsome yet trembling, sat beside Wu Yu, struggling to light a cigarette. Wu Yu seized the lighter and assisted him. "Isn't your wound already bandaged? Why are you still shaking?" Wu Yu inquired. "I am frightened. I have never encountered such a perilous situation in my life," Lu Biao replied, coughing violently after taking a few puffs. "Given your connections with the Yunzong Chamber of Commerce, why would you still accept my mediation?" Lu Biao responded in hushed tones, initially when Uncle Song called for help. "We were uncertain if they would come or when they would arrive. Moreover, their assistance is not without cost. Each time we seek their help, it begins at no less than 300 million. Wu Yu was taken aback. "Oh, I had assumed it was pro bono assistance. How naive of me." Lu Biao lamented. "In this world, there is no such thing as free. When you aid others, you too must weigh what you are giving and what you expect in return." "I apologize. I do not mean to imply this of you, but of the majority." Wu Yu chuckled. "Indeed, I too am part of that majority. When I offered assistance, I indeed considered what I might gain in return. I merely sought to cultivate connections, ideally leading to a long-term partnership. I possess Jade materials, and you have the finances. After their conversation, Lu Biao's anxiety eased somewhat, and he remarked, I appreciate your honesty. As long as I remain in the mining area sourcing materials, feel free to send your goods directly to me. As long as I find them appealing, I assure you the price will be generous. Thank you. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration, Wu Yu replied, shaking Lu Biao's hand, only to elicit a pained reaction from him. Ouch, that hurts! Lu Biao exclaimed, sweating profusely. His arm had sustained at least 2 cuts. At that moment, a new group entered through the main door, led by Ong Ji and a man in military attire. Both in their 50s, flanked by several camouflaged individuals and a few old Burmese jade merchants. Upon entering the restaurant, Ong Ji raised his voice. Mr. Zhao, do not overstep. Regardless of your chamber's power, the laws and rules of the Myanmar mining area must be adhered to. Director Padu of the Market Management Office has arrived. Will you not put away your firearms? With a stern expression, Padu glared at Zhao Changyi, admonishing, you Chinese merchants, relying on your connections, have shown disdain for our Market Management Office. Do you truly believe your few weapons can intimidate us? Should I summon a military force to eradicate you all right now? Upon seeing Padu accompanied by numerous camouflaged officers and many Burmese jade merchants, Zhao Changyi sensed impending trouble. Although the Market Management Office comprised a director and 2 deputy directors, the day-to-day affairs were typically managed by the deputies. With the director present, Zhao Changyi felt compelled to tread cautiously. Padu declared, I've already been briefed on the situation. You must not overreach, since the toothy man has agreed to compensate you with the 80 million he just acquired. Let this matter conclude here. Zhao Changyi, recognizing the authority of the director, relented, stating, very well, I shall defer to your judgment today. However, you must ensure the safety of Chinese merchants and prevent unnecessary violence. Indeed, at the market's trading hour tomorrow morning, I shall have someone announce the laws and regulations through a loudspeaker. Let's leave it at that for today. Everyone disperse. With that, Padu and his entourage departed, casting a dismissive glance at Zhao Changyi, evidently unconcerned about whether he would heed his words. Zhao Changyi ceased his threats against the toothy man and instructed his subordinates, pack this 80 million. We shall escort Boss Song and the others to safety. The toothy man's gang was left in despair, having labored so long only to find themselves without Jade and without money. Just as Zhao Changyi was about to exit the restaurant, he suddenly recalled something and remarked, Where's Boss AU? Please give him my business card. Should any matters arise in the mining area, he may contact me. Zhao Changyi, he shook his head in disdain. This young man does not recognize the importance of seizing opportunities. He will undoubtedly regret it later. My card is not something just anyone is entitled to. Lu Biao hesitated, sensing that Boss AU had no genuine desire to familiarize himself with the individuals from the Yunzong Chamber of Commerce. They exuded an innate arrogance, starkly contrasting with the familiar demeanor of the old Myanmar acquaintances he knew. Engaging in conversation with them was rather intriguing, akin to interacting with educated individuals from Huaxia. Unbeknownst to Lu Biao, in the beginning, Wu Yu had indeed entertained the idea of meeting the members of the Yunzong Chamber. But upon learning that their minimum engagement fee was 300 million, his interest evaporated instantaneously. Gu Danwei and Sangbo had already washed the rough stone, which merely entailed rinsing off the surface mud. The 2 men transported the stone into the living room, where they meticulously examined it with a powerful flashlight. Ye Donvei de Marquid. Boss, the situation with this large stone is not promising. After cleaning, it shows almost no signs, except for a slight water vein at the end where there is a significant crack. Sangbo, ever cautious, couldn't help but sigh at this juncture, alas. 50 million seems a bit steep. If we manage to extract some quality from the crack, we might just break even. Wu Yu refrained from elaborating and simply commanded, no more deliberations. Let's use the oil saw and cut along the crack. The outcome hinges on this one slice. Boss, why cut here? The 2 men were puzzled. Conventionally, one would either cut along the edges or through the center. Gu Danwei and Sangbo exchanged glances, resigned to comply. Wu Yu tossed his clothes on the bed, casually locked the door, and said, Go try on the new lingerie I bought. Anna's expression was somewhat disheartened, lacking the excitement she had after dinner. She sheepishly confessed, Boss, I'm sorry, my relatives have arrived. Your words incite my ire. Wu Yu's thoughts, filled with numerous intentions when purchasing the garments, were abruptly extinguished. Anna immediately crouched in front of him, speaking softly, Boss, please don't be angry. I have a solution. Chapter 46, Compensation. Anna was a capable woman, and her simple gesture of crouching diffused Wu Yu's anger, showcasing her remarkable talent. Suddenly, Gudanwei's knock interrupted Wu Yu's contemplation, startling him. Boss, it's swelling. That stone has expanded. You must come see. It's an exceedingly rare sky blue. Let it swell. Why the commotion? Wu Yu retorted. Haha, it's a top-tier sky blue. At least of high ice quality. I am genuinely pleased for you, boss. The hallway fell silent, as if pondering the peculiarity of such a reward. Wu Yu ambled over to the oil saw, his demeanor calm, resembling a sage. He nonchalantly addressed Gu Danwei and Sangbo, who were crouched beside the stone. Isn't it just a small piece of exquisite sky blue? What is all the fuss about? Sangbo, typically looking over 50, now appeared a decade younger, his excitement evident. Boss, this piece is substantial. The portion at the end could weigh at least 10 kilograms, suitable for bracelets. Then what are we waiting for? Skin it. Once we reach Mandalay, we can slice it for bracelets. Huh? Aren't we selling the rough stone directly? If the quality beneath doesn't meet expectations, we might as well sell it now. I have faith in it. Go ahead and skin it, Wu Yu replied, approaching the massive piece of jadeite, observing only a hint of blue jade flesh remaining at the cut. His left hand brushed over it, feeling only a few warm spots, while the rest was chillingly cold. Gudanwei leaned in. Boss, how should we cut this remaining large piece? If we unveil more sky blue jade flesh, we could retire early. Wu Yu, knowing there was nothing of value left inside, stated, just slice it down the middle. We'll see what quality it holds. All right. Gudanwei and Sangbo were invigorated, as if the prospect of uncovering a premium stone excited them more than finding an exceptional partner for their boss. Wu Yu proceeded to mark the 10 rough stones he had received today, contemplating that the 4 pieces of ice quality and above were bound to appreciate significantly, thus not suitable for immediate unveiling. Go ahead and cut. Whether it swells or crumbles, do not disturb my slumber. Also, when you have the time, open the few pieces I just acquired. I've already marked the windows for you. I'll set these aside for now, and 1T open them today. Understood. Good night. Boss, even in solitude, Wu Yu had grown accustomed to maintaining appearances. A night passed without incident, and both men slept soundly. Early the next morning, Wu Yu awoke punctually, unwrapping his limbs from their nocturnal entanglement to inspect the situation in the living room. The exquisite sky blue rough stone had been entirely stripped of its skin. Although not yet polished, the chunk, resembling a blue glass nugget, radiated a crystalline purity even without illumination. Upon holding it, Wu Yu estimated its weight to be around 9 kilograms, devoid of cracks, and suitable for cutting into at least 4 pieces, thereby avoiding irregular edges, potentially yielding 10 bracelets. The overall quality was high ice, with the core area reaching glass grade. Indeed, fortune had favored him. A glass grade sky blue bracelet could fetch at least 8 digits in Huaxia currency, the exact value depending on quality. An ice grade sky blue bracelet would still command several million Huaxia coins. Baoya is a good man. Bosong and Boss Lu are also good people. Without them, how could I have encountered such a splendid stone? Wu Yu mused, seizing the opportunity to store the ice blue stone in a small space, feeling that leaving it out even a moment longer was unwise. Had he known the stone was this beautiful, he would have insisted on waiting until they peeled it before securing it in the small space last night. Wu Yu, brimming with excitement, weighed the other 6 pieces, assigning them numbers that included base price information. Gudanwei and Sangbo, who had stayed up late the previous night, finally awoke to the sounds in the living room, appearing with dark circles under their eyes from lack of sleep. Boss, has the sky blue stone been secured? After we peeled it, it was already past 1 in the morning. We intended to polish it to assess the final quality, but were too exhausted to continue. Unfortunately, over half of it was ruined. The quality inside was disappointing. Wu Yu maintained his aloof demeanor, concealing his inner excitement and joy, which added to his prestige in front of his employees. After speaking, he opened the main door and stepped outside. Alongside breakfast, he needed to fetch 2 packages of sanitary napkins for Anna. Having been too lazy to go out the previous night, she had used up 2 new towels. If he didn't prepare more, they would soon run out of clean towels at home. However, before he could reach the store, he was surrounded by Baoya and his gang. Baoya, wielding a machete, approached Wu Yu with a menacing expression. Boss Au, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Because of your meddling yesterday, I lost a rough stone weighing over 50 kilograms and took a few slaps. Now, you tell me how you intend to compensate me. Wu Yu slipped his left hand into his pocket and suddenly drew a gun, pointing it at Baoya's head. Compensate you? How dare you? Do you have the audacity to attack me at the morning market? Baoya stared blankly at the gun aimed at him, his mind reeling. when had he acquired a firearm? Previously, Wu Yu may have refrained from revealing his possession of a gun, but after interacting with the members of the Yunzong chamber, the time for confrontation had come. Wu Yu seethed, surrounding me with the intent to assault. You have some nerve. Do you even know who I associate with? Who do you associate with? Baoya stammered, overwhelmed with fear. Why should I tell you? As Wu Yu spoke, he delivered 2 resounding slaps to Baoya's face. Baoya, stunned, dared not retaliate, and neither did the few lackeys he brought along. Although the morning market was bustling with people, none dared to intervene. Only a few lingering at a distance to observe. Baoya felt wronged. Was it you who first posed a question? I merely followed up, and now I'm being slapped. Boss AU, even if you possess a firearm, mustn't we adhere to reason? Yesterday, your meddling caused me to suffer a loss of over 50 kilograms of material. How am I to navigate the Pekin mining area if I do not seek recompense from you? Do you still have the audacity to speak? I invested 50 million in acquiring your material, only to have it yield a pile of rubbish. I was so enraged that I could not sleep a wink throughout the night. Indeed, I just awakened and came armed to confront you, and to my surprise, you presented yourself willingly. Promptly compensate me. 5 million, not a penny less. Wu Yu pressed the gun against the temple of Baoya, distorting the truth as he demanded the compensation. Chapter 47. Encountering you, I strike. Baoya stood in stunned silence, never before having encountered such unabashed shamelessness. Do you wish to hear yourself speak? You claim to have lost sleep out of fury, yet how did you awaken with a firearm seeking me? As for the material, you purchased it for 50 million. Once it was ruined, where lies the justification for seeking compensation from the supplier? This fundamentally contradicts the gambling rules of the mining sector. Baoya, nearly in tears, pitifully explained, a deal is a deal. If the material is ruined, one cannot seek the supplier for recompense. Wu Yu retorted obstinately, I care not. You must pay me 5 million. If you fail to compensate, I shall strike you every time I see you. How unfortunate to encounter a penniless wretch. Take your men and leave. Do not let me cross paths with you again, or I shall strike you every time. Thank you, Boss AU, we shall take our leave. Baoya and his cohort fled, as if granted a reprieve, not a hint of hesitation in their retreat. Wu Yu watched their fleeing figures, stowed his firearm in his pocket, and sauntered into a store to make purchases, entirely unfazed by the onlookers in the distance. The fact that he bore a firearm would inevitably be revealed. Having found someone to bear the blame, he could now begin to display a modicum of strength. In the future, every subordinate he recruited would be armed, much like the followers of Wu Naiwen. Even if someone sought to ascertain Wu Yu's whereabouts, they could only deduce a vague vicinity for the time being. With the intent of prolonging his concealment, he endeavored to keep his residence undisclosed. Upon returning home, the others had already completed their morning routines. After breakfast, instead of assigning sales tasks, Wu Yu informed them that they would take Jade straight to the market to meet with Boss Liu. Wu Yu instructed 2 assistants to pack 6 pieces of open window material into bags, transporting them to the morning market. After inquiring about Liu Biao's collection stall, the trio headed directly there. Liu Biao, his arm bandaged, sat behind a table on the street with 2 bodyguards, examining materials. Though his complexion was somewhat pale, his spirits appeared relatively high, not impeding his work. Boss Liu, are you feeling well? Wu Yu greeted as he approached the table. I extracted 6 pieces of open window material yesterday that I find quite promising. Could you appraise their value? As he spoke, he gestured for his subordinates to lay out the materials on the table. Liu Biao nodded, taking up a flashlight to scrutinize each piece meticulously. The materials Wu Yu could afford to purchase were certainly distinctive, at the very least of the glutinous variety, and the positions he selected for opening were invariably areas that elicited the strongest reactions from his left hand. Opening in these positions would either reveal vibrant colors or exceptional clarity, showcasing the quintessence of the material. Furthermore, the merely open pieces could be sold to professional gamblers, as the potential for speculation based on the open positions was immense. If someone were to wager heavily, the purchasing price could often be several times, or even over 10 times, the market value in the mining area. After examining the pieces, Liu Biao expressed his satisfaction, nodding as he said, "These 6 pieces are quite appealing. You have saved my life, so let us not engage in the market's customary haggling. Such practices would only strain our relationship. Let us do this. You propose a psychological bottom line, and if it aligns closely, I shall not negotiate further. If there's a disparity, it will only be a minor deduction." Wu Yu nodded, not declining, and directly quoted, "Very well, I shall state my bottom line. This piece at 12 million, this one at 8 million, this one at 7 million, That one at 15 million and the last two, which are icy varieties with base colors, shall be valued at 20 million each. His pricing was not extravagant, merely a slight increase based on previous transactions with Lu Biao. Upon hearing Wu Yu's figures, Lu Biao nodded slightly, remarking, these figures are generally in line with the market and meet my expectations. While the 15 million quote for the white base green may be a tad high, and the 20 million for the last two icy pieces is somewhat elevated as well, I shall not haggle further. A pleasant collaboration. Boss Lu, your decisiveness is commendable. May our partnership flourish. The two men shook hands, sharing a knowing smile. A tacit understanding between them. This transaction was a direct benefit of Wu Yu's life-saving deed from the previous night, yet it marked only the beginning of their partnership. As long as Wu Yu continued to supply quality materials at reasonable prices, Lu Biao would remain a willing buyer. In total, 8,200,000 was exchanged, and after Lu Biao had his bodyguards count the cash, he handed it to Wu Yu's assistant. Once the payment was complete, Lu Biao added, yesterday, I conferred with Uncle Song. We plan to remain in the Pekin mining area for another couple of days before heading to Mandalay. Although matters here have been resolved, we have offended many old Myanmar residents and should lay low for a while. Wu Yu understood perfectly, responding with a smile, indeed. I shall endeavor to provide more quality materials over the next couple of days. Let's all profit together. Of course, I shall not exclusively supply you. I will also be sending some materials to Boss Song. While they were conversing, they heard the market management staff announcing various laws and regulations over loudspeakers, primarily urging everyone to adhere to the rules of rough stone transactions, to avoid violence, and to refrain from bullying Chinese merchants. It seemed that Deputy Director Padu was quite trustworthy. Although his thoughts remained a mystery, his public conduct was impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. Anna approached and inquired, Boss, with you all preoccupied, what am I to do at home? I cannot simply scroll through my phone all day. Wu Yu replied, seek out Jade carving tutorials online. Self-learn some techniques for opening windows or jade carving. If you fear hard work, you can search for rough stone transaction videos to familiarize yourself with market rules and the characteristics and price ranges of various materials. Very well. I am not afraid of hard work. I will strive to learn. Anna recognized that aside from her beauty, she possessed little value. To avoid being discarded, she must demonstrate greater worth, becoming a person of utility to Wu Yu through continuous learning. In the solitude of an empty house, this was her means of achieving a modicum of security. Wu Yu planned to visit the familiar mining site to collect materials today when he received a call from Tang Yueying, a jade merchant from China. Tang Yueying exclaimed excitedly over the phone, Bossy Yu, you truly are remarkable. The material you had me open has skyrocketed in value. I see green flowers. When it was opened, some onlookers offered 250,000 to purchase it, but I refrained, believing it could fetch around 400,000. Whatever price it may command. You have the final say. I trust in my business partner, Wu Yu replied nonchalantly. Yet internally, he was exuberantly exclaiming, Jadeite sells for such exorbitant prices in China. This truly is a paradise for jade merchants. Chapter 48, Trouble Approaches. Wu Yu informed Tang Yueying that she had full authority over the sales in China. Once everything was sold, they would divide the profits accordingly. Tang Yueying assured him that business at her shop was thriving and that she would surely sell all the jadeite materials Wu Yu sent over the next couple of days, promptly settling the accounts with him thereafter. Wu Yu remained unhurried. After all, he was in the mining area, where there were endless materials to collect and profits to be made. Upon arrival, he noted the considerable number of miners at the site, indicating that nearby mining companies had recently released a substantial amount of quality materials. The sun blazed down fiercely upon the earth, and despite his cap, Wu Yu found the heat unbearable. He purchased some sunscreen from a nearby vendor, applying it to his face to prevent sunburn and to ward off mosquitoes. This substance is also known as Old Myanmar powder, fragrant wood powder. In the past, when Wu Yu was excavating materials in the Wuiwei region, he would almost always apply it, and it indeed had some effect. Gu Danwei and Sangbo, without any reminder from Wu Yu, eagerly began to apply it to their faces. For they were true citizens of Myanmar, where the application of Thanaka is a customary tradition. Boss AU, someone is looking for you. Anchi, accompanied by a stout man and several jade merchants, emerged from the sunshade shelter, waving at Wu Yu. Oh, who is looking for me? Wu Yu regarded Anchi and his companions with great caution. Following their pointing, he noticed several young men dressed in camouflage attire standing within the shelter. Those clad in camouflage in the mining area are not necessarily regular soldiers of Myanmar. Many bodyguards and mercenaries don similar clothing, with styles so varied that one cannot accurately discern their identities based solely on attire. However, when one encounters individuals in camouflage wielding firearms, prudence is essential. Anchi maintained a normal expression and chuckled. You'll find out when you go over. I heard they are subordinates of Wu Naiwen. The expressions of the Jade merchants beside him, particularly the stout man, bore an air of schadenfreude. Wu Yu nodded, indicating he understood the situation. It had been several days since Huang Mao's incident, and even if Wu Naiwen's subordinates were a bunch of incompetent fools, they should have unearthed some leads by now, such as inquiring with the neighbors surrounding the shelter where he resided. However, that night, a torrential downpour accompanied by thunder and lightning had caused the neighbors to mistake the sound of gunfire for thunder, and those truly suspicious of him were likely the few individuals covertly making ransom calls. Yet there was no evidence, no bloodstains, no corpses, and no sign of the missing off-road vehicle. Of course, Wu Naiwen's subordinates could kill without evidence, but Wu Yu felt no fear. Ever since the small space could block bullets from any direction, he had acquired an inexplicable confidence. Moreover, with the expansion of his social network and growth in strength, it was unlikely that Wu Naiwen would summarily decide to kill or capture him without some form of evidence. While deep in thought, Wu Yu had already approached the sunshade shelter and called out loudly, I am you. Who are you? What brings you to me? One of the lean men stepped forward, sizing Wu Yu up before stating, I'm a subordinate of Changgu, here to gather some information. We received reliable intelligence indicating that on the night of the heavy rain a few days ago, someone heard gunfire near your shelter. And it was also on that night that Huang Mao and others went missing. Do you have anything to explain? Upon hearing this, Wu Yu's temper flared, and he shouted defiantly, What do I have to explain? If you suspect me, just have Changgu call me directly. I can explain to him, but you aren't qualified. Wu Yu showed no fear and sneered. Do you dare to cause trouble in the mining area? This is not a private mine contracted by Wu Naiwen. It falls under the management office's jurisdiction. Just wait, I will make a phone call. As he spoke, Wu Yu took out his phone, preparing to seek assistance from Director Wei of the management office. He needed to demonstrate a sufficiently strong attitude to dispel any suspicions against him, and his status would also be elevated in the process. Before he could connect the call, Director Wei appeared, accompanied by several individuals in camouflage bearing firearms. Emerging from a nearby cold drink stall, Wu Yu shouted, Director Wei, they're causing trouble in the mining area, hindering my material collection. Upon learning that this matter was related to Wu Naiwen, Director Wei did not flinch and sternly reprimanded. Do you have any evidence? If you have evidence, you can arrest someone. If not, then leave my jurisdiction and stop causing trouble. The man explained, Director Wei, we currently lack evidence. But someone claimed that a Yu possesses a gun, and on the night Huang Mao went missing, gunfire was reported near his home. Afterward, he moved, so our Changgu suspects him. Director Wei scolded sternly, Nonsense. You think you can arrest someone based on such nonsense? Which prominent Jade merchant in the mining area doesn't have a gun? Who doesn't hear gunshots 100 times a day? Why don't you arrest all of them? Director Wei, you're making it difficult for us, the man pleaded. Difficult? Then don't bother. You four apprehend these troublemakers and throw them into the water prison for a few days to sober up. Please, let's go. The leader of the group hastily retreated, but not before turning back to glare at Wu Yu, threatening, Boss AU, if you don't give us an explanation, this matter is far from over. With Director Wei backing him, Wu Yu took on a smug demeanor, exclaiming, Give you an explanation? If there's an issue, have a Chong call me. Incredibly, he even dropped the honorific for Changgu, directly calling him a Chong. Once those people had left, Director Wei turned to Wu Yu with a serious expression. You've crossed Wu Naiwen in this mining area. Be cautious in your future outings. Wu Yu promptly produced a small bundle of cash from his bag, amounting to 1 million Myanmar Chat, and handed it to Director Wei. Director Wei, it's not that I provoked Wu Naiwen, but they slandered me and attempted to arrest me at will. I had to resist. Thank you, Director Wei. Are you free tonight? I would like to treat you to a drink. I'm free, just the right time. My evenings are usually open. Great. After drinking, we can go to the bathhouse to wash off this dust. Boss AU knows how to enjoy life. I like that. It's settled then. With that, they exchanged smiles, unbothered by the prying eyes of other Jade merchants around them. At that moment, Wu Yu's phone rang. It was a Chong, the head of Wu Naiwen's security team, seemingly having received a report from his subordinates and wanting a direct conversation. Chapter 49, The Fox Assuming the Tiger's Might. Wu Yu sidestepped Director Wei and approached the roadside to answer the call. A Chong spoke in a domineering tone, accustomed to being overbearing in this area due to his connection with Wu Naiwen. Boss AU, I heard you're not cooperating with our investigation. Don't think that by currying favor with Director Wei you can disregard Boss Naiwen. But Chong, your words are rather uninteresting. What am I supposed to cooperate with regarding something I haven't done? This is an insult to my character. Why did your neighbor hear gunfire on the night Huang Mao went missing? Where did your gun come from? I don't know when Huang Mao went missing, nor which neighbor heard gunfire. This is utterly nonsensical. As for my handgun, I purchased it through the Yunzong Chamber of Commerce. As a merchant in the mining area, isn't it reasonable to have a handgun for self-defense? Very well. If what you say is true, do you dare to let me search your residence? Huang Mao and his companions went missing while searching for the escaped female. I suspect you are harboring the female. Chong, you actually want to search my home? This is a great insult to me. If that's the case, there's nothing more to discuss. Don't think that by refusing me, we can't find a residence. Just wait. At the latest, I'll visit your home tomorrow morning. With that, Chong hung up the phone. Wu Yu furrowed his brow, not expecting Chong to be so difficult and quite astute, directly targeting the core of the issue. If he were to search his home and discover Anna, then no amount of evasion would suffice. However, it wasn't yet the time for a complete breakdown. There was a tiger skin he could still pull, and whether it would work depended on luck. If it failed, then there was no helping it, merely a few more corpses in the small space. Wu Yu dialed Du Danmin's number. After a few rings, the call was answered. Hello, who is this? Came Du Danmin's soft and alluring voice. Miss Danmin, this is you. A friend of mine has a piece of exquisite material. It will be delivered tomorrow morning. Do you have time to come take a look? Exquisite material? From which market and what type of water? It comes from Lao Peigang, and I preliminarily assess it to be high ice quality, with a color between apple green and emerald green, retaining part of the skin. The piece is small, but it qualifies as a rare gem in the market. I have heard that Miss Danmin is quite generous and magnanimous, which is why I called you immediately. I relish such compliments. As long as the materials are of good quality, I assure you that the price will be to your satisfaction. So it's settled then. Where are you residing? I will bring someone to inspect the goods tomorrow morning. I am staying at the market in the mining area. Once you arrive at the morning market, I will come to meet you. After their conversation, they ended the call. That piece of old jadeite truly belongs to the finest quality. However, within the realm of Wu Yu, there still exists imperial green and exquisite sky blue jadeite. Selling a piece to Du Danmin, leveraging her identity to intimidate Chong, would suffice to allow Wu Yu to dominate the mining area for several months. Even if Chong realizes this later, by then, the strength Wu Yu accumulates may rival that of Wu Naiwen. Director Wei surprisingly had not left. Upon seeing Wu Yu finish his call, he approached with narrowed eyes. Smiling. Boss Wu Yu, feeling threatened by Wu Naiwen. Are we? He has been quite close with Deputy Director Padu in recent years, disregarding even me. Wu Yu immediately compiled and analyzed the rumors he had heard in the market, stating, that's merely Wu Naiwen's ignorance. I've heard that Deputy Director Padu is nearing retirement while the current director is in poor health, frequently shuttling to Naypyidaw and even seeking to remain there for work. The mining area will undoubtedly become your territory in the future. Well said. You possess keen insight. We must indulge in a few drinks tonight. Director Wei laughed heartily, patting Wu Yu on the shoulder before departing with several individuals in camouflage. Wu Yu outwardly feigned flattery, yet inwardly remained composed. One must forge their own strength. These connections, like mere paper, can easily be pierced and are devoid of substantial meaning. They may assist in embellishing one's endeavors, but can hardly provide substantial aid during times of need. In moments of true danger, one can rely on no connections. The power one holds is the only genuine strength. Boss, are you all right? Gudan Wei and Sang Bo had been following closely behind, but with others brandishing firearms, they had no opportunity to speak until now, their faces etched with concern. Wu Yu smiled. I am fine. If I make it through tomorrow, you can carry firearms with you in the future. What? The two were taken aback, not comprehending Wu Yu's sudden declaration. Wu Yu offered no explanation, simply stating, let us go, it's time to gather materials. The three lined up and entered the crowd of Yamuxi people, inquiring if anyone had unearthed jadeite. If so, they would request to see it. If shown, negotiations could ensue. If not, they would linger a while, promising a high price to entice them to reveal their finds. However, Gudan Wei and Sang Bo could not make decisions directly. After inquiring about prices, they would escort the sellers to Wu Yu, who would negotiate if he found something to his liking. Even if they did not find anything appealing, Wu Yu would offer small favors to encourage them to return with better materials. Today, Wu Yu called over an elderly man selling ice cream and contracted the entire box. As long as the Yamuxi brought materials, regardless of whether a deal was struck, they would receive an ice cream. Previously, each ice cream cost 200 shot. It had now increased to 500 shot, while the premium ice cream was priced at 1,000 shot. With the incentive of ice cream, many Yamuxi came to sell materials to Wu Yu, and within just a morning, he acquired 23 pieces of quality jadeite. The elderly man's large box of ice cream was sold out. Wu Yu smiled. "Old man, please bring another box of ice cream this afternoon. Let us continue our collaboration." The old man gratefully replied, "Thank you, boss. I will definitely bring ice cream later." At that moment, Ong Ki approached with 2 assistants, complaining, "Boss Wu Yu, you've taken all our business. While you're here gathering materials, the Yamuxi have not sold any to us." Wu Yu refused to take the blame, saying, "Let us not be ridiculous. The materials I'm interested in are few, and there are 100 Yamuxi seeking me out. I've only taken about 20 pieces. Are there not many materials left for you to collect?" Feeling empathetic, Wu Yu added, "I share your sentiment. Business has been tough lately. Sigh. The truly fine materials are with the mining companies. How many good pieces can one find among the dross that trickles out?" Ong Ki shifted the topic, inquiring, "What did Wu Niwen's subordinates want with you? It seemed you were not on pleasant terms." Wu Yu nonchalantly laughed. "It's merely a small misunderstanding. Once clarified, it will be of no consequence. After all, I have worked at Wu Niwen's mining site in the past, and we share a bit of kinship. Miss Danmin holds me in high regard and has asked me to assist her with many arduous tasks." Ong Ki's expression shifted. "Envious, you know Miss Danmin?" Wu Yu, with the innocent demeanor of a carefree youth, widened his eyes and responded, "Indeed, we are quite close. Miss Danmin has been very kind to me. I heard that she wants to visit my new home tomorrow." Ong Ki, stunned into silence, pondered how this young man could be so audacious. Realizing he had not only forged a connection with Deputy Director Wei, but had also secured the favor of Miss Danmin. Chapter 50. Someone is watching. Ong Ki, intimidated by Wu Yu, left with repeated warnings to his assistants not to provoke Boss Wu Yu, as this young man's background was complex and formidable. Wu Yu, however, chuckled inwardly. "These were merely connections I fabricated. Yet one day, I too shall become a formidable force." In the afternoon, the elderly ice cream vendor indeed returned, carrying a full box of ice cream. However, the business that afternoon was not as prosperous as in the morning. Wu Yu examined many raw stones, yet their quality failed to meet his standards. It seemed the materials seen in the morning were accumulated over recent days rather than freshly extracted. At the dumping site, it was unlikely to unearth many quality pieces on the same day, given that the gemologists from the mining company are no novices. As the sun neared the horizon, the elderly man's box of ice cream was sold out, and Wu Yu only managed to purchase 8 satisfactory jadeite stones that afternoon. Adding to the 23 pieces acquired in the morning, he received a total of 31 pieces today, mostly small ones, with the largest weighing no more than 9 kilograms. Quite satisfactory, better than anticipated. Collecting materials with 2 assistants indeed yielded more than going solo. "Boss, why are the members of the Baoyi gang so compliant? They seem genuinely afraid of you?" Good Dan Wei asked in astonishment. Wu Yu replied, "If you were to point a gun at their heads and instruct them not to appear before you again, they too would behave. They are all cowards who fear the strong. A thorough lesson will make them obedient." Good Dan Wei exclaimed, "What? Did you draw your gun again? Aren't you afraid of being seen?" Wu Yu clarified, "I now have the confidence to draw my gun openly. The more witnesses, the better. Typically, if minor issues arise, no one will dare to bully us easily." "I understand." "Ye donbe nu did, contemplating." Sangbo, eager, chimed in, "Boss's gun? May I borrow it for a few days?" "What is the matter? Do you have enemies?" Wu Yu inquired. "Can you handle a gun?" "Of course. Back in Mandalay, when I was selling materials with my former boss, I often carried a gun. Although the security there is somewhat better than in the mining area, it's unsettling to showcase premium materials without one. Well, if you can use it, keep this gun for now. Tonight, I need you both on duty to prevent a Chang's gang from launching a nighttime ambush." After saying this, Wu Yu reached into his bag and produced a fully loaded handgun. "Thank you, boss." Sangbo's eyes lit up as if he had discovered treasure. He inspected the gun carefully before placing it securely. "In case of danger, use bullets freely. Once you run out, come back for more." "Of course. This gun only has 15 bullets, so be prudent." "Understood." Sangbo eagerly agreed. Good Dan Wei, who already possessed a gun, felt no envy. He merely did not expect the boss to be so trusting of Sangbo. Good Dan Wei casually remarked, "Sangbo, I heard your wife and children are living in China. When you visit them, you certainly cannot take a gun." Sangbo exclaimed, Even if I had 8 times the courage, I wouldn't dare. The firearm regulations in Huaxia are exceedingly stringent. A friend of mine was apprehended at the border for carrying a gun and is still languishing in prison. Wu Yu, however, showed no concern regarding such matters. If he truly had such foolish subordinates, it would be better for them to be incarcerated, relieving him of any worries. Soon, the trio passed through a checkpoint near the town and arrived at a bustling district. "Boss, no one has followed us along the way," reported Gudanwei. Wu Yu replied calmly. "Ah Chang's group will undoubtedly have planted spies at the market to track us down, considering our license plate number is public and cannot escape the eyes of the observant." Indeed, as their vehicle entered the courtyard, Wu Yu noticed several unfamiliar faces peering in from nearby. After shutting the gate, he remarked, as expected, "Ah Chang's people are watching us. Tonight, when I host Director Wei for dinner, Sang Bo will accompany me, while Wei stays behind to guard the house. Should anything arise, contact me." The group took the materials they had received to the washing basin beside the entrance, soaking them in clean water for a while before cleaning them thoroughly later. "You needn't trouble yourself. Wei will go to the market to buy some vegetables. You can manage with that for now. I will be dining out with guests tonight, and one tea join you." On the way, we had already contacted Director Wei, and they agreed to meet at a restaurant diagonally opposite the market management office, where a private room awaited them on the second floor. Wu Yu had never been to this establishment either, but upon arriving and mentioning Director Wei's name, the restaurant owner warmly led them to the upstairs private room. The DCOR was unremarkable, yet the fact that a small eatery in a mining area could offer several private rooms indicated a commendable level of service. Before long, Director Wei arrived with 2 bodyguards. After exchanging pleasantries, the dishes began to arrive, and they toasted with drinks. This was their first private meal together, during which they inquired about each other's names, backgrounds, and interests. We learned that the other man was named Wei Shanshui and hailed from family of Chinese descent. Wu Yu's mother was also of Chinese origin from Myanmar, while his father was from Yunnan province in Huaxia. His family had been engaged in the Jade business since his grandparents' time, and shortly after his birth. Arrangements were made to secure his identity in Myanmar for the sake of continuity in the family business. Due to the severe turmoil in Myanmar and discrepancies in information, the names on the documents differed, yet this did not hinder Wu Yu's education and life in Huaxia. After a round of conversation, they grew more familiar, and Director Wei assured Wu Yu that he would look after his business in the mining area and ensure no one would bully him. Wu Yu took this assurance with a grain of salt, knowing that they were merely maintaining a mutually beneficial relationship. After their meal, Wu Yu suggested they visit a bathhouse for relaxation, inviting Director Wei's bodyguards to join them. Wu Yu asked Sang Bo to accompany them while he sat in the private room, sipping tea and waiting. His disinterest in such venues was compounded by his desire to remain alert, fearing any issues at home. Additionally, he had a multi-functional companion at home, far more alluring than the women present, making it unnecessary to risk exposure to illness. Chapter 51. The True Face of Lao Peigang's Material. He expected to wait for quite some time, but within 20 minutes, the group began to emerge. A man like Wei Shanshui would typically not dare to spend the night out, likely due to a guilty conscience, and thus he always traveled with loyal bodyguards. "How is the service? Do you wish to stay here tonight?" Wu Yu inquired with a smile. Upon reaching the entrance of his courtyard without incident, Gudanwei cautiously peered through the door before opening it. "Boss, was there anything unusual outside?" he asked. "Not at the moment. Everything is normal." "That's good." Upon entering the living room, Wu Yu noticed Gudanwei washing the materials, having already cleaned more than half of the 31 pieces. "I will mark the window positions on the clean materials. You two can alternate between washing and marking," he instructed. "Understood, boss." Anna sat on the bed, perusing her phone to learn how to identify the videos of the market. Upon seeing Wu Yu retrieve a piece of raw material from the safe, she curiously asked, "What market is this from?" "It looks like it could be from the Myanmar site." Wu Yu placed the stone before Anna for her to observe closely. "Take another look. Can Myanmar material yield such color and quality?" Anna examined it under the light and gasped, "Oh, a jadeite of icy apple green. The quality is exquisite." Wu Yu explained, "The skin has yet to be fully removed. The color seen under light is not entirely accurate, without illumination. The jade flesh appears dark, indicating a higher grade of green." Anna's eyes sparkled with excitement, a glint of greed evident. "My goodness, how much would such material sell for? By the way, you haven't told me which market this is from." "The price is uncertain at this moment, but remember well, this is from the Lao Peigang site, and the stock available in the market is already quite limited. Rarity enhances value, even if the same quality and color are present. Lao Peigang materials command a higher price than those from newer sites." Oh, let me see again. So this is indeed from Lao Peigang. I learned from a Jadeite selling streamer back home for a few days, but this is the first time I've encountered genuine Lao Peigang material. Anna, a woman eager to learn, diligently touched the skin of the Peigang material, testing its texture and committing these experiences to memory as knowledge for the future. All right, I will now begin to peel it. You can watch my technique and note the structure beneath the skin of this raw stone. Yes, yes. Anna cheered, following Wu Yu to the operation table in the living room. Wu Yu activated the diamond grinding head and continued peeling along the original window position, occasionally pausing to explain to Anna. Notice how thick the skin is. There's a white mist layer beneath it, which is why, even after excavation, it cannot be thoroughly cleaned. The elder who sold me this raw stone was quite stubborn, believing that Lao Peigang material must be sold at a high price, which is why he held on to it until he encountered me. As Wu Yu continued his work, more of the skin was removed, revealing a plate-like green icy mass. After peeling 3 sides, he left one side intact to demonstrate its provenance to others. After using the grinding head to remove the skin, the jade meat still appeared rough, with a pockmarked surface, possessing color and translucency, but lacking luster. At some point, Sangbo stood behind Wu Yu, observing his technique. Wow, boss. Where did you acquire this material? It's top-quality jadeite, and there's even a bracelet position. Good Danwei remarked, the skin looks somewhat familiar, but I can't recall where I saw it. Wu Yu replied, if you can't remember, it's better not to dwell on it. Forgetting is often a blessing. Anna, you come and polish it. It must be polished tonight, as I need to show it to an important figure tomorrow morning. After giving his instructions, Wu Yu checked the recently washed materials, selecting 5 pieces of the coldest ice-type jadeite, marking the remaining pieces with window positions. He decided to stockpile the ice-type or superior materials for sale in Mandalay or the Huaxia market, only selling ordinary materials in the mining area to avoid deceiving anyone. For those collected materials, if his subordinates inquired, he would say they performed poorly, lacked suitable window positions, and that he needed to study them further before discussing them again. As everyone busied themselves, Wu Yu did not sleep, unable to rest until he saw the final polished quality of the Lao Peigang material. 2 preparations, 2 hands grasped firmly. Both must be strong. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Tang Yuyao calling. Boss AU, I sold all the jadeite raw materials you sent me. Can you guess how much I sold them for? Do you think I can guess? You are truly a bore. A single sentence could extinguish any conversation. Enough of the pretense. I shall reveal that I have sold a total of 820,000 Huaxia coins. The piece I personally cut from the ice material fetched 380,000, while the remaining 6 pieces sold for 440,000. I'm quite pleased with this price. According to our agreed 60 to 40 split, please transfer me for 92 million. No problem. Provide your bank account details, and I will transfer the funds immediately. You may also prepare for the second batch of materials. A fruitful collaboration indeed. The cost of sourcing materials in a mining area is almost negligible, and Wu Yu has already shouldered the costs and losses as per our agreement. Although Wu Yu previously held a bank card in the country with little funds remaining, the account remains active. After sharing the details, he promptly received a screenshot confirming the successful transaction. Wu Yu's domestic phone card is temporarily inactive, making it inconvenient to check the mobile banking app. Thus, he must trust that Tang Yuyao's transfer information is genuine. This time, he received a total of 492 million, while his cost was 9 pieces of Mushi raw stone. Calculating based on the morning market prices in the mining area, the ice material is valued at 20 million shot, and the other 8 ordinary pieces could collectively sell for around 32 million, totaling 52 million, equivalent to about 160,000 Huaxia coins. Therefore, his collaboration with Tang Yuyao was indeed successful, yielding greater profits than what could be earned in the morning market. How much could he earn by wasting so much time in the mining area? At that moment, Anna exclaimed, "Boss, I have finally polished it completely. It looks stunning. If I had the money, I would definitely buy it." Chapter 52. A distinguished guest arrives. Wu Yu approached to see a cluster of green ice, with a base shell and the remaining 3 sides polished to reveal exquisite jade flesh, radiating a brilliant gem-like luster under the light. A gentle tap with a flashlight produced a crisp, melodious metallic sound, displaying remarkable rigidity and an exceptionally delicate texture, with barely any visible inclusions or fine cracks. Most areas reached a high level of ice quality, with only the edges slightly lacking in water content, still within the realm of true ice. This is indeed a remarkable piece, potentially 2 or 3 grades below Imperial Green, but given its origin from Old Pakon, the finished product is likely to exhibit color variations. Wu Yu placed it on the electronic scale, discovering it weighed 87 kilograms with the base. If the raw stone had a regular shape, such weight could yield 5 pieces, producing at least 10 bangles. However, due to its irregular shape with triangular facets, it could still be cut into 5 pieces, but after removing the uneven, protruding areas, it would likely yield only 3 bangle materials. By reducing the circle size slightly, one piece could produce 2 bangles, totaling 6. Such high-quality material with color will command an astonishing price, provided there are bangle positions available. Wu Yu inquired, "What do you think this piece could be worth?" Anna shook her head. "I have never encountered such high-end material. I cannot ascertain its value." Go Danwai estimated, approximately 1 billion perhaps. Such materials are rarely found in Pecan's morning market. I once heard of a similar piece selling for 1 billion 2 years ago. 1 billion chat translates to about 3 million huaxia coins, a price that Wu Yu found unsatisfactory, considering it somewhat too low. Sangbo interjected urgently, "Ah Wei, don't be ridiculous. You know that was 2 years ago. This year's price should be around 1.5 billion to close a deal." Such exceptional material could indeed be auctioned or entered into this year's internal bidding. This price aligns closely with Wu Yu's understanding of the market, 1.5 billion chat equating to around 5 million huaxia coins. Selling to Du Danmin might incur a slight loss, but the opportunity for development makes this expenditure worthwhile. As long as one is in the mining area, the chance to encounter fine materials is always present, merely requiring additional time. Wu Yu picked up the piece and addressed everyone. "Well, it's getting late. Prepare to rest. Tomorrow morning, we must be ready for clients." Ah Wei and Sang Bo would take turns on duty, remaining vigilant through the night. Should anything seem amiss, they were to shoot immediately. Energized, the two exclaimed, "Boss, with such a precious jade, raw stone in the house, we won't sleep tonight. We will keep watch together to prevent any unexpected incidents." Meanwhile, in the depths of the mining area, a Chong, who was overseeing Wu Naiwan's operations, received a call from his subordinate. "Brother Chong, we've located a Yu's address and confirmed he is at home. We can act now and capture him all at once." "Not tonight. There are pressing matters at the site that I must attend to. Keep a close watch. I will bring people over first thing tomorrow morning." After hanging up, a Chong pointed at the pinhole camera on the table and shouted, "Our security team must have an insider. How dare they install surveillance in the boss's storeroom? With the lens aimed directly at the safe? I did not know their intentions, but we must uncover who is responsible." In front of him stood 2 rows of security personnel, totaling more than 20, their faces tense as they lowered their heads, not daring to meet a Chong's fiery gaze. Upon hearing this, the security team grew even more anxious, and those with weaker nerves began to offer explanations. "Captain, I have always been loyal to you and the boss. I would never do such a thing. I am willing to cooperate with the investigation." "Yes, me too. I could never betray the captain and the boss. Whoever is to blame, step forward and confess. Do not implicate your brothers." Amidst the chaotic accusations, no one admitted to wrongdoing, as if the matter had no connection to them. Faced with such a crisis in his responsible mining storage, a Chong felt sleep would be a distant luxury tonight. He had no time for Ayu. In contrast, Wu Yu slept soundly, undisturbed until dawn, eventually waking up to wash. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Du Danmin calling. "Ayu, I have arrived at the morning market, right at the intersection. Please come and pick us up." "All right, I will be there shortly." After ending the call, Wu Yu instructed Anna, "Stay inside and do not come out. It is not suitable for you to show yourself right now. Even if there is chaos outside, do not emerge." "Understood," Anna nodded obediently. Having said that, Wu Yu and Go Danwai set out to meet the guests, leaving Sang Bo to guard the house. The morning market was small. Just stepping outside and turning a corner led them to the Mercedes parked by the roadside. "Miss Danmin, please follow me." After greeting her, Wu Yu and Go Danwai led the way, the car following behind, directly entering the courtyard and parking behind Wu Yu's Toyota. Du Danmin was accompanied by 2 robust female bodyguards, clad in camouflage uniforms, armed with guns and daggers, exuding the aura of formidable beasts ready for combat. "Miss Danmin, please sit down and enjoy some tea while I fetch the material from the room." After escorting her to the living room, Wu Yu asked Sang Bo, a burly man, to prepare the tea, a rather challenging task for him. "Please, do not stand on ceremony. Go ahead and retrieve the material." Du Danmin glanced around the room, evidently disapproving of the environment, refusing to touch even a disposable cup. The 2 female bodyguards remained vigilant beside Du Danmin, scanning the surroundings for any potential threats. Go Danwai and Sang Bo, intimidated by their imposing presence, could only retreat to a corner of the living room, attentive to any disturbances outside. They had heard from Wu Yu that there might be some danger today, and as long as they weathered this day, they could establish a foothold in the morning market. Although they did not fully understand the implications, they complied without question. Wu Yu emerged from the room, holding the piece from old Pakon, and placed it on the table before Du Danmin. Upon catching sight of the exquisite material, Du Danmin's eyes widened in awe, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is a top-tier specimen. This journey has not been in vain." At that moment, a Chong, who had not slept a wink, arrived at Wu Yu's modest courtyard accompanied by a dozen subordinates. He waved his hand, his demeanor weary yet authoritative, commanding, "Two of you, scale the wall and unlock the main gate from the inside. Then I shall lead the charge to apprehend everyone within." "Understood, Captain," responded two of his men, swiftly vaulting over the wall and landing in Wu Yu's courtyard. As soon as a Chong's two subordinates leapt into the courtyard, the bodyguards accompanying Du Danmin detected the commotion. When the two men opened the gate, Du Danmin's female bodyguard had already drawn her firearm, her gaze vigilant and perplexed, fixating on Wu Yu and his two assistants. "They're not my people. They must be the enemies." Wu Yu hastily distanced himself, instructing his subordinates, "You two guard the living room entrance and protect Miss Danmin. There's no need for you to intervene. I will handle this." Du Danmin, not wanting her inspection to be disturbed, ordered her bodyguards, "Teach those outside a lesson to silence them." "Yes, boss," the two bodyguards affirmed, positioning themselves at the entrance. A few gunshots rang out, striking the two men who had just opened the door. "Ah, this is bad. We've been discovered, and they are firing," cried the two men, collapsing in a pool of blood, their bodies riddled with bullets, emitting fearful cries. In the midst of this chaos, a Chong drew his handgun and charged into the courtyard with his men. Just as he prepared to return fire, two familiar, coarse female voices called out from within. "A Chong, what madness is this? Why are you attacking here?" A Chong's murderous gaze instantly softened as he exclaimed, "What? How are you here? Could it be that Miss Danmin is also present? What do you think?" I don't know." A Chong stood frozen, gazing at his bewildered subordinates and the two fallen men, pondering. "Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Have I lost my mind from staying up all night? Isn't this a Yu's home? Why is Miss Danmin here so early in the morning? Could they be involved? Miss Danmin has instructed you to take your men far away and never cause trouble here again. Do you understand?" Yes, I understand." A Chong felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, turning to flee, terrified that lingering even a moment longer would lead to his demise. After dragging the bodies of his fallen comrades out of the courtyard and shutting the gate behind him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Captain, what should we do now? Are we still going to capture a Yu for questioning?" "Fool, do you wish to get me killed? Did you not hear that Miss Danmin forbids us from causing any more trouble here? Let me ascertain the relationship between a Yu and Miss Danmin before we proceed. What about the disappearance of Huang Mao? Are we not investigating that?" "Of course we will investigate. Why wouldn't we? Aside from you, there are other suspects, especially those who may have hidden the fleeing female streamers. They're all potential culprits, not just the Yu." The captain's reasoning seemed sound, leaving the others at a loss for words, yet a sense of frustration brewed within them. Today's events were too bizarre. They had not even encountered a Yu and had already suffered injuries among their ranks. Where had things gone awry? Meanwhile, in the room, Du Danmin had thoroughly examined the old Pagan material before brushing aside the earlier incident, stating, "Boss AU, I'm quite satisfied with this material. Name your price." Wu Yu, carefully observing her expression, replied cautiously, "I am immensely grateful to Miss Danmin for visiting my home to inspect the materials and for helping to drive away the troublemakers. I shall not demand an exorbitant price. This piece of jade is valued at 2 billion. Du Danmin nodded slightly, a glint of intelligence flashing in her eyes as she remarked, "I appreciate your honesty. I shall overlook your previous attempt to outmaneuver me. 2 billion is not an unreasonable price, but I will shave a bit off for formality's sake, settling at 8 billion. Wu Yu exhaled in relief, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Danmin. You truly live up to your reputation for generosity and kindness. Let us agree on your price, and I shall inform you of any exquisite materials in the future." Wu Yu endeavored to clarify, "I extend my thanks for your understanding. But I genuinely had no inkling that a Chong would cause a ruckus at this moment. What transpired between us is merely a minor misunderstanding, devoid of any profound enmity. Do not speak of such matters. I only concern myself with the outcome, not the reasons. Furthermore, I lack sufficient cash. However, I have brought a considerable amount of gold, and I shall settle with you using gold today." Her tone was not one of negotiation, but rather an imperative, leaving Wu Yu no room for resistance. Yet, this arrangement suited Wu Yu's intentions perfectly. He had over 1 billion baht in his possession, and any surplus would be exchanged for gold bars. The political climate in Myanmar was too volatile, often erupting into conflict, leading to rampant inflation and currency devaluation. According to international exchange rates, 1 Chinese yuan could be exchanged for approximately 300 baht. However, during times of war, the black market exchange rate could skyrocket to around 1,600. This meant that under normal circumstances, 300 baht could be exchanged for 1 Chinese yuan, but during warfare, one might require as much as 600 baht for the same amount. Merchants holding large sums of baht risked their assets having in value overnight. Thus, Wu Yu was keen to avoid hoarding excessive baht. Any amount exceeding 1 billion would be converted into gold bars. After Du Danmin spoke, one of her female bodyguards retrieved a locked briefcase from behind the Mercedes-Benz. Placing it on the table and opening it, inside were numerous gold bars, each weighing 100 grams. Though the refining technique appeared rudimentary, the purity was commendable, evident from the luster of the bars. Based on the day's international gold prices, Du Danmin promptly counted out gold bars worth 1.8 billion baht, ensuring it was sufficient, and even tossed an extra bar in his direction. This gold bar is from my own mine. It may lack a touch of purity, but consider it an additional token of goodwill. Thank you. Wu Yu found himself at a loss for words in the face of the generous and affluent Miss Danmin. Even knowing she had profited significantly from the old Pekin material, he remained exceedingly satisfied with the transaction. Moreover, I shall have the outer shell of this material ground away and send it to the auction house in Hua City, publicly declaring it as a premium specimen excavated by my mining company. You need not concern yourself with the details. Simply keep your lips sealed and refrain from speaking out of turn. Rest assured, I shall not speak indiscreetly. Very well, I must take my leave. With that, Du Danmin exited the living room, followed closely by her 2 bodyguards, one cradling the Jade and the other carrying the briefcase of gold bars. Wu Yu, accompanied by his 2 assistants, personally opened the courtyard gate to bid farewell as the Mercedes-Benz departed. Boss, have our troubles been resolved? What shall we do next? We will take the materials we cleaned yesterday and sell them at the morning market to Boss Lu and Boss Song. After all, they are leaving tomorrow, and it's rare to encounter buyers who offer such generous prices and prompt payments. Every opportunity like this is worth cherishing. Indeed, they concurred, as they cleaned the blood from the rear of the gate before setting off with the materials towards the morning market. Chapter 54. The profit scheme. Good Anwei and Sangbo accompanied Wu Yu to the market today, feeling a newfound confidence, their postures straighter than ever, emboldened by their possession of firearms. In Myanmar, reason may falter, but truth prevails. Each individual wielding a gun felt as though they held the truth in their hands, proclaiming dominion over the world. Wu Yu located Lu Biao and laid out the 26 small pieces of material on the ground, inviting him to select. Boss Lu, this is all the fine material I have. Please choose first, and whatever remains will be offered to Boss Song. Thank you, Boss Au. You are truly generous, Lu Biao expressed with courtesy as he crouched down, meticulously examining the selection. Due to Wu Yu's exceptional window opening technique, the advantages of the jadeite rough stone surface were fully displayed, captivating Lu Biao's attention to every piece. However, after several days of expenditure, his funds had dwindled, making it impossible for him to purchase every desirable stone as he had during his first 2 days at the morning market. After a meticulous selection process, he chose 15 pieces of windowed material, paying Wu Yu a total of 97 million shots. Wu Yu subsequently sold the remaining 11 pieces to Song Junhui for 56 million. The average price indicates that Lu Biao did not haggle much, with each piece averaging over 6 million, while Song Junhui, a cunning fox, managed to reduce the average price to around 5 million per piece, despite Wu Yu's prior assistance. Wu Yu felt a pang of regret as he contemplated the departure of 2 cherished friends from China, already beginning to miss them. On the way home, Gu Danwei and Sang Bo proudly carried bags of cash, unperturbed by the envious gazes of passersby. Their possession of firearms instilled a sense of bravado. Meanwhile, Wu Yu contemplated his future financial strategies. Having finally accumulated a startup capital of 1 billion shots, he planned to shift his primary business focus from the Yamuxi mine to the nearby trading market. His schedule was packed, trading in the morning at the Pekin morning market, collecting materials at the Yamuxi mine in the afternoon, and selling at the Longkin night market in the evening, leaving no room for wasted time. High-quality materials would be stored in a small space, while ordinary materials would be sold promptly, regardless of profit margins. Anna, with a delicate demeanor, nestled into Wu Yu's embrace and softly inquired, "Boss, I was nearly frightened to death by the gunfire this morning. Has the trouble been resolved?" Wu Yu replied, "For now, it has been addressed, but you must remain indoors and stay safe." Anna obediently responded, "Oh, that's fine. As long as there's food, drink, and a phone at home, I can stay in every day." Having witnessed 2 gunfights firsthand, she understood the dangers of the Myanmar mining areas better than anyone. With a man willing to protect her, she was content to stay home or do anything. Good Danwei and Sang Bo curiously asked, "Boss, having earned so much money today, what should we do next? Should we hire more people to expand the business?" Wu Yu stated, "We will discuss hiring later. I will not abandon the Yamuxi mine for now, but we need to increase our trading at the morning market and the Longkin night market." Good Danwei and Sang Bo were thrilled, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. Focusing on jade trading in the market is what true jade merchants should do." Many top jade merchants started here. As employees, they eagerly anticipated their boss's success, hoping to benefit alongside him. Wu Yu pulled out 2 bundles of cash from his bag and tossed them to Good Danwei and Sang Bo, saying, "You both performed admirably today. When Ah Chong's gang charged in, you showed no fear, which deserves recognition. Here, 100,000 each for your pocket money." "Thank you, boss." The 2 were delighted, realizing that the reward was equivalent to a month's salary. Being with such a generous boss promised a bright future. Anna, with envy, remarked, "What about me, boss?" Wu Yu shot her a glance and frowned. "They risked their safety to serve me today. What have you done to earn money?" Anna sweetly replied, "I've had a sore throat these past few days. Isn't that a work injury? Shouldn't I receive a special allowance?" Wu Yu found her reasoning amusing and, laughing, rewarded her with 100,000 chots as well. The gold bars he had acquired from Du Danmin that morning were already safely stored in his small space. He instructed Anna to lock the door from the inside, then departed the small courtyard with his 2 subordinates, driving away from the market. However, they soon encountered a checkpoint obstructed by several vehicles, where armed soldiers in camouflage were reprimanding the foremost car. Good Danwei, at the wheel, peered through the gaps in the vehicles and observed, "Boss, the car being stopped appears to belong to the Yunzong Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Changyi has gotten out and is trying to bribe them, but they refuse to take the money." Wu Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the soldiers would decline bribes. It seemed that Zhao Changyi had made an enemy of the deputy director of the management office, Padu, and was being deliberately targeted. As many people exited their vehicles to witness the commotion, Wu Yu could not resist stepping out to join them. "How long has the blockade been going on? If they want to let the first car through, can't they at least allow the rest of us to pass? Who knows? We've been stuck here since we arrived. It's frustrating. Yamuxi called me to come inspect some materials." Wu Yu observed Zhao Changyi, drenched in sweat, desperately attempting to bribe the soldiers, yet none dared to accept his money. At that moment, Zhao Changyi's phone rang. After glancing at the caller ID and displaying a flicker of hope, he answered and spoke briefly before handing the phone to the checkpoint's officer. The officer hesitated before accepting the phone and conversing briefly, returning it to Zhao Changyi with a frown. "Take the money and let them go," he ordered his subordinates, appearing somewhat reluctant. The soldiers, who had just refused to accept bribes, swiftly seized 2 bundles of cash from the driver and removed the roadblocks. Zhao Changyi and his driver quickly departed the checkpoint, while the remaining vehicles underwent inspections. Those who had recently paid could pass with a receipt, while others had to pay to proceed. Even the wealthy Yunzong Chamber of Commerce found it difficult to navigate local power dynamics after offending influential figures. Wu Yu realized that the road ahead in Myanmar would be long. One needed wealth, connections, and influence to thrive. Deep in thought, the car arrived at the familiar Yamuxi mine, but the atmosphere fell off. The roadside was crowded with miners, seemingly more interested in watching than working. Having found no parking, Wu Yu exited the vehicle and approached a miner, asking, "What is happening? Why is everyone gathered here?" Chapter 55, The Hidden Danger Strikes. This situation was also a requirement imposed by Myanmar's authorities on mine owners. For every excavation, there must be refilling. Consequently, after several days of heavy rain, these loosely filled areas were prone to landslides or collapses, often resulting in minor casualties that barely stirred a response. Only when casualties reached a certain threshold would officials emerge to feign concern and orchestrate a rescue, lest negative news garner international attention. After gathering information, Wu Yu pushed through the crowd to observe conditions at the Yamuxi mine. The collapse occurred near the river, where he vaguely recalled a small gold panning team operating alongside the jade miners. Now, that area was deserted, with only a handful of soldiers in camouflage methodically searching for something. Given the circumstances, it was clear that the search and rescue would not be completed today. The mineral trucks were unable to reach the site, and jade merchants like Wu Yu could not collect materials. All right, boss, good Anwei said as he turned the vehicle around. Wu Yu spotted Ong Ji walking by with two assistants and proactively inquired, "Are you leaving this place as well? Where else can we find a Yamuxi mine? Where are you planning to source materials?" "All right then. Truly, your words are as enlightening as listening to a grand discourse. It's like speaking to a wall. Every legitimate mining company is bound to have one or several nearby, small jadeite mines, as a considerable amount of waste is transported from the mining company daily. And for convenience, it is disposed of nearby. To ascertain the locations of these small mines, one merely needs to inquire at the management office about the whereabouts of the mining companies." Wu Yu, once familiar with the area of jadeite, was aware of many nearby small mines. Initially, he intended to extract information from Ong Chi, but when the latter remained reticent, he had no choice but to rely on luck to seek out the more populous jadeite mines. Meanwhile, Du Danmin had already ground down the last remaining skin of the old jadeite she had just purchased, allowing a skilled craftsman to refinish it, resulting in a remarkably flawless effect. Delighted, Du Danmin captured several photographs and sent them to Wu Naiwen via a messaging app. She instructed him to dispatch someone to deliver the piece to Hua City at the fastest speed, declaring it as material excavated from their Phoenix mining company. Hua City, referred to as Mandalay by the locals, was a name they preferred. It mattered not whether experts believed it. A portion of gullible individuals would suffice. The quality of the materials they had recently unearthed was dismal, and sales in Hua City had been poor. Thus, they needed to leverage this piece to bolster their reputation. "Very well. I shall send a professional escort team to collect the material from you, and they will reach Hua City before nightfall. By the way, what is the starting bid for this piece? Let us set it at 2 billion. The final transaction amount is inconsequential. The key is to sell it. And be sure to inform the auction house that it originates from Phoenix Mining Company." "All right, you can rest assured I will handle this promptly," Wu Naiwen replied, immediately preparing to arrange the matter. He first attempted to call his security team leader, a Chong, but his calls went unanswered. Useless waste, always faltering at critical moments. Wu Naiwen cursed, resorting to contacting other familiar members of the security team. After much effort, he finally reached someone and bellowed, "Where is your team leader? Where has he gone? Why can't I reach him? Is there an issue with the investigation into the monkey's disappearance?" "No. It seems to be a problem at the warehouse. I am not entirely sure." "All right. I'm too lazy to inquire further now. Once a Chong wakes, I'll question him. For now, gather 4 trustworthy brothers, all armed, to retrieve a piece of exquisite jadeite from Miss Danmin and deliver it to our shop in the Hua City Corner Bay Market." "Understood, boss. I will take my men over immediately." Not long after Wu Naiwen's escort team set out, Bao Ming, who had been investigating the cause of the monkey's death and searching for the missing exquisite jadeite, received a mysterious phone call. "Boss, I just received news that Wu Naiwen has dispatched 5 of his most capable subordinates, fully armed, to escort a piece of exquisite jadeite to the Hua City Corner Bay Market." Why such a grand display for a piece of jadeite? What is the quality of this jadeite you suspect? I didn't dare to inquire, as the captain has already grown suspicious of my installation of pinhole cameras in the warehouse. If I probe further, I might find myself in danger. Understood. Stay safe and report any significant updates to me. "Thank you, boss. I will." After hanging up, Bao Ming's suspicions grew. The mysterious disappearance of his subordinate, the monkey, and the coincidental dispatch of a piece of exquisite jadeite by Wu Naiwen seemed too fortuitous. Could it be that the jadeite they were escorting was the very piece that had gone missing? He could not afford to miss this lead. He needed to arrange for personnel immediately to intercept the jadeite on its route. If he could acquire that jadeite, he could retire early and leave behind all troubles, including Wu Naiwen and Danmin. With this thought, Bao Ming steeled himself, took out his phone, and made several calls to dispatch his loyal subordinates, preparing to seize the jadeite on the way. This was a decisive moment, and he had no retreat, unbeknownst to Wu Yu, who had just discovered a small jadeite mine, that he had unwittingly set off a hidden danger. A dark-skinned miner approached with a piece of jadeite the size of an egg and presented it to Wu Yu. "Boss, take a look at this jadeite. It's rather small. Isn't it? There is too much mud on the skin. Could I rinse it a bit?" "Of course." Upon receiving permission, Wu Yu pretended to wash off a corner of the mud, revealing a less than striking appearance under the flashlight. "What do you want for it?" he inquired, already cradling the piece in his left hand, its warmth enhancing the amiability of his smile. "Boss, could you offer a bit more? I've only found this piece in the past half month, and if I don't sell it soon, my children will go hungry." "How old are your children?" Are you the only one earning in your family? My eldest son is 3, and my daughter is just 5 months old. My wife has been unwell and can only feed her formula. I see. In business, I can offer you a flat price of 500,000. I cannot go higher. Thank you, boss. 500,000 it is. The miner agreed, evidently satisfied with the price. Wu Yu then turned to his companion, Good Wei, and said, away. Give him 100,000. The extra is for his children's formula. The miner was taken aback, studying the young and handsome boss before him as if to remember his face. After receiving the money, he patted the sold jadeite gratefully, saying, Thank you, boss. May you prosper. Please leave your number. I'll call you if I find good material in the future. Chapter 56, Longkin Night Market. Wu Yu felt a pang of guilt for earning someone else's money while receiving thanks in return. He realized that it was his limited conscience at work. Without it, he could likely earn much more. Myanmar is a nation that adheres to Buddhism, and most common people are still quite simple and kind-hearted. Only the clever ones aspiring for success tend to become corrupted over time. Good Wei witnessed the entire transaction and was deeply moved by Wu Yu's kindness in giving the miner an extra sum. He thought to himself that if the boss treated strangers so well, he would certainly be even better to his loyal employees, making it worthwhile to serve such a boss. Shortly thereafter, another miner approached with a fist-sized piece of jadeite, heavily coated in mud. Boss, take a look at this jadeite. Too muddy? Wu Yu, seeing the thick layer of mud, could not be bothered to wash it and directly inquired about the price. 3,100,000. Someone has already offered 500,000. I'll add a bit more. My final offer is 150,000. If not, then it's fine. All right, deal. After a moment of hesitation, the miner agreed. For such jadeite, whether to buy or not was inconsequential, which is why Wu Yu remained so indifferent. Like a machine devoid of emotion, unwilling to offer even a bit more. Should the miner refuse, he could simply wait for the next seller. By lunchtime, Wu Yu had received 5 pieces of jadeite, varying in quality, with a total cost of just a few million. All right, boss, Good Wei and Sangbo responded. Following Wu Yu to the parking area, the sun blazed fiercely, and despite Wu Yu shielding himself with an umbrella and wearing a baseball cap, he was still drenched in sweat. He retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the car and gulped it down, feeling a bit more comfortable. This small jadeite mine had been in existence for a long time, and there were roadside stalls selling food, though the offerings were mediocre at best. Primarily boxed meals featuring salted fish and rather tasteless rice noodles. However, the most unassuming chicken leg curry noodles were Wu Yu's favorite. Wu Yu currently possesses a substantial appetite, devouring the dishes beside him in their entirety before finally satiating his hunger. He finished his meal with a bottle of chilled cola, letting out a satisfying belch. In contrast, Good Wei and Sangbo have rather ordinary appetites, contenting themselves with a simple portion of salted fish box rice, while they readily indulged in cold beverages. Upon returning home, the 3 of them each took a warm shower, and without any prompting from Wu Yu, Anna took the initiative to wash the 5 pieces of material received that day. After his shower, Wu Yu casually sketched several opening areas on the 5 small pieces, stating, You will open these 5 pieces. The Longkin Night Market primarily deals in raw materials, with only a small portion allocated for open pieces. Tonight, sell what you can. If anything remains unsold, take it to tomorrow's morning market. Good Wei, closely following Wu Yu, had seldom encountered unsold materials, feeling a bit overconfident as he remarked, Boss, as long as our prices are sufficiently low, there will be no unsold materials. Sangbo inquired curiously, Boss, you seem quite knowledgeable about Huaxia merchants. Have you ever been to Ruili? Wu Yu, wishing to divert the topic away from himself, quickly replied, Of course, when I visit Ruili in the future, I will bring you both along. Especially you, Sangbo, leaving your wife and children in Ruili. Aren't you worried that your wife might secretly find herself a new partner? Sangbo chuckled, Huaxia is safe. At least I don't have to worry about constant warfare. As for everything else, I don't think too much about it. Surviving is the most important thing. Wu Yu was surprised by the depth of Sangbo's perspective on life. Amidst life and death, everything else seemed trivial. As they conversed, the trio collaborated seamlessly, swiftly opening the 5 pieces. Noticing that time was of the essence, Wu Yu retrieved the Myanmar currency from the safe in the room. He announced, Today, we head to the Longkin Night Market primarily to acquire materials. Let us start with 200 million to test the waters. If that's insufficient, we can withdraw more from the money exchange. Understood, boss. We will follow your lead. Good Wei and Sangbo affirmed with enthusiasm. Let us go. With Wu Yu's command, the 3 departed in their vehicle, leaving a mess for Anna to tidy up. The distance from the Pakong morning market to the Longkin night market was not extensive, yet the poor road conditions, compounded by several days of continuous rain, made the journey arduous. At one corner of the Longkin night market, with about half an hour left until dusk, the streets were already teeming with people, some walking, others riding motorcycles, occupying the thoroughfare in small groups. The Longkin night market is renowned as one of the largest jade trading markets globally, serving as a significant source for many rough materials. Numerous Huaxia merchants purchase promising jade raw stones here, transporting them to Relics de Long Market, where they can sell them for a handsome profit. Along the streets, aside from fixed raw stone shops, many small tables and stools were set up for jade merchants to conduct their business. However, this service came at a cost of 4,000 Myanmar currency per table for 2 hours, with additional charges for overtime. Each table could accommodate 2 jade merchants, meaning if 2 shared a table, it would cost each of them 2,000 Myanmar currency, a clear pricing structure. Wu Yu parked the car in a less crowded area and walked ahead with the 5 pieces, while Gudan Wei and Sang Bo followed, each carrying a bag of cash. Their trio was a rare sight at the Longkin night market, drawing curious glances, especially at the heavy bags of cash they carried. All 3 were armed and donned the attire characteristic of the local Myanmar natives, ensuring that even those with ill intentions would think twice before acting in such a bustling environment. Wu Yu spotted an empty table at a busy shop and promptly claimed the spot. Gudan Wei and Sang Bo placed their bags of cash beside Wu Yu, making it evident to passers-by that he was a wealthy businessman. Wei will guard the cashier, while Sang Bo will explore the market to find buyers for the 5 pieces we brought, Wu Yu instructed. Understood, boss, the 2 replied. And Sang Bo set off with the 5 small pieces. At that moment, the shopkeeper emerged from behind, requesting 4,000 Myanmar currency for the table fee. Indeed, the tables and stools on the roadside were not official, but privately placed by the shop owner, who collected the fees. After receiving the payment, the shopkeeper offered Wu Yu a cigarette and struck up a conversation. You seem unfamiliar here. Is this your first time at the Longkin night market? My name is Kong. What do they call you? Welcome, Boss AU. In the future, when you return to the Longkin night market, you can sit here to conduct your business. It's a popular spot, and many jade merchants have found exceptional materials here. Thank you. I will certainly return whenever there is an available spot, Wu Yu replied, exchanging a few more pleasantries until a merchant placed a hefty 30-kilogram raw stone on his table, drawing his attention back to the materials. This was a piece of Mosi Sha jade, adorned with a long, enticing green band on its surface. When illuminated with a flashlight, it exhibited a splendid water quality, with deep light penetration and vibrant green hues that stirred excitement within him. 800 million. Wu Yu raised an eyebrow, casting a curious glance at the merchant. Given the size of this Mosi Sha jade, 800 million seemed reasonable, even slightly cheap, as it was merely an asking price with ample room for negotiation. Yet, something felt amiss, prompting him to place his left hand on the stone, from left to right, keenly sensing the temperature it radiated. The icy sensation emanating from his left hand mirrored the chill in his heart. He was taken aback to find such a dubious piece at the Longkin night market. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 Mosi Sha stones are icy and floral. This indicated that the Mosi Sha site often yielded high-quality materials worth betting on. The characteristics of the raw stones from this site varied greatly, including white salt sand, old elephant skin, sand-exposed skin, yellow salt sand, lychee skin, black sand skin, waxy skin, elephant skin, and cement skin, among others. However, Mosi Sha stones typically did not come in large sizes, with pieces weighing a few kilograms being the norm. A 30-kilogram piece like the one before him was exceedingly rare, particularly when it bore color. It exhibited distinct characteristics of sand-exposed skin in certain areas, while other sections were unevenly textured like hills. Notably, the green band traversed these undulating hills, and the flashlight's light refracted an intoxicating green hue upon it. While the skin exhibited promising signs, the persistent chill in his left hand continually reminded Wu Yu that this was a treated fake skin piece. Otherwise, the most vibrant parts of the green band could not possibly feel so cold. Away, come take a look at this piece. With the night market just beginning, Wu Yu had ample time and decided to let his companion gain some insight. Sure. Gudan Wei was momentarily taken aback. Typically, the boss never invited him to examine materials. Taking the strong flashlight, Gudan Wei scrutinized the piece thoroughly, shaking his head as he said, "This Mosi Sha seems strange. The color band looks enticing, yet something feels off. I can't decipher it." Wu Yu nodded and turned to the increasingly impatient merchant before him, saying, It's not suitable. Take it away. The merchant had no objections, lifting the raw stone and walking it over to a man on a motorcycle, murmuring a few words before departing on the bike. Once they were out of sight, Gadanwei curiously asked, "Boss, is there an issue with that stone?" He was astonished that the boss, known for his sharp eye for stones, almost misjudged it. Wu Yu humbly replied, my skills in gambling on stones are rather average. I just happen to have slightly better luck than most. The night market is fraught with danger. Upon my arrival, I encountered counterfeit materials, prompting the necessity for heightened vigilance. It appears to be a test orchestrated by unscrupulous individuals who, upon spotting unfamiliar jade traders, utilize fake skins to probe their discernment. Should my judgment falter and I unwittingly purchase a counterfeit, a plethora of subordinates would soon deliver more fakes, as finding a Navi victim is a rare opportunity. And who would not wish to exploit such a chance? As the conversation unfolded, a subordinate presented a piece of material, placing it upon Wu Yu's table. This was a piece that could be classified as caca, roughly the size of an egg, yet its surface bore at least 5 or 6 conspicuous cracks. The water quality was exceptional. When illuminated, the material glowed like a small bulb. It was warm to the touch, indicating at least an ice-grade quality. The caca material from this venue is intriguing. Although small in size, its water quality is superb. The numerous cracks, however, pose a risk. While it appears translucent under light, it often collapses upon cutting due to excessive fissures. Wu Yu scrutinized the temperature variations emanating from the small piece, noting that while his left hand felt warm, many areas exhibited a subtle chill, an immediate indication of the overabundance of cracks. Is the price exorbitant? Wu Yu inquired. Too high. It doesn't align with the market, he replied, choosing not to haggle further. This caca material was inferior to the small piece of Mwanjiji he had received earlier that day. Although his Mwanjiji piece had 3 or 4 significant cracks, it lacked fine fissures, allowing for several sizable ice-grade pieces upon careful segmentation. In contrast, this heavily cracked caca material would yield nothing but disappointment. Upon seeing Wu Yu's refusal, the subordinate said nothing more, taking his material and departing. The exchange lasted mere seconds. Upon sensing no potential for a transaction, the subordinate swiftly exited, unwilling to squander either party's precious time. After all, the bustling trading hours of Longkin night market extend only for 3 to 4 hours after dusk, fading significantly post 10 o'clock. At that moment, a woman from Myanmar approached, her beauty somewhat marred by her darker complexion. She retrieved a piece of Muna material, roughly the size of a palm. "Boss, take a look at this material," she said. Regardless of whether at the Pakhan morning market or Longkin night market, many female sellers participate in trading, some of whom possess striking beauty. Wu Yu cast only a cursory glance before illuminating the stone with a flashlight, meticulously examining it. Afterward, he confirmed the shell's appearance and the results of his unique testing method with his left hand. Wu Yu holds a particular fondness for Muna material. The last piece he received, a rare snowflake cotton material, remains in a small space. This piece weighs approximately 3 to 4 kilograms, boasting a flat shape with deep light absorption, indicating excellent water quality and the onset of ice-grade quality. Such material requires a gamble regarding its color, cracks, and whether the quality is fully realized. Most individuals encountering such material must rely on luck, but Wu Yu can assist with his discerning left hand. He gently caressed the stone, feeling a pronounced warmth without any cold filaments, indicating a lack of fissures within the raw stone. Excellent, he thought, as his left hand swiftly eliminated 2 significant risks, no cracks, and the quality fully realized. If devoid of color, he would make a modest profit. If it possessed color, the gains would be substantial. Thus, he inquired, "What's the price?" "Boss, this piece is 20 million. The shape is not ideal. It's flat. After removing the top and bottom layers, how much jade remains? I can only see a few hundred. For such a well-performing piece, especially one that can be fashioned into a bracelet, one cannot expect to negotiate too aggressively. If you were to offer a few 100,000, the seller would simply turn away, unwilling to waste time. That one do, boss, someone has already offered 10 million. If you could add a bit more, we might seal the deal. I'm not interested in sealing. I'll offer you a straight 10 million. Please inquire with the owner. If it's agreeable, we'll proceed. If not, that. I can contact the owner, if successful. How much white card can you provide? The white card refers to a tip. According to the customs of the Myanmar jade market, if a jade transaction is successful, the trader is expected to offer the seller a tip ranging from 2 to 5%. For overly cheap or expensive materials, the tip is predetermined and not calculated proportionally. If this Muna raw stone transaction succeeds, Wu Yu would need to give at least 200,000 as a tip, potentially up to 500,000. Understanding the magnitude of profit this jade could yield, Wu Yu never hesitated to be generous with the white card. If the transaction is successful, I will provide you with 500,000 as a tip. Thank you, boss. I will communicate this well to the owner. With that, the woman tucked the jade stone back in her bag and stepped aside to contact the owner. This piece of Muna material might belong to her, or perhaps she genuinely represents another owner. Nevertheless, Wu Yu was unconcerned. After all, he often fabricated stories of ownership to secure additional tips when selling materials in the market. The market was bustling. A queue of subordinates awaited to present their materials. Just as the woman departed, another subordinate placed a fist-sized piece of Mamolio material on the table. Chapter 58, Too Many Tricks. The Mamolio venue is currently one of the higher-producing, quality venues in the Pakhan region. The raw stones here typically feature black skins and misty layers, with delicate and thin skins, excellent bottom water, and minimal impurities. The colors are neither dull nor dark, appearing bright and refreshing, often exhibiting floating colors, with visible window glue effects, and frequently yielding high-grade ice glass types. The Mamolio raw stone before Wu Yu had undergone cleaning. After polishing, it displayed decent water quality with deep light absorption and a faint green hue, suggesting it was a small gem. How much is this? Wu Yu inquired. Can it sell for a few hundred? No, someone has offered 12 million already. Can it be sealed for 10 million? If it can be sealed, let us give it a try. Wu Yu, feeling the temperature transmitted through his left hand, nonchalantly replied. We could try to seal it. Your white card must be generous. I am quite magnanimous. As long as the material pleases me, I will offer the maximum white card. Please communicate this well to the owner. If the deal is made, I'll provide you with 500,000 as a tip. Thank you, boss. Let us proceed with the trial. Despite having just said he never seals deals, Wu Yu now produced pre-prepared yellow tape, meticulously wrapping the stone and inscribing the amount of 10 million along with a unique symbol only he could recognize. The owner has agreed to a transaction for 10 million, the woman said, a smile gracing her face as she observed Wu Yu's sealing operation without overtly acknowledging it. Let us keep it ambiguous. In the world of trade, all sorts of maneuvers exist. As long as the price is agreeable, who cares what others think? Pleasant cooperation. Away. Offer her 5 million. Wu Yu remarked, taking the Muna material in hand for one last inspection before finalizing the transaction. The identification number on the Muna raw stone began with a prefix, followed by the digits 37, indicating a weight of 37 kilograms, succeeded by a series of numbers, likely hinting at the price. Although Wu Yu could not decipher it, he was confident that while others might profit handsomely, he would not incur a loss. Wei processed the payment, and the woman, holding the money, tapped it on the Muna raw stone, completing the final transactional steps before turning to leave. At that moment, the shopkeeper behind Wu Yu, Dakung, avoided the employees and customers, retreating to a corner to make a phone call. The previous fake Moxisha material was overpriced. Procure a slightly cheaper piece for trial, asking for 300 million. Given his youth, I doubt he can discern true from false at first glance. Based on our past experiences, multiple attempts generally yield success. Consider this a welcoming gift for novice jade traders entering Longkin night market. Having concluded his call, Dakong wore a naive and amiable smile. At this juncture, Wu Yu received a piece of jadeite the size of a fist, which, due to its unremarkable skin, was initially priced at 8 million, but ultimately sold for 3 million. However, this particular piece caused Wu Yu's left hand to feel warm, its temperature surpassing that of ordinary ice jade. Another piece, about the size of a bowl, also exhibited poor skin but had a few color spots, was priced at 9 million and eventually sold for 2 million. Yet, this piece, which warmed Wu Yu's left hand, evoked a sense of familiarity akin to the ice jade he often encountered in the Moan area. Although these raw stones had not been opened, those with good skin could still fetch a respectable price. Conversely, those that performed poorly often sold for less than open stones, but slightly above those encrusted with mud. As for the characteristics of jadeite skin from the 8 major markets, Sang Bo explained that a certain Chinese businessman had purchased all the pieces, including a small opened ice jade with cracks sold for 15 million, while the remaining 4 pieces of lesser quality were sold for 18 million, averaging 4 million each. Wu Yu nodded, remarking that the prices were quite similar to those at the early market in Pakhan, and praised the generosity of the Chinese merchants. Sangbo, with a proud smile, affirmed that he had indeed noticed this trend and therefore primarily sought out Chinese merchants for sales, finding the local Myanmar traders too stingy. meticulously counting even the smallest amounts. Curious, Good Dan Wei inquired about Sang Bo's apparent happiness, asking how much profit he had made. He reminded Sang Bo to enjoy the moment, noting that without following Wu Yu, it would take him a long time to find a piece of jadeite worth 500,000. With a weathered yet joyful expression, Sang Bo acknowledged his gratitude toward Wu Yu. Enough of the chit-chat. Wei is in charge of the money, and Sang Bo will guard the raw stones I acquired. The night market is bustling, so we must ensure our stones are not stolen. Understood, boss. As Wu Yu spoke, he did not pause, but rather quickened his pace in examining the goods. Wu Yu scoffed, remarking, "You expect to sell such a small piece for 10 million? What price do you actually have in mind?" "The lowest is 12 million. Fine, I won't waste time arguing. It's a deal. Although you didn't help me negotiate to 10 million, I'll still give you 500,000 as a token of goodwill. Am I generous or what?" "Thank you, boss. Wishing you prosperity." "Yes, away. Give him some money in my business card. If you come across good materials in the future, remember to let me see them first." "Absolutely." The assistant took the money, patted the sold stone, and left in high spirits. At that moment, another assistant approached, carrying a stone weighing over 20 kilograms, and placed it on the table before Wu Yu. This was a piece with a black, oily skin, parts of which displayed a glossy wax-like surface. At first glance, it resembled Moen jade, but upon closer inspection with a flashlight, a faint green light surfaced, indicating a translucency of at least 1.5 centimeters. As Wu Yu flipped it over to inspect, his left hand felt an icy chill, a constant reminder that this was likely a worthless piece with nothing of value inside. Wu Yu pondered how such green areas could appear under the light. The skin looked genuine, yet something felt amiss. The forger's craftsmanship was remarkably refined. He could barely discern what had been treated. Had it not been for his left hand's unique sensitivity, he could have easily fallen victim today. Curiously, he inquired, "What is the price?" "Too high. I cannot accept that." Wu Yu waved his hand, signaling the assistant to take it away. Yet, the assistant persisted, "Boss, what do you think it's worth? Just give a price." Wu Yu scrutinized him, committing his appearance to memory, and coldly replied, "This isn't a negotiation. I won't make an offer." Chapter 59. Unexpected Developments in Myanmar's Jade Market. Assistants typically kept their words few, speaking only during negotiations or when a deal was successfully closed. In the face of Wu Yu's clear refusal, this assistant's insistence on negotiating a price was evidently a trap. An inexperienced buyer might waver and make an offer, only to be pressured into a transaction by the customary practice of bargaining. It seemed that on this first day at the Longkin night market, he had caught the attention of those with ulterior motives who were testing him with counterfeit goods. The assistant, sensing Wu Yu's suspicion and vigilance, reluctantly carried the stone away. Once the assistant departed, Good Dan Wei leaned in closer to Wu Yu, whispering, "Boss, was that piece problematic too?" "Perhaps, but I wasn't interested. The price was exorbitant. I couldn't be bothered to negotiate. If he didn't want to leave after my refusal, that was his issue." Good Dan Wei, not delving further, continued to guard the 2 bags of cash, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Meanwhile, Sang Bo observed Wu Yu as he appraised the jadeite, absorbing his techniques. Although he didn't fully understand, he felt a sense of admiration for his boss's prowess. With a flashlight, Wu Yu would quickly inspect the stones, flipping them over, either returning them or starting negotiations, completing evaluations in mere seconds to a couple of minutes, showcasing remarkable efficiency. As 9 o'clock approached, the shop owner Kong approached with a friendly reminder, "Boss Wu Yu, you've occupied your stall for 2 hours. Will you be renewing or leaving?" Kong inquired further. "It seems you've acquired quite a few pieces today. Must have spent a considerable sum." Wu Yu, cautiously casting a glance at him, replied, "Not too much. When collecting stones, I bid on those I fancy, and if the price is right, I buy. Good fortune means more acquisitions, while bad luck means fewer." "That makes sense. Will you be returning tomorrow? If so, I can reserve a table for you in advance. Let's see how it goes. I have too much on my plate. If I have the time, I'll come. If not, I won't." Kong noted the young, handsome boss spoke with a slickness and high vigilance, making it difficult to extract useful information. Had he begun to suspect him? All he had done was arrange 3 assistants to present 3 pieces of jadeite, from 8 million to 3 million to 800,000, without Wu Yu making a single offer. If not for good fortune, then Wu Yu's skill in stone gambling was indeed impressive. To deceive someone like him, a more complex scheme would be necessary. Regardless of Kong's thoughts, Wu Yu began packing up, preparing to leave. Having arrived at the night market with 200 million, he sold 5 small pieces, netting 33 million, leaving him with 5 million still in his bag, having spent a total of 228 million that night. Without acquiring any substantial pieces, most were small, with the largest weighing just over 10 kilograms. The three of them divided the stones into 3 bags, securely wrapping them with tape before heading out of the bustling district to their parked vehicle. As they placed the 3 bags of jadeite into the trunk, several assistants resting by the roadside watched them discreetly, their thoughts unknown. "Get in. Let's leave swiftly." Wu Yu settled into the back seat, drawing out his handgun, ever vigilant for unexpected events. Though the stones had cost 228 million, once opened, they could potentially be valued at 20 billion or even higher. While others might not grasp their true worth and thus remain unconcerned, Wu Yu was acutely aware. "Understood, boss." The 2 assistants, seasoned in their dealings, wasted no time. One took the wheel while the other occupied the passenger seat, speeding out of the Longkan Night Market's vicinity. The road conditions around the mining area were poor, cloaked in darkness, yet numerous vehicles traveled in the same direction toward the Pakon market. These individuals, much like Wu Yu, hoped to capitalize on the night. Heading to the Pakon early market the next day. While traversing the road, Wu Yu encountered a temporary checkpoint where he nonchalantly handed over 100,000 shots, allowing for a smooth passage without any deliberate obstruction or inspection of a jade in the trunk. The group remained on high alert until their vehicle finally entered the Pakon market, at which point a collective sigh of relief was released. However, before any lighthearted banter could ensue, they noticed an automobile parked at the entrance of their courtyard, with 2 individuals clad in camouflage squatting beside it, effectively obstructing the gate. Wu Yu raised an eyebrow, a flicker of menace flashing across his eyes as he swiftly drew a loaded pistol. "Be cautious, everyone. If there is any sign of trouble, we must neutralize them first, and we can always escape the mining area. Surviving elsewhere is certainly preferable to succumbing to them," Wu Yu declared. As he spoke, both Gadanwei and Sangbo also brandished their firearms, lowering the car window halfway to aim at the 2 camouflage-clad figures. At that moment, the 2 squatters rose and shouted, "Is that you, Boss Ayu? Please don't misunderstand. Miss Dan Min sent us to investigate a matter. We mean no harm, and you need not draw your weapons." Miss Dan Min dispatched you? She has my number. Why didn't she call me?" Wu Yu did not lower his gun, instead becoming even more vigilant. One of them replied, "We don't know either. We're just following Miss Dan Min's instructions. Her personal bodyguard is with us, waiting in the vehicle." Just then, the door of the SUV swung open, revealing a tall, robust female bodyguard who emerged with her firearm pointed at the ground, confidently approaching Wu Yu's car, seemingly undeterred by the presence of armed individuals inside. "Boss A, you step out. I have questions for you," the woman, identified as my Rue, one of Du Dan Min's personal protectors, asserted. Wu Yu recognized her as indeed being one of Dan Min's bodyguards but remained cautious, asking, "What do you wish to inquire?" "I have a phone. Why has the team Miss Dan Min contacted me?" My Rue boldly replied, "Don't ask why. If you have nothing to hide, hand over your phone. I wish to examine your call records." With nothing to conceal apart from business-related calls, Wu Yu unlocked his phone without hesitation and passed it to my Rue. Though her request was rather rude, he complied out of respect for Miss Dan Min, rest assured. "I will report everything accurately to Miss Dan Min," she stated while perusing Wu Yu's recent call records and taking photographs, clearly intending to conduct further scrutiny. Confused, Wu Yu inquired, "What exactly has transpired? What are you investigating? If you inform me, I will be forthright." Given Miss Dan Min's influential background, if she were to mobilize troops to surround the market, who would dare withhold the truth? My Rue returned the phone to Wu Yu, locking eyes with him as she abruptly revealed the premium jade piece you sold to Miss Dan Min was stolen, and the 5 individuals tasked with transporting it were all murdered. "Do you know who did it?" "What? I have no idea. Who would dare rob Miss Dan Min's jade in the mining area?" Wu Yu's eyes widened in shock. While one could disregard the authority of the management, disrespecting Du Dan Min was unthinkable, as her father and uncle were both minor commanders of the government forces stationed nearby, capable of deploying a unit to assist in any unsavory dealings. Wu Naiwen was merely one of Du Dan Min's partners, a minor player in the mining realm, and even if someone were to kill Wu Naiwen, it would not escalate to such notoriety. Observing Wu Yu's genuine astonishment, my Rue nodded slightly and, with impatience, said, "We have yet to uncover the perpetrator, but every suspect must be meticulously examined. Now, I require the phones of your 2 subordinates for inspection as well." Wu Yu did not hesitate and promptly instructed, "Away, Sangbo, hand your phones to my Rue. We shall cooperate with the investigation." The burden of this predicament was too heavy for Wu Yu to bear, and he wished to dispel any doubts, fully complying with the inquiry. My Rue examined the phones of both men in the same manner, finding no issues, and photographed several call records. If you come across any clues, remember to inform Miss Dan Min, who is taking this matter very seriously, she concluded. Rest assured, if we discover anything, we shall certainly inform Miss Dan Min. They assured her. With that, my Rue and the two camouflage-clad individuals departed in their vehicle. The trio exchanged bewildered glances, grappling with the enormity of the situation. Who possessed the audacity to steal Miss Dan Min's premium jade? They sensed the gravity of the matter. Knowing Dan Min's tenacity would ensure it was far from over, and throughout the investigation, unforeseen chaos could undoubtedly arise. Chapter 60, Imperial Cracks. Wu Yu called Anna, requesting her to open the door. Sleepily disoriented, Anna was oblivious to the commotion outside. Sometimes, ignorance is indeed bliss. What was that ruckus? I thought I heard shouting? Anna queried as she opened the door, still dazed. Oh, you should get some rest. If you need anything, feel free to wake me, Wu Yu replied. What do you mean? Has a relative left? Wu Yu instructed his two assistants to lay out the purchased jade stones. Selecting 6 pieces, he remarked, the materials from the Longkin night market need not be inspected. We shall simply skin the small pieces and bisect the larger ones. It's late. We'll only process these 6 tonight and continue tomorrow. Understood, boss, they replied, choosing their preferred stones from the 6 Wu Yu selected. Among the remaining pieces, one was a Muna material and the other was a Huika material, which Wu Yu decided to handle personally. The Huika stone was as large as a fist, acquired for 3 million. Upon purchasing it, he sensed some minor cracks with his left hand, yet it exhibited a radiant color and warmth. Wu Yu concluded that this was at least a piece of icy jade. Even with cracks, it should yield a small profit. As the electric grinding tool whirred to life, the outer shell of the stone gradually vanished, revealing a piece of jade with only the faintest of base colors. Under the light, an intricate network of cracks emerged, resembling a spiderweb. Imperial cracks. These dense fissures are akin to a spider's web. Damn, this is outrageous. It's indeed imperial cracks, Wu Yu exclaimed, drawing the attention of Gu Danwei and Sang Bo, who were eager to observe. Gu Danwei consoled him. Though the cracks are numerous, it's not unworkable. The quality is excellent, and their still base color. At least you won't incur a loss. Sang Bo added, it's just that processing it will be quite labor-intensive. You could sell it to someone else and let them deal with the hassle. Wu Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, you need not concern yourselves with this. I have other plans. With the right application, even refuse can be transformed into treasure. Though they did not comprehend Wu Yu's intentions for such an imperial crackstone, they respected his wishes and refrained from questioning further. Wu Yu mused that his small space was eager for more treasures. In the future, he would toss such lower market-priced imperial crack materials into the whirlpool of his small space to facilitate its upgrade. Setting that piece aside, he turned to the Muna material, which he had purchased for 10 million, feeling confident that it would yield a delightful surprise. After carving out an initial window and shining a flashlight on it, the results were stunning. Not only did the quality reach the standard of icy jade, but it also boasted delicate floating patterns, with a hint of spring in its base color, exuding a lively essence. Perfect. This piece is destined to bring in significant profits. Wu Yu, invigorated, swiftly removed the entire outer shell and commenced polishing it. For jade of this caliber, polishing often elevates its quality even further, thereby enhancing its market value. Godenwai and Sangbo admired. Boss, your skills in selecting jadeite are simply remarkable. The jade we have produced has even reached the icy variety. It's all luck. All right, finish your tasks, and then you can rest. The remaining matters can wait until tomorrow, Wu Yu said, taking the block of imperial jade away from the workbench and entering the bedroom. As soon as he stepped into the room, Wu Yu stored the jade piece into a small space, and with a thought, he cast it into the swirling vortex at the center of the space. The walls of the space creaked and shuddered, evidently expanding slightly. Originally just over 14 cubic meters, it now barely reached the threshold of 15 cubic meters. Wu Yu felt a pang of regret. A piece of icy jade with underlying colors had only increased the space by such a small amount. The previous core material had been far more effective, boosting the space by about 4 cubic meters upon being thrown into the vortex. However, Wu Yu had anticipated this outcome. Considering that the piece he had fed into the space today was rather small, perhaps he would have better luck with larger pieces in the future. After a day of intense labor, Wu Yu was utterly exhausted and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. Just before dawn, he was awakened by Anna's ruckus. What are you doing? They say the early bird catches the worm, and that is no lie. Have you ever seen a worm this large? Not only have I seen one, but I have also used it. Don't believe me? I'll show you. Wu Yu then realized how hard Anna was working to survive. The following day, as the sun shone brightly through the window, illuminating the bedroom, Wu Yu was reminded that it was time to rise and earn some money. After getting up, he instructed her, after breakfast, we will head to the morning market to sell goods. You can peel the remaining small pieces at home. Don't worry about the positioning, just peel them all. Anna, now fully energized, enthusiastically waved her small fists and said, no problem. I have learned the peeling technique online for quite some time and feel incredibly capable. Just leave all the remaining pieces to me. After breakfast, Wu Yu took 2 assistants to the morning market to sell goods. He informed them of the base price, but how much they sold for was not his concern. He only carried a piece of peeled wood jade and, upon entering the market, immediately sought out the stall of a Chinese merchant to sell it. Boss, take a look at this piece. It's an icy old wood jade. The quality is good, and the floating flowers are quite lively. How much do you want for it? 200 million. That's not feasible. This piece can only yield 2 bracelets at most. How about 20 million? That's far too low. The owner said he wouldn't consider anything below 100 million. 100 million? That's impossible. I can only offer 50 million at most. Can this price be sealed? Sorry, no deal. Hey, don't rush off. The price is negotiable. No more negotiations. Other clients are waiting to see. Such aggressive bargaining, which was out of touch with market conditions, led the owner to leave, unwilling to waste time. After walking a few dozen meters, Wu Yu showed the jade to another Chinese merchant, who only offered 85 million and refused to raise the price any further. Not meeting his psychological expectations, Wu Yu declined to sell. After all, good goods would not lack buyers. Based on his understanding of the Chinese market, this piece had a base price of 100 million and would certainly attract eager buyers. Ahead, a young couple was collecting materials. They appeared to be around 28 or 29 years old. The woman was exceptionally beautiful, with skin as fair as snow and a graceful figure, adorned with striking imperial green earrings that accentuated her porcelain complexion. Wu Yu had long noticed that many women engaged in the jade business in China were not only stunning, but also possessed a unique Eastern charm, a quality not found in women from other countries. Such women, however, should not be in chaotic mining areas. They would fare much better in Mandalay. Boss, take a look at my piece. Wu Yu approached, placing the icy wood jade with floating flowers on their table. Upon seeing Wu Yu's appearance, the woman's eyes brightened slightly as she spoke in halting Burmese. Little brother, you look like a Chinese person. Do you speak Chinese? Our Burmese is not good. The man beside her, less restrained, directly spoke in Chinese. Yes, it's much better to speak Chinese. What Burmese? I can't understand a word. Wu Yu replied in Chinese. I can speak a little, but it's limited to jade trading. If you're not proficient in Burmese, it's best to hire a translator. Wu Yu did not switch to Chinese because he found the woman attractive. He simply felt compassion for a fellow countryman in a foreign land and thought that any assistance he could provide would be worthwhile. Chapter 61. The Big Shot in Others' Eyes. The woman was thrilled to hear Wu Yu speak fluent Chinese, her demeanor captivating as she fluttered her long skirt, drawing attention. It's wonderful that you can speak Chinese. We came here with a procurement team from the Yunnan Province Jade Association. We arrived in such a rush that we couldn't find a translator. However, the team leader assured us that this procurement journey is protected by the Yunzhong Chamber of Commerce, so we need not worry about personal safety. We can focus solely on buying. By the way, my name is Long Siyu, and this is my husband. We have been in the jade finished product business in China for many years and are only now looking to venture into the raw jade stone business. Her voice was melodious, with a hint of natural charm, reminiscent of the captivating tones of actress Chihiro Ozawa. Just call me Ayu. Let us look at the jade first. Wu Yu was not particularly interested in their background. In business, he simply wished to sell the jade he had on hand. Yes, let us look at the jade first. Long Siyu said, picking up a flashlight to examine the piece closely. The man stood nearby, guarding a bag of money on the ground, occasionally glancing at the jade while also keeping a wary eye on the chaotic street and bustling crowd. This is a typical icy wood jade with floating green flowers. I am quite satisfied with its quality. How much do you want for it? Long Siyu inquired after thoroughly inspecting the piece. 200 million, Wu Yu quoted. The pair was momentarily stunned, realizing that they were speaking in Burmese in the Myanmar market, and pulled out a calculator, busying themselves until they understood that this equated to around 660,000 Chinese yuan. Thus, Long Siyu countered that as too high. I can only see 100 million. Such a large piece can only yield 2 bracelets, plus some scrap material. We need to leave a bit of profit margin for ourselves. Wu Yu regarded her intently. In Myanmar, having the price was far too lenient. Clearly, They were inexperienced newcomers to the Myanmar market. That's far too little. The owner mentioned that someone had previously offered 1.3 billion. Long Siyu gasped, what? 1.3 billion? That's so high. It leaves us with very little profit margin. I can add a bit more. How about 1.1 billion? Will the owner sell? I can't ask. That price is too low for me to even mention. You'll need to raise your offer for me to make a call. Then let us say 1.2 billion. Any higher and we want to take it. All right. I'll call the owner to check. By the way, if we successfully negotiate, I have a white card of 1 million. A white card is just a tip, right? We understand. It's a given. At this point, Wu Yu took out his phone, stepped aside, and pretended to engage in a conversation. Good, husband. Please count the money for him. Long Siyu gripped the wood jade tightly, reluctant to part with it, clearly very fond of the piece. The man grumbled. Handling Burmese currency is such a hassle. 1.2 billion is only 400,000 Chinese yuan, yet I have to carry a large bag, and it's quite heavy. After pulling out the 12 billion, he also handed over 1 million as a tip, leaving a few tens of millions in the bag. But there was still enough room if they only dealt with ordinary materials. Wishing the boss great wealth, after placing the money into his bag, will you prepare to leave? Long Siyu halted him, saying, Boss AU, since it's our first visit to the mining area in Myanmar, let's exchange contact information. If we encounter anything we don't understand, we shall seek your guidance. Indeed, that's a good idea, Wu Yu responded. I won't delve into the intricacies of jade trading, but I must emphasize the importance of personal safety. Isn't that the Yunzong Commerce Association supposed to provide you protection? Why are you out collecting materials without a bodyguard? As Wu Yu spoke, he exchanged contact details with Long Siyu. He was at a loss for words, recognizing the two individuals from the Yunzong Commerce Association. They appeared familiar, likely subordinates of Zhao Changyi, whom he had encountered once when he rescued Liu Biao and Song Junhui that night. Wu Yu nodded slightly at the Yunzong members and departed with a bag laden with cash. Once Wu Yu left, the two members of the Yunzong Commerce Association approached the young couple and inquired, Did you acquire this raw stone from Boss AU? One of the bodyguards from the Yunzong Commerce Association replied, Everything is in order. Boss AU is quite a decent fellow. He frequently assists our Chinese merchants in the Pakong mining area. He has aided Boss Tang Yueying and has also rescued Boss Liu Biao and Boss Song Junhui. Long Siyu was astonished. Really? He's that influential? Isn't he afraid of offending the local authorities? He has substantial connections in the mining area. No one dares to cross him. It is said that he has a good rapport with Deputy Director Wei from the management office and has even done a lot of dirty work for Du Danmin. Reliable sources indicate that Du Danmin visited his home yesterday, and troublemakers who came were shot dead by Du Danmin's bodyguards. So, it seems Boss AU is quite well established in the Pakong mining area. Long Siyu's eyes sparkled, feeling fortunate to have met such a prominent figure so soon after arriving in Myanmar. Indeed, he is quite well regarded. Many Chinese merchants in the mining area wish to be acquainted with him and have even asked our Captain Zhao for his contact information. Long Siyu's eyes glimmered with hope, thinking that if she became well acquainted with him, she would no longer have to worry about personal safety when collecting materials in the mining area. Boss, how much did you sell that piece of jadeite for? 2 billion. Wow, that's quite high. When we were having breakfast, you estimated that such a piece of wood material could only fetch around 100 million, right? We encountered a generous and magnanimous Chinese benefactress. Huh. You lost your ID and passport, but they have the necessary documents to come and go freely. How do you expect to follow them? Besides, I saved you at a considerable cost. You haven't repaid me sufficiently and already want to leave? Boss, don't misunderstand. I was merely asking. Once I help you earn a significant amount, we could discuss this further. Anna immediately apologized, flashing a flattering smile, yet she felt secretly melancholic, realizing that her relationship with Wu Yu was merely transactional and had not yet reached the point of deeper affection. She would need to continue her efforts if she hoped to persuade him to let her go. Chapter 62. The Boss is Too Modest. There is no such thing as love at first sight. It is merely a fleeting attraction. Anna had always believed that Wu Yu saved her from Huang Mao due to her appearance. Just stay here quietly. Once the storm passes, I will naturally help you obtain a new passport in Mandalay. Wu Yu tossed the money into a corner of the living room and examined the two pieces of jade that Anna had just peeled. One was a sea blue color, and the other was violet, each weighing around 3 to 4 kilograms, both of which were of good quality. Although there were a few minor cracks and inclusions, they did not affect the extraction of bangles. Such materials were considered small but exquisite and thus quite valuable. Wu Yu had not anticipated finding such high-quality materials at the Longkin night market. He was no longer concerned about incurring losses. His only worry was earning too much and being unable to explain it to those around him. There was a safe designed to keep prying eyes away, but in reality, he had stored the money in a small space. As Wu Yu exited the bedroom, he found Anna had already opened the front door, and Gateway and Sangbo each carried a bag of money into the courtyard. Boss, we sold the jade materials. The Chinese merchants were very fond of these high-quality pieces and paid promptly. The pair appeared jubilant, and once they brought the money to the living room, they immediately poured it out for Wu Yu to count. Gateway said, "The 2 pieces of ice jade I took sold for 43 million and 60 million, respectively, plus an additional 1 million in white cards." Sangbo added, "The 2 pieces of jade I brought back sold for 35 million and 55 million, also earning a million in white cards." With a quick glance, Wu Yu could confirm that the money on the floor was all in order, totaling 1.93 billion, and with his own 1.2 billion, it amounted to a grand total of 3.13 billion. Well, it seems we are quite fortunate. We certainly made a bit of money. Now that Anna has peeled out 3 more pieces of ice jade, you 3 should polish them. Perhaps we can sell them before the morning market ends. The 3 employees stared in astonishment, wanting to speak but hesitating. Do you hear what people are saying? This is called being fortunate and merely making a small profit. The boss is excellent in every way, yet he is too low-key and modest. Although their minds were racing with excitement, they displayed even greater respect toward Wu Yu. Understood, boss. You take a break, we will get them polished right away. While the employees busied themselves polishing, Wu Yu divided the money into 2 parts, placing several million in the car, as he still needed to collect materials from the mining site. The remaining money was placed in the safe, prepared for another round of profitable collection at the Longkin night market in the afternoon. The Pakong morning market primarily dealt with good materials and open window materials, which bore less risk and did not yield as much profit as the mining site and night market. Thus, Wu Yu was typically reluctant to collect materials at the morning market, as he believed that focusing on high-stakes materials would maximize profits. Just as he had settled the cash, his phone rang. It was Tang Yuang, a Chinese jade merchant. "Boss AU, have you sent the goods yet?" "Oh, I've been too busy these past few days and haven't found suitable materials. Please, I have several clients eagerly waiting for new stock. The last batch of raw stones you sent was of excellent quality, and many people came seeking a purchase from me. I implore you, send the goods quickly." Well, no one wishes to push business away, but I truly haven't received quality materials recently. If you press too hard, I cannot guarantee the quality of what I send. I trust your judgment. Just send whatever you have, as long as there's one piece of good material that you value most. I'll do my best. After hanging up, Wu Yu reflected on the previous collaboration, which had merely been a test to determine whether this method of cooperation could yield profits in China. Consequently, he had sent her relatively good quality raw stones, with the most valuable piece being ice jade. After the success of that trial, Wu Yu could no longer afford to send her too many good materials. A 1/3 price increase would already be considered a batch of quality goods. Thus, upon arriving at the mining site today, Wu Yu instructed Gateway and Sangbo to participate in the material collection, establishing the rule that they should aggressively negotiate prices, aiming to bring them down to between 10,000 and 500,000. They could play around with the prices, and by relying on luck, they wouldn't incur losses. If the sellers still refused to sell beyond 500,000, they could introduce the person to Wu Yu, who would then assess the material with his left hand before deciding whether to abandon it or continue bidding higher. This method would significantly increase the quantity of materials collected, although it would also lead to an increase in subpar materials. With Tang Yuang pressing for shipment, this was an opportunity to gather goods. As long as the ice jade materials among the ordinary goods were not lost, Tang Yuang would continuously earn money and would be reluctant to give up this cooperative arrangement. It was merely a matter of how much profit could be made. A perfect plan. I am truly a genius. While the employees viewed their humble and low-key boss as modest, internally he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Gateway raised a violet jade piece, exclaiming, "Boss, I have polished this piece of jade. Shall I take it to sell now? What is the base price?" Wu Yu examined it, aware that conventional violet jade comes in 5 color grades: light pinkish purple, violet, blue purple, red purple, and royal purple. The 5 grades of color vary significantly in price, depending on the quality of the jadeite. After weighing the piece in Wu Yu's hand, it came to 3 kilograms. Its peculiar shape made it difficult to determine a suitable bracelet position, and if a bracelet were to be fashioned, its size would be quite small. The quality reached the ice type, although some areas contained inclusions, and its color was a shade of violet purple. After careful consideration, Wu Yu set a base price of 50 million. Violet Ice Jade is rare, and given the awkward shape, he initially proposed a starting price of 100 million, noting that it could potentially sell for around 50 million. Understood, boss, good damn way replied, wrapping the jade in a bag before departing the courtyard. Sangbo, holding a piece of aquamarine jade, inquired, what about my piece, boss? Similarly lacking a bracelet position, its form resembled a long block of tofu. Yet it held the potential for several large pieces. Its overall quality surpassed the previous violet piece, with a base price of approximately 65 million, leaving the final bidding to Sangbo's discretion. All right, Sangbo said hastily, exiting the courtyard. The enthusiasm of these salesmen stemmed from the tips received after transactions, rendering the initial monthly salary of 1 million offered by Wu Yu inconsequential. The prospect of daily sales and tips was a lifestyle they had once only dreamed of. Therefore, there was no need for Wu Yu to urge them. They were already eager to get started. At that moment, Anna's ice flower jade had also been polished. Although it was merely a basic polish, its effect far surpassed that of unpolished material. Boss, when will I be able to sell goods and earn tips too? She asked. In the market, it's best you don't go outside. You risk being taken. However, once we reach Mandalay, I can offer you an opportunity to sell. Wu Yu responded. Are those despicable scammers still looking for me? Anna inquired. What do you think? A common person is worth 15 billion shots. A striking woman like you is valued at least at 3 billion shots. They went to great lengths to deceive you. Who would easily let you go? So I'm worth so much? Anna's restless ambition for sales was instantly extinguished. Oh, don't flatter yourself. A mere 3 billion shots is worth less than a piece of jade in my possession, Wu Yu remarked, casually taking the piece from Anna and wrapping it before swaggering out of the courtyard. Anna rolled her eyes in secret. Although she was displeased with Wu Yu's comparison of her worth to a jade stone, she felt a sense of relief. After he left, she promptly locked the door, fearful that someone might intrude and sell her away. Chapter 63. Gunshots in the street. Several monks clad in red, holding bowls, wandered the streets seeking alms. The passing citizens showed them great respect, purchasing steaming food and placing it into their bowls. Some jade merchant from China wished to express their goodwill, offering stacks of chots to the monks, but the latter declined. A kind-hearted bystander advised that these were true monks who accepted only food and water, and if one wished to donate money, it should be done at the temple. A fully armed group in camouflage followed closely behind the monks. When the monks paused for rest, the group swiftly overtook them, rushing into a nearby shop and seizing several tattooed men. Gunfire erupted, and chaos ensued in the street, which had just been bustling with people, now rendered eerily quiet. The management was bewildered. Both deputy directors rushed onto the street, inquiring about the commotion. Clearly, this armed group was not affiliated with them, and they were unaware of the prior actions. Who are your subordinates, and why are you firing in the Pakhan morning market? Don't you know this will frighten the Chinese merchants away? One management official demanded. Our commander ordered us to apprehend individuals. If you have an issue, speak to our commander. Don't obstruct us. Someone has fled, and we must pursue them. If you hinder us, you are complicit. Fine, I'll step aside. The management official acquiesced, realizing the futility of resistance against the heavily armed group. They prepared to report the incident and file a complaint against the local military commander. The group, consisting of over 20 members in camouflage, left 10 to guard the captured tattooed men, while the remaining pursued the 2 escapees. Bold Burmese jade merchants did not flee. Instead, they stood by the roadside, intrigued by the unfolding events. What happened? Why did the armed group suddenly appear in the street? One asked. You're unaware? Yesterday, I heard from a friend at the police station that Miss Danmin's prize jade was stolen and 5 of her men were killed. She was furious and mobilized all resources to track it down. Did those captured just now do it? They must be incredibly audacious to rob Miss Danmin's jade. Another exclaimed. Who knows if they were the culprits? Regardless, Miss Danmin's reputation must be upheld. Someone must be held accountable. Wu Yu found himself among the gathering of jade merchants, blending in as a bystander while occasionally interjecting to glean useful information. The local Burmese jade merchants proved to be well-informed, uncovering unexpected details with ease. This vehicle belonged to Wu Niwen and is equipped with a satellite tracking device. A simple inquiry led to the discovery of this group. Don't ask how I know. Can I tell you my cousin is a security guard under Wu Niwen? Wu Yu listened intently. These seasoned Burmese were indeed unreserved in sharing information, revealing confidential details with mere flattery. Wu Niwen's car has a satellite tracking device. Thankfully, after seizing the blonde's vehicle, I stored it in a small space and never used it. Otherwise, it would be a tangled mess. Unfortunately, that small space is too limited to accommodate a car. I must find an opportunity to dispose of it in a deep pit or a river, as I will never drive that car. Of course, there is also the option of framing some fools as scapegoats during crucial moments. As Wu Yu contemplated various schemes, he recalled his early education in the art of strategy. Having studied Sun Tzu's The Art of War and the 36 Stratagems, he felt no difficulty in dealing with the less educated locals, especially with his own formidable capabilities. At that moment, he spotted Long Siu, a Chinese jade merchant, awkwardly navigating the street with a bag of cash in one hand and a jade rough in the other. Looking distressed and glancing around anxiously, seemingly searching for something. Behind her trailed several unscrupulous Burmese men, perhaps drawn by her beauty or the enticing cash and jade she carried, their eyes gleaming with greed. A beautiful woman like her wandering alone in the streets of Burma was akin to a meat bun among a pack of wild dogs. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Boss Long, what seems to be the problem? Wu Yu approached her. Seeing Wu Yu, Long Siu became visibly relieved, exclaiming, "Ayu, just now I heard gunfire, and my husband fled in fear, leaving me alone with cash and jade. It's exhausting, and those men behind me have been tailing me, scaring me half to death." As she spoke, tears nearly welled in her eyes. Wu Yu sighed. "Your husband ran off on his own? Huh. You were doing fine back home. Why did you come to the Pakhan mining area to collect jade?" He continued, "Men may manage better here, but for women, especially beautiful ones, it's akin to walking into danger." Long Siu tightly grasped Wu Yu's arm, her eyes red from crying. "I had no idea the situation here was so chaotic. When I joined the Jade Association, a few insiders coaxed me into believing that there were people from the Cloud Sec Commerce to protect us, and that the profits from collecting materials here were exceedingly high, with no danger involved. Yet, who could have predicted that I would encounter a gunfight just the day after my arrival?" Wu Yu cast a deep glance at her. If not for her tear-streaked face and trembling body pressing against him in fear, he might have thought she was orchestrating some kind of trap. He took out his phone and asked, "What is your husband's phone number? I can call him for you." "Oh, thank you, his number is..." Just as she began to speak, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from a shop several dozen meters away. It was unclear whether the suspects being transported had escaped or if their accomplices had come to provide support. The gunfire was chaotic, bullets seemingly flying everywhere. Not only was Long Siu frightened, but even Wu Yu, accustomed to life and death, felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. Chapter 64. The Thoughts of Mrs. Long. When Anna opened the door, she saw Wu Yu holding the hand of a beautiful young woman, their demeanor suggesting an intimate rapport. A chill ran down her spine. "Oh no, the boss has found another attractive woman? Does that mean I now have a rival?" After shutting the door, Anna eagerly inquired, "Boss, how should I address this sister? I don't believe I've seen her before." With a sigh of relief, Anna patted her chest and said, "Oh, so that's how it is. You gave me quite a scare." Since they were conversing in Burmese, Long Siu could hardly understand until Wu Yu switched to Chinese to introduce her to Anna, allowing her to finally relax. However, Anna cast a resentful glance at Wu Yu, thinking to herself that he never spoke Chinese with her, but did so with this woman, as if looking down on her. Upon entering the living room, Wu Yu placed her jade and cash beside the sofa, ensuring she wouldn't worry about her valuable possessions. He explained, "We encountered gunfire as soon as we hit the streets. There was no time to sell goods, but it's nothing to worry about. We could try selling at the Longkin night market tonight." Long Siu surveyed the living room's layout and furnishings, realizing that this was the abode of a professional jade merchant. Grateful to Wu Yu, she asked, "Boss Au, may I see what type of jade you have left?" "Here is a piece of ordinary icy flower jade. Perhaps it piques your interest?" Wu Yu replied, opening the bag and presenting the jade before her. The icy flower jade was quite common, yet this sizable piece could fetch around 20 million in the mining area. With a bracelet position, its value would at least double. Long Siu, possessing strong expertise in jade appraisal, examined the piece closely with a flashlight before declaring, "This material is quite good, with only a hint of inclusions and slight cracks. But it won't affect the making of bracelets. At least 3 could be crafted from it. Boss Au, what price do you have in mind?" Seeing her sincere interest, Wu Yu responded, "Well, this is my home, not a morning market, so I won't quote you an inflated price. Let us just say my bottom line is 48 million. Long Siu shot him a sidelong glance and smiled. "That price seems quite reasonable. However, out of professional habit, I would like to negotiate. Would 40 million work?" "Ah, it's tough being a good person. Had I known you would haggle, I would have started at 100 million. Wu Yu lamented. Oh, come on. It's just a habit to negotiate, right? ISN, tee it up to you to decide if that is acceptable. Long CU's tone was flirtatiously teasing. All right, then let us settle at 45 million. If you insist on haggling, I can't refuse. The way she spoke and her accent easily enticed men into misinterpretation. After agreeing on the price, Long Siu poured out the cash from her bag, counting out 45 million for Wu Yu, leaving her with only a little over 10 million. Inside the bag meant for Jade, there were only a few smaller pieces of high quality, including the material Wu Yu had sold her. Noticing unfamiliar faces in the living room, they moderated their conversation considerably, but still reported to Wu Yu, "Boss, the ruckus outside has escalated. Even the seldom seen police have sent personnel to maintain order. The management is furious, saying today was supposed to be tax collection day, and with all this commotion, they're uncertain how much they will lose." The camouflaged uniforms belonged to the government army, which had regained control of the situation and captured the desired suspects. Aside from the two deceased, none of the other suspects had escaped. However, this gunfight had frightened the legitimate Jade merchants away, leaving the streets nearly deserted. Fortunately, I had sold my materials before the shootout began. The piece from Godanwai fetched 55 million, and the small piece from Sangbo sold for 60 million, both aligning with Wu Yu's expectations. Seeing the pile of cash carelessly strewn in the corner of the living room, Long Siu couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss AU, you're incredible. You must handle at least several hundred million daily." Wu Yu humbly replied, "It's not that exaggerated. Today was just a stroke of luck. I managed to sell off a long-accumulated collection of good materials." Noticing their flirtatious exchanges, Anna felt anxious and glanced at the time, suggesting, "Boss, are you still planning to go to the mine to collect materials this morning?" "Of course. By the way, Ms. Long, please tell me your husband has phone number." "Actually, here is my phone. You can contact him yourself," Wu Yu said, unlocking his phone and handing it to Long Siu. It suddenly dawned on Long Siu that she had been at Wu Yu's place for quite a while without contacting her husband. As she dialed, she felt a twinge of reluctance. Thinking of the man who abandoned her in times of danger filled her with disgust and anger. She unleashed a tirade on the man over the phone before hanging up. By this time, the morning market was nearly deserted, with the management and police cleaning up blood on the streets, while a few daring locals peeked out from shops to observe. "My goodness, with so much blood on the ground, how many people have died?" Long Siu gasped, her face paling. Having grown up in a privileged family in China, she had never witnessed such a scene. Wu Yu reassured her, "How many have died is irrelevant. What matters is that you're safe. Don't concern yourself with others." "Oh, I understand." Long Siu was chastened by his response. In such an environment, she dared not express any discontent. At that moment, the driver, Godanwai, reminded Boss, "Director Wei is up ahead. Should we greet him?" "Yes, slow down. I'd like to have a brief chat with him and inquire about the situation," Wu Yu replied, already rolling down the car window. As they approached the management staff, Wu Yu called out, "Director Wei, has the danger passed? Is it safe for us to head to the Backstreet Hotel?" Seeing a familiar face, Director Wei halted his reprimand of his subordinates and managed a slight smile. "Ah, it's Boss AU. The danger has indeed passed. You can go anywhere. Just be cautious not to venture into too remote areas, as there may be some who take advantage of the chaos." "Ah, understood." The window rolled back up and Godanwai accelerated, leaving the blood-soaked area behind. As they conversed, Long Siu cast surreptitious glances at Wu Yu, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration for his strength. When she had gone to the management office with fellow Jade merchants to process documents, she had encountered Director Wei, only to recall him as a lean, fierce man who had been quite rude, even brandishing a gun when angry. To her surprise, this supposedly ruthless person was joking and laughing with Wu Yu, making plans to dine amidst the bloodshed. Clearly, their rapport was strong. If she could cling to Wu Yu's coattails, she would no longer fear for her life when collecting materials, far superior to relying on the unreliable bodyguard from the Cloud Sect Commerce. Chapter 65. A plea for mercy. Wu Yu remained oblivious to Long Siu's thoughts, merely noting the intensity of her gaze upon him. However, he thought little of it. The mining area was perilous enough, and having rescued one woman had already brought an abundance of complications. He had no desire to attract further entanglements with other women. This time, it was merely an act of kindness extended to a fellow compatriot, hoping she would recognize the dangers here and refrain from returning to Myanmar. Soon, the car halted before the hotel, and Wu Yu assisted her with her belongings as they exited the vehicle. Long Siu followed suit, and her husband dashed out from the hotel, his face a portrait of anxiety and suspicion. He scrutinized both her and Wu Yu, and upon finding no grounds for his doubts, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Darling, are you all right?" he inquired. "Rest assured, I'm not dead yet." "Still angry? When I heard the gunfire, I called for you to escape together, but I had no idea you didn't follow. No need for pleasantries. Take care of your things. I have matters to attend to. Farewell." After Wu Yu spoke, he decisively returned to his vehicle, wishing to distance himself from their marital discord. The man sighed deeply, his expression awkward as he re-entered the hotel, racking his brain for ways to justify his solitary escape. As Wu Yu and his companions passed through the checkpoint, they encountered a familiar acquaintance involved in material collection. He informed them that the usual Mushi mine remained closed, as there were still unexcavated remnants from the incident. Consequently, they had no choice but to reroute to a smaller mine where they had collected materials the previous day. Today happened to be the day for disposing of tailings, and the number of collectors present was notably greater than usual. On the way, Wu Yu recounted the plan for today's material collection, instructing Go Danwei and Sangbo to carry cash and collect materials separately, albeit at a lower price, bringing any high-value finds to his attention. Go Danwei and Sangbo were thrilled, viewing this as a splendid opportunity to hone their skills with the boss's money, dreaming of the wealth it could bring. To thrive in a world of jade betting, one must possess exceptional skills, as every employer appreciates capable subordinates. Upon entering the throngs of Mushi, Go Danwei and Sangbo each carried 10 million, asking passersby, "Do you have jade? We pay top price." Wu Yu, meanwhile, busied himself in another area, employing the most rudimentary method of collection. "Bring forth any materials you have. I offer high prices." The conditions at the smaller mine were dire, with few finding materials. After shouting for a while, Wu Yu only managed to inspect a dozen pieces, but only one was worth his attention, likely of the glutinous variety. At this moment his phone rang. It was Du Danmin on the line. "Miss Danmin, do you seek my assistance?" Wu Yu inquired. Her voice was frigid as she replied, "The old Padong material you sold me was stolen. I assume you've heard about it." "I have, and I sincerely apologize. You sent bodyguards to assist in the investigation, and I complied. There is no need for apologies. This matter does not concern you. I have traced the mastermind and will ensure they face severe consequences. Who has the audacity? This is not for you to inquire. I call to see if any of your acquaintances possess exceptional materials akin to that Padong level. Not at the moment. If I learn of anything, I will inform you immediately." "Very well, that will suffice." With that, Du Danmin hung up, her mood evidently sour, unwilling to engage in further conversation. Wu Yu pondered her urgency for exceptional materials. After years in business, had she not retained any? What had she done with the wealth she had amassed? It struck him suddenly. She had been using her earnings to support her elders in the military, needing funds, and maintaining numerous subordinates required money. If she regarded Jade merely as a means to accumulate wealth, extracting and selling it without reservation, she would hardly retain any. Moreover, she seldom cut windows in the materials she unearthed, preferring to sell them entirely as gambling pieces, only occasionally slicing a few for promotional purposes to attract jade merchants for bulk purchases. Wu Yu began to grasp the urgency behind Du Danmin's quest for exceptional jade. While he possessed several fine pieces, he had no intention of leveraging her identity for personal gain, hence he would not sell. At that moment, a scruffy young Mushi approached, producing a fist-sized piece of jade. "Boss, take a look at this material." Wu Yu accepted it, weighing it in his hand, immediately discerning it was not jade, but a jadeite-associated mineral, lighter than genuine jade. Grasping it in his left hand confirmed its chill, devoid of warmth. "I'm sorry, this isn't suitable." Wu Yu returned the stone, gesturing for the young man to leave. The young Mushi displayed a blank expression, turning away without embarrassment at being exposed. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from behind. "Humph, always pretending to be a good person at the last mine, and now you've dropped the act at the new one? Look at him dressed so raggedly. Why not be generous and give him 10 or 20,000? Wu Yu turned to see a hefty man seated with an assistant on a large stone, shaded by a sun umbrella, squinting at him. The man's amusement vanished, his mouth twitching in anger. "Don't push your luck. Last time you broke my arm, I refrained from retaliation at Angie's urging. You dare to lay a finger on me again, and we'll settle this once and for all." Wu Yu advanced step by step, each movement causing the man's flesh to quiver. "You, don't come any closer. What are you planning?" The man finally sensed a hint of nerves and rose to his feet. Wu Yu approached him, and before the man could comprehend, he struck him across the face with a resounding slap. "You dare to hit me again? The man's protest faltered as Wu Yu suddenly drew a handgun, pressing it to his temple. What was it you said? You dare to provoke me again? The man's oily sweat streamed down his face as he stammered in fear. And no, I was just speaking casually. I'm friends with Angie. He has an uncle in the police force who just became deputy director. If this escalates, it won't end well for you. Let us do this. I apologize. Can you lower the gun? You and Angie are friends? Huh. Angie doesn't even dare to stir trouble in front of me anymore. Who gave you the audacity to keep provoking me? Wu Yu said, delivering another slap. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please don't hit me. The hefty man hadn't anticipated Wu Yu's newfound assertiveness, armed and unyielding, disregarding even Angie's status. It seemed the rumors circulating in the market were true. This man had indeed latched onto Miss Don Mean's coattails. With a thud, he knelt before Wu Yu, resembling a lump of meat, and bowed 3 times. I beg you, spare me. I was wrong. Chapter 66. Just endure a little longer. In the face of truth, all are equal. Under the threat of the gun, the hefty man felt regret and fear. All claims of friendship and assistance were meaningless in this context. Wu Yu observed him kneeling and begging for mercy, a cold smile gracing his lips. I hope you remember this. There may not be a next time. Although the hefty man could not comprehend the full implications of Wu Yu's words, he understood it as a threat. Take your people and get far away. Don't hinder my material collection here. Wu Yu holstered his weapon, casting a cold glance around. Were it not for the numerous onlookers, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate the hefty man. Bao, along with a group of impoverished associates, was also collecting materials at this mine. Hidden among the crowd, they witnessed the confrontation between Wu Yu and the hefty man, a fierce glint emerging in their eyes. Once the crowd dispersed, Bao led his impoverished companions to a secluded corner, whispering, You clashed with Old Black. Many witnessed it. Both of these men have bullied us. Tonight, if we eliminate either of them, no one would suspect us. A subordinate asked, Bao, whom should we target? Fool, is that even a question? Yu has a gun. We can't take him down, so we'll target Old Black. A splendid idea. And I'm aware of where the Old Black man resides. After eliminating him, it would be convenient to seize the valuables from his home. Wu Yu remains unaware that amidst this conflict, someone is secretly plotting to eliminate the hefty black man and frame him for it. Yet, even if he were to know, he would remain unperturbed. A few inconsequential lives lost would not alter the fate of the mine. He continues to call out for materials amidst the heat of the day, undaunted by the sweltering sun. At this moment, Go Danwai, accompanied by an elderly man from the mining community, approaches Wu Yu, stating, Boss. This elder possesses a small piece of wash material. Its size is modest, but the price is quite firm. He refuses to sell for less than 2 million. Wu Yu, unfazed, replies, let me see it. The elderly man remains silent, retrieving a small piece of yellow-red rough stone from his bag, no larger than an adult's fist, and hands it to Wu Yu. The stone is remarkably clean, with visible signs of having been scrubbed with a steel brush. When illuminated, a dark red glow emerges. Wu Yu smiles and remarks, This is a piece from the Damakan mine. You've washed it, so why not take a chance and open it yourself? The old man hesitates and replies honestly, Only a small area shows potential. The rest has no signs, so I dare not take the risk. What is the lowest price? 2 million. Seeing your honesty, I'll offer 1 million. Anything higher lacks meaning. After all, the gamble is too great. At least 1.5 million. If it's less, I won't sell. Very well, 1.5 million it is. Wu Yu says, retrieving 150,000 and handing it to the elder. Thank you. May you prosper and flourish. The elder says, tapping the stone with the money in hand before turning to leave. Once the elder departs, Go Danwai curiously asks, Boss, this piece from Damakan, after being washed, has only a small area showing potential. Why do you still pay such a high price? Wu Yu chuckles, who sits washed out. The minimal expression may be obscured by a fog layer beneath the surface. Remember, Damakan materials often exhibit moisture. Where there is moisture, there is potential for growth. Go Danwai, puzzled, responds, Boss, how can the odds be so high? In my experience at Damakan, I've found jade that appeared promising, only to yield nothing once washed. Shall we take a gamble? I wager that this material will produce high-quality jade, starting with ice type. If you lose, you shall forego this month's salary and treat everyone to drinks. Go Danwai, now financially secure, retorts confidently, I'm game. After all, I don't rely on that meager salary for sustenance. I receive ample daily earnings. Seeing his boss's unwavering confidence, Go Danwai feels an unsettling premonition. Would he lose his first month's salary? The young boy, somewhat shy, hands a small piece to Wu Yu, explaining, I cleaned the mud off. And it shows green under the light. Others say this indicates color material, which is quite valuable. Wu Yu takes the small piece, examining it under a flashlight. In the bright sunlight, the light is strong, and only with a hand shielding it can he discern a hint of green. However, the transparency is minimal. Yet, the temperature emanating from his left hand is merely lukewarm, indicating poor potential. This is a common issue in the realm of stone gambling. One can see color on the surface, but once cut, the material may reveal nothing of value. There are two reasons. First, the green on the surface may be due to chromium oxide, concentrated only on the exterior and failing to penetrate the jade flesh. Second, a layer of secondary green fog may appear under focused light, but it is not the original color of jade. Once cut, it proves worthless. Young one, this is not worth betting on. Perhaps you should seek another opinion. Here is 5,000 shot. Take it and buy some ice cream. Wu Yu concludes, returning the stone to the boy and generously gifting him 5,000 shot. The child, momentarily stunned, had not expected his seemingly valuable piece to be dismissed by the boss without a counteroffer. Dejected, the boy walks away, though not entirely disheartened. He had often heard adults say that trading the same piece with a different jade merchant might yield a better price. Sangbo, equally perplexed, inquires why the boss refused to negotiate on what appeared to be a decent piece. Wu Yu articulates his reasoning, and Sangbo diligently notes it, feeling he has learned a bit more about the nuances of stone gambling. Had it not been for his left-hand's warning about the piece's tepid temperature, Wu Yu might have been tempted to acquire it. In these times, which jade merchant does not favor color materials, better to risk a mistake than to overlook a potential treasure. Wu Yu shares this sentiment. Alas, this piece is not color material, but rather refuse. Before long, it is lunchtime, and the three gather at a roadside stall to satiate their hunger before tallying their findings. Go Danwai acquired 12 pieces for a total of 190,000, averaging a mere 10,000 per piece. Sang Bo gathered 9 pieces for 130,000, averaging even less. Wu Yu, however, secured 4 pieces at a cost of 480,000, each exceeding $1 million. As he sorted through the materials, Wu Yu quickly assessed the 2 others' finds, realizing they could at least break even, though profits would depend on luck with Tang Yueing. In contrast, his 4 pieces must yield significant returns. Otherwise, they would not have been purchased, especially given the warmth felt in his left hand, prompting a higher acquisition price. Ever since Wu Yu had dealt the hefty black man 2 slaps, the man had been lurking at a distance, seething with rage, cursing, and vowing revenge. At this moment, seeing Wu Yu depart with his entourage, he finally dares to breathe deeply, declaring with malicious intent, Today, he has humiliated me. I must avenge this wrong, or I, Lao He, shall not survive in the Pakong mining district. Nearby, several jade merchants overhear and jest, Ha! Lao He, let it go. After all, Boss AU has humiliated you before. When he broke your arm, you didn't retaliate. Just endure a little longer. You'll get used to it. Enraged, the hefty man nearly leaps up, fiercely asserting, No way. I cannot continue to tolerate him. This debt of humiliation must be repaid. Wait for me, tonight. I shall gather a few good brothers to teach him that I, Lao He, am not one to be trifled with. On the journey home, Go Danwai broaches the subject of Wu Yu's conflict with the hefty black man. Boss, when I witnessed your altercation with Lao He, I intended to assist. But seeing you deliver 2 slaps that left him too intimidated to retaliate, I refrained and merely observed from the crowd. I felt the same. Sangbo agrees. Wu Yu, confident, replies, Haha, no need for your assistance. Truth is on my side, and the world is mine. I deliberately acted a bit arrogantly at the Yemushi mine. Ever since I drew my weapon, those who deceive with jade have ceased to flaunt their wares before me. Go Danwai continues, however, while I was watching, I noticed the group, led by Baoya, was also present, particularly Baoya himself, who bore an expression of hatred towards you. I believe he will seize this opportunity to cause trouble. Wu Yu contemplates for a moment and responds, Previously, when conflicts arose, they occurred during the day amidst large crowds. They wished to kill me, and I, too, wish to eliminate them. In this desolate Pakong mining area, as you know, familiar faces disappear daily while strangers appear anew. In such vast wilderness, cloaked in darkness at night, a few unfortunate souls could easily meet their end. Who would know? Wu Yu's words render Go Danwai and Sangbo silent. They discern that their boss harbors a heavy intent to kill. It is merely that he has not yet encountered the right opportunity. Were such an opportunity to arise, Baoya and the hefty black man would have long since met their demise. Sangbo, being of a more earnest disposition, cautiously inquires, "Boss, if we eliminate them, will it not attract the scrutiny of the management and the police?" Wu Yu chuckled, remarking, "Although the mining area is quite chaotic, it is a place that adheres to evidence. Without evidence, how could they conduct an investigation?" The logic presented by the boss seemed quite reasonable to Sangbo, who suddenly felt as if a new world had opened up before him. However, Gudanwei turned to glare at Sangbo, saying, "Look at you, so timid. If we dare to kill, why should we fear an investigation? If they wish to harm us, shall we not retaliate? Once the scene is cleaned up, who could uncover anything?" Sangbo displayed an eager expression, exclaiming, "Ah, yes, yes. So, who shall we kill today? I've heard that after pledging allegiance to the new boss, one must present a token of loyalty to become one of their own." Wu Yu beamed with satisfaction, praising, "Sangbo, you are quite cultured. You seem to possess a wealth of knowledge." Sangbo, feeling a touch of pride, responded, "Hee hee. When I used to work as a sales assistant in Hua City, I met many Huaxia merchants and learned a few sophisticated phrases in Huaxia. Unfortunately, Burmese only allows for simple expressions." He continued, "Indeed, I should learn more Huaxia. When I conduct business in Huaxia, I shall bring you all along." "Thank you, boss." Flattered by the praise, Sangbo felt a surge of enthusiasm and suggested, "Boss, why don't we take out a few to establish our reputation? It's been a while since I last used my gun, and I fear my skills may become rusty." "Patience. We shall assess the situation tonight," Wu Yu replied, glancing through the car window at the sky, which was gradually being obscured by clouds. After a brief respite of sunny weather, rain was imminent once again. As they approached the market checkpoint, the skies opened up, pouring rain. Gudanwei complained, "Damn this weather. We want to be able to visit the Longkin night market tonight." Sangbo lamented, "Without going to the market, how are we to earn white cards? This wretched weather is hindering our profits." Wu Yu chuckled inwardly. Recognizing the advantages of having sales commission, the employees were intrinsically motivated and brimmed with enthusiasm, eager to sell daily. Anna, however, shot him a playful glance and teased, "Why do you prefer using an umbrella at night, when you can manage without one during the day?" Wu Yu laughed, responding, "Well, I use an umbrella at night, not out of fear, but to avoid causing any harm." Anna pouted, seemingly aggrieved, "I, a woman, am unafraid. Why should a big man like you be scared?" Aware that Anna feared being abandoned, she yearned for a child as a safeguard. The jokes exchanged between adults often concealed deeper motives. When Anna realized her scheme had been seen through by Wu Yu, she retorted defiantly, "I'm not playing games. I'm merely speaking the truth, and you refuse to believe me." Wu Yu instructed Gudanwei and Sangbo to move the materials they had received to the water basin at the entrance, to wash off the outer mud before using traditional steel brushes to remove the thick crust. Once the initial cleaning was completed, Wu Yu selected 4 pieces from his haul and told Gudanwei, "This one is our wager. You may peel it yourself and inform me of the results later. The remaining 3 I shall keep for practical use, and we shall not open the windows this time." "Oh, understood," Gudanwei replied, rushing to the workbench to begin peeling. Skeptical, yet determined to uncover the truth behind his boss's seemingly miraculous gambling skills, Wu Yu carried the 3 pieces into the bedroom, where he discreetly stowed them away in a small space concealed by a safe. The small space had a volume of 15 cubic meters, occupied mainly by a yellow off-road vehicle, several quality jade materials, as well as gold and Burmese currency, leaving ample room for additional storage. He considered a future time to dispose of the vehicle he had seized from Huang Mao, either framing someone else for it or discarding it entirely, thereby creating even more space. This was the reason Wu Yu was not in a hurry to upgrade his space. He preferred to wait until it was truly necessary, for his paramount objective was to generate profit while strategically accumulating premium materials. The Pekin mining area often experienced conflicts, and operations ceased during such times, leaving the market deserted. It would be exceedingly difficult to acquire materials then. Wu Yu understood the importance of prioritization. Hastily upgrading the space without consideration was an act of folly. Wu Yu was not foolish enough to engage in such reckless behavior. Before Gudanwei had finished peeling the small piece, he had already conceded in frustration, "Boss, I concede. This is an exceedingly rare, icy red jade. Although small, its value must exceed 100 million. Wu Yu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Huh? Then your salary for this month is gone. You don't harbor any resentment towards me, do you?" Gudanwei quickly clarified, "Not at all. I've earned a substantial amount of white cards this month, far surpassing my salary. Working with you has led to such high earnings. How could I resent you? I willingly accept my losses." Wu Yu replied, "The gambling techniques I've taught you are worth far more than 1 million in salary. If you diligently learn from me, you may eventually work independently at the Yemu Shi mining site to gather materials." "Thank you, boss. I will study earnestly." Wei, previously slightly disheartened, felt rejuvenated upon receiving his boss's encouraging words. Bo had completed a preliminary wash of the materials and gazed at the pile of small pieces with concern, realizing that what he had gathered paled in comparison to what his boss had acquired. "Boss, what should we do with these small pieces next?" "First, select those without any notable characteristics and place them on the oil saw. Cut them directly in half. For the remaining pieces with some potential, I will delineate the areas to be opened and send them to Boss Tang and Huaxia for processing." "Are we not opening any windows?" "No, we shall not. Unopened materials are safer. Those logistics companies with thieves are often unaware of which pieces hold greater value." Both Wei and Bo found their boss increasingly cunning. At that moment, Wu Yu's phone rang. It was Vice Director Wei from the management office. "Boss AU, it's raining today. Do you have time to come out for a drink tonight?" Wei began, "Even if you don't have time, you must make some for me. Just tell me how many people will join, and I will arrange the venue." Wu Yu was taken aback by this spontaneous invitation for drinks. It seemed Wei was not faring well in the mining area. Wei Shanshui laughed heartily. "Haha, Boss AU, you are so straightforward. I appreciate having a brother like you." Chapter 68. Let us go. After hanging up the phone, Wu Yu sat quietly on the living room sofa, contemplating the evening ahead. As the deputy director of the management office, Wei Shanshui certainly had no shortage of food and drink, and his invitation likely suggested he wished to discuss matters. If there were no significant issues, he might simply be seeking a leisurely time. These are minor expenses, and occasionally treating them to a good time could help maintain his reputation in the mining area. However, after the recent intense conflict with the hefty man, there was a possibility of retaliation, so Wei and Bo must remain to guard the premises. During dinner, he could gather information about the hefty man and his residence. If sleep eluded him that night, he could pay a visit to the hefty man's home to stretch his muscles and clear away some trash. After all, the most important aspect of life is happiness. Why allow a hostile, rotund figure to linger nearby? Shortly thereafter, 3 friends arrived at the hefty man's house, making a total of 5 large men, including him and his assistant. One voiced concern, "I've heard that Yu has a gun. If we kill him, it could be dangerous, right?" The hefty man scoffed. "He only has 1 gun, while we have 5. The advantage lies with us. Tonight, he is as good as dead." "That makes sense, and let us do it." They all shouted, fueled by the hefty man's persuasion, eager to take down Wu Yu and his crew. To bolster their spirits, the hefty man sent his wife out into the rain to buy food and drinks from the market, treating everyone to a feast while boosting their courage. This group of 10 had known each other since their teenage years, led by the toothy grinned one, all hailing from impoverished Yamushi, willing to commit any wrongdoing to earn money. Yet, being impoverished, they had never had the means to purchase firearms, relying instead on knives and cleavers. As the downpour outside the makeshift shelter began to subside, Baoya produced a sharpening stone and addressed the group. "The rain benefits us. It will conceal our traces when we eliminate the fat black man and his family. Let us sharpen our blades now, and at 11 tonight, we shall act." One among them interjected, "Brother Bao, while I have no qualms about killing, we have not eaten enough at noon. Shouldn't we procure some food before our evening endeavor?" Baoya rummaged through his pockets for a while before sheepishly replying, I only have 5,000 left. How much do you all have?" The group pooled their resources, revealing a total of 40,000 yuan after exhausting their savings. 2 of the less engaged members, who need not sharpen their weapons, mounted a motorcycle to head to the market and procure a meal sufficient for all 10 of them. Before darkness fell, Baoya's hunger rendered his eyes red. He lacked the strength to continue sharpening knives. "Once we secure the goods tonight, we shall have money for food and drink, and afterward, I will take you all to the bathhouse for some relaxation." "Heh, Brother Bao, you are generous. It has been ages since we feasted. We have awaited this day for so long. Enough chatter, let us proceed." As dusk approached, the rain intensified, accompanied by thunder and lightning, creating a stifling atmosphere that made Wu Yu reluctant to venture outside. Were it not for his appointment with Wei Shanshui, he would have preferred to remain in bed, watching the dancer Anna online rather than stepping outside. Before departing, Wu Yu reiterated to Wei, Bo, Anna, and others to carry their firearms at all times and remain vigilant for any disturbances outside. Should any adversaries breach the courtyard, they were to remain silent and first empty their magazines. To this end, Wu Yu left them with several extra bullets for emergencies. The dining venue was the same as before, as the food was indeed delightful, and it was conveniently close to the management office, reducing the distance for Wei Shanshui. Upon arrival, Wei Shanshui, accompanied by two armed subordinates, was somewhat taken aback to find Wu Yu alone. The mining district has been tumultuous of late. Aren't you afraid of danger? Coming here alone? Dining with Director Wei? What peril could there be? Should danger arise, with Director Wei's protection, who would dare to harm me in the mining district? Well said. Regardless of my standing in the mining district, I will always safeguard my best brother. If Wei Shanshui claimed to be struggling in the Pekin mining district, it would imply that no one thrived there. Come, let us raise a glass to moisten our throats. Cheers! After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere lightened and topics flowed freely, allowing Wu Yu to glean some information about the fat black man. When the meal neared its conclusion, Wei Shanshui broached a serious matter. Wu Yu, as you know, I have recently assumed my position at the Pekin Mining District Management Office. Without my strong connections and military support, I wouldn't even hold the power to collect taxes here. Meanwhile, Padu, leveraging his seniority, has stealthily invested in several mining companies and reaped considerable profits. I have been unable to find a lucrative opportunity in my years here. The meager amounts I receive barely suffice to maintain my relationships. If I fail to secure substantial earnings this year, I may lose military backing. Recently, Miss Danmin and Naiwen's associates opened fire at the Pekin morning market, inciting anger among several military factions with mining interests. Padu is in a frenzy, running around to apologize and stabilize the situation. I have finally found an opportunity to acquire the rights to a semi-exhausted mine. Now, I merely require a partner and a significant sum to commence operations. Wu Yu furrowed his brow, realizing the extent of Wei Shanshui's struggles. After so much effort, he had only managed to secure a contract for a semi-exhausted mine. It appeared that had Padu not been preoccupied, even this opportunity might have eluded him, reflecting the limited authority he held within the management office. Suppressing his concerns, Wu Yu calmly inquired, "Is this a bidding process, or is it a private transfer?" Wei Shanshui responded hastily, "Of course, it does not require bidding. If it did, why would I mention it to you? I have already negotiated with the government official in charge. The rights to this mining company will be available in a month and a half. Once their contract expires, we can immediately take over. What is the total cost? The total expenditure will be approximately 8 billion yuan. Initially, an investment of 3 billion will secure a year's rights. The remainder will cover expenses for excavators, dump trucks, and labor. Does a derelict mine necessitate such a large sum? If I invest 8 billion, what stake would I receive? In a standard bidding scenario, acquiring this semi-exhausted mine would require at least 20 billion. If we succeed, I can offer you 50% of the shares. Allow me to contemplate this, and I must first ascertain whether I can borrow sufficient funds from friends, as I currently lack such capital. We're in a newly discovered mine. Wu Yu would readily commit to investing vast sums. However, this was a nearly depleted mine, and pouring in such capital risked substantial losses. Seemingly attuned to Wu Yu's hesitations, Wei Shanshui cautioned, "Wu Yu, sometimes an officially deemed semi-exhausted mine may not truly be exhausted. I would not invest time and resources into a losing proposition." Wei Shanshui asserted solemnly, "I can only wait for you for a maximum of 15 days. Should your funds fall short, I will have to seek out other partners." Chapter 69. The Positive-Minded Citizens of the Mining District. In truth, Wu Yu's liquid assets, comprising both Burmese currency and gold bars, already exceeded 3 billion. Including the ill-gotten gains from the monkey and additional gold bars, his total capital surpassed 5 billion. The reason for not immediately agreeing to collaborate with Wei Shanshui stemmed from numerous concerns. According to his previous strategy, upon securing sufficient capital in the mining district, he intended to shift his focus to Mandalay, where financial gains could be achieved more swiftly in a relatively safe environment. Now, with Wei Shanshui unexpectedly presenting him with a lucrative opportunity, he found himself torn between temptation and risk, necessitating a re-evaluation of his future plans. Most critically, his armed forces were severely insufficient. Should he partner with Wei Shanshui, he would be overly passive, lacking leverage in the event of complications. As the conversation reached this juncture, both men demonstrated their wisdom by halting further discussion, lest it lead to misunderstandings. Wu Yu proposed they visit a nearby bathhouse for relaxation. At the mention of this, Wei Shanshui's weariness dissipated, and he readily agreed. Upon arrival at the bathhouse, Wu Yu preemptively paid the deposit. inviting them to enjoy themselves freely while he sought a room for a massage. During this time, he also called Gu Tianwei to inquire about conditions at home. Wu Yu had previously tipped the staff. They would inform him as soon as Wei Shanshui emerged. Concluding his massage promptly, Wu Yu approached Wei Shanshui, prepared to speak, when he suddenly heard sporadic gunfire from the residential area at the market's edge. The rain had lightened, allowing the gunshots to be distinctly audible. His two bodyguards, upon hearing the commotion, hastily emerged, trousers in hand, weapons drawn, cautiously surveying the situation outside. The rain continued to fall in a steady rhythm, enveloping the surroundings in darkness, with occasional flashes of lightning illuminating the sky. One bodyguard remarked, "Director Wei, it seems the gunfire is coming from outside the market. Many Jade merchants reside in that area, and occasional conflicts arise. It does not concern our management office. Let the police deal with it." Fortunately, that scattered gunfire has ceased quickly. I am uncertain if the skirmish has concluded or what transpired. I have managed to ascertain the residence of Old Black. It is said that he resides in the residential area to the west of the market, precisely the direction from which the gunfire was heard earlier. That area is teeming with Jade merchants, and the police station is situated nearby. If we intend to take action against Old Black, it is imperative that we conclude the confrontation within 5 minutes. We possess 3 firearms. Eliminating Old Black and his family should not take more than 3 minutes. Tomorrow, when I head to the morning market to sell materials, I will discreetly inquire about the precise location of Old Black's residence. Wu Yu had intended to get a good night's sleep, but Anna would not let him be, incessantly bombarding him with questions. "Boss, do you think I am more beautiful, or is Long see you? Are you out of your mind? Staying awake just to ask me such a question? She is beautiful." After a brief silence, Anna suddenly pressed down on Wu Yu. "I want to bite you to death. Can't you just tell me a little lie? See, you are getting anxious. I merely spoke the truth. Where am I inferior to her? She is simply a bit more mature in appearance. But in terms of looks and figure, I am just as good, if not better. Be quiet. You are talking too much. Go to sleep immediately, or I will kick you out. I want tea, unless you silence me. There is no way you can make me stop talking." What a trivial matter. Wu Yu soon acquiesced to her wishes. It was merely a matter of blocking her mouth, just a little more, and more still block. Sometimes, when a problem cannot be resolved, it is easier to deal with the one posing the problem. The night passed in silence, and as dawn broke, heavy rain continued to fall outside. The sky was shrouded in gray, suggesting that the morning market would be deserted, and the outside was eerily quiet. Without needing Wu Yu's prompting, Anna had already risen to wash up, her face devoid of makeup, as she had been going barefaced lately. At that moment, she stood blushing by the bed, whispering, "Boss, it's time to get up. I'll change the sheets. Is our house leaking? It has been so damp, and I didn't sleep well last night." "Well, if you say it's leaking, that must be." Wu Yu shot her a glance of annoyance and headed into the bathroom to wash up. This woman, feeling guilty. What does she truly think about the state of the bed? Once Wu Yu had finished washing, he entered the living room to find Sang Bo and Gu Danwei already awake, seated at the workbench examining the materials they had received the previous day. The few pieces of jade Wu Yu had selected were sawed open. The exterior showed no promise, and the interior was a heap of refuse, akin to marble. Yesterday, they had collected a total of 21 pieces, and now 8 had been rendered useless, leaving 13. Wu Yu produced a stack of cash and called out, "Stop examining. Sang Bo, go buy breakfast. Go away, tidy up the workbench. I will sketch the window positions, and then you may continue your research. However, this batch of materials needs to be sent via logistics to Boss Tang in Huaxia. I will merely draw the lines and let her open the windows in Huaxia." "Understood," both replied, proceeding to carry out their boss's instructions. After breakfast, Wu Yu marked the window positions on the uneven quality materials, instructing several employees on how to price such materials when encountered in the mine. Just then, a cacophony erupted at the front door, accompanied by shouts and knocks. "Boss AU, the police have arrived. You must open the door immediately and submit to their investigation. We suspect you murdered Old Black. Many had witnessed the confrontation between you and Old Black at the mine yesterday, and you even slapped him several times. That very night, Old Black's family was brutally murdered, and all their possessions were stolen. Do not attempt any tricks. The police have surrounded your home. Hurry and open the door to surrender." The raucous voices did not belong to the police, but to a group of jade merchants, and Wu Yu recognized many familiar voices among them, including Ong Ji. He was merely curious as to why the police had not made an appearance, leaving only these onlookers to shout, "You say you are conducting a search without any evidence. What audacity do you have to act so brazenly in front of me? You are disrupting the business environment of the Pakong mine. I, as the deputy director, have the authority to have you removed. The death of many outsiders in Old Black's home, including several of Bao Ye's underlings, was evident to even an outsider like me. It was clear Bao Ye was behind it. Why come to cause a disturbance at Boss Ayu's residence when you cannot find Bao Ye? Upon hearing this, Wu Yu, who had initially felt a twinge of anxiety, instantly calmed down. He turned to Anna and said, "Stay inside and do not come out. I will handle the situation." "Oh, thank you, boss." Anna, frightened like a little rabbit, quickly scurried into the bedroom, tightly shutting the door behind her. Wu Yu then addressed Gudan Wei and Sang Bo. "You two, go open the front door. I'm going to show off. I will clear my name and assist the police in their investigation, acting as a model citizen of the mining area." With a creak, Gudan Wei and Sang Bo pulled open the door from inside. The crowd outside halted their bickering, and upon seeing Wu Yu shuffling out in slippers, clad in a tank top and baggy shorts, holding a black umbrella, they fell silent. "I hear the police are looking for me." Wu Yu cast a discerning glance over the crowd, seemingly noticing Wei Director and the police deputy chief, Dezwa, standing beside him. It is said that Ong Ji's uncle is this deputy chief, and although Wu Yu had seen this man at the morning market before, they had never interacted. Wu Yu ignored the crowd, offering a warm smile exclusively to Wei Shanshui. "Director Wei, what a surprise to see you here. Please, come in and make yourself comfortable." Wei Shanshui waved his hand, exuding an air of authority as he replied, "Boss Yu, you may not be aware of the situation here. I have heard that someone is trying to wrongfully accuse you of murdering Old Black, and I came specifically to intervene." Wu Yu feigned appropriate astonishment. "What? Old Black is dead? When did this happen? Who was the murderer?" Wei Shanshui explained. Several individuals were found dead on site, including Old Black and his family, a friend of Old Black's, and 4 of Bao Ye's underlings. They suffered both gunshot and stab wounds. It was a brutal massacre. "Oh, I see. This was a conflict among them, and both sides suffered losses. But why are the police looking for me? Who knows? Perhaps they lack the ability to solve the case and wish to find a scapegoat." The dialogue between Wei Shanshui and Wu Yu showed no deference to the police, causing their expressions to darken, especially the deputy chief Dezwa, whose face flushed with anger. Having recently been appointed and lacking experience, Dezwa, feeling the pressure, reluctantly explained, "Director Wei, I have received numerous reports stating that you and Old Black had enmity, and that there was a physical altercation on the day of the incident. I am here for a routine investigation. There is absolutely no intention of seeking a scapegoat." Wei Shanshui retorted with a sardonic smile. "Oh, a routine investigation? Then by all means, investigate. I shall remain silent and observe." His attitude was overtly supportive of Yu, leaving the onlooking Jade merchants and passing delivery boys secretly astonished, warning themselves to avoid provoking Boss Yu in the future. Dezwa took a deep breath to suppress his rage, turning his gaze back to Wu Yu, asking, "Are you Yu? Where were you around 11 p.m. last night? Although you have an alibi, it is possible that you instructed Bao Ye's gang to commit the act. Given the timing, just after your altercation with Old Black in the morning, he was murdered that very night." Deputy Chief Dezwa, where is your evidence? "I'm not familiar with Bao Ye's gang. We had some minor disagreements in the past, but how could I possibly instruct them?" Dezwa turned to look at the onlookers, focusing on Ong Ji among them. Dezwa lacked any substantial evidence. His nephew Ong Ji had suggested using this incident to intimidate Yu, hoping to keep him in line within the Pakong mine. If they could have Yu in prison for a few days, extracting some money from him would be even better. Who knew that the management's Wei deputy director would hold Yu in such high regard, bringing a group of armed men to support him? How could they arrest him publicly now? How could they frame him? Ong Ji was feeling quite dejected. Previously, he had only heard rumors that Yu had ingratiated himself with Director Wei of the management office. He initially thought they were merely acquaintances, but it turned out their relationship was much closer than he had anticipated. Lao He was part of Ong Ji's inner circle. In the past, when Wu Yu had bullied him, Ong Ji had been quite displeased. Yesterday, upon learning that Lao He had once again fallen victim to Wu Yu's tyranny, Ong Ji's anger flared once more. Thus, when Lao He requested to borrow firearms, Ong Ji generously lent him all 5 guns from his own collection, hoping that Lao He could eliminate Wu Yu and prevent this troublesome individual from undermining his influence at the Yemushi mine. However, Lao He, in his foolishness, had yet to make a move against Wu Yu when he was ambushed and eliminated by the impoverished gang of Bao Ye, losing all the guns in the process. Ong Ji had intended to leverage his uncle's power to imprison Wu Yu for a few days to teach him a lesson, but all his plans were thwarted by Director Wei. Not only was Wu Yu untouched, but Ong Ji's uncle also lost face in the process. Faced with his uncle Dazwa's inquiring gaze, Ong Ji subtly shook his head, signaling him to abandon the original plan. Dazwa, feeling helpless, mustered a fierce demeanor and stated solemnly, "Currently, we lack evidence. Once we apprehend Bao Yu's gang, we will surely find proof. Today, I am sparing you for Director Wei's sake. But do not expect such leniency in the future." After saying this, Dazwa led his team away, exuding an air of disarray as they departed. Wu Yu remained unperturbed. He knew the police would struggle to find evidence against him. In the chaotic environment of the mining area, the influence of the police was far inferior to that of the management office and the military. As long as he maintained the right connections, they could do nothing to him. If he were truly cornered, the small space would be the end of his life. Director Wei openly demonstrated his determination to protect Wu Yu, patting him on the shoulder in front of the crowd and saying, "Rest assured, as long as I am in the Pekin mining area, no one will dare to falsely accuse you." His words were directed at both the onlookers and Wu Yu. The crowd's expressions shifted subtly. They could not fathom why the bond between Wu Yu and Director Wei was so strong. "Thank you, Director Wei," Wu Yu responded, feigning gratitude while internally lamenting that he was being coerced into investing in that nearly depleted small mine. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his life plans and would not easily alter them. Even if he collaborated with Wei Shanshui on the mining business, he would delegate management to a subordinate, ensuring his precious time was not squandered on mining operations. While new mines promised profit, the nearly depleted and exhausted mines held little value. Even if they generated revenue, it would be paltry compared to the swift gains Wu Yu reaped through his gambling ventures. After fulfilling his official duties, Wei Shanshui swaggered away with a group of armed men in camouflage, striking a commanding presence. Wu Yu turned to the onlookers and smiled, saying, "There is nothing more to see. You may disperse." Those who had previously clamored for the police to search homes now altered their tune. "Oh, Boss Ayu, you've misunderstood. We were not merely spectating, but were concerned for your safety and came to offer support. Let's go out for drinks sometime." In the blink of an eye, this group vanished without a trace, including Ong Ji, who had developed animosity toward Wu Yu. "Huh," Wu Yu scoffed coldly, indifferent to the spectacle. After all, they shared no bonds. When misfortune befell them, he would relish the chance to observe. "Boss, who would have thought Bao Yu's gang was so ruthless as to wipe out Lao Hei's entire family?" Bao Yu's men likely did not anticipate that Lao Hei was armed, resulting in the deaths of several subordinates and exposing their whereabouts. The fact that Bao Yu's men had perished, leaving behind bodies that they did not have time to remove, indicated that Lao Hei's group had not been entirely wiped out and was lurking nearby, poised for retaliation. After the massacre, Bao Yu had stolen a few items and fled, leaving behind irrefutable evidence. Thankfully, Bao Yu had left traces. Otherwise, their suspicions would have been substantial, and even with Director Wei's protection, an investigation would have been inevitable. Chapter 71. Unfathomable yet profoundly shocking, the torrential rain persisted for 3 days before gradually abating. During this time, Wu Yu engaged in but one significant task. He discreetly mixed a piece of iced jade raw material into 13 mediocre quality jade stones and sent it via logistics to Tang Yueying. Aside from that, Wu Yu occupied himself with playing cards, scrolling through his phone, and occasionally indulging in a bit of liquor to pass the time. Anna had her share of complaints as well. Aside from playing cards, she insisted on changing the bedsheets, lamenting that the leaky roof of their dilapidated house left them without dry linens once the sun had not shone for days. As for Good Anwei and Sangbo, having recently earned a considerable amount of white cards, they could still afford to enjoy baths and leisure, even without Wu Yu's salary. When the sun finally emerged at noon, Wu Yu prepared 300 million, accompanied by 2 assistants, and set off for the Longkin night market. The roads were muddied and pockmarked, yet traffic flowed steadily as many rushed toward the night market. After 3 days without trade, numerous jade merchants were in a frenzy, eager to buy and sell. The Longkin night market was even more bustling than before. Before nightfall, throngs of people surged into the streets, commencing transactions. Wu Yu's group parked their vehicle in an open area and, after much effort, found a favorable position on the street. They paid 4,000 yuan and quickly settled in to procure materials. This time, Wu Yu avoided the spot he had occupied previously, feeling that the owner was somewhat untrustworthy. There was no need to confine himself to a single location when he could collect materials anywhere. The Longkin night market primarily dealt in all gamble materials. Though these stones had not been opened, their skins displayed characteristics, be it colored skin, blemishes, or thin, high-quality skins that would reveal their value under the light. This market encompassed nearly all of the premium all-gamble materials from the mining area, in addition to Yemushi and ordinary jade merchants. Some small mine owners also sent their men to sell their goods here. As per their usual arrangement, Wu Yu was responsible for inspecting the goods. Good Danwei handled payments, and Sang Bo kept watch over the collected materials. Wu Yu was quick in his evaluations, typically assessing a material within several seconds. If the stone felt warm or hot to the touch, he would negotiate the price. Even if the seller set a high asking price for exceptionally good material, he would be willing to accept it. In just an hour, Wu Yu acquired dozens of materials, exhausting 200 million of the funds he had brought. Money flowed like water. At that moment, a melodious voice whispered in his ear, "Ah, I ascend that Basayu? I didn't expect you to be collecting materials at the Longkin night market. I thought you were busy at the Yemushi mine." Wu Yu looked up to see the exquisitely made-up woman, Long Siyu, with a man filled with jealousy standing beside her, her husband. Long Siyu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "Basayu, you're truly impressive. We are not skilled in gambling stones. We only dare to collect clear materials." After wandering around, we found that there were too few clear materials at the Longkin night market, leaving us with no opportunity to make a purchase. Indeed, Anna often praises my skills. However, collecting clear materials is the safest route. You may earn less, but the risks are minimal. You almost always turn a profit, Wu Yu replied, engaging in conversation while continuing his material inspections. Long Siyu shot Wu Yu a playful glance, clearly catching the speed of his response, but with her husband beside her. She refrained from dwelling on that remark, feeling an inexplicable thrill akin to a thief's excitement. There is no such thing as a guaranteed profit. We've incurred losses while processing clear materials domestically, which is why we thought to come to the source in Myanmar to collect stones. The jade here is indeed cheaper, but the security is poor and the risks are high. We are aware of the dangers here, but tonight, Zhao Changyi from the Yunzhong Chamber of Commerce personally leads the protection team. With 6 vehicles and at least 6 bodyguards, we should be safe. Where are your bodyguards? I haven't seen any, Wu Yu inquired. I haven't seen them either, but I just called Captain Zhao, and he said the bodyguards are hidden behind us for our protection. We need not worry, she replied. Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback. Did this dismal place truly require covert protection? In the realm of bodyguards, their presence is often ostentatious, a display of strength designed to intimidate the nefarious. This may well be the security protocol of the Yunzhong Chamber of Commerce, a concept that Wu Yu found perplexing yet profoundly impactful. At that moment, a subordinate approached, placing a block of wood-like material weighing approximately 10 kilograms upon the table for Wu Yu's inspection. Initially, he illuminated the stone, observing a faint light seeping through the jade-like flesh, adorned with a delicate green vein. The stone's form was commendable, suggesting potential for a bracelet. Upon touching the surface, he noted that most areas radiated warmth, while the vicinity of the green vein emitted a pleasantly heated sensation, indicative of superior quality and a deep infiltration of the color into the skin. Is it bleached? Wu Yu inquired. You've washed the skin thoroughly, erasing its characteristic features. At this level, there is barely any quality left. It relies solely on this thin vein for value. I would only offer 7 million, he stated. Boss, someone has offered 12 million. Excessive. Can we settle at 10 million? That is non-negotiable. If you offer 12 million, I can call the owner for you. All right, 12 million it is. Please call the owner. If the deal is finalized, I will give you a bonus of 500,000. Thank you, boss, the subordinate replied, lifting the rough stone and moving aside to make the call. Long Siyu, witnessing Wu Yu's adeptness in negotiating the price in mere seconds, was left in awe. Her sparkling eyes reflected admiration as she remarked, Boss Au, you're incredibly swift. Can you discern the quality of the material so quickly? Wu Yu found her comment somewhat peculiar, but offered an explanation. Many matters are not dictated by speed. What truly matters is the outcome. There's a certain satisfaction in swiftness, just as there is joy in a more measured approach. Intrigued by his words, Long Siyu intended to continue their conversation. But her husband, standing nearby, interjected impatiently. Are you two done chatting? We haven't purchased any quality materials at Longkin Night Market tonight. Let us not squander our time. Are you blaming me? I'm here conversing with Boss Au, and when a subordinate brings quality materials, if the price is right, we can seize the opportunity. She retorted, deciding to circumvent the table and sit beside Wu Yu, taking the empty seat next to him. while Wu Yu engaged in transactions. Good An Wei and Sang Bo were relegated to standing behind their boss, adhering to protocol and emphasizing Wu Yu's elevated status, which would attract more subordinates eager to sell. Long Siu's decision to sit beside Wu Yu irked her husband, who felt that since the day he had abandoned her, she had turned her affections elsewhere, ignoring his explanations during the ensuing Cold War. Now, before him, she flirted openly with this other man, a sight he found unbearable. "Dear, there's another empty table across the street. Could you not squeeze in with Boss AU? It's too hot for such closeness," he urged. "I prefer this spot. If you wish to sit across the street, feel free," she replied defiantly. Chapter 72. Gunshots at the Night Market. As long as he was satisfied with the materials, Wu Yu was generous with his pricing, directing Good An Wei to provide payment for the white card. This piece would yield significant profit for the owner. Yet Wu Yu would not incur any loss. The green vein's penetration signified the likelihood of several white-bottomed green bracelets, making this price a secure acquisition. Once he concluded his dealings, Wu Yu noticed that Long Siu had taken a seat beside him, while her husband stood darkly behind. The fragrance of her perfume was enticing, causing Wu Yu to glance at her multiple times. He couldn't shake the unease that an influential figure might notice them, leading to a potential abduction or worse. Long Siu, relishing his attention, seized the moment to inquire, "Boss AU, if anyone comes to sell quality materials or altered pieces, could you direct them my way?" Wu Yu replied, "I do not accept quality or altered pieces. They will all belong to you." "Thank you, Boss AU. If I misinterpret anything, please point it out promptly. I fear being deceived." "Huh. Can one truly misjudge quality and altered pieces? There are indeed tales of dyed and counterfeit materials targeting unsuspecting individuals from Huaxia," he noted, wishing to avoid an in-depth discussion on counterfeiting, as it was a known fact that the major players in this trade were predominantly from Huaxia. At that moment, a sizable piece of bright water material, no larger than a palm, appeared, exhibiting a hint of yellow mist and a few significant cracks. Yet overall it reached an icy texture, lacking a solid base color. Intended for Wu Yu's appraisal, he merely glanced at it with his left hand, confirming its adequacy before presenting it to Long Siu. "You handle the negotiation," he instructed. The subordinate promptly shifted to Long Siu, but she struggled with the language barrier. Gesturing incomprehensibly, unable to bear the awkwardness, Wu Yu intervened. The initial price was set at 50 million, eventually negotiating down to 5 million. Long Siu was elated, whispering in Wu Yu's ear, "Thank you, Boss AU. I was prepared to offer 10 million initially." Her breath tickled Wu Yu's ear, igniting a suspicion that she had ulterior motives. A glance revealed her husband's face had turned a shade of green with jealousy. A subordinate then presented a piece the size of a plate, featuring commendable water quality. Upon closer inspection, Wu Yu noted several evident cracks on the surface. When he caressed the cracks, he discerned no change in temperature, a revelation that invigorated him. This indicated the cracks did not penetrate, ensuring the jade flesh remained intact. And thus, the material undoubtedly had potential for a bracelet, warranting a price increase. "Is it bleached?" 30 million. With that many cracks, it's only worth 3 million. "Boss, someone offered 5 million. Only a fool would pay 5 million for a piece riddled with cracks. Luck may yield a few good pieces, but more likely, it will result in beads. My final offer is 4 million. Check if the owner agrees. The minimum is 5 million, but I can inquire with the owner." This was a well-known tactic in jade trading. Wu Yu readily concurred while expressing that if the price was established, the subordinate would receive a 300,000 bonus. Typically, materials requiring sealing would be finalized that night, with results delivered the following day, as long as the price approached the baseline. A slight increase in the bonus could ensure a successful transaction. Wu Yu's speed in securing deals was unmatched, while Long Siu, with his assistance, managed to acquire merely 3 pieces of quality materials, not due to her lack of luck, but rather the scarcity of quality offerings at Longkin Night Market. "Oh, is it all gone so soon?" "Understood. Today, nearly 300 million has been spent. Should these materials be sold after opening, Wu Yu anticipated a substantial profit." After Good An Wei completed the transaction, Wu Yu turned to Long Siu. "All right, we have concluded our acquisitions. How about you? Will you continue to gather materials here, or seek out the Yunzhong Chamber of Commerce's security and fellow traders?" Long Siu responded, "You finished so quickly, Boss AU. Let us gather for a while longer. When it's time to leave, Team Leader Zhao from the Yunzhong Chamber of Commerce will contact us." "Very well. We shall take our leave then." Wu Yu, having already packed the jade into a bag, began to depart. Good Anwei and Sangbo carried larger, heavier bags, aware that their boss would not be burdened with labor. As they took a few steps, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from the center of the street, particularly near the building housing an entertainment venue. The lights of its sign extinguished by bullets. Run! It's happening again! Help! I've been shot! In an instant, the crowd surged into a frenzied escape. Wu Yu felt the gunfire erupting a little over 100 meters behind him. A cacophony of shots indicating at least a dozen assailants engaged in a fierce battle, far more intense than the skirmishes between Lao He and Bao Yu's factions just days prior. Thankfully, it was behind us. Otherwise, we would be in dire trouble. The recent situation has taken a turn for the worse. Why has the fighting resumed? Such is the nature of the mining district, where gunfire is a common occurrence. We had merely been preoccupied with extracting material for profit, seldom encountering such violence. Indeed, in the past, we spent our days mining and our nights resting in makeshift shelters. And even when gunfire echoed in the distance, it felt far removed from us. As the three fled, they exchanged a few brief words before silently joining the throng, rushing toward the market exit. Suddenly, Wu Yu heard Long Siyu calling out to him from behind. "Awe, wait for me." Wu Yu halted and turned, only to be met by a warm, fragrant gust as she collided into him with a startled exclamation. "Don't you have a security team? Why are you following us?" Wu Yu frowned, directing his irritation not at her, but rather at the man behind her, whose complexion had turned a sickly green. "Enough, stay close to us." Wu Yu was unwilling to squander any time. The situation had spiraled out of control. They rushed to the parking area, stowing the emerald rough stones in the trunk before swiftly climbing into the vehicle. Long Siyu and her husband joined them as well. Good Anwei took the wheel, with Sangbo seated beside him, while Wu Yu and the Long couple settled into the back seat. Observing the congested and chaotic roadway, Good Anwei furrowed his brow and remarked, "Boss, the fleeing crowd has completely blocked the road. We cannot proceed." Wu Yu calmly replied, "Shut off the engine and wait inside the car. We shall depart when the road clears." However, Long Siyu's husband grew anxious. "Wait for what? Drive away. Can't you hear the gunfire drawing nearer?" Chapter 73, Temporary Checkpoint. At this moment, the three in the back seat were Wu Yu on the left, Long Siyu in the middle, and her husband in the rear. Hearing the man ignore his command and instead urge for a hasty departure, Wu Yu reprimanded him sharply. "Silence. Are you instructing me on how to act?" Suddenly, he pressed the gun to the man's head, coldly stating, "If you utter another word, I will not hesitate to pull the trigger." "What? You actually have a gun?" The man, taken aback, broke into a cold sweat. Wu Yu regarded him with disdain, retorting, "What a joke. Those who have spent years in the mining district do not lack a few firearms." Caught between the two, Long Siyu gently interjected, "Please, let's all calm down. I believe Boss Awe's decision is sound. Driving out now would only result in further blockage by pedestrians and motorcycles. It is safer to remain in the parking area." Upon hearing his wife support another, the man's head drooped in disappointment. Long Siyu soothingly continued, "Boss Awe, please do not be angry. My husband is merely frightened and did not mean to offend. Here, we will heed your guidance." Just then, two SUVs burst forth from the direction of the gunfire, disregarding the obstacles in their path as they recklessly sped away. The congested street erupted into chaos, with screams filling the air as individuals abandoned their motorcycles, fleeing to the open spaces on either side of the road. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire mingled with the sounds of colliding vehicles, gradually fading away as several SUVs pursued relentlessly, their occupants firing from the windows in an attempt to thwart the escape of the vehicles ahead. Witnessing the source of the turmoil depart, everyone in the car exhaled in relief. Long Siyu leaned closer to Wu Yu, whispering, "Boss Awe, do gunfights often occur here?" Wu Yu replied, "Frequently, but typically in secluded areas or within private residences. Skirmishes are rare in the marketplace. Such disturbances disrupt the trading atmosphere, and the Myanmar authorities do not permit such incidents. They will conduct a thorough investigation afterward. We've had such bad luck. Having been here just a few days, we've already encountered 2 gunfights. I truly hesitate to return. Perhaps it is for the best. Purchasing materials domestically may yield lesser profits, but it is far safer. I have a female friend who faced difficulties while sourcing here. She was so frightened she vowed never to return, declaring she would only conduct jade business in Huaxia." "Oh, your friend in the jade business from Huaxia? What's her name? Perhaps we are acquainted." "Her name is Tang Yueying. She conducts rough stone business in Rueli. Her operation is modest, so those of you in jewelry processing may not know all the rough stone dealers. What a coincidence. I indeed know her. A few days ago, she showcased a superb ice-type stone that was of exceptional quality. My jewelry company was in dire need of high-end materials, and I spent nearly 400,000 to acquire it. The circle is indeed small. It is remarkable that upon mentioning her name, they both recognized one another. Wu was about to delve deeper into discussions regarding the jade market in China when Long Siyu's phone suddenly rang. Clearly, the call was abruptly terminated, merely serving as a notification rather than a conversation. Long Siyu, visibly irritated, remarked, "Do you find the domestic materials too expensive, yet you wish to source from the mining district? When faced with a hint of danger, you begin to complain. It is quite intolerable. I only aimed to save some money. I did not expect the situation in the mining district to be so chaotic." "Understood," boss Gadamway acknowledged, driving swiftly out of the Longkin market and onto the dilapidated, muddy mountain road. After just a few minutes of travel, they encountered a temporary checkpoint, where a group of armed soldiers in camouflage stood in the middle of the road conducting inspections. In the past, a small bribe would suffice for a swift passage. However, this time was different. They were required to open the doors and disembark from the vehicle. Even the trunk had to be opened for inspection. The process was slow, with dozens of cars backed up, inching forward like snails. "Boss Awe, have the soldiers always conducted inspections in this manner?" Long Siyu inquired. Wu advised, "Not previously, but today they seem particularly thorough. When it is our turn, do not speak out of turn. I will handle the interaction." After several agonizing minutes, it was finally their vehicle's turn. Several soldiers surrounded the car, and one rapped on the window, barking, "Everyone out of the car for inspection. Get out." Worried that Long Siyu and her husband might not comprehend, Wu cautioned them before being the first to exit, swiftly slipping a stack of 10,000 shot into the hands of the most intimidating soldier. "Officer, what seems to be the problem? Today's inspection is unusually prolonged," Wu inquired. Upon receiving the cash, the soldier's demeanor softened slightly as he scrutinized Wu warily before asking, "Are you a citizen of Myanmar? Present all identification for our review." "Of course I am a citizen of Myanmar. I have my ID," Wu affirmed. "Away, show the officer my documents." Wu had a photocopy of his documents readily available in the car's glove compartment for such circumstances. Gudanwei retrieved them and handed them to the soldier, who examined them closely while posing several questions. Upon learning that Wu was a jade merchant, his tone became notably more cordial. The soldier bypassed any inquiry directed at Gudanwei and Sangbo, as their appearance clearly indicated their local origins, negating the need for documentation verification. Once the other soldiers completed their inspection of the vehicle, they turned their attention to Long Siyu and her husband. "Who are they?" "They're my business partners from Huaxia. They have accompanied me to source materials from the Longkin night market." "Are you certain they're not recently rescued laborers?" "Sir, look at their appearance. They hardly resemble laborers. They are genuine jade merchants, protected by the mining district authorities. Director Wei from the management office is a friend of ours. We often drink together." "Very well. You may go." After the soldiers' dismissal, the blockade at the checkpoint was lifted, allowing Wu, Gudanwei, and the others to swiftly pass through. Once back in the vehicle, Long Siyu anxiously inquired, "What does that mean? What do they ask?" I felt as though those soldiers were eyeing me with ill intent. Wu furrowed his brows and said, "Do not ask so many questions. In the future, please dress more appropriately in the mining area and avoid wearing such revealing clothing." "Huh? The clothes I brought this time are already quite modest, all right? Stop explaining. If something happens, you'll have to deal with it yourself." "Oh, I understand now. I will be more careful in the future." Long Siyu nudged Wu with her arm, adopting a coy tone as she admitted her fault. At that moment, the driver, Gudanwei, suddenly interjected, "Boss, from what those in camouflage were saying, the recent gunfight was due to someone attempting to rescue the pigs trapped in the entertainment venue." Chapter 74. Anna has a fever. The topic of rescuing the pigs did not delve deeper, as they were conversing in Burmese, a language that the Long couple could not comprehend. Each time he visited the Longkin night market, he discovered an abundance of treasures. The stakes were high, and so were the profits. Unlike the early market in Padkin, which mainly dealt with subpar materials or even fragments, yielding little in terms of profit, Wu had no interest in setting up a stall there. "All right, boss." Gudanwei and Sangbo nodded in agreement. Whatever Wu said went. However, today Anna seemed somewhat lethargic, slumped on the sofa, reluctant to speak. "What's wrong?" Wu sat beside her, feeling her forehead, which was quite hot. "I don't know. I feel a bit cold and lacking in energy. Just wanted to sleep." Anna mumbled drowsily. Previously, he had stored some fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory medication. Following the instructions, He poured a cup of warm water for her to take the medicine. Get some good rest. If you feel unwell, I will take you to the doctor tomorrow. Okay, Anna responded groggily, not as talkative as before. Wu Yu, feeling uneasy, wrung out a warm towel and placed it on her forehead, hoping to assist in reducing her fever. This woman is not particularly bright. I hope she doesn't become more foolish from this fever, affecting the next generation. Thank you, boss. Love you. Anna drowsily opened her eyes and made a heart shape with her hands. Stop showing off and sleep. Wu Yu shot her a glare and turned off the light. The next morning, the first thing Wu Yu did upon waking was to check on Anna's condition. He felt her forehead again. It was still quite hot, causing him to frown. Anna, do you feel any discomfort now? I can't quite describe it. I just feel weak all over, a bit cold. I want to cough. I'll pour you some hot water now, and then I'll go to the clinic to get you some medicine. For now, you shouldn't be seen. Forget about injections or IVs unless you're on the brink of death. Don't worry, boss. I feel okay. It hasn't reached that point yet. By the way, do you want to try the 39-degree Mystic channel? Seriously, I can't be bothered with you right now. Wu Yu was almost defeated by her. How could this woman think of such things at a time like this? Huh. Anna felt victorious, laughing joyfully. Wu Yu got up and sent Gudanwei, who had just woken up, to the street to buy some breakfast, specifically instructing him to get some rice porridge and other light foods. Don't worry, boss. We are experienced in selling goods and always aim to sell above the base price. Yes, stay safe, especially from that group with the violent teeth. I've heard they are still at large and now armed, which could pose a threat to us. If you encounter anyone familiar, try to inquire about their whereabouts. Understood, boss. After hurriedly finishing breakfast, Wu Yu was the first to head out, walking to a private clinic deep in the alley to fetch the medicine. Upon entering, Wu Yu addressed the bespectacled middle-aged doctor. Doctor, my wife is sick. She has a fever and a cough, and her appetite is poor. Please prepare some medicine for her. The doctor merely glanced at Wu Yu before quoting, I could prepare 3 days' worth of medicine for 20,000. Wu Yu was aware that medicine here was expensive. Without hesitation, he placed the money in front of the doctor, knowing that otherwise he wouldn't hand over the medicine. He was accustomed to the local customs. After receiving the money, the doctor began to pull out several sheets of scrap paper, starting to wrap the medicine. He poured out a few pills from one bottle, then a few from another, filling nearly 10 pills into a package, totaling 9 packages for 3 days' worth. Just then, a robust man entered, wrapped tightly in clothing, wearing a cap and sunglasses. His attire was markedly different from that of the locals. Doctor, do you have any gauze, iodine, hemostatic drugs, or anti-inflammatory medicine? The man's Burmese was fluent and standard, lacking any regional accent, indicating he was not a local. The middle-aged doctor adjusted his black-framed glasses, scrutinizing the newcomer before saying, I only have anti-inflammatory medicine. I don't have the other items. Don't you have any gauze or iodine? The robust man questioned urgently. The doctor, with a poor attitude, replied, If I don't have it, I don't have it. Anti-inflammatory medicine is 28,000 a box. Do you want it? I'll take 1 box. No, make it 2. The strong man, despite sensing something was off, gritted his teeth and purchased 2 boxes. After paying, he took the medicine and left. As he exited, the doctor pulled out his phone, seemingly calling someone, stepping into a corner to speak quietly. Officer, a suspicious person just came into my clinic, asking for gauze and hemostatic drugs. His accent is not local. Yes, he just left. As the doctor spoke, Wu Yu seemed to realize something, grabbed the medicine on the table, and turned to leave. When Wu Yu stepped out of the clinic, the tall man was nearing the end of the alley. Friend, please hold on. Wu Yu quickly caught up, speaking in Huaxia. Huh? The man paused briefly, but continued walking silently, his right hand slipping into his pants pocket, seemingly reaching for a gun. The clinic doctor has already raised suspicions about you and reported your whereabouts to someone. Be cautious out here. By the way, I happen to have some gauze, iodine, and hemostatic drugs. Take these for now. As he spoke, Wu Yu pulled out an unopened bottle of iodine, a pack of medical gauze, and a box of Yunnan Baiyao from his pocket. Medical supplies he had previously purchased and kept for emergencies. Thank you. The man finally stopped, speaking perfect Huaxia as he introduced himself. My name is Zhang Wei. If I survive this, I will repay you in the future. After receiving the items, he quickly left the alley. A small investment made on a whim. Whether or not he repaid, it mattered not. Just the fact that they dared to fight through bloodshed to rescue someone from the entertainment venue the previous night was worthy of Wu Yu's generosity. Chapter 75, Mr. Yun. This piece of material was acquired yesterday at the entrance of the card game venue for 5 million. The exterior bore numerous cracks of varying sizes. Yet during the left-hand assessment, No cold gaps originating from the cracks were present. Wu Yu personally peeled it, eager to verify the left-hand assessment of the jadeite gaps. With the electronic skinning machine activated, he directed it at a large crack, grinding away the skin. After rinsing it in a basin, he could see the pristine jade flesh, flawless and imbued with a hint of green, without a single gap. Wu Yu did not indulge in the habit of popping champagne midway. He diligently continued to grind away the skin from the remaining gaps, achieving results similar to the previous. The cracks did not penetrate the jade flesh at all. After considerable effort, Wu Yu finally peeled this piece of card-sized material, and apart from minor cracks on the edges, the central area was devoid of any flaws, utterly perfect. Materials from card games typically possess excellent quality. If there are no cracks, they are undoubtedly top tier. This piece, with a faint green hue, was above ice quality, although slightly lacking in high ice. However, after polishing, its brilliance was significantly enhanced, shining like a small light bulb under illumination. Perfect. The price could multiply by tenfold with ease. Wu Yu initially contemplated storing the jade material in a small space, but after careful consideration, he realized that in just over 10 days, he would need to respond to Wei Shanshui's investment proposal for a small mine. It seemed more prudent to retain additional funds. Even if he decided against operating a mining business himself, he could easily find an assistant to manage it on his behalf. A semi-exhausted small mine, while not particularly lucrative, would not incur significant losses. Thus, spending a little more to maintain the connection with Wei Shanshui seemed worthwhile. With this thought in mind, Wu Yu took a bag, wrapped the precious jade, and made his way to the bustling morning market. Upon stepping outside, he sensed someone peering curiously into his small courtyard. Wu Yu, ever vigilant, although unable to discern the identity of his watcher, decided to call Anna, advising her to remain alert and keep her firearm close at hand, ready to empty the magazine should danger arise. The old Myanmar individuals were indeed becoming increasingly impatient, seemingly eager to settle even minor grievances. Alas, he found himself somewhat missing the bold Yaba. Should fate allow, he would certainly deliver a few bullets to him in a secluded spot. As Wu Yu pondered this, he found himself amidst the throngs of the morning market, likely a result of the recent heavy rains which had left many goods unsold. Today, as business resumed, numerous vendors flooded the streets. He approached several jade merchants from Huaxia to inquire about prices, but was met with dissatisfaction. They demanded 2.6 billion, while countering with offers as low as 60 million. Wu Yu asserted that the jade was nearly of high ice quality, capable of yielding for bangles, with a subtle green base, classifying it as top-grade material worth at least 1 billion. The merchants, however, unanimously insisted that the base color was too pale. While it could yield bangles, only 3 were feasible, thus estimating its value based on that quantity. Undeterred, Wu Yu continued to seek other buyers. The highest offer he received from a Huaxia merchant was 80 million, while the lowest from an old Myanmar trader was 50 million. At that moment, Wu Yu noticed Zhao Changyi, the head of security for the Yun Clan Chamber of Commerce, accompanying a man of approximately 50 or 60 years, who was behind a stall assessing jade. A male assistant stood by, meticulously observing the monetary exchange. The elder's demeanor and attire suggested he was no ordinary individual. Zhao Changyi would not personally protect just anyone. After a moment's reflection, Wu Yu approached, saying, "Sir, would you care to examine this piece of jade?" He placed the jade material on the table before the elder. The elder's eyes lit up as he examined the jade, and in fluent Myanmar, he inquired, "Young man, are you the owner or merely acting as a seller?" Wu Yu was about to feign the latter role when Zhao Changyi recognized him. "Boss Wu Yu," Zhao Changyi interjected, "I've heard that you have become a jade merchant in your own right. Surely, you wouldn't be selling for someone else now?" Internally cursing Zhao Changyi's lack of discretion. After all, business matters should remain private. Wu Yu acknowledged, "Captain Zhao is correct. I am indeed conducting my own business, though I occasionally assist others in selling their goods. However, this jade piece is mine." The elder smiled warmly and remarked, "So, you are Boss Wu Yu. Your eye for selecting materials is commendable. Finding a piece of jade without cracks is quite rare. I believe its quality is promising. Once processed, it should display a beautiful transformation. Please, name your price." 2.6 billion, Wu Yu replied. The elder chuckled heartily. "Ah, that is quite high. While that price might hold in Huaxia, we have braved great dangers to venture to the mines, seeking bargains. At my age, I prefer straightforward negotiations. I offer you a flat price of 90 million. Wu Yu's eyes brightened. The initial offer of 90 million indicated there was still room for negotiation. "Sir, It is evident you possess a discerning eye and are well-versed in the market prices. However, I assure you, my asking price is not unreasonable. The transaction price for this piece in the mining market should hover around 1.5 billion. Is 2.6 billion truly excessive? The elder shook his head with a smile. Boss Wu Yu, 1.5 billion is out of reach. 1.2 billion is still negotiable, but any higher would be futile, and I do not wish to waste our time. Zhao Changyi interjected. Boss Wu Yu, do you not recognize this esteemed elder? He is Yin Hong, the vice president of the Yun Province Jade Association and also a director of our Yun Clan Chamber of Commerce. Maintaining a good relationship with him will smooth your business dealings in Huaxia. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu was intrigued, not out of concern for Yun Hong's status, but rather surprised by the close ties between the Jade Association and the Chamber of Commerce. Just as he was about to accept the 1.2 billion offer, he noticed Yun Hong glare disapprovingly at Zhao Changyi and sternly admonish him. Changyi, do not interrupt during negotiations. It is a cardinal sin to pressure others with status. Furthermore, Boss Wu Yu may never engage in business in Huaxia. Is that truly a relevant point? Zhao Changyi immediately lowered his head in apology. I am sorry, Mr. Yun. I was mistaken and will be more mindful in the future. Yin Hong replied, that is more like it. Boss Wu Yu, what do you think of the 1.2 billion price? Wu Yu smiled. While it falls slightly short of my bottom line, I wholeheartedly agree with your perspective. What matters most is mutual satisfaction. Thus, let's finalize the deal at 1.2 billion. Haha, a pleasure to collaborate, Yin Hong said, extending his hand. Zhao Changyi's expression darkened, feeling out of place. He had tried to assist Yun Hong in bargaining, yet was reprimanded instead. As the assistant counted the money, Wu Yu turned to the glum, Zhao Changyi, and asked, Captain Zhao, I have heard that your Yun Clan Chamber of Commerce has channels for acquiring firearms and ammunition. Could you assist me with an introduction? Zhao Changyi, already in a foul mood, responded impatiently. Who told you that? Our Yun Clan Chamber of Commerce engages in legitimate business. Occasionally, we protect Huaxiao merchants, but we absolutely do not deal in arms or know anyone involved in that trade. Yin Hong, however, seemed intrigued and asked Boss Wu Yu, what do you need firearms for? Suddenly, he exclaimed, you are the one who saved Xiao Song and Xiao Lu a few days ago. No wonder your name sounded familiar. Want weapons, do you? That is simple. I will give you a business card. Just call the number on it. Thank you, Mr. Yin. Wu Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude as he accepted the card. Zhao Changyi's expression grew even darker. He felt like a mere pawn today. Why was Mr. Yun treating Wu Yu with such favor, even introducing him to the arms trade? A privilege many Huaxiao merchants could only dream of? Wu Yu had merely intended to inquire about purchasing firearms and ammunition, not necessarily to obtain contact information. He had not anticipated that Zhao Changyi would be unhelpful, while Yin Hong would prove to be remarkably accommodating. Boss Wu Yu, I can see you are of Han descent from Myanmar. Given that you have not forgotten your roots and risked your safety to assist your fellow countrymen, I will not stand idly by and let you fall into danger. Call the number on the card and mention that you were referred by the Yun Clan Chamber of Commerce. They will discuss the transaction process with you. In this chaotic mining area, safety is paramount. One must be cautious of whom to trust. Thank you for your wise counsel, Mr. Yin. I will exercise caution. I hope we can meet again soon. With that, as the 1.2 billion cash was counted, Wu Yu placed the money into his bag and departed. I too sense something amiss. It is highly likely that it is Yaba's people behind this. Outside of them, I cannot fathom who would harbor such animosity towards me. Could it be Wu Naiwen and a Chang's group? If it is indeed Yaba's crew, I'm not overly concerned. I overheard others saying they only managed to seize 2 guns from Old Hay, whose assistant and 2 friends escaped amidst the chaos and reported the incident to the police the following day. At this moment, Sangbo interjected, haha, I have also heard about this. Lao Hei's group became so intoxicated that, despite everyone being armed, they were caught off guard by the sudden assault from the gang, led by Baoya. The armed were no match for those wielding knives, resulting in a considerable loss of face. It seems this incident has already spread throughout the early market in Pekin, and the entire sequence of events has been recounted with great fervor. Boss, what should we do now? We are in the light, while they are in the shadows. Since they are eager to eliminate us, let's stoke the flames further. How shall we do that? I will withdraw 1 billion from our funds, and we will exchange it for gold at the bank. The allure of wealth should ensnare them. With considerable effort, Good Amway and Sang Bo managed to gather 1 billion, with an additional surplus of over 100 million, which Wu Yu also loaded into the car to serve as today as capital. The trio drove slowly to a nearby large bank that dealt in gold exchanges. Upon arrival, they exited the vehicle, opening the trunk. Gudan Wei and Sang Bo each shouldered a heavy sack of cash, laboriously making their way toward the bank, while Wu Yu, with his hands tucked into his pockets, where a firearm rested, vigilantly surveyed their surroundings, closely following behind. Passers-by could not help but cast lingering glances at them. After all, who wouldn't he have thoughts upon seeing such an abundance of cash being taken into a bank? Particularly two men who trailed closely behind Wu Yu, their eyes glinting with greed. They assumed Wu Yu was merely depositing money, and one of them pulled out his phone to complain to his boss about the slow pace, noting how others were already depositing their wealth. Hiss! The two men monitoring Wu Yu gasped, their eyes now completely consumed by avarice. Boss, we still have a chance. That fool didn't deposit the cash, but exchanged it for a crate of gold instead. One, overly excited, spoke rather loudly, prompting Wu Yu to glance in their direction before he entered the car. Once inside, Wu Yu said, "You two stay home today to watch for any premature moves from Baoya's crew. You both have firearms, and so do they. So if it comes to a confrontation, it's 50-50. Good Dan Wei inquired, "What if Baoya doesn't take the bait?" Wu Yu replied, "Then consider a day off for you. If Baoya doesn't show during the day, we will set another trap tonight. We will surely lure him in." Understood. They both concurred. Wu Yu took the gold to the safe in his bedroom, carefully concealing it in a small compartment. At that moment, Anna stirred awake. Groggy from her slumber, having taken a package of medicine at breakfast, she was now sweating profusely, but her fever had subsided, and she felt much better. "Boss, you're leaving quite late today. Are you still heading to the mine?" "I am, but Gudan Wei and Sangbo are staying behind for some matters. If you want lunch, you can ask them to prepare something. I usually don't cook at noon. I'm fine with just a cup of instant noodles. You needn't worry about me. I can manage. You think too much. It's just that there may be some enemies coming. So I left them here to keep watch." "Hee hee. You say you're not concerned about me, yet you leave them home for my safety?" "No. I'm merely worried about the safe at home being robbed by enemies." Anna gritted her teeth. "Do you think saying a few kind words will kill you?" Chuckling, Wu Yu replied, "Go back to sleep," and he left the bedroom without further comment. With all arrangements in place, Wu Yu drove away from the small courtyard. Fearing an attack from Baoya's gang, he opted for a nearby small mine rather than the more distant Mushi mine. Unfortunately, the quality of the ore at this small mine was subpar. After spending the morning under the sun, Wu Yu only managed to collect 3 satisfactory pieces of ore. During lunch, he found a moment to call a weapons dealer introduced by Yun Hong. "Hello, is this Mr. Ivan?" A slurred voice responded from the other end. "Yes. Who is this?" "I was referred by the Yun Trading Association. I'm looking to purchase some reliable weapons for self-defense. The price for each handgun ranges from 3 to 5 million, including 50 rounds of ammunition. The 47 model is slightly more expensive, priced between 5 to 7 million, with 200 rounds included." Finding the prices quite reasonable, Wu Yu noted that he had some handguns still stashed in his compartment, so he only needed to order ammunition. The 47 model, being both high quality and cost-effective, would be indispensable when assembling a defensive force in the future. Thus, he ordered 10 of the best Russian 47s along with a substantial amount of ammunition, totaling 1 billion, and finalized the delivery details before ending the call. Now that he had a weapons channel, he faced the dilemma of recruiting personnel. It would suffice to recruit a few locals, but true confidence must be found among the Chinese. "I now possess wealth and arms, yet I am lacking in manpower." Chapter 77. The Plan to Entrap the Enemy. A jade merchant, dining by the roadside, noticed Wu Yu sitting alone in a corner, scribbling notes, and approached him for conversation. "Boss Au, I've heard that after Lao Hei's death, Ong Ji was extremely furious. Although it was Baoya's gang behind it, he implicated you, even openly urging us to ostracize you and not speak with you. That only indicates Ong Ji's inability to discern right from wrong and his lack of vision. While I had some conflicts with Lao Hei, his death still pains me. I have always been a lover of peace. It's all that Baoya's fault." Indeed, as jade merchants, who among us does not cherish peace, and who does not desire to earn money safely and smoothly? Alas, the current situation grows increasingly tense. There are rumors that the Kachin army is poised to attack our Pekin mining area again, while the government forces are struggling to deal with several militia groups. Another war on the horizon? As ordinary merchants, all we can do is stockpile materials before the fighting begins. If the mines become unmanageable, we can always head to Mandalay to continue our business. After some idle chatter, Wu Yu noticed new dump trucks arriving at the mine, and the workers at Mushi resumed their tasks, prompting him to rejoin the crowd to continue collecting materials. Throughout this time, Wu Yu remained vigilant for phone signals, anxious about potential incidents at home that might prevent him from receiving calls. Passing through the checkpoint at the market entrance, Wu Yu spotted a newly posted wanted notice featuring several Chinese men and a beautiful woman. The images of the men were quite blurry, likely extracted from nighttime surveillance footage, making identification difficult even in person. However, one particularly tall and robust figure appeared strikingly familiar. It was the individual he had seen purchasing gauze and iodine earlier that morning. The woman's photo was much clearer, dressed in revealing attire typical of entertainment venues, with a tag marked 88 prominently displayed. When a soldier in camouflage checked Wu Yu's identification, he casually inquired, "Officer, what is the situation with these wanted criminals?" The soldier, nonchalantly, replied, "What else could it be? A small mercenary group try and make a quick buck by forcibly rescuing a woman from an entertainment venue. This happens quite often. We've grown accustomed to it. Have they been apprehended? Not yet. If they have been caught, there wouldn't be a wanted notice. If you see any suspicious individuals, be sure to report it to us. There's a reward of 5 million for each of these individuals." Understood. If I see them, I will inform you, officer. By the way, which direction did they flee? They are said to be hiding near the Pekin market. A doctor provided a tip-off, mentioning he saw a suspicious individual purchasing gauze and iodine this morning. But why am I telling you this? Move along, don't block the road. Thank you, officer. I will take my leave. With that, Wu Yu stepped on the gas, speeding past the checkpoint and into the Pekin market area. Piecing together these fragments of information, Wu Yu felt his suspicions were confirmed. The gunfight in Longkin last night involved this mercenary group attempting a rescue. Returning to his small courtyard, everything appeared normal. Wu Yu tossed the 5 pieces of jade, or he had collected into the water basin for good Anwei, and sang Bo to wash. Anna's condition has improved slightly. She sits at her workbench, energetically experimenting with window opening techniques using scrap materials. "Boss, how do you find my method for opening this rough stone?" she inquires. "Practicing with waste materials, can you discern any technique at all?" "Enough of the nonsense. You should focus on mastering the tools for now. Then give me a good piece of material, and I shall demonstrate for you," she retorts confidently. "All right, just wait a moment." Wu Yu responds, selecting a small piece that has just undergone preliminary cleaning from the water basin by the door and placing it before Anna. This is a chunk of black Wanjiji stone, roughly the size of a bowl, with only a few sporadic spots of mottled color. It lacks any notable features as it has yet to be treated with a steel brush, its surface too thick to allow light to penetrate, even when illuminated. Upon seeing the stone, Anna's face lights up with delight. "Ah, a piece with mottled spots. I know how to handle this. If I can open the central mottled area, the chances of success are quite high." "You are quite self-assured. Then give it a try," Wu Yu encourages. "I will indeed," Anna declares, confidently activating her dental machine and employing a grinding needle for precise window opening. Wu Yu walks to the doorway and instructs his 2 subordinates. "I will leave in my car shortly, pretending to head to the Longkin night market. While you're at home working on the rough stones, keep the noise to a minimum so that the gang led by Bao Yu believes we have gone to the market. Your mission is clear. Should they dare to enter the courtyard, you are to attack first, seizing the initiative." "Understood, boss," both Gadanwei and Sangbo reply. It's simply a matter of digging a pit to bury them. Wu Yu has laid out the plan so clearly that any further confusion would be inexcusable. After finalizing the plan, Wu Yu prepares and drives out of the courtyard, securely closing the gate behind him. Those monitoring the courtyard report back shortly after his departure. Bao Yu has left in his car. It seems he is heading to the Longkin night market. Bao Yu's voice responds from the other end. "Excellent. Once night falls, we shall commence our operation. I can no longer hide in this wretched place. If we do not depart the mining area soon, the police will inevitably apprehend us all." Meanwhile, after exiting the market, Wu Yu suddenly veers off into a dimly lit thicket. He parks his vehicle at the edge of the woods, concealed by overgrown grass, and takes a moment to observe his surroundings, breathing a sigh of relief when he confirms that no one is following him. Damn it! Eliminating the old black is one thing, but making me the target is unacceptable. When night falls, I shall teach you how to behave. Just as this thought crosses his mind, Wu Yu feels a sudden discomfort in his stomach, an urgent need to relieve himself. He grabs a few tissues, steps out of the car, and heads into the woods, spotting a relatively flat area behind a large tree. Just as he is about to walk over, a burly man leaps from behind the tree, brandishing an AK-47 and pointing at him. "Don't move. Raise your hands," the man commands coldly in Burmese. Upon seeing the menacing barrel aimed at him, Wu Yu instinctively activates a small protective space, shielding himself within a 1-foot radius capable of absorbing any bullets fired from any direction. Don't misunderstand. I merely came in here to relieve myself. I shall leave as soon as I finish. If I have disrupted your mission, I sincerely apologize, he says, scrutinizing the man closely. The dim light of the woods initially obscured his features, but as Wu gains clarity, he realizes this man is Zhang Wei, the one he encountered earlier that morning while buying gauze and iodine. Ah, you are Zhang Wei. I delivered the hemostatic medicine to you this morning. Chapter 78, The Fallen Mercenary Group. Recognizing each other, Wu calls out Zhang Wei's name. Zhang Wei hesitates momentarily, yet his gun remains trained on Wu as he questions, "What is your name? Is anyone else in the car? Why is your vehicle parked at the edge of the woods? Are you armed? We must conduct a routine search. I hope you understand." Just as Zhang Wei finishes speaking, another bloodstained man limps out from behind a nearby tree, moving with difficulty. Wu catches the scent of blood and medicine emanating from him. After the search, the man visibly relaxes and informs Zhang Wei he doesn't have any weapons. Only then does Zhang Wei lower his gun, apologizing, "I'm sorry, brother. We are on the run and must exercise extreme caution." Zhang Wei furrows his brow, saying, "We are responsible for covering our rear. Our mission is to divert the enemy. But we unexpectedly sustained injuries and failed to reach the rendezvous point. If every checkpoint has our wanted posters, we are in serious trouble." Another voice, hoarse and strained, adds, "Wei, my leg is injured. I may not be able to escape the mining area. You should find a way to leave on your own." Zhang Wei retorts angrily, "Guodong, what are you saying? We are brothers in this team. If one of us goes, we all go. Do not utter such defeatist words again." Wu reassures them. "Rest assured, the photos on the wanted posters are extremely blurry. They appear to have been taken from surveillance footage. If one does not look closely, they would hardly recognize you. At that time, simply apply some old Burmese powder to your faces, wear sunglasses, and change your clothes. The checkpoint personnel should not be able to identify you." Zhang Wei, with a serious expression, responds, "While that may be true, my brother's leg injury will not heal in less than 10 days or 2 weeks. We cannot hide in this thicket for that long without being discovered by the armed search parties." Wu suddenly inquires, "Which mercenary group do you belong to?" Zhang Wei proudly replies, "The Rose Mercenary Group." "Why do you ask?" Wu's lips twitch slightly, a heart of a fierce tiger, delicately sniffing roses. Zhang Wei, surprised, responds, "Oh, I did not expect you to be so cultured as to know the origin of our group's name. Are you also from Huaxia?" Wu smiles, "Of course. If I weren't from Huaxia, I wouldn't be able to assist you. Seeing my compatriots in distress, I naturally wish to lend a hand." Zhang Wei cautiously asks, "Do you have a way to get us out of the Pakong mining area?" Wu shakes his head. "No, I am merely an ordinary jade merchant. Is it that your people cannot come to retrieve you? I need to find a place to relieve myself first. I cannot hold it much longer. You might consider what supplies you urgently need. If I have them in my car, I will fetch them for you." As he speaks, Wu finds a spot a little distance away to take care of himself. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Wei states, "We need some drinking water and a tent. The mosquitoes in this forest are unbearable. If we could have some mosquito coils as well, that would be splendid." "All right, I have bottled mineral water in my car, and I believe I have mosquito coils too, but I will have to check for a tent." "Thank you so much. If we can obtain these items, we should be able to hold out for a few more days." Soon, having resolved his pressing need, Wu emerges from behind the tree. After squatting for a while, he finds himself besieged by numerous mosquitoes, causing his skin to itch terribly. Not wanting to waste any time, he heads straight to the car, opens the trunk, and rummages through it until he finds a case of mineral water, an unopened box of mosquito coils, and a camping tent. While the trunk may not have contained these items, his small protective space had been storing such emergency supplies. "Thank you." Zhang Wei expresses his gratitude, though he remains cautious, knowing that after years in Myanmar, he has witnessed too many deceitful encounters. The elder mercenaries had warned them that abroad, one should be most wary of their own kind. Zhang Wei silently resolves that after Wu departs, he will take his injured brother, Xing Guodong, and leave the thicket for a more remote valley to hide. Time passes swiftly, and before long, night falls. After calling Gudanwei to confirm that everything is all right at home, Wu feels a sense of calm. He spent a while at a small gambling house across the street, enjoying the local dice games, with beautiful women cheering him on, regardless of whether he wins or loses. The atmosphere is delightful, providing some emotional respite. It is only when gunfire erupts that Wu swiftly exits the gambling house. Noticing that the gate to his courtyard has swung open, and several figures are crouching as they rush inside. Wu secretly chuckled as he observed that Baoya and his gang believed they could sneak into his home undetected. seeking valuable items to plunder before lying in wait to ambush him. Little did they know that he had assigned 2 of his subordinates to lay in wait, anticipating their arrival. As the 2 intruders climbed over the wall and opened the front door, they were instantly gunned down by Go Danwai and Sangbo. Balya shouted incitements to his men to charge forward, yet he cowardly lingered at the rear. As Wu Yu dashed over, a small spatial field enveloped him, and he raised his firearm, aiming at Balya's gang. The sound of gunfire echoed, bang, bang, bang. Wu Yu's marksmanship, though average, proved effective at such close range. He ambushed them from behind, taking them down almost effortlessly. There are enemies behind. Balya was shot and fell to the ground, struggling to turn his head, where he glimpsed a tall figure wearing a cap, his face obscured. The silhouette appeared familiar, reminiscent of his nemesis, a Yu, who had once humiliated him. Is that you? A Yu? Balya gasped, attempting to raise his weapon to fire at Wu Yu. Chapter 79, An Unyielding Backing. The skirmish swiftly concluded. Upon hearing Wu Yu's voice, Go Danwai and Sangbo, who had been concealed behind the window, ceased their gunfire. Wu Yu kicked a few corpses on the ground, ensuring that none were merely incapacitated before delivering a finishing shot. Only then did Go Danwai and Sangbo emerge from the room, firearms in hand. To Wu Yu's surprise, Anna also stepped out, gun in hand, trembling yet resolute as she declared, "Boss, I fired a shot earlier and think I hit one of the enemies." "Oh, is that so? Impressive work." Wu Yu praised her, which brought a radiant smile to her face. Go Danwai pointed at the body strewn across the floor and inquired, "Boss, what shall we do now?" Wu Yu replied calmly, "We should call the police. Robbers broke into our home intending to murder and rob. We acted in self-defense." Go Danwai expressed his astonishment. The boss's response is surprisingly formal. I am not quite accustomed to it." Wu Yu chuckled heartily. "Well, we are law-abiding jade merchants. What heinous acts could we possibly commit?" His jovial demeanor amidst the carnage felt unsettling. Sangbo, influenced by Wu Yu's laughter, foolishly gushed, "The boss is indeed a law-abiding citizen. While those from the police department are always suspicious. They are truly despicable." Having witnessed Wu Yu dispose of bodies in the dead of night, Go Danwai remained silent. Onlookers outside the entrance kept their distance, wary of the scene unfolding. The residents of the mining area were acutely aware of the difference in safety between daytime and nighttime. Wu Yu instructed Go Danwai and Sangbo to contact the authorities while he took Anna's cold hand and retreated into the room to rest. However, he was not genuinely resting. Rather, he dialed a phone number for Wei Shanxue. "Director Wei, an unexpected situation has arisen. Balya and his gang attempted to rob and murder at my home. My men and I fought back, and we killed all 7 of them. We have already reported this to the police. How shall we proceed?" Wu Yu inquired. "Since Balya's gang are wanted criminals, their deaths will be seen as justifiable, and the police should not hold you accountable. However, for safety's sake, I will personally come over to lend my support." "Thank you, Director Wei. Please ensure your safety as you come out. Perhaps bring a few of your men. I'll treat everyone to a night out later." "Haha, I appreciate your decisiveness, Boss AU. It's settled then." After the call, Wu Yu engaged in conversation with Anna, who had recovered from her fever and was feeling much better, despite having fired a weapon and feeling both exhilarated and terrified. She merely wished to nestle in Wu Yu's embrace now that the danger had passed. Wu Yu indulged her with a few casual remarks, lulling her to sleep, as he had a multitude of matters to address outside, and she was not suited to be seen in public. Wu Yu's residence was not far from the police station, situated within the same market, a mere 10-minute walk or a few minutes by car. However, after Go Danwai reported the incident, the police took over 30 minutes to arrive at the scene. "Director, Wu Yu greeted with a smile. "When we reported the incident, we clearly stated that Balya's gang attempted to break into our home to rob and kill. We only defended ourselves, and there were numerous witnesses on the streets nearby who observed the altercation. You claim it was robbery and murder. Yet I have received intel suggesting that you and Balya were accomplices who fell out over the division of spoils, leading to their demise," Zhuo retorted. Wu Yu's gaze sharpened. Zhuo was clearly intent on framing him. Given the abundance of witnesses, he had refrained from disposing of Balya's gang in the spatial field. Certainly, if there had been fewer bystanders, Wu Yu might have considered eliminating Zhuo and the police, casting them into the spatial realm for disposal. Yet, for the moment, he had to engage in this verbal sparring. "Director Zhuo, Balya's gang are wanted criminals, each with a bounty on their heads. Are you suggesting that you wish to claim that bounty by falsely accusing me? Preposterous. Who has framed you? Are you not all in cahoots? It will be clear once we apprehend you for questioning," Zhuo exclaimed, eager to avoid any further delay. He cast a venomous glance at his subordinates, who promptly moved to encircle Wu Yu and his companions. His brow furrowed as he cast a wary glance at Wei Shanshui, coldly stating, "Director Wei, as police officers, we must handle this case without interference from your department. If this escalates, it will reflect poorly on both of us. Let escalate, I fear you not. The higher-ups will witness your incompetence, Dezwa. My brothers are clearly the victims, yet you would have them labeled as accomplices?" Wu Yu countered. "You are resolute in your opposition. Are you? Opposition? You think you are worthy of that?" Wu Yu shot back. "Take your men and the bodies on the ground and leave. The bounty for Baoya's gang must be delivered to my office by tomorrow, every last cent. Once I receive it, I will ensure my brother AU is compensated as well." "Very well, I remember this." Duz was seethed, his teeth clenched, yet he dared not confront Wei Shanshui. Caught between anger and humiliation, he ultimately succumbed to the latter. The management department, a military oversight entity, consistently held authority over the police department. And as the newly appointed deputy chief, Duz's experience paled in comparison to that of Wei Shanshui, leaving him at a significant disadvantage. Having issued his threats, Duzwa could only instruct his subordinates to load the bodies onto a truck. Wei Shanshui was not finished. Noticing that Baoya and another wanted criminal were armed, he instructed his men, "Your handguns were just malfunctioning. There are 2 on the ground. Take those for now, and return them to Director Dezwa when you no longer need them." "Understood, Director Wei." 2 members in camouflage promptly retrieved the fallen handguns. Dezwa exchanged glances with the nearby officers, saying nothing, as his words would bear no weight. He resigned himself to the whims of the management department. Uncertain of Dezwa's thoughts, the ordinary officers grasped the situation. It would be wise to steer clear of Boss AU. This Jade merchant had the backing of Director Wei and was not to be trifled with. Once the police departed, Wu Yu instructed Go Danwai and Sangbo to wash away the blood in the courtyard. He then expressed his gratitude to Wei Shanshui. "Thank you, Director Wei, for your timely support. Your presence kept me from being framed by Dezwa. Let us put this behind us. Tonight, I shall treat you to a meal. You may choose the venue." Wei Shanshui, unreserved in his response, laughed heartily. There's no need for such formality among brothers. Let's find a place to dine and drink, and afterward, we can enjoy ourselves. In the pursuit of securing powerful allies, one must be prepared to invest in their relationships. Chapter 80, Boss Long's Persistence. Upon awakening, Wu Yu felt an overwhelming fatigue, his body languid and reluctant to move. Anna, despite being stationary, was incessantly active, claiming that she had shot someone and needed to release her pent-up energy to achieve a healthier state of mind. Truly, she was a woman steeped in ritual. What could Wu Yu do but indulge her whims? Were it not for his long-standing habit of self-discipline, he would have preferred to remain in bed at this hour. The 5 pieces of material he had collected from the mine yesterday had already been cut, as per his instructions. Among them, the piece Anna worked on had the position of the moss flower in a less than ideal spot. The opposing waterway was where true value resided. However, this particular piece was merely a slightly translucent jadeite, valued around 5 million. A minor flaw would not significantly affect its worth. Wu Yu jotted down a few serial numbers and, after breakfast, instructed Go Danwai and Sangbo to take them to the morning market for sale. He then retrieved a superior piece of material, weighing approximately 8 kilograms, from his small storage space. Utilizing a chainsaw and an electric grinder, he quickly removed the outer layer, revealing a piece of ice jade with a faint lake green hue. The material was flawless, devoid of any obvious imperfections, and featured a bangle spot, making it quite valuable, more so than the piece he sold yesterday, which had merely a pale base color and was valued at 1.2 billion. Wu Yu aimed to earn a bit more money by occasionally selling 1 or 2 premium pieces sourced from the Longkin night market to alleviate his financial pressures. After all, selling in the morning at the Pakong market allowed him to reinvest that money in acquiring even more exquisite materials at the Longkin night market by evening. This was a surefire business opportunity, one he could engage in daily if possible. After a simple polish, he packaged the piece and headed out to the morning market to sell it. He set the asking price at 400 million, with a bottom line around 1.8 billion. He was willing to negotiate further, as selling jadeite often depended on fate. After consulting several Chinese merchants, the highest offer he received was only 1.3 billion, far below his minimum price. The jade's lake green hue shimmered beautifully under the light, appearing more subdued in natural sunlight. As he prepared to move on, he noticed Long Siyu and her husband stationed behind a table, collecting materials. They seemed to be having a good day, as their bags beneath the table were filled with several pieces of jadeite. Alongside them stood a slightly tanned female translator from Myanmar, clearly assisting them in acquiring such a bounty. Wu Yu approached and remarked, "Boss Long, your harvest today appears quite fruitful. It seems you've acquired quite a few pieces." He continued earnestly, "Knowing your appreciation for fine materials, I just received a superb piece and thought to bring it to you for your consideration." With that, he opened the bag in his hand and presented the ice jade with a faint lake green color. Under natural lighting, the polished piece radiated a crystalline luster. Long Siyu's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Indeed, it is a fine piece. I adore this subtle base color, and with a bangle spot. Let us discuss a fair price, given our relationship." Before Wu Yu could respond, the man beside her scoffed, "It's merely a lake green piece. It lacks popularity domestically. Even if it's ice jade, it's just mid-tier material." Wu Yu cast a glance at the man, aware of his submissive demeanor in front of Long Siyu, and thus dismissed his comments. However, he felt compelled to respond, "Sir, even if the color is faint, it is still ice jade with a lake green hue. Its key attribute is its size. With a bangle spot, do you truly think my asking price of 300 million is excessive?" The man, agitated by Wu Yu's conversation with his wife, retorted angrily, 300 million? That's about 1 million in Chinese currency. Outrageously overpriced. Long Siyu shot him a disapproving look and said impatiently, "I'm negotiating with Boss Wu. If you're unfamiliar with the market, please refrain from interrupting. This is merely an asking price. We can negotiate if needed. And based on my understanding of Boss Wu, his price is quite reasonable." Wu Yu, though he found her reasoning valid, interjected, "Boss Long, let us not quarrel here. If you are interested, let us discuss the price without wasting time. I have many matters to attend to today." He smiled. "While others may not have the flexibility to negotiate, given our rapport, I am sure we can reach an agreement. However, do not be overly aggressive. This piece is a rather uniform shape, capable of producing 3 or 4 bangles. With such a sizable piece, I estimate it could yield over 20 bangles. Consider how much that is worth. My offers to others start at 5 billion, and yet I am only asking you for 3 billion. There truly is not much margin." Long Siyu listened to him with a smile, saying, "Surely, it cannot yield 20 bangles. I just estimated that it could produce a maximum of 18. How about this? Please provide a bottom price, and be honest." Wu Yu pondered, recognizing her bargaining skills, and feigned reluctance as he stated, "My bottom line is 3 billion. I cannot go lower." Long Siyu replied in a playful tone, "Oh, but you're the big boss at the mine. Surely you have plenty of fine material. Grant me a bit more leniency on this piece, as our journey to the mine has not been easy. How about 2 billion? This price may only cover a small profit when returned to the domestic market." Wu Yu was taken aback by her modest offer, which exceeded his own minimum price. He chuckled, "Very well, I shall grant you this favor. Let's settle at 2 billion. Long Siyu, quite exhilarated, extended her hand to Wu Yu, exclaiming, "Pleasure doing business." The man beside her watched their handshake, visibly irritated, as if reluctant to let go, his face turning green with envy. He coughed repeatedly, attempting to remind them of the situation. Wu Yu felt unjustly accused, as it was her husband who was reluctant to release her hand. Long Siyu shot her husband a discontented glare, questioning, "Why are you coughing? Hurry and pay. Boss Wu is busy." "Oh, right, I'll get the money now." The man, resigned, dared not speak harshly to his wife or Wu Yu, especially since Wu Yu had previously threatened him with a firearm. Wu Yu contemplated advising her to refrain from frequent visits to the mine for material, but given her evident courage in returning, he realized that such counsel would be futile. One must tread the path they have chosen, regardless of the hardships that lie ahead. Chapter 81. Arms deal time at the mine passed swiftly, and 3 days had flown by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Wu Yu had ventured to the small grove outside the market, but found no trace of Zhang Wei or Xing Guodong. They had likely departed. He had also sought information regarding the Rose mercenary group, but discovered that it was too obscure to yield any useful intelligence. That morning, while he was at the Yamuxi mine collecting materials, he suddenly received a call from the arms dealer Ivan. "Boss Wu, I have prepared the goods you requested. We are ready to transact. Have you arranged the funds? 1 billion is a trivial sum. I have sufficient cash in the vehicle." "Excellent. Provide me with an address, and I will send someone your way." At the entrance of the Pakong market, there is a checkpoint. We can conduct our transaction about 500 meters south of the checkpoint at a fork in the road. I will be in a white Nissan SUV, parked with my hazard lights on. Ah, how clever of you to select such a location for a deal. Nevertheless, I have no objections, as long as you feel secure. Conducting the transaction near the checkpoint is acceptable. For our first transaction, I prefer a safe approach. Trading near the checkpoint should not cause much commotion. Very well. I shall see you in about half an hour. After hanging up, Wu Yu instructed Go Danwei and Sangbo to continue collecting materials while he stepped out to handle some business. Go Danwei and Sangbo could now independently gather materials, albeit still hesitant to acquire anything too expensive, settling instead for more affordable pieces. Wu Yu mentioned that he would be leaving for a short while, and they felt reassured, having witnessed his combat prowess, which instilled a sense of confidence in him. Half an hour later, near the market inspection station, Wu Yu encountered a black SUV from which two old Myanmar men emerged. After a brief exchange, they confirmed each other's identities. Wu Yu tossed them a bag of money, while they loaded several boxes onto his vehicle. As they counted the money, Wu Yu opened the boxes for inspection, revealing 10 brand new AK-47s. Although he couldn't discern if they were of Russian origin, they felt exceptionally smooth in his hands. Additionally, the other boxes contained purchased and complementary ammunition, including some handgun rounds. Everything checked out, comprising the goods Wu Yu desired. The other party quickly verified the money and departed without incident. Amusingly, during their transaction, a few local motorcycle riders passed by, entirely oblivious to the deal taking place. Wu Yu had chosen this location not out of fear of a double cross, but rather because he had finally found a reliable channel for procuring arms, and he was keen to ensure a smooth transaction. After parking his vehicle, Wu Yu stepped out, whistling, just as Ong Ji approached with two assistants from another direction. Ong Ji smiled and remarked, "It's all the same everywhere. Sometimes good materials come from here, sometimes from there. As long as one can endure solitude, the finest treasures will eventually be found. By the way, I must thank you for avenging Lao He by dealing with Baoya a few days ago." Wu Yu waved his hand dismissively, expressing, "No need for thanks. I acted out of self-preservation." Baoya and his gang were excessively ruthless, killing entire families during their robberies. Had I not resisted, I might have met the same fate as Lao He. While they exchanged pleasantries by the roadside, Wu Yu's eyes constantly scanned the surrounding pedestrians. If it weren't for the throngs of people nearby, including numerous in camouflage attire, he would have considered eliminating Ong Ji and his two aides right then. Ong Ji was a cunning individual, unlike the typical Myanmar folk, and if left unchecked, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary. Regrettably, despite waiting for an opportunity to strike throughout their conversation, Wu Yu found none and reluctantly watched as Ong Ji and his entourage departed. Once Ong Ji entered his vehicle and wiped the sweat from his brow, he furrowed his brow in confusion. Strange. Why do I feel that Boss AU is looking at me oddly? Could it be he has discovered that I had my uncle trouble him? One of the aides suggested, "Boss, if you feel uneasy, we can take the initiative and eliminate them." Another aide countered, "Don't be foolish. AU's crew is highly formidable. If we can avoid confrontation, we should." Remember, Baoya's gang, all 7 of them, were killed when they raided his home, while not a single member of AU's team was harmed. If we engage him, how many of us would perish in the attempt? True enough, yet it pains me to witness his ascent without being able to act. The entire Pakong mining district now recognizes AU as a Jade merchant not to be trifled with. Even the locals dare not sell him inferior Jade anymore. Don't fret. With your uncle's assistance, one day your reputation will eclipse AU's, making you the most powerful Jade merchant in the Pakong mining district. Just this piece alone could secure my investment. Boss, is the matter resolved? Are you considering investing in mining operations? Gudanwei and Sangbo, though not entirely comprehending their boss's concerns, were nonetheless excited at the prospect of aligning with a mining enterprise, as the stature of a mine owner far surpassed that of a local Jade merchant. As they walked, Wu Yu continued, "Aside from the uncertainties associated with mining resources, I also lack sufficient manpower. It's impractical to rely solely on Director Wei as personnel for the entire operation." Good Danwei hesitated before suggesting, "Boss, if you need more hands, I can reach out to some old friends who are seasoned in combat and possess a certain fierceness." "Not yet. I will assess the mining site first. One must take things step by step. Rushing can lead to unforeseen complications." Wu Yu declined Good Danwei's proposal, not due to the quality of the mine, but rather a strategic choice to avoid attracting too many locals from Myanmar. He believed that maintaining a balance of at least half his team comprised of Chinese individuals would provide a sense of security. Upon returning home, Wu Yu instructed his staff to process the Jade while he proceeded to the market management office. Under Wei Shanshui's guidance, they arrived at a small mining site situated between Longkin and Pakong. Geographically, this site, named Wanli Mining Company, was in close proximity to the Moshi sand pit, and the Jade extracted was considered sideline material for Moshi. When marketed, it would undoubtedly be labeled as prime moshi material. The mining company's name at the entrance was tattered, and its fencing bore multiple breaches. Upon entering the site, Wu Yu and Wei Shanshui were greeted by only 2 security guards, who promptly vanished without further interaction. It took quite a while before they saw anyone in a position of authority. The mining area was riddled with holes, with 2 large excavators and several smaller ones stationed at the center, while only a couple of small machines and a heavy truck were operational in the corner, surrounded by a few despondent workers who seemed utterly disinterested in their tasks. With a quick glance, Wu Yu remarked, "Director Wei, the central area of this mine has been nearly exhausted. There are only a few corners left. Any further excavation would be futile and would only lead to machinery wear and tear." Wei Shanshui, however, grinned slyly. "Who told you we were limited to this enclosed area? The small hill behind the fence is also under our contract. The operations have been halted due to a few households that refuse to relocate." Stubborn households? What influence do they possess to resist for so long? One family's son is in the government army, rumored to be a deputy to Uncle Damin, stationed near Pakong. Due to inadequate compensation, no one dares to pressure them into leaving. Then, if we take over, wouldn't we face the same predicament? Wei Shanshui chuckled. "I have many acquaintances in the military who have assured me they can handle the most difficult family. Moreover, your relationship with Miss Danmin isn't too shabby. We can ask her for assistance at that time, and it will be resolved in no time. My relationship with Miss Danmin isn't at that level yet. If she refuses, what can I do? When the time comes, we can each test our connections. If we succeed, that's splendid. If not, we will forcibly excavate the entire mountain." They will have no choice but to vacate. As they conversed, they arrived at the construction site, where Wu Yu observed a small excavator digging a deep mine shaft, the walls of which were steeply carved, with stones resembling raw jade embedded within. Wu Yu raised his left hand and casually touched a few stones, sensing a temperature variation emanating from them, which made him raise an eyebrow in surprise. To his astonishment, amidst the pile of stones lay a piece of raw jade, roughly the size of 4 sheets of paper, exuding a pleasantly warm sensation. At that moment, the mine's owner approached, accompanied by several security guards. He was a stout man in his 40s, a physique and complexion quite rare among the locals. The mine owner greeted, "Director Wei, what brings you here today? This mine has been depleted and is practically unworkable. I was just about to contract a new site." Rather than appearing anxious, the mine owner wore an even more enigmatic smile. "Director Wei, you may not have been here long enough to inquire, but I paid the fines to Director Pado 6 months ago." Upon hearing the name of Pado, a glimmer of hostility flickered in Wei Shanshui's eyes as he coldly remarked, "What happened 6 months ago is irrelevant. This domain is under my jurisdiction now." Pado's words hold no weight. Try me if you dare. The mine owner could no longer muster a smile. His expression turned grave as he replied, "Director Wei, this is rather unamusing. We came to invest, yet your management has long been notorious for extortion. Now that our contract has expired, we are meant to vacate. Is it not excessive to demand further funds?" Wei Shanshui arrogantly retorted, "Excessive? Not in my opinion. Do not forget, you still have a deposit and the machinery and trucks on site. Should you fail to pay the fines, your deposit will certainly be forfeited. I could easily have the military encircle the mine, and if you manage to drive out even a single vehicle, I shall concede defeat. Director Wei, let us speak candidly. What brings you here today?" The mine owner persisted. "I still require this equipment for other mining operations. You are aware of the current situation in Myanmar. Even with funds, acquiring large machinery is a challenge, and orders take at least 3 months for delivery. I will not entertain any excuses. Do you agree or not?" Wei Shanshui insisted. "Allow me to ponder this further." The mine owner replied cautiously. "Take your time." Wei Shanshui smirked, "My friend, and I shall take our leave now." What are you doing?" Wu Yu, oblivious to their sordid extortion tactics, had taken a metal crowbar and pried out the warm jadeite stone he had previously admired. Impressive, indeed, to be brought by Director Wei. "Take it. I have matters to attend to," he said dismissively as the mine owner, fuming with anger, departed with his entourage, leaving only 2 security guards to watch them. "Thank you. The mine owner is quite generous," Wu Yu thought, not bothering to inquire about the man's name, as he intended to pin all wrongdoing on Wei Shanshui during their misdeeds. "Let us depart," Wei Shanshui said, nearly thrown off balance by Wu Yu's actions. The machinery he extorted was rare in Myanmar, and Wu Yu needed to be mindful of his standing. What significance did a muddy stone hold? Not one to be foolish. Wei Shanshui inquired once outside the mining company, "Is the stone you unearthed jadeite?" What is its value? Indeed, it would be wise to research in advance, Wu Yu replied. Without further thought, Wei Shui led him to a rugged SUV parked roadside. Two fully armed soldiers in camouflage remained outside, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Wu Yu clutched the elongated jadeite stone, reluctant to release it despite its considerable weight. Initially warm to the touch, the stone felt even hotter once excavated. He vividly recalled that such a temperature indicated it might be of high clarity, possibly approaching the quality of glass. If so, selling it could potentially recoup half the investment in this small mine. On the journey back, Wei Shui and Wu Yu discussed investment matters. With current market prices, a new large excavator costs over 900 million, a smaller one over 400 million, and a heavy truck about 100 million. How much would be required to purchase everything new? Wu Yu, previously hesitant about investing in a mine, felt emboldened holding the jadeite. His posture straightened, and he readily agreed to proceed. Wei Shui smiled with satisfaction, realizing his efforts to assist Wu Yu had not been in vain. To help him navigate Dao's was obstacles. He had offended the police department. However, Wei Shui felt no fear. The management office was a military institution, distinct from the police department. With power in hand, he had little to fear from them. Passing a rice ball vendor, they noticed a disheveled man begging the vendor for food, wearing a cap and hunched over. With unkempt facial hair and tattered clothing, he emitted a foul odor. "Please, I beg you, give me 2 rice balls. I've been robbed and will repay you once I earn money tomorrow." The familiar accent struck Wu Yu. It was Zhang Wei from the Rose mercenary group, whom he had encountered twice before. "Get lost. This is a small business. I cannot afford to be charitable." The vendor brusquely dismissed him, acknowledging the pressures of survival that left little room for kindness. Zhang Wei's back bent further, yet he remained silent, letting out a sigh. Just as he turned to leave, a somewhat familiar voice called out, "Boss, prepare 2 rice balls for him, with extra filling and meat." "Who do you think you are? Why should I accommodate him?" "My apologies, I will prepare them immediately." In the face of monetary power, how many could truly maintain their principles? Zhang Wei turned slowly, revealing a somewhat awkward smile upon recognizing Wu Yu. "Ah, Yu, you've helped me once more. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. What led you to this state? Even in dire straits, one should have enough for a meal. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you later. You may make it brief." "Well, my team encountered a catastrophe, nearly facing annihilation. Guodong was in a terrible state, suffering a fever that seemed to have infected his wounds. In my attempt to save him, I purchased some expensive medicine, depleting my funds entirely. Hence, I've reached the point of being unable to afford food. Had I not run into you, I would have considered selling my gear for sustenance." Wu Yu raised an eyebrow, contemplating the implications of near annihilation. This was no simple affair. "What are your plans now?" Zhang Wei despondently replied. "I do not know. I can only think of surviving for now, taking each day as it comes." At that moment, the vendor handed Zhang Wei 2 rice balls, packaged in a bag. Zhang Wei hesitated for a moment before devouring them ravenously, as if pausing would be a disservice to the food. "Let us walk and talk. I have matters to discuss with you," Wu Yu said, turning to leave, confident that Zhang Wei would follow. Having already aided Zhang Wei 3 times, if he showed no gratitude, Wu Yu would not extend further assistance nor consider him for recruitment. "What do you wish to discuss, Boss Yu?" Zhang Wei inquired, dutifully trailing behind without questioning their destination. Wu Yu explained, "I am currently in need of personnel. You and your friends should recover, and then come assist me for a while. Should you wish to re-establish the Rose mercenary group in the future, I will not hinder you. We can part amicably." Zhang Wei looked surprised, forgetting to chew his food. "You wish to recruit us? But we are still fugitives. Our appearance would only bring you trouble." Wu Yu scoffed. "In your current disheveled state, with a beard obscuring your face, you could stroll past a checkpoint without being recognized. A layer of traditional makeup and a change of clothes would render you even more indistinguishable from a local." "Really? Is that feasible? If I say it is, it shall be. Rest assured, I would never harm my own interests." "Well, if you believe it is possible, I accept your offer to recruit us. I shall follow you." "Boss Yu." As they spoke, Wu Yu led Zhang Wei to his small courtyard, knocking on the door and calling out. Soon, Go Danwei appeared to open it. Everything went smoothly. "This is my friend, Al Wei. Another friend will join us shortly. By the way, I have this piece. Please have it processed." Wu Yu handed the jadeite stone to Go Danwei. "Understood," Go Danwei replied, flustered as he accepted it, pondering the reasons behind his boss's recruitment. Suspecting there might be developments related to the mine. "Do not close the door yet. We need to drive out for some errands." "Is Sangbo inside? Please bring me the car keys." Yes, boss. Sangbo answered from within, rushing out. Anna peeked from the living room doorway, cautious not to speak carelessly, afraid that revealing her identity in front of strangers might create trouble for Wu Yu. Wu Yu took the car keys and inquired of Zhang Wei. Can you drive? Zhang Wei confidently replied, Of course, I've even driven a tank. All right, you drive then. Wu Yu said as he tossed the keys to Zhang Wei and settled into the passenger seat. Without further ado, Zhang Wei accepted the keys, swallowing the last bite of a sticky rice ball. The other rice ball was reserved for his brother, Xing Guodong. Even if he were not full, he would not indulge further. Zhang Wei skillfully started the vehicle and, after exiting the courtyard, asked, Boss, do we have any water? I'm parched. Wu Yu almost laughed in exasperation. Why didn't you mention needing water before we got in the car? You expect me, your boss, to serve you? Nevertheless, he retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the door compartment, opened it, and handed it to Zhang Wei. After gulping down a few mouthfuls, Zhang Wei grinned and said, Thanks, boss. Today, you take care of me, and in return, I will serve you faithfully. Chapter 84. The battle begins as night fell. Zhang Wei drove the car to a valley behind the woods. He first called Xing Guodong before leading Wu Yu into the valley. The enemy's focus had seemingly remained on the main force of the Rose Mercenary Corps, leaving the two of them largely undetected after initially drawing some pursuers. They established some defensive measures in the valley and called Guodong in advance to prevent any overreactions. It would be disastrous if he mistook them for enemies. Although the fever had subsided and the inflammation had reduced due to the medications he had taken, his mind remained somewhat foggy and in a state of heightened tension. Anything could happen. Wu Yu remained non-committal regarding Zhang Wei's explanations. Once they disembarked, he created a small personal space around himself within a foot-s radius, ensuring a manageable defensive perimeter while guaranteeing his safety. Deep within the pitch-black valley, a flashlight flickered 3 times. Zhang Wei pulled out his own flashlight and mirrored the signal. Away. Did you manage to procure food? Yes, I did. Away. Our boss has also arrived, so we can move in with him today. Is that convenient? Have you two made arrangements? Xing Guodong, who had lost weight and sported a scruffy beard, devoured the rice ball handed to him in no time. While he ate, Zhang Wei explained we use recruitment of him, and without hesitation, Xing Guodong agreed, as they had no other options available. They quickly tidied up their belongings, aside from firearms, ammunition, and bulletproof vests. There was little of value to take. The house comprised 4 rooms. Wu Yu shared one with Anna, while Go Danwai and Sangbo each had their own separate rooms, leaving one room perfectly suited for Zhang Wei and Xing Guodong. Your primary duties will involve providing security for everyone, along with gambling stone assessments, window openings, and sales. You may choose not to learn if you wish, but I can teach you if you are interested. You both come equipped with firearms, and I will cover all future ammunition. I have only one requirement. In the face of danger, do not falter, just act decisively. Zhang Wei and Xing Guodong, now fully engaged, replied in unison, Rest assured, boss, we will not back down. Thank you, boss. After they finished, they retreated to their respective rooms to organize their belongings. Once they left, Go Danwai lifted a tattered cloth off a workbench and whispered, Boss, the materials you asked us to skin are halfway done. The ice cream floating green is of exceptionally high quality. Wu Yu had anticipated this outcome and calmly replied, Excellent. Continue skinning. Furthermore, in our space, feel free to express any concerns openly. Those I bring in are all allies. There is no need for caution. Understood. Go Danwai and Sangbo exchanged knowing glances and nodded earnestly. Anna slyly approached Wu Yu and whispered in his ear, Boss, are these 2 new employees from Huaxia? When fellow countrymen meet, one must be wary. Humph. From now on, I will be on high alert whenever I encounter fellow countrymen abroad. I will never trust a word they say. Yet you once sought my help in such a manner, Wu Yu countered. Oh, I was merely asking casually. You cannot take it to heart. If you doubt me, I could assist you in having several children right now. No. I've recently taken up Buddhism and wish to avoid any complications. I don't believe you. Aren't countless primordial lives still lives? Wu Yu shot her a glare, choosing not to engage further. Her whims seemed to change daily, and it was hard to discern her genuine sentiments. On the workbench, apart from the exquisite material Wu Yu had salvaged, there were ordinary materials collected earlier in the day. Some were completely worthless, while others held moderate quality. But even the latter could yield some profit after being processed. Wu Yu outlined the materials suitable for window openings, handing them over to Sangbo and Anna, instructing them to proceed according to his specifications. In between tasks, Anna chatted, saying, Boss, I misjudged the window opening on that piece from yesterday. I accept my punishment of 3 times. Do you even realize what you are saying? It's fine. They wouldn't understand anyway. Before us, they haven't even seen the racetrack. If that's the case, I might not feel tired anymore. Wu Yu replied as he swiftly marked the remaining jade materials for window openings, assigning the tasks before striding confidently into the bedroom. Recently, Anna had been acting as if she were the mistress, showing a reluctance to work, simply placing the materials aside. While Go Danwai and Sangbo dared not utter a word, being with the boss for meals and rest. Who could deny her status as the boss lady? Even Go Danwai, who had always looked down on Anna, silently accepted this reality. It soon became apparent that the boss was not intimidated by these complications, even without Anna. As the business expanded, conflicts with Wu Naiwan's group would inevitably arise. By protecting Anna, some matters were preemptively validated, positioning themselves to maintain certain official relationships, thus laying a solid foundation for future expansion of influence. Go Danwai had spun many narratives in his mind regarding Wu Yu's act of saving her, but in truth, Wu Yu's actions stem from a dwindling sense of conscience rather than any complex motives. In the dead of night, a distant rumble echoed, akin to thunder, accompanied by flashes of light resembling lightning. Although Wu Yu had gone to bed early, he found it difficult to remain asleep after spending so long with Anna. Even the sturdiest of men could not endure without rest. Despite the external noise, he kept his eyes shut until a thunderous sound seemed to strike near the Pakong market, causing the entire house to tremble. That thunder doesn't sound right. Wu Yu suddenly awoke, sitting upright. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, and Zhang Wei's voice called from outside, "Boss, it seems there's a battle outside. A shell has landed near the market." "What? A battle?" Wu Yu was fully alert now. He leaped from the bed, hastily slipped on his slippers, and approached the window to peer outside. Chapter 85. Fluctuations in currency. Wu Yu's residence was a bungalow, limiting his view of the outside world, obstructed by neighboring houses. However, the shifting light in the sky allowed him to glimpse sporadic flashes of fire and the subsequent sound of explosions. Judging by the noise, the battle was alarmingly close to the Pakong mining area, seemingly within several dozen miles of the market, with shells and gunfire intermittently reaching his ears. Wu Yu shook his head and stepped out of the bedroom into the living room. Zhang Wei, Xing Guodong, Go Danwai, and Sangbo were all awake, their faces etched with concern as they gazed out the window. "Boss, should we pack up and leave tonight? If the Kachin army enters Pakong, there will be chaos, and looting and violence will be rampant. The local militia groups are the most fearsome. They have no grand aspirations and will seize any opportunity to rob and pillage. During the last conflict in the surrounding regions, several mining companies' warehouses were plundered by these militia groups. Gadanwai and Sangbo, both locals, had witnessed numerous instances of chaos erupting amidst warfare, which caused them great concern whenever conflict arose. Wu Yu, having spent 2.5 years in the mining area, had encountered 2 skirmishes, the last of which occurred during his time scavenging for stones at the mines. The impact of these battles on him had been minimal. He suggested, "Let us first secure our valuables. If the situation deteriorates, we can leave at dawn. Should the circumstances remain manageable and the government forces hold their ground, there is no need for haste." He had heard that the prices of jadeite rough often fluctuated dramatically during conflicts, and with a stroke of luck, one could seize the opportunity to make a small fortune. The others responded, "You are the boss. We will follow your lead." Once they had gathered their belongings, he encouraged them to rest, asserting that if the fighting reached Pekin, they could flee then. He stifled a yawn, overwhelmed by fatigue, and decided he must first rest before contemplating further actions. The distant rumble of artillery fluctuated in intensity, causing the window panes to tremble intermittently. Yet Wu Yu soon drifted back into slumber, sleeping soundly until dawn. Anna, still groggy, inquired, "Boss, was there thunder and rain last night? I dreamt our house was leaking." "The house is not leaking. It is you who are." She pouted, blaming his left hand for feeling like it was electrified, exclaiming, "Who could possibly endure that?" "You may be inexperienced and playful, but do not seek excuses when you lose," he retorted. "Get up and gather your things. The nearby troops have clashed again. I will step out to inquire about the situation, and if it appears dire, we will set off from Mandalay immediately." "What? There's fighting?" Anna gasped, stunned. Even the prospect of heading to Mandalay to possibly renew her passport did little to lift her spirits. After Wu Yu washed up, he ignored Anna, who was still in a daze, and ventured into the living room, where he found Sangbo polishing an exquisite piece of jadeite. Zhang Wei and Xing Guodong were exercising in the yard, but Gadanwai was conspicuously absent. "Where's away?" Wu Yu asked. He took a seat beside the workbench, saying, "That exceptional piece you have can be polished on just a couple of faces. There is no need for full polishing today. This prime material will not be sold. We shall wait for a more opportune moment to strike, ensuring not only greater profits, but also connections with influential jade merchants." As he spoke, Wu Yu labeled the materials he had opened yesterday, concealing their base prices within the serial numbers, which Gadanwai and Sangbo had already learned to decipher without further explanation. The 5 pieces received from the mines were of above-average quality, and 7 pieces, though mediocre, had colored openings that could still fetch some money. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu's expression turned serious. "Let's have breakfast first. Afterward, I will check the fluctuations in rough jade prices at the market." Gadanwai remarked. "I passed by the morning market stalls earlier and inquired. It's rather strange that today the prices for rough jade are even higher than usual. And those merchants from Huaxia are less discerning, purchasing all sorts of materials with similar outer shells." Wu Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It seems many merchants from Huaxia wish to gather as much jade as possible before leaving Pekin, hence their fervent buying. Moreover, due to the conflict, the chat has depreciated again, causing today's prices for the same material to rise compared to yesterday. Gadanwai was taken aback, scratching his head. Has the chat really depreciated so significantly overnight? No wonder the vendor tried to raise breakfast prices, and I had to scold him before he agreed to the usual price. "Let us eat," Wu Yu said, not wishing to elaborate further to his employees, as he too was uncertain of the current black market exchange rate and would find out soon enough. Zhang Wei, curious about sales techniques and eager to test his new attire, decided to join Gadanwai in selling goods. Meanwhile, Xing Guodong, whose leg injury had not yet healed, could not accompany Sangbo and had to remain home to recuperate. Today, Anna was particularly industrious, first tidying up the dishes for breakfast, then cleaning the workbench, fearing they might leave at any moment. Observing Anna's busyness, Xing Guodong, reluctant to be seen as a burden, offered, "Boss lady, let me help with the cleaning. Though I am limited in movement, I can still wipe tables and sweep the floor." Anna's eyes lit up with excitement. "What did you say?" Xing Guodong hesitated, cautiously replying, I said I can still wipe tables and sweep the floor." "No, the first part," she insisted. "Boss lady?" He was taken aback, feeling perplexed. Surely, this boss lady could not be a mere fraud. At that moment, Wu Yu had just exited the money exchange, having learned that overnight the chat in Pekin's market had depreciated by 20%. Although he had known the chat was volatile, he had not anticipated such a drastic change. Fortunately, Wu Yu had been prudent in controlling the amount of chat in his possession and had acquired a substantial quantity of jade materials at the Longkin night market a few days prior, without selling them immediately, leaving him with only a few billion chats on hand. Putting aside his distress, he called Gadanwai and Sangbo, instructing them to raise their base prices by 20 or even 30%. The morning market conditions favored sellers, with Huaxia merchants eager to spend their cash on any available jade. Energized by this thought, Wu Yu rushed into the bustling morning market, seeking lucrative opportunities. Chapter 86. Wealth Comes with Risk. Initially, Wu Yu stood by the stalls, observing others negotiate prices. After witnessing several transactions, he noted that rough jade, typically valued at 3 to 4 million, was selling for around 6 million today. The pace of transactions was brisk, as Huaxia merchants appeared eager to spend their cash, purchasing any decent quality jade they encountered. The small jade piece Wu Yu held, normally valued at approximately 12 million, was quickly negotiated to a price of 18 million. Wu Yu was astounded by the absurdity of all. Although the chat had depreciated and the piece could fetch over 20 million or even 30 million in Mandalay, was it really necessary for them to buy up any available jade? Was this the new norm? Deciding to bring out some slightly inferior jade pieces from his storage to stimulate the market, he instructed Xing Guodong, who was initially unsure of how to proceed, to simply polish off the outer shell. It doesn't need to look perfect. If necessary, to strip it completely. After a mere 10 minutes, the jade roughs were nearly ready, revealing the best positions for opening, which often commanded higher prices than fully stripped pieces. Gadanwai exclaimed, "Boss, the market is wild today. Everyone is buying jade, and our prices are high. Yet the negotiations have not been aggressive, with each piece selling far above our base prices." "Excellent. We've just open up 5 more pieces of jade. Take them to sell as well, but set higher prices. There will surely be someone willing to pay." "Understood, boss," they replied. However, I overheard them saying that once the morning market ends, they will flee to Mandalay. Should we also depart? Yes. After they left with the jade, Wu Yu gathered the funds and stowed them in the car's trunk, prepared for a quick escape or to participate in the evening's Longkin night market. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Wei Shanshui calling. Director Wei, what is the current situation? You need to gather your things and leave the mining area promptly. The pressure from the government forces is immense, and it seems they will not hold out much longer. Is it that serious? What about you? Do you need to leave as well? I cannot leave. If I were to do so, the military commander would be the first to execute me. Remaining here, even if Pekin falls, I will not be in mortal danger. In our ongoing conflict, we vie for resources and territory, seldom resorting to the assassination of each other's commanding officers. I understand now. Thank you for the reminder. I shall depart from Pakong post-haste. Our investment collaboration can only be discussed once the situation stabilizes. With that, Wei Shanshui hastily ended the call. Wu Yu, holding the phone side indeed. Plans cannot keep pace with changes. Anna, having eavesdropped, immediately inquired after the call ended. Are we truly leaving? I possess little of value, merely a few bundles of cash and some clothing, all of which can fit into a small bag. That is satisfactory. Guodong, join me in the car. I will procure some supplies for the journey at a small shop. In the past, Wu Yu had discreetly stashed emergency items in a small space, but as they were leaving, he needed to buy some to appear adequately prepared. Understood, boss, Guodong replied, taking his seat in the passenger side. Despite his leg injury, he could still sit in the car to guard the cash in the back. Upon arriving at the shop, Wu Yu noticed an evident increase in customers. However, many seemed oblivious to the situation, as prices had only slightly risen, and most supplies remained available. With transactions proceeding relatively normally, Wu Yu purchased biscuits, sausages, bottled water, beer, and assorted meat snacks, ensuring that even if they encountered delays on the road, they would not go hungry. By now, the morning market was nearing its end, with a multitude of vehicles queuing to leave the Pakong market, and congestion began to manifest near the checkpoint. A distant rumble echoed as artillery fire resumed, accompanied by the sound of aircraft overhead. Boss, we have gathered everything. When do we depart? Ask Gadan why. Let's wait a while. The roads are currently too congested, and forcing our way through would be futile. It would be wiser to leave after visiting Longkin tonight. The moment the cannon fire rang out, the Jade merchants at the morning market dispersed, leaving mostly Myanmar traders behind. Tonight, the Longkin night market would likely see an abundance of sellers, but fewer buyers, as the local merchants might be eager to liquidate their raw materials for cash to escape. If we are mistaken, it would only delay our departure by half a day. If we are correct, we could acquire many good materials that sellers are reluctant to discount. You are the boss. We will follow your lead. Though the vehicle was cramped with 6 individuals, such discomfort seemed trivial in the face of survival, and no one was checking vehicles. The day passed slowly as they remained indoors, observing the combat situation and the echoes of gunfire. Other than refueling, they seldom ventured outside. By afternoon, the streets were nearly deserted, prompting Wu Yu to instruct everyone to board the vehicle for the Longkin night market. Anna, adorned with a mask and a cap, occupied the passenger seat. This was her first venture outside since entering the small courtyard, and everything appeared novel to her, causing her to gaze around restlessly. Wu Yu, along with Zhang Wei, Guodong, and Sang Bo, squeezed into the back. He had another vehicle in his small space, but it was seized from a foreigner and likely contained numerous GPS trackers. Thus he refrained from utilizing it, fearing he could not explain himself if discovered by Wu Naiwen. The streets were sparsely populated, with only a few vehicles likely belonging to passing Jade traders. The locals seemed unperturbed, either unaware of the escalating conflict or unwilling to flee. Typically, the Longkin night market saw only a handful of visitors by 4 in the afternoon, yet upon Wu Yu's arrival, he encountered numerous Myanmar sellers, some cradling goods, others loading them onto motorcycles or displaying them at roadside stalls. Unlike previous days, the market was devoid of Chinese Jade merchants. Wu Yu rented a table and, adopting a posture of readiness to purchase, soon found himself besieged by sellers eager to offload their wares. Boss, take a look at this piece. I am the owner. Keen to sell. Let's negotiate directly. No need for formalities today. As the sounds of gunfire grew closer, it became apparent that this conflict was unlike any previous skirmish. The government forces offered little resistance and were swiftly overwhelmed by the enemy troops advancing into the mining area. In Chapter 87, Mandalay, Wu Yu, accompanied by 3 subordinates, focused on acquiring goods while leaving Anna and Guodong in the vehicle to guard their belongings. The mining area was abundant with valuable materials. It was merely a matter of price. Typically, Wu Yu would manage to purchase only 1 out of 10 pieces he examined, but today proved different. From his seat behind the table, he secured a piece every few seconds. Initially, some sellers attempted to sell at inflated prices, hoping to capitalize on the morning's market rates, only to be swiftly rejected and awakened to the reality of the Longkin night market's unusual atmosphere. As darkness enveloped the market, the absence of Jade merchants at tables was conspicuous. Where there were buyers, long lines formed. Wu Yu, while collecting materials, cast a glance at the desolate street and quietly mused that he was not the only Jade merchant with such thoughts, choosing to venture into the market at this hour. The ground trembled as another shell landed in a nearby hollow, causing the windows of buildings along the street to rattle, and the queue of sellers quivered in fear. Some, gripped by terror, could not resist the urge to flee the chaos. After filling half a bag with Jade, Wu Yu instructed Zhang Wei to carry it to the vehicle, ensuring they did not leave too much behind. At this moment, he found himself increasingly irritated by those who hesitated. This piece is riddled with cracks. I will offer you 5 million. Take it or leave it. If not, step aside. I need to inspect the next pieces. Boss, this piece is substantial, even with cracks. It can yield a bracelet. Just a little more, please. Not a penny more. If you refuse to sell, move aside. Pull him away. Wait. 5 million it is. This seller was indeed the owner. Had it not been for the concern of carrying too many jade stones while fleeing, he would not have sold this flawed piece at such a low price. Fine, let him through. Sang Bo will settle the payment. As Wu Yu set the piece aside, he resumed inspecting the next seller's offerings. Time passed unnoticed until suddenly, a shell exploded in the residential area at the market center, unleashing a violent blast that magnified the terror. Oh no, the Kachin army is attacking. Everyone flee. Forget selling. Survival is paramount. If you're not selling, step aside. This piece is too heavy for me to carry. Boss, this is a premium jade piece. Only 50 million. After Wu Yu spent 20 million to acquire this exceptional jade piece, he observed that the street was nearly deserted. How much do we have left? Approximately 80 million. Forget it, we won T by more. Let us keep some money for emergencies on the road. Gadanwai wished to inform Wu Yu that even if he wanted to purchase more, there were few pieces left to examine, as the street was almost empty. Wu Yu seized the opportunity to discreetly stash a bag of jade stones into a small space, barely managing to close the trunk. Let us proceed to Mandalay. Finally hearing Wu Yu utter those words, everyone exhaled in relief. Their boss truly prioritized profit above all else. After more than an hour of travel, the intensity of the artillery fire escalated. Now, deep into the night, a few individuals on motorcycles began to appear among the fleeing masses. As they navigated the winding mountain roads, Wu Yu could see a dense array of headlights ahead. Boss, there's SA traffic jam up ahead, reported Gadanwai. Wu Yu remained unperturbed, stating, this indicates we have caught up with the main group of refugees. Such heavy congestion suggests either the road is damaged or a serious accident has occurred. The distance from Longkin to Mandalay is approximately 140 kilometers, which under normal conditions would take about 3 hours to traverse. However, given the current circumstances, Wu Yu believed that arriving in Mandalay before dawn would be a stroke of divine favor. The vehicle in front remained utterly still, while a continuous stream of cars surged from behind, leaving Wu Yu's automobile completely immobilized in the middle of the road. Boss, I'm hungry, murmured Anna, curled up in the passenger seat, surrounded by an array of supplies. Wu Yu replied, indeed, it's past 11 at night. Everyone must be famished. We brought beer, drinks, and sausages. Feel free to take whatever you desire. Just as he was pondering the excessive provisions occupying the vehicle, Wu Yu opened a box of canned beer from the back and distributed it among everyone. Snack items were available for all to enjoy. They could take whatever pleased their appetites. The driver, good Danwei, who had long been parched and hungry but too shy to voice it, seized the opportunity to indulge, consuming 2 cans of beer in quick succession, contentedly burping afterward. Anna, sipping her Sprite, was taken aback, her curiosity piqued. Go, can you drink while driving? Aren't you technically drinking and driving? Good Danwei paused, momentarily perplexed, before grasping her meaning. And what of it? In this desolate place, who will catch me? I don't care about who will catch you. I only wish to ascertain your tolerance for alcohol. Is it safe for us to ride with you? I could finish this entire box of beer without becoming inebriated. Wouldn't you agree that it's safe? Are you boasting? Boss, how well can you hold your liquor? Will you be intoxicated after finishing this box? Wu Yu responded, your focus should not linger on intoxication. Rather, you ought to ponder where to relieve yourself after consuming so much beer. At this, Anna grew anxious. Surely there must be something to shield us by the roadside? Now that you've mentioned it, I really do feel the urge to go. What should I do? She glanced around, only to find the surroundings teeming with motorcycles, completely occupying the road, rendering it impossible to find a place to relieve herself or even open the car doors. Just hold it in. Fortunately, at this moment, the vehicles ahead began to inch forward, and traffic gradually resumed its normal flow. Upon reaching a bend in the road, they discovered a significant crater had indeed been created by an explosion, which someone had hastily filled with rubble, thus restoring passage. At a fork in the road, the highway widened considerably, flanked by some scraggly trees, where many vehicles had stopped for convenience. Mandalay, the second largest city in Myanmar, is commonly referred to as the City of the Kings by locals, situated in the heart of the country. It served as the ancient capital of the last dynasty of Myanmar, the Konbaung dynasty. This city is not only one of Myanmar's political, economic, and cultural hubs, but is also renowned for its rich history and cultural heritage. More importantly, it hosts the globally significant Jade Market, the Jade Market, often hailed as a paradise for stone gamblers. As Wu Yu gazed upon this city, which appeared somewhat tranquil amidst the turmoil, with the rising sun casting its glow, he silently declared, "I have arrived. I have seen. I shall conquer." Chapter 88, The Jade Market. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since Wu Yu's arrival in Mandalay. While chaos reigned in the mining district, life in Mandalay continued in a stable and orderly manner. Previously, purchasing property in the mining area had been motivated by affordability. While engaging in the violence of the locale, one could handle matters independently, avoiding the landlord's incessant complaints and opportunistic extortion. In Mandalay, however, Wu Yu realized that as the influx of jade merchants fleeing from the mines increased, securing rental properties around the jade market became nearly impossible. Encountering a suitable property meant seizing a profitable opportunity. Having finalized these 2 transactions, Wu Yu found that he had nearly exhausted his funds, including the small reserve of Myanmar currency. Even as the black market exchange rate plummeted, he felt no regret. The newly acquired courtyard was remarkably charming, a self-built villa with 2 stories, adorned with a layer of heat-insulating red tiles on top, featuring 4 spacious rooms on each level. The yard was ample, accommodating 2 parking spaces and a workshop for jade processing, where a chainsaw had been left behind as a gift for Wu Yu. Wu Yu cared not for the previous owner's identity. As long as he was content with the property, it mattered little if it had once been a mortuary. It did not affect his mood. We have moved from the chaotic mines to Mandalay, starting anew in a fresh location. May we all prosper together. Cheers. Cheers. The environment of Mandalay was visible to all. While daytime security was relatively acceptable, the nights remained chaotic. Remember, safety is paramount. Goods can be replaced, but lives cannot. Thank you, boss. We will remain vigilant. Tonight, we shall carve a few raw stones and take them to the jade market for a trial run. If the trading conditions here prove to be lucrative, I will promptly rent a shop to establish a steady business. You are the boss. We shall follow your lead. The group was in high spirits, the atmosphere light and filled with anticipation for a brighter future. Even Anna, typically cautious and seldom indulging in alcohol, partook of a bottle of beer, though her expression remained complex and contemplative. After dinner, Wu Yu extracted 6 raw stones from the bag where they were stored. Assessing their sizes and qualities, some opened, some peeled, and others split in half. After numbering each processed stone, he explained to everyone the rationale behind the pricing. It is said that the prices at the jade market are approximately double those at the mining market for the same materials. Tomorrow, as we visit the jade market for the first time, we shall set our prices high initially, adjusting gradually based on buyer reactions. But we must not go below my indicated bottom price. Understood, boss. We will be cautious. The first floor contained 4 rooms. Gudan Wei and Sang Bo occupied the inner ones, while Zhang Wei and Xing Guodong took the outer room by the window, allowing them to observe any activity outside. During the afternoon of the move, they suggested that Wu Yu acquire 2 guard dogs, to which he agreed, stating he would purchase them when time permitted. As Wu Yu's wealth grew, so too did his emphasis on security. 2 dogs were merely a start, and once business stabilized, he would expand the security team further. On the second floor in the master bedroom, Anna, emboldened by the liquor, began to engage Wu Yu. She chided him for ruining the mood. "Oh, don't be so hasty. We can discuss it later. Don't dawdle. Your passport has expired and needs renewing. It won't be easy to replace. You know I prefer things straightforward and uncomplicated." It was unclear what she was clinging to. Time passed, and, as Anna muttered, "This wretched house leaks again." Silence enveloped the room. The jade market began to welcome patrons by 5 o'clock, and after finishing breakfast, Wu Yu and the others headed to the market with their assigned raw stones. Wu Yu carried 2 stones, inviting Anna to accompany him for an enlightening experience. Although this was not the mining district, Anna donned a baseball cap and mask to conceal her lovely features. She had long envisioned selling Jade alongside Wu Yu, but had been too timid to step outside the courtyard while in the mines. Now in Mandalay, her courage had blossomed. At the entrance of the Jade market, a throng had already gathered, with some queuing to enter, while others conducted transactions right outside. The Jade market is a military-controlled area, and anyone daring to sell counterfeit goods within its confines would face severe fines or even imprisonment if evidence were irrefutable. However, outside the market, purchases went unchecked, and many unscrupulous Jade merchants preyed on tourists or novice Jade traders. As soon as Wu Yu arrived, a young tout approached him, brandishing several violet bangles. A mere glance revealed the color of the bangles was off, too vivid and glossy, likely enhanced with polishing powder. Anna, however, was captivated, exclaiming, "Wow, those bangles are stunning. Boss, could you please ask how much they cost?" Wu Yu shot her a disapproving glance. After so much time learning from him, she still couldn't discern authenticity. Nevertheless, he inquired, "How much for one?" The young tout's eyes lit up, sensing a potential sale, and he promptly replied, 50 million for each, 200 million for a pair. The statement implies that purchasing a single piece costs 50 million. However, if all 5 are acquired, the total price amounts to 200 million. 50 million? That's exorbitant. I cannot afford it. Anna, having worked tirelessly, enduring both injuries and overtime, has only managed to earn 10 million from Wu Yu, rendering her unable to make such a purchase. The broker enticingly remarked, "Beautiful lady, if you fancy it, I can offer you a discount. Just propose your ideal price." The seller is eager to make a deal, and the price is negotiable. Just as Anna was about to negotiate, she suddenly caught sight of Wu Yu's mocking smirk, and her clarity returned. Something felt amiss. Based on her knowledge of the royal purple bracelet, it could not possibly be priced at merely 50 million, and there was room for further negotiation. "What do you think, boss?" Anna inquired timidly. "Not much. I'm leaving." Wu Yu turned on his heel. Anna followed closely behind, unwilling to stray even a step away from him. The broker felt regretful but dared not persist. It was fortunate to deceive, but if unsuccessful, it mattered not. However, one must not recklessly entangle with the Jade merchants here, for one could never know the connections they might have with the military. If trouble arose, imprisonment could become a reality, possibly leading to never emerging again. "Boss, is there something wrong with those purple Jade bracelets?" The dyed bracelets treated with purple polishing powder are worthless. What issues could they possibly have? Wasn't it stated that the Corner Bay market cannot sell counterfeit goods? How could he dare? That was outside the market, and even if counterfeit goods were sold within, what could be done? They could simply rent a temporary stall, sell their wares, and vanish. Could you apprehend them? It's a dark world indeed. Chapter 89. Investigating Market Conditions. At the entrance of the Corner Bay market, personnel from the management oversee the area. Locals enter for free, while out-of-town visitors must pay 4,000 chot to gain entry. To blend into Mandalay, Wu Yu donned the traditional attire of Myanmar, a white shirt paired with a black longi. The longi, a skirt worn by men, is quite popular in Myanmar, worn across all statuses and ranks. However, it can be somewhat cumbersome. The impoverished, busy with daily survival, do not wish to wear it, while those with a little money and standing tend to don it. In his attire, the market gatekeepers did not even question Wu Yu, allowing him entry along with Anna, who accompanied him seamlessly. The Corner Bay market is divided into several sections: the ring section, bracelet section, raw materials section, slab section, processing section, and now a live streaming sales area. Within the market, shops line both sides of the pathways, available for purchase or rental. A few tables placed at the entrance serve as stalls. Here, one can rent a stall for a day or a month, with monthly rents ranging from 20,000 to 70,000 based on location. Today, Wu Yu did not intend to set up a stall. He merely sought to familiarize himself with the market conditions and sell 2 pieces of raw material he possessed. As he and Anna approached a stall, they overheard a conversation between 2 individuals negotiating a deal. Displayed on the table was a small piece of windowed material, revealing a thumb-sized opening showcasing a hint of icy floral patterns. When illuminated, it exhibited commendable translucence. The selling broker asserted, "Boss, given that the mining area is currently embroiled in conflict, the prices have begun to rise. My asking price of 45 million for this windowed material is hardly excessive." The purchasing boss, a member of the Huaxia community, retorted fluently in Burmese, "It's only the size of a fist and lacks a bracelet position." Material like this is worth only around 12 million in the mining area. I just came from there. Even knowing the prices in Corner Bay are inflated, I can only see it fetching 20 million. Their banter continued, with both parties demonstrating earnest intent, one to buy, the other to sell. After several minutes of negotiation, they ultimately settled on a price of 30 million. Wu Yu calculated in his mind that similar materials in the mining area indeed only held a value of 12 million. Factoring in the current depreciation of the Chot, the transaction price in the mining area would be around 15 million. It was astonishing that such a price could be realized at Corner Bay, effectively doubling the cost. Once the broker departed, the Huaxiao merchant turned to Wu Yu and inquired, "Sir, are you looking to buy or sell?" Wu Yu produced a piece of raw material encased in a black bag and placed it on the table, smiling, "Boss, take a look at this." The Huaxiao merchant opened the bag to reveal a piece of icy floral raw material, which after a simple polish, began to exhibit the gem-like sheen of jade. Coincidentally, this piece mirrored the previous one in size and quality. "Oh, another piece of icy floral? What price do you wish to sell it for?" Wu Yu casually suggested, "I'd like to start the bidding at 100 million. But my bottom line for a deal is 45 million. Which do you find more suitable?" "Haha, little brother, you have quite the wit. You appear to be of Huaxiao descent, or perhaps a Han from Myanmar. Huaxiao people do not deceive one another. I'd say 30 million is the most appropriate, matching the price of the material just acquired." Let's not dwell on my origins. In business, one must consider whether a windowed material or a raw material holds greater value and entails more risk. "Shall I take my leave?" Wu Yu replied. Wait. How about this? I'll offer you a flat price of 40 million. This price is quite sincere. Wouldn't you agree? "Thank you, but I wish to explore further." After all, he had just arrived at the market and needed to inquire with more jade merchants to familiarize himself with the pricing and had no pressing urgency to sell. Since the offered price did not meet his expectations, there was no necessity to conclude the sale. Just as Wu Yu intended to leave, the Huaxiao merchant grasped his arm. Chuckling, "Don't be hasty. The price can still be negotiated. Don't go. I'll give you 45 million. Wu Yu was taken aback that his casual price suggestion led to a transaction. He himself believed the price was set high, yet it had closed. Well, in the jade market, once a price is agreed upon, both parties cannot retract, nor is there any need for retraction. Wu Yu found himself compelled to finalize the deal. However, he was resolute that the remaining piece of jade would not be shown to this Huaxiao merchant. He still wished to continue exploring further. After departing from that stall, Anna linked her arm with Wu Yu and whispered, "Boss, the jade prices here are exceedingly high. Had we moved from a mining area to Mandalay sooner, we would have surely struck it rich. Selling quality jade is expensive, and purchasing raw materials is undoubtedly costly as well. Without my adept skills in gambling stones, how could we possibly have prospered? Could we not collect materials from the mining area and sell them here?" Many jade merchants entertain such thoughts, yet how many have succeeded? Numerous jade merchants have been annihilated by local armed factions during transport, leaving no trace behind. Have you heard of the renowned Didaman from the mining area? Her materials were seized during transport. Such tragedy? Anna recounted her encounter with a refugee convoy on her journey from the Pakanglong area to Mandalay. The more people, the safer it felt. If there were few individuals or just their vehicle, it was uncertain how many times they might encounter armed robberies or checkpoints demanding tolls. As they conversed while walking, whenever Wu Yu encountered merchants engaged in trade, he would pause to listen to their discussions and negotiations, covering a significant portion of the raw material area and gaining a solid understanding of the market prices at Corner Bay. At this juncture, Wu Yu produced another piece of raw material from his possession to seek a transaction. This piece was a tricolor jade in yellow, green, and white. Also the size of a fist, though it only achieved a waxy texture, it still commanded a respectable price. Had this tricolor jade reached the icy grade, its value would far exceed that of the previous icy floral piece, but currently its texture and water quality only allowed it to be priced comparably to the icy floral. After a round of haggling, it ultimately sold for 50 million. Wu Yu scoffed. Could you not aim higher? Today, I've sold a total of 95 million. Deducting costs and accounting for currency depreciation, I've only made around 200,000 Huaxiao yuan. Is that substantial? I recall that in Huaxiao's market, a decent piece of raw stone costs around 2 to 300,000. Regardless, I feel it is substantial, heavy, and particularly gratifying. Anna replied, carrying a bag filled with cash, neatly packed in a black convenience bag, with each note worth 1,000. It was not overly burdensome. Wu Yu, with another bag of money in hand, calmly stated, "Let's proceed. Ahead lies the jade market." I am curious to see the quality of the high-end goods here. Although the craftsmanship of Jade in Myanmar leaves much to be desired, the production of jade rings is quite commendable. As the two conversed, they were suddenly halted by an unexpected figure. Ong Ji, accompanied by two subordinates, stood before Wu Yu with a smile, saying, "Hey you, what a coincidence. I did not expect to see you at the Corner Bay Market. This beautiful lady beside you looks quite familiar. I believe I have seen her somewhere before." Chapter 90, Royal Purple Jade Ring. Wu Yu was unafraid to bring Anna out, showing no concern for any threats. Not even Ong Ji, or the likes of Wu Naiwen, could pose a challenge to him in Mandalay. In the mining areas, individuals can be quite unruly, and any hint of suspicion could lead to an assault on Wu Yu's residence. However, in Mandalay, even if they harbor doubts, they could only investigate slowly, and at most, deploy 3 to 5 armed individuals to discreetly abduct or eliminate someone. Mandalay presents itself as a place with laws and regulations. The authorities in Myanmar require 1 or 2 stable economic centers to generate revenue and sustain military expenditures. Thus, in this locale, Wu Yu Ongji and Wu Naiwen are on equal footing. When trouble arises, it ultimately comes down to who offers the most money, as that party holds the advantage. In matters of profit, Wu Yu boldly asserted that as long as his abilities persisted, he would never find himself at a disadvantage. Hearing Ong Ji's words, Wu Yu merely smiled slightly, responding, "Hee. This is my girlfriend. You should address her as sister-in-law from now on." Ong Ji appeared puzzled, wondering if that was truly the implication of his earlier comment. Did he not comprehend the threat woven into Wu Yu's words? Faced with Wu Yu's assertiveness, Ong Ji had no choice but to retreat for the moment, saying, "Greetings, sister-in-law. It is just that your appearance bears some resemblance to a Chinese live streamer I encountered in the mining area. I later heard that she had fled, and Wu Naiwen has been searching for her ever since." Wu Yu shot him a glare, equally threatening. "Are your eyes deceiving you? My girlfriend is wearing a mask, and you claim to recognize her as a Chinese live streamer? Be cautious. Words can bring trouble." Ong Ji felt increasingly vexed. He had intended to use what he thought was leverage against Wu Yu, only to find himself on the receiving end of a threat. "Yu, do not misunderstand. I was merely asking out of curiosity. I will not speak out of turn." I hope that is the case. "If anyone disturbs my girlfriend's peace, the consequences will be yours to bear," Wu Yu declared, striding away with Anna. Ong Ji stood frozen, observing Wu Yu's brazen demeanor, his mind swirling with confusion. Where did this confidence to protect that woman stem from? Moreover, how could he dismiss Ong Ji's threat and turn it back on him? Was it possible that he had formidable allies backing him in Mandalay? This young man is indeed terrifying. "Boss, should we inform Wu Naiwen of this matter?" Ong Ji pondered, unable to decipher Wu Yu's tactics and hidden cards. He opted for caution, yet felt a deep-seated frustration, constantly seeking an opportunity to bring Wu Yu down. Wu Yu scoffed. "What is there to fear? This is not the mining area. Not even Ong Ji could take you from my side, let alone Wu Naiwen." "Really? The boss isn't afraid. What can a weak woman like me fear? If those villains dare to come after me, I will take them down one by one. I have recently watched over 100 shooting tutorial videos, and I feel incredibly powerful." "Impressive. But could you refrain from shaking?" Anna quickly became captivated by the beautiful jade rings before her, gradually forgetting her fears. Jade rings are typically crafted from rare, colored materials, predominantly green, but also available in purple, yellow, red, blue, black, and transparent hues. While the smallest green rings might only cost a few tens of thousands a shot, larger ones made from the same material could be worth hundreds of millions. "Wow, these rings are stunning. The green is beautiful, but I prefer purple," Anna exclaimed, eagerly following Wu Yu as they browsed the stalls. At a nearby stall run by a middle-aged woman, numerous purple jade rings were displayed, and Anna spotted them from a distance, tugging Wu Yu over to take a closer look. Purple jade is categorized into 5 grades, and this stall had examples of all levels. The finest 2 royal purple rings were no larger than a fingernail, classified as medium-sized, with exceptional quality. Wu Yu noticed Anna's gaze fixated on the best 2 purple rings, reluctant to leave. So he inquired, "How much for these rings?" The middle-aged woman, stout and dark-skinned with typical Myanmar features, glanced at Wu Yu and Anna before her expression softened upon noticing the black bag they carried. "Boss, you truly have an eye for quality. These 2 royal purple rings are the only ones of their kind in my stall, belonging to the highest tier of purple jade. Each is 50 million. If you buy both, I can let them go for 90 million. "Huh? So expensive? 50 million for such tiny rings?" Anna was shocked. recalling the tout at the market entrance who had offered her a royal purple bracelet for 50 million, which could be negotiated down. It seemed utterly absurd. The middle-aged woman, perceptive, quickly deduced Anna's lack of expertise and turned her attention solely to Wu Yu, smiling. What do you think, boss? Wu Yu picked up one of the royal purple rings, which had already been set in a white copper band for easy trying on. As he brushed his left hand over it, the warmth reassured him of its authenticity. Under natural light, the purple hue appeared remarkably vivid, confirming its status as top-tier violet jade. It was just shy of imperial purple and a bit small, likely crafted from leftover material. How about this? I am sincerely interested. I will offer you 10 million for one. Absolutely not. 10 million is out of the question. The seller would never agree to that. You know the market value of royal purple. A ring of this size is worth at least 25 million. Hearing this, Anna grew anxious and quickly explained, Boss, please do not misunderstand. I only enjoy looking and do not intend to buy. You need not give me anything. Really? Then I shall not buy it, Wu Yu declared, standing up as if to leave. This feigned gesture instantly made both women tense. Anna inwardly regretted her polite remarks. She had been so eager for the rings, yet had held back. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman feared losing the sale. Sensing that the price was reasonable enough, said, Boss, let us settle at 15 million, and you can give me an extra 1 million in cash, and I will negotiate with the seller. I will only give you 500,000 in cash. Fine, it is a deal. In the future, if you need jade rings, come to me. I specialize in violet jade, but can also coordinate with the seller for other colors. All right, Wu Yu casually acknowledged her, handing over 1,550,000, and received the ring in return. The finest jade rings are preset in a band, typically made of inexpensive white copper, but once acquired, they could be worn immediately. Holding the ring, Wu Yu turned to the excited Anna and asked, which finger would you like to wear it on? Extend your hand. Chapter 91, Acquaintances. There are certain customs concerning ring placement. Traditionally, men wear rings on the left hand and women on the right, with each finger holding different significance. Wu Yu asked Anna which finger she preferred, granting her ample freedom in her choice. Without hesitation, Anna extended her right middle finger, symbolizing a romantic relationship or engagement, indicating her acknowledgement of her connection with Wu Yu. Thank you, boss. I love you. This band can be worn for now, and when we have time, I will take you to a jewelry store to have a platinum band custom-made. MHM, I will follow your lead. Having nearly missed out on a royal purple ring due to her earlier politeness, Anna had learned not to be courteous with this man. Let us move on. We have explored enough here and should check the bracelet area for market trends. Wu Yu turned to leave, and Anna hurried to catch up. Anna tightly embraced Wu Yu's arm with her left hand while playfully waving her right hand in front of her eyes, admiring the royal purple jadeite ring that her boss had just presented to her. Although this small piece delighted him, he did not dwell on it too much. After witnessing the price of royal purple today, he had gained a clearer understanding of such top-grade jadeite. The value of premier jadeite only escalates, and this price, even in Mandalay, is not exorbitant. Once it reaches the domestic market, the price of such quality would multiply several times over. Before long, the two had arrived at the bangle section, which buzzed with activity, filled with jade merchants and a multitude of tourists. Bangles hold significant importance among jade products, as many pieces pricing is determined by how many bangles can be produced from them. Bangle materials and smaller pieces represent different tiers. Major merchants disdain common small pieces, focusing solely on bangle materials to maximize their profits in the same time frame. Perhaps due to the high foot traffic in this area, vendors often set exorbitant prices. A bangle typically valued at 10 million shots was being offered at a staggering 1 billion. After browsing several stalls, Wu Yu followed the crowd into a large shop, its name in Chinese suggesting that the owner was likely of Chinese descent. Inside the store, a series of glass counters displayed high-quality merchandise. Unlike the outside stalls, customers were not permitted to touch the bangles freely. They required assistance from the staff to try them on. The store featured finished jade products as well as raw jadeite, all of premium quality, with no mid or low-tier items available. By coincidence, prominently displayed in the shop were two top-tier bangles. One was a high ice green flower bangle, while the other was a royal purple round bangle, priced at 1.2 billion shots, equivalent to 3 or 4 million Chinese yuan. Moreover, the color and quality of this bangle were slightly inferior to the ring he had just purchased, indicating that it was not the pinnacle of royal purple. Upon seeing this price, Anna gasped and quickly covered her mouth, whispering in Wu Yu's ear, "Boss, is this the true price of a royal purple bangle?" Wu Yu replied with a smile, "The price of top-tier jadeite remains remarkably stable. and the disparity in prices between Myanmar and China is not as significant as that of ordinary jadeite. I cannot ascertain its value in Myanmar, but in China, it would undoubtedly fetch 3 to 4 million yuan. As Wu Yu was separated by glass, he could not touch the bangle and was uncertain of its authenticity, though he preliminarily judged it to be genuine. This store, beside the few busy staff behind the counter, had 2 armed security guards patrolling, indicating the owner's serious regard for the establishment. After spending some time in the shop, as they were about to leave, a middle-aged man emerged from the storeroom behind the counter, exclaiming in surprise, "Hey, you, is that you?" "Huh?" Wu Yu turned nonchalantly, recognizing Song Junwei, a Chinese merchant, standing behind the counter. Suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed, "Boss Song, is this your shop?" "Ha ha. Yes, this is my shop in Mandalay." "Aikiku. How did you leave the mining area?" "Oh, I see. The area is in conflict, and your departure was indeed the wisest choice." Song Junwei was thrilled to see Wu Yu, and, as he spoke, he had already approached him from behind the counter, excitedly shaking his hand. While Wu Yu had rescued him in the mining area, he had later been taken over by the bodyguards of the Yunzong Chamber of Commerce, restricting his movements. His gratitude could only be expressed by offering him a slight discount when sourcing materials, making it difficult to convey his thanks verbally or to invite him for a meal or drinks. Wu Yu complimented, "When I was in the mining area, I only perceived Ba Song as generous and lavish in his dealings. I had no idea you were running such a significant business. This shop truly showcases high-quality goods. Well then, let's proceed as you wish. I also wish to learn more about the Jayaquan market. Please wait a moment while I attend to some matters in the shop and make a call to Lu Biao. We shall head to a restaurant afterward. There are many dining options outside the market, with standards comparable to those in our country. You can find private rooms of any size, unlike the harsh conditions in the mining area." Wu Yu inquired, "Aren't you bringing security?" Song Junwei hesitated for a moment before responding, "Well, Mandalay during the day is quite safe. I'm accustomed to not bringing security. It was precisely this that led to my carelessness in the mining area, where I nearly lost my life." Noticing Wu Yu's apparent concern, Song Junwei continued, "The market not only has a management office, but also a police station nearby. The Myanmar authorities take the security around the Jayaquan market quite seriously. Of course, there are numerous clandestine activities at play, which I can elaborate on during our meal." Indeed, just as they were conversing, they witnessed several local individuals assaulting a tourist, shouting angrily, "You reneged on the agreed price. You deserve to be beaten. Call the police and have him imprisoned." The tourist cried out in despair, "Please, stop hitting me. I'll pay, I promise." Nearby vendors and tourists merely gathered to watch the spectacle, with no one intervening. The police arrived promptly. However, after ascertaining the circumstances, they neither punished the assailants nor took action against them, but instead publicly admonished the tourist, stating that one must honor the agreed price, or risk being charged with disrupting the market and imprisoned. Song Junwei explained to Wu Yu, "Such occurrences are quite common. I have grown accustomed to them. As a jade dealer, I also believe that once a price is agreed upon, it must be honored. I personally support this market rule. If tourists fail to comply, they have no one to blame for the consequences. This does not fall under the category of public security incidents. Indeed, it appears that Myanmar still adheres to its familiar chaos. Where is the genuine order?" Chapter 92, Inquiring for Information. Wu Yu merely observed the incident, hoping for universal adherence to market regulations. However, since the establishment of rules, they have been undermined by those with privileges. A rule that everyone follows cannot truly be called a rule. A few minutes later, they arrived at a nearby restaurant, requesting a small private room. After settling down and enjoying a couple of cups of tea, Lu Biao hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing Wu Yu, he warmly exclaimed, "Welcome, you to Mandalay. This is where society is normal. The mining area is hardly a place for human habitation. You are too kind. If you need anything, just give us a call." As they spoke, dishes began to arrive at the table, and due to business commitments in the afternoon, they only indulged in beer. In this setting, Anna felt rather inconspicuous. Aside from introducing herself at the beginning, she had no opportunity to interject during discussions about the jade business. Song Junwei and Lu Biao expressed their gratitude to Wu Yu for saving their lives, speaking openly and sharing much about the taboos and regulations of the Jayaquan market. First, one must not provoke the police station. Second, the market management office must be respected. Third, shop owners with ties to local armed groups should not be antagonized. The police station ranks first due to its broad authority. They can intervene in many matters, often taking the opportunity to extort ordinary merchants, leaving them in dire straits. Meanwhile, The Market Management Office does not exert as much control as in the mining area. It only oversees the operational issues within the Jayaquan market and lacks jurisdiction outside its boundaries. As for shop owners with ties to local armed forces, the situation is more complex. They possess varying degrees of power, and if provoked, they could easily mobilize dozens of armed individuals to assault your residence. Will you listen, dumbfounded? Just moments ago, you claimed Mandalay was a place of rules and laws. What a joke. This is hardly different from the mining area. The sole advantage over the mining area might be the abundance of shops, hotels, restaurants, and entertainment venues. The streets and alleys are bustling with life, creating a less tense atmosphere than the mining area, which is characterized by desolation, while Mandalay offers an urban environment. Time passed swiftly. Wu Yu had eaten his fill and gathered the information he sought. He expressed, "Thank you both for your hospitality. Once I am firmly established in the Jayaquan market, I shall invite you for a meal and drinks." Song Junwei chuckled. "You're being too modest. With Boss Ayu's capabilities, he can establish his footing anywhere." Lu Biao, being more direct, added, "Well, we shall await Boss Ayu's next invitation." Amidst their jovial banter, the group departed from the restaurant. The courtyard was merely a few minutes' stroll from the Jiawan market, and along the way, they encountered several pedestrians who were also jade merchants, easily identifiable by their attire and demeanor. Flanking the road were various shops dealing in jade rough, jade raw stones, and finished jade products, catering to passers-by. And business appeared to be thriving. Good Danwei remarked, "Boss, the jade rough we brought has all been sold, and the prices were indeed quite high, exceeding your indicated minimum." Wu Yu nodded, tossing the money onto the living room table. "I sold these 2 pieces for 95 million. How much did you sell?" "I sold mine for 90 million, responded Sang Bo Zhongwei and Xing Guodong. Meanwhile, we're merely shadowing them to learn sales techniques and ensure their safety, refraining from engaging directly in business matters. Naturally, having them around provided a sense of security, as their presence deterred any potential misreporting of sales, allowing for the confident sale of precious jade materials. In the jade market, a mature sales model typically involves 2 or more individuals selling together, ensuring that the proceeds are safeguarded against any unscrupulous behavior from a rogue seller. Excellent. Our first day has been remarkably successful, with commendable sales. Starting tomorrow, you 4 will form 2 groups to sell, while Anna and I will rent a stall to acquire materials. If you spot any shops in the rough material or slab area that are up for transfer, please note their locations. I will evaluate them later to decide on renting." Wu Yu then selected 6 pieces from a bag, marking them for opening or skinning as they pleased. These safes were left by the homeowner, aside from the large safe for storing jade rough. There's another one in the upstairs master bedroom for cash. While I may not store anything inside, the appearance of doing so is essential. Habitual actions can deceive others, just as they deceive oneself. After making some markings, he instructed Good Danwei and Zhang Wei to head to the work shed outside while he settled onto the living room sofa, contemplating profit strategies. Just then his phone rang. It was Tang Yuyao calling. "Boss AU, I've received the jade you sent. However, 3 pieces were lost, but the one you marked as critical was not." "Huh. Those logistics company thieves always pilfer a few pieces and sell the stolen jade for a profit far exceeding the shipping costs. Unfortunately, that's just how the market operates. It's already quite an achievement for that logistics company to successfully transport anything to Huaxia. I've heard that due to conflicts in the mining areas, logistics have been disrupted. Will we still be able to ship next time?" The situation in the mining area is quite complex. I'm currently in Mandalay, and in a few days, I'll inquire with several reputable logistics companies to see if they can manage the transportation of jade materials to Huaxia. Have you shifted your business to Mandalay? Does that mean buying jade materials will now be several times more expensive than from the mining areas? Not several times, but it's a fact that it will be about twice as costly. Tang Yuyao expressed her concern about this hard-won supply channel being jeopardized due to the conflicts in the mining area. If we no longer had access to inexpensive materials from the mining sites, could their collaboration continue? While Wu Yu was on the phone, Anna, nestled beside him, admired the royal purple ring on her finger, eavesdropping on his conversation. Another beautiful woman. I wonder how she compares to Boss Long. Sigh. The competition is formidable. Boss, it's quite hot this afternoon. Shall we take a break upstairs? No, resting too much wears me out. I need to maintain my energy for gambling on stones. I want to let you tire yourself. I can switch to automatic mode. Boss, while watching shooting tutorial videos yesterday, I accidentally learned a few new techniques. Would you like to try? Let us give it a go. Chapter 93. The first piece from Jiawan Market early the next morning. Wu Yu was roused by the alarm, feeling lethargic and reluctant to rise. With great effort, he extricated himself from the embrace of the woman beside him and approached the bathroom mirror, only to find that he appeared somewhat haggard. Alas, I have been ravaged by indulgence. I must abstain from alcohol from this day forth. With that declaration, he commenced his morning routine, shaving his beard and regaining a semblance of vitality. His 4 employees were already up and had procured breakfast, awaiting his descent. Boss, the 6 pieces from yesterday have been processed as per your instructions. Please assign some numbers. For those with skin left on, write the numbers. For the fully skinned premium pieces, simply note their prices. As for those with faint base colors or blue flecks, around 40 million should suffice, Wu Yu stated, casually writing down a few numbers before beckoning everyone to commence their meal. Anna, not daring to sleep in, hastily washed up and joined them, knowing that if she delayed, she might miss out on breakfast, and she couldn't risk testing Wu Yu's generosity. After their meal, the group exited the courtyard and walked toward the Jiawan market. The market was bustling as ever, and once they entered, Wu Yu guided them before they split off to pursue their respective tasks. He carried cash and, alongside Anna, rented a street stall in the rough material area, placing the money on the table to begin acquiring materials. Study the techniques of gambling on stones and discerning jade closely with me. I have no secrets and will impart all my knowledge to you. In the future, we shall open a shop, and I will appoint you as the manager. Thank you for your guidance, boss. I shall repay your kindness. Anna sincerely expressed her gratitude. Just as they were conversing, 2 sales assistants approached, presenting a fist-sized flat jade rough before Wu Yu. Boss, take a look at this piece. This is a yellow sand skin from the Nanjing site, with a nail-sized opening on a blemish, and the skin feels smooth with minimal graininess. Under the light, the translucence is shallow. Preliminary judgment suggests it reaches the creamy, icy variety, possibly with some icy spots, and the flesh may contain slight cotton fluff. Holding it in his left hand, he felt a warm sensation emanating from only part of it, while the edges were merely warm. Overall, this piece was of above-average quality. Due to the opening's position revealing a faint blue-green base color, its overall color scheme could be determined. Wu Yu relayed his assessment to Anna, sharing key evaluation criteria, leaving it to her perceptiveness to discern how much she could learn. How much is this? Wu Yu inquired. You're quite bold in your asking. Creamy jade rough at the mining site is already 3 million on the high end. Boss, this is Jiawan Market, not the mining site. Besides, the opening indicates it could be icy jade. If you were to open another 2 centimeters on the side, it would be creamy jade. Dare you to wager with me? Boss, we're merely the sales assistants. Don't put us in a difficult position. We can't gamble. If you're interested, just make an offer. I can only see it being over 100 million. That 1T do. The seller has stated that, given the current market conditions, it must be at least 20 million to be sold. I'll give you a final price of 13 million. You can call the seller to confirm. No inquiries. At least 15 million would be the starting point. Wu Yu felt a twinge of annoyance. The Mandalay assistants were truly inflexible, unlike the mining site where negotiations were more straightforward. After all, most of the jade rough from the mining site was scavenged, whereas here in Mandalay, the jade rough was purchased from the mining area, leading to higher costs and meticulous price negotiations. Acquiring a piece here was indeed challenging. Fine, 15 million. Please call and confirm. Wu Yu ultimately conceded, sensing that as the mining area descended into chaos, the entire market for jade rough would inevitably surge. After the 2 assistants stepped aside, 2 women from Myanmar approached, their features appealing, though their skin was somewhat tanned. Boss, take a look at this piece of wood material. With that, one of them placed a plate-sized jade rough on the table. Wu Yu harbors a particular fondness for the materials sourced from the Myanmar site, as they have afforded him substantial profits and delightful surprises during his procurement endeavors. This particular piece, devoid of any windows, belongs to the Mu Na Yangmei skin variety. Its surface exudes an aged aura, and when illuminated, light penetrates it to some extent. However, Wu Yu cannot shake off an unsettling feeling, sensing that something about it seems unnatural and discordant. As he holds it in his left hand, the chilling sensation jolts him into awareness. There's indeed a problem with this Mu Na material. Is the art of forgery truly this advanced nowadays? He recalls an encounter at the Longkin night market, and finds himself facing a similar situation at the Jiawan market today. The exterior bears an uncanny resemblance to the materials from Mu Na. Who could resist such an enticing piece? Even if he were to report it to the market administration, others would likely dismiss his claims, perceiving him as unreasonable. How much? Wu Yu inquires. Thank you, but I am not interested. He gestures dismissively for them to leave. The two women share a knowing smile and depart with the raw stone. Wu Yu does not hasten to inspect the remaining materials, instead pulling out his phone to call Song Junwei. Boss AU, what can I do for you? Song, I have a question for you. During your time at Jiao Wan Market, have you ever encountered materials that appeared promising but turned out to be quite disappointing upon slicing? Haha, isn't that a common occurrence? The art of gambling on stones is 3 parts skill and 7 parts luck. No one can guarantee that their favored stones will yield desirable results. You make a valid point. Perhaps I am overthinking it. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they conclude the call. Wu Yu furrows his brow, pondering whether his suspicions are unfounded or if an exceptionally skilled counterfeiting syndicate is persistently flooding the market with fake materials. Regardless, this concern does not directly affect him. With his unique abilities, he is confident that even the most sophisticated forgery cannot deceive him. The white cards are trivial expenses, and Wu Yu finally secures his first piece at Jiaowan Market. Anna pays the vendor and places the acquired jade raw stone into a bag at her feet. The beginning is always the most challenging, but after that initial purchase, several commendable pieces follow. Even if the prices lean toward the higher end, Wu Yu readily acquiesces, as the profitability significantly surpasses that of the mining region. Boss AU, you have also made your way to Jiaowan Market? While Wu Yu is busy procuring materials, a rich scent of high-end perfume wafts toward him, prompting him to look up in astonishment. He sees Du Danmin standing before his stall, accompanied by 2 formidable female bodyguards. Du Danmin appears somewhat fatigued, with faint dark circles under her meticulously applied makeup, evidence that she has not been faring well lately. Miss Danmin, it is a pleasure to see you here. Wu Yu rises to greet her, maintaining a wary respect for this woman. Du Danmin smirks coldly. Oh, you celebrate too soon. My people have discovered your connection to Bao Ming, who is the individual that pilfered my exquisite jade. Wu Yu is taken aback, feeling somewhat aggrieved as he responds. Bao Ming stole your exquisite jade? But I hardly know him. My initial encounter with him was orchestrated by Ong Ji, merely to investigate my past with the monkey. Later, I learned that the monkey is affiliated with Bao Ming, and it seems Ong Ji is also in his employ. Anyi, my team is already searching for him. Once found, we shall uncover the truth. This afternoon, you are to come to my residence. I have matters to discuss with you. My bodyguard will provide you with the address. Understood. Chapter 94. What do people say? Wu Yu is only wary of the military power behind Du Danmin, feeling no genuine fear toward her as a person, merely a delicate woman, easily managed with his left hand. The incident involving Bao Ming and the theft of her exquisite jade will not implicate him. At worst, he would merely cooperate with the investigation. As for the individual responsible for Wu Naiwen's demise, there is no evidence linking him to that. She is unlikely to know or pursue that matter. Given this, visiting her home seems harmless enough. It will be enlightening to discern her true intentions. After issuing her command, Du Danmin turns on her heel and strides away, her pride unwavering. Before one of her female bodyguards departs, she informs Wu Yu, I will call you shortly with the address. Wu Yu glances in the direction they exited before returning to his material collection. Such trivial matters shall not hinder his profitability. However, Anna expresses her concern in a hushed tone. Boss, that woman seems quite fierce. Could she pose a threat to you? Indeed, she is a formidable presence, but it is of no consequence. I will remain vigilant. Wu Yu replies casually, refocusing on the materials before him. The quality of the materials here surpasses that of the mining region, with top-tier specimens being as rare as in the mines. While the mid to upper-tier stones dominate the market, and poorly graded materials are equally scarce. The journey from the mines to Jiao Wan Market entails rigorous selection. Without a compelling selling point, jade merchants would not transport them here. Wu Yu's brought 7 billion with him today. With an average acquisition price of 20 million per raw stone, he has already exhausted his funds after securing 13 pieces. I will conclude my purchases here and return tomorrow, he states, hoisting the collected materials as Anna trails behind with the remaining cash. Boss, is it easy to procure jade here? Sambui inquires. Very much so. As long as one is willing to spend, there is an abundance of materials, he replies. This statement resonates with profound logic, leaving Sang Bo at a loss for words. Wu Yu deposits the materials in the workshop and casually asks, You seem to sell your goods quite swiftly. How much have you made in total? Boss, I sold the 3 pieces I acquired for 1 billion. The jade merchants here are quite generous with their offers, unlike the mining region where they haggle incessantly. Not bad. I just received a dozen pieces. You can commence window cutting and peeling so that we can sell them in the afternoon. Wu Yu marks specific areas on the raw stones, instructing his employees to cut or peel according to his specifications. He then personally prepares the first piece he acquired, which involves removing the skin to reveal the flat surface, allowing him to validate the effectiveness of his left hand's appraisal. Before long, he unveils the surface, confirming his earlier assessment. The central region reaches the icy grade, while only the edges exhibit a slightly milky ice quality, with some inclusions of white cotton. Overall, it presents a pleasing blue-green hue, suitable for crafting a pendant. Anna leans in, curious. Boss, is this the first piece we received? It looks promising. How much can we sell it for now? The color is slightly lacking, and the acquisition price was high. I believe we can only sell it for around 28 million, yielding a profit of just over 10 million. Not particularly worthwhile. I will wait until it is polished to see the final effect. Anna is left speechless, thinking, what do people say? In a mere few minutes of buying and selling, he has profited over 10 million and finds it insufficient? After laboring for so long, she could only manage a similar sum. But she realizes this is her own choice, and one cannot measure such experiences by mere monetary value. That would be too mundane. Yet, she cannot help but feel like a commonplace person, unable to control her reactions. Zhang Wei remarks, Boss, it turns out being a seller is so lucrative. Had I known, why would we bother being mercenaries, toiling away and risking our lives, when selling a few pieces of jade yields greater returns? Wu Yu chuckles, indeed. My base price is low, and I rarely seal packages, granting you considerable autonomy in pricing. Other sellers would be fortunate to transact a single raw stone in a day. Sangbo interjects, what the boss says is true. When I assisted another employer in sales, my income was quite meager. His goods were rather subpar. Yet the base price was high. It would take me several days of hard work to sell a single piece of jade. Zhang Wei exclaims, it seems I have chosen the right boss. I must treat you to several drinks during our meal today. Wu Yu firmly responds, no, I have given up alcohol. You all may drink as you please. The others exchange puzzled glances, wondering if the boss has lost his mind. Why abstain from alcohol? At that moment, Wu Yu receives a call from Du Danmin's bodyguard, providing him with an address and instructing him to come by in the afternoon. Wu Yu remained unhurried. As the afternoon stretched ahead, after finishing lunch, the group received the newly acquired jade materials and divided into teams to sell their wares at the market. Wu Yu and Anna arrived once more at the Corner Bay market, equipped with 3 pieces of jadeite, ready for Anna to sell. The first piece was a small South Chi material with a large opening. Anna initially quoted 60 million, but the buyer offered only 20 million, falling short of Wu Yu's stipulated minimum price, compelling them to move on to the next vendor. At the second stall, the owner offered a maximum of 26 million, which was barely close to Wu Yu's required floor price. Anna cast a nervous glance at Wu Yu, silently seeking his approval. Wu Yu leaned in to whisper a reminder to her, refraining from direct negotiation, as this outing was primarily to hone Anna's selling skills. Remembering the white card requirement, Anna exclaimed, 26 million can secure the deal. Let me check with the owner. If you provide me with a white card fee of 500,000, I will do my utmost to facilitate the transaction. The jade merchant, unfazed by this minor tactic, readily agreed, wrapping the piece with tape and inscribing the price and white card fee. Congratulations, the owner has accepted your offer, Anna declared, placing the recently wrapped stone on the table. The vendor promptly made the payment and handed Anna the agreed white card tip of 500,000. Elated with her first earnings from a sale, Anna eagerly suggested, Boss, what would you like to eat? It's on me. I'm full. I'm not hungry. Just give me a can of Red Bull, Wu Yu replied. A small expense. I'll take care of it. Anna made her way to a nearby beverage stall, purchasing 2 cans of Red Bull, handing the vendor 5,000 shot, and excitedly offering one to Wu Yu. After popping the can open, they clinked their drinks together, with Wu Yu chuckling, congratulations on your first business success. Cheers. Thank you. Boss, cheers. Anna exclaimed, downing half of her Red Bull in one go, feeling invigorated as she shouted. Let us keep going. They managed to sell a total of 90 million, earning 3 million in white cards. The white card amounts varied, depending on the habits of the buyers. Some prefer to press for lower prices on the jadeite, while offering higher white card fees, while others maintained normal pricing for the jade but reduced the white card amounts. Initially, Wu Yu intended to explore the raw material stalls, where merchants displayed a plethora of jade stones, both fully and partially gambled, allowing for easy selection. With Wu Yu's unique abilities, he could swiftly identify quality materials. Chapter 95, Immediate Desires. although Zhang Wei had grown a beard, making him look quite different from his wanted poster. Wu Yu opted not to bring him along to avoid unnecessary complications, taking only good Dan Wei with him. Following the address, they arrived at Du Danmin's villa after a brief drive of several minutes. This area was known as the affluent district of Mandalay, with far superior road and sanitation conditions compared to Wu Yu's self-built housing area. Upon arrival, Wu Yu instructed his subordinate to park the car, and the two walked to the villa entrance, pressing the doorbell. To their surprise, it was not Du Danmin's bodyguard who answered the door, but rather Ah Chong, one of Wu Naiwen's subordinates. "Ah Yu, what a surprise to see you here," Ah Chong remarked coldly, glaring at Wu Yu with evident hostility. The last encounter had left Ah Chong seething. He had led an attack on Wu Yu's residence, only to lose 2 of his men before even entering, thanks to Du Danmin's bodyguard's gunfire. This unresolved animosity lingered within him, but his focus had shifted to pursuing the stolen premium jadeite, leaving little time for personal vendettas. Confronted by Wu Yu today, a mix of old and new grievances surfaced, resulting in a frosty reception. "How did you know it was Bao Ming who stole it?" Ah Chong questioned, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Miss Danmin informed me. Is there still a need for secrecy regarding this matter?" Wu Yu replied, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. Ah Chong was taken aback, realizing that Wu Yu had maintained contact with Miss Danmin, indicating a complex relationship. Reluctantly, he issued a warning. "If you wish to remain unharmed, it's best not to speak carelessly. Even if Miss Danmin does not hold you accountable, Bao Ming's associates certainly will. Thank you for the heads up. I won't speak indiscriminately. We are on the same side. I merely mentioned it in passing," Wu Yu assured him. "I can't fooled," puzzled by the notion that they were on the same side. When had that ever been established? The boss had never mentioned such a thing, nor had Miss Danmin explicitly instructed him. What about the inquiry into Huang Mao's death? With various questions swirling his mind, Ah Chong led Wu Yu and Gu Danwei into the villa's living room. Inside, Du Danmin occupied the main seat, flanked by 2 robust female bodyguards, while Wu Naiwen sat nearby, cautiously reporting on recent business developments. Upon seeing Wu Yu, Wu Naiwen briefly faltered but continued his report. "The conflict in the mining area has escalated. Both our primary and waste mines are shut down, and the workers have fled. When operations can resume depends on when hostilities cease," he stated. "I'm well aware of the situation in the mining area. Now, tell me about Bao Ming's affairs." Dudoma interjected. "Ah Yu has arrived. Feel free to find a seat," she gestured casually. Wu Yu took a seat opposite Wu Naiwen, surprised at the turn of events that had led him to discuss matters with the mine owner. Gu Danwei, as the driver and bodyguard, stood respectfully behind Wu Yu, sharing the same standing as Ah Chong. There were no seats for their kind. Wu Naiwen glanced at Wu Yu once more and continued. "Bao Ming flatly denies the evidence we presented, claiming no involvement in the jadeite theft. If we disagree, he suggests we approach the police or the government forces." Du Danmin frowned. "Humph, Bao Ming believes he is untouchable due to his alliance with the Wa state. Does he truly think I cannot deal with him? If he plays dirty, we can play dirty too. It's merely a contest of firepower, and I am fully prepared." "Naiwen, how many men have you brought this time?" "Miss Danmin, I currently have just over 30 combat personnel. A few have been lost recently. We can fight, but our arsenal consists mainly of handguns, and we only possess a dozen rifles. We are uncertain of Bao Ming's numbers." "Very well, I will take care of it," Du Danmin replied. "Rest assured, if Bao Ming's forces prove too numerous, I will enlist the aid of my uncle's old subordinates," she added. "Thank you, Miss Danmin. That puts my mind at ease," Wu Naiwen said, finally revealing a hint of relief on his face, demonstrating his clear understanding of their capabilities. Afterward, Wu Naiwen and Ah Chong took their leave, while Du Danmin merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining seated with her usual air of superiority. "Finally, du domaines gaz settled en YQ à YQ. Do you know why I called you here?" Wu Yu, pondering the implications of Du Danmin and Wu Naiwen's discussion regarding an attack on Bao Ming, was nearly driven to laughter by her question. "You summon me and leave me guessing? Guess what? I don't know." Internally, Wu Yu was seething, yet he maintained a cheerful facade. Du Danmin continued. "Have you met Bao Ming? What are your thoughts on him? How did you initially come into contact?" "I was deceived by Ong Ji, who invited me to dinner. Little did I know, upon arrival at the private room, I was confronted by Bao Ming's men with guns demanding to know about my conflicts with the monkey. For heaven's sake, I had merely exchanged a few harsh words with the monkey. His disappearance has nothing to do with me." After Wu Yu's detailed explanation, they seemed to conclude that he was not involved in the monkey's disappearance, allowing him to leave with a warning that if any leads on the monkey surfaced, He will be contacted for further inquiries. After all, people vanish daily in the mining area, and gun-related incidents occur with alarming regularity. Who can truly ascertain the events that transpired? His demeanor is excessively brutal and savage. A mere disagreement could lead him to shatter my skull. And I have no desire to associate with such a person. Wu Yu, like a small Jade merchant bullied by Bao Ming, yet powerless to retaliate, lamented incessantly. His performance flawless, yet perfectly timed. Listening intently, Du Danmin felt a sense of discomfort. Did his words not seem to reflect upon herself? When she first encountered Wu Yu, had she not aimed a gun at his head? Coughing lightly, she affirmed, well said, Bao Ming embodies such a character. Few emerge from the Bao family in Hua State who possess any virtue. It is best that you remain uninvolved with him. He has stolen my exquisite jade, rendering him my enemy. From this day forth, it shall be his demise or his ruin. The conviction and confidence in her words were palpable, asserting that Bao Ming's fate was sealed. Wu Yu pondered the implications of her statement, feigning a demeanor of trepidation as he replied, I am merely a jade merchant, and wish not to be embroiled in the conflicts of such prominent figures. Should you desire premium jade, rest assured, I shall be the first to present it to you if I acquire any. Du Danmin resolutely stated, I wish for it now. A pang of anxiety gripped Wu Yu. While she desired his goods, he had none to offer. Yet he replied, I currently lack exquisite materials. Grant me a few days to inquire among my acquaintances about potential high-quality jade. I shall procure it and deliver it to you should any be found. Chapter 96. The jade was blackened. Wu Yu's words were spoken casually. Even if he stumbled upon exquisite jade, he could not consistently bring it to Du Danmin. For doing so might invite peril upon himself. The rarest premium jade is a serendipitous find, not something a jade merchant encounters frequently. It is understandable to come across an exceptional piece occasionally. However, consistently encountering such treasures would raise suspicions regarding the source of one's wares. Du Danmin seemed to merely wish for Wu Yu to hear her strategy against Bao Ming, while simultaneously urging him to locate a piece of premium jade for her. Having conveyed her intentions, she dismissed him. Was she testing whether he would inform Bao Ming of her plans? Perhaps she sought to compel him to exert every effort in the pursuit of exquisite jade? Simultaneously, she sought to display her own might, drawing jade merchants like him to her, making her the focus of their allegiance. Upon nearing home, Wu Yu quelled the tumult within his mind, regardless of others' pursuits. His sole desire was to accumulate wealth and stockpile exquisite jade as much as possible. I need to make a call. I must know what has transpired. Understood, boss. Zhang Wei promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Xing Guodong's number, which took a while to connect. We encountered a buyer who refuses to pay, and we are currently waiting outside his shop. We initially thought it would be a simple resolution, but even the market management's personnel couldn't assist. They claim we lack evidence. We conduct transactions with cash exchange for goods. If they do not pay, how can we dare to relinquish our materials? The buyer promised to fetch money from inside the store, but never returned. Upon inquiring with others in the shop, they claimed he was not affiliated with them. Wu Yu, overhearing their conversation, frowned and said, provide me with the exact address. We are heading over now. It is shop 13 in the raw material district. The shop is called Shunda Jade, allegedly owned by a Huaxia individual. The person who took our goods without payment also appears to be Huaxia. Got it. We are on our way. Likely, they believe that due to the unfamiliarity of Sang Bo and Xing Guodong, they could abscond with their goods, leaving them powerless to retaliate. Wu Yu instructed, arm yourselves, the three of us will go. Anna will stay at home, prioritize safety. Understood, boss, the men replied, equipping themselves with firearms and driving to Jiao Wan Market. The vehicle would expedite their arrival, and in case of any unforeseen circumstances, having a car would be advantageous. On the way, Wu Yu called Song Junwei. Once connected, he asked, Song, do you know the owner of Shunda Jade in the raw material district? Song Junwei inquired, what is the matter? Why are you inquiring about that scoundrel? Did he swindle you? Is the owner of Shunda Jade that notorious? Are you aware of his penchant for cheating others? That rascal is named Sun Liangkai. He has a rather flamboyant wife and is rumored to have entangled himself with several market management personnel and police officers, leveraging these connections to frequently seize others' goods without compensation. One inevitably encounters ghosts when traversing dark roads. How has he evaded retribution all this time? Do you know this scoundrel? Can you persuade him to return my goods? I know him, but I lack his contact number. Even if I had it, he wouldn't grant me any favors. The fat from the mouth is not easily relinquished. Seeking assistance from market management or the police is futile. Understood, I will handle it my way. After hanging up, the car halted beside Jiaowan Market. Wu Yu and his two subordinates entered the market, locating Jade in the raw material district. At that moment, with mere minutes until the market's closing, the crowd had thinned, leaving only those who had yet to procure enough materials or sell their stock. Sang Bo and Xing Guodong stood at the entrance of Jade, embroiled in a heated argument with the staff inside. Two police officers lounged nearby, smoking, seemingly disinterested in the unfolding situation. Sang Bo, what is the current predicament? Wu Yu approached and inquired. Sang Bo, with a crestfallen expression, lamented, Boss, they refused to acknowledge taking my materials. The market management personnel arrived, but instead warned us against disrupting others' business activities. The police showed up, merely advising us to refrain from causing trouble, or we risk arrest. Xing Guodong, standing beside him with half a bag of money in hand. The payment for 2 additional jade pieces, added, I know. Wu Yu glanced around the shop. 4 male employees were inside, one seemingly Huaxia, while the other 3 distinctly bore the traits of the native Myanmar populace. Wu Yu pointed to the 4 and asked, were these individuals present during your transaction? Sang Bo replied, they were not. Our transaction occurred about 20 meters from here. The man inspected the jade, agreed on a price of 50 million, and instructed us to follow him inside for payment. However, once he entered the store, he went through a side door and never re-emerged. Xing Guodong interjected. I observed that side door earlier. There was also a back exit. Wu Yu drew his firearm, entered the shop, and aimed it at the employees, declaring, call your boss, Sun Liang Kai, and instruct him to come here with the payment. Otherwise, this matter will remain unresolved. If he fails to rectify this today, he will bear the consequences. As Wu Yu drew his weapon, his subordinates followed suit, aiming at the staff. Yet, the employees showed no fear. Instead, one of them shouted, someone call the police. These men are threatening us with guns. Apprehend them. Wu Yu turned, fixing a cold stare upon the officer who had spoken, and inquired, what is your name? Are you certain you wish to involve yourself in this matter? In the absence of justice, Wu Yu resolved to employ force to demonstrate that he was not to be trifled with. Chapter 97. Wishing you luck. The 2 Myanmar police officers, one in his 20s and the other in his 40s, had just been addressed by the younger officer who had earlier shouted at Wu Yu. Upon encountering Wu Yu's fierce gaze, the young officer hesitated momentarily before becoming enraged, feeling his authority was being challenged. Do you dare to threaten me? He exclaimed. The young officer brandished his firearm, vociferously attempting to showcase his strength. However, his arm was restrained by the older officer beside him, who cautioned, Xiao Ao, do not act impulsively. They are armed, and you should consider whether it is worth it. Can you recall the colleagues who were shot dead last month? The furious young police officer was momentarily taken aback. The fire in his eyes dissipated in an instant, replaced by a newfound clarity. Particularly unsettling were the 2 burly men with beards standing beside Wu Yu, their aura of menace palpable. A mere glance from them made one feel utterly uncomfortable. Such individuals, clearly seasoned in violence, were not to be trifled with. Why provoke them over a meager salary? However, the young officer understood the importance of pride and continued, you see, in front of us police officers, please refrain from crossing the line. A little intimidation is acceptable, but don't draw your weapons. It would cause us considerable trouble. Of course, boss, Zhang Wei and Xing Guodong had eagerly awaited this cue. As long as the boss was unfazed by potential trouble, they were impatient to act and demonstrate their value. Zhang Wei lunged forward, seizing the hair of a Huaxiao employee and forcefully slamming his head to the ground, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Xing Guodong chose to confront the loudest critic, a local from Myanmar, and landed several slaps across his face. You were the one hurling insults earlier, weren't you? How does it feel now? Their imposing stature and combat prowess rendered the ordinary employees no match for them. In mere moments, the employees were howling in agony. The Huaxia employee pleaded, stop. I'll call my boss right now. If there's an issue, you can speak to him. We are just ordinary employees and know nothing. They were not foolish. Having seen that Wu Yu and his companions were armed and daring enough to draw their weapons in front of the police, it was clear they were not to be trifled with. They could only offer up their boss to save themselves. What a pathetic state. Had they been compliant earlier, they might have avoided this beating. Zhang Wei cursed as he halted his one-sided assault. The employee, trembling, finally dialed his boss's number, his voice quivering as he said, Boss, you need to come to the store quickly. We're about to be beaten to death by these men. They have guns and the police are standing right there. Sun Liangkai berated them over the phone. You're all useless. It's just a beating. You won't die from it. I've already done my research. These men just arrived from the mining area and have no connections in the Jiaowan market. I bet they wouldn't dare to cause a scene. Please, boss. They are truly fierce. We can hardly hold on. You must hold on. By the end of the month, I'll give each of you an extra $1,000,000 as a bonus. Sun Liangkai concluded abruptly. Wu Yu snatched the phone from the employee, speaking in Huaxia. Sun Liangkai, are you absolutely certain you wish to die? You dare to undermine my goods? Who the hell are you? The boss of those two fools? He scoffed. You speak Huaxia well. You must be one of us? Acting tough in front of me. Who do you think you are? You may have some clout in the mining area, but in the Jiaowan market, even a dragon must bow to me. With that, Wu Yu hung up, denying the other party any chance for a retort. Do you know where your boss lives? Take me there. I don't know, the employee stammered. Wu Yu delivered a swift kick to the man's face, stating, Do you understand now? Bloodied and dazed, the man nodded vigorously. I understand. I'll take you there right now. They compelled him to lead them. After Wu Yu's instructions, they departed from the Shunda Jade store. The employees, having noted the appearance of Wu Yu and his group, promised themselves to avoid provoking such formidable individuals in the future. Once Wu Yu and his companions left, the two police officers finally breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged officer remarked, These men have undoubtedly seen blood. Their presence is markedly different. We earn a decent salary each month. It's not worth it to clash with them directly. Besides, we know what kind of person Boss Sun is. The young Myanmar police officer awkwardly replied, I didn't expect them to be so fierce. When that flamboyant shop owner comes by tomorrow, she better comfort me well. Meanwhile, Wu Yu's group escorted the store employee into a vehicle, following his lead to a residential area a few kilometers away. However, the main gate was locked from the outside, indicating no one was home. Wu Yu instructed, climb over and see if anyone is inside. Zhang Wei obliged, effortlessly scaling the 2 to 3 meter high wall, the shards of glass atop it causing him no harm. As Zhang Wei surveyed the situation, Wu Yu inquired of the employee, Does your boss own any other properties besides this one? While they conversed at the entrance, nearby elderly residents sitting in the alley began whispering and pointing in their direction. Most Myanmar citizens were kind-hearted. Upon seeing Wu Yu and his group wielding weapons, they sensed trouble and debated whether to alert the authorities. At that moment, Zhang Wei returned from his scouting mission, reporting, Boss, there is no one inside. Wu Yu addressed the group, Take note of this location. We'll return tonight. Tomorrow, we'll have someone keep watch over the Shunda Jade store. If he shows up, there is no need to rush for payment. Just shadow him and ascertain where he resides. With that, he discarded the now useless store employee and departed with his man. He made no effort to conceal his words from the Shunda Jade staff, hoping they would relay this information to Sun Liangkai, sowing seeds of doubt and fear in his mind. This was no longer merely about returning the Jade or receiving payment. Wu Yu intended to eliminate him, setting an example. In the future, the rats in the Jiaowan market would think twice before attempting to undermine his Jade business. Chapter 98, A Twinge of Restlessness. Both of them were military veterans, skilled in their trade, capable of taking shifts throughout the night. Sangbo was merely an ordinary person. Even if he could wield a gun, his combat ability was lackluster, and Xing Guodong's leg injury had yet to fully heal. Thus, it was best to have them remain at home. Wu Yu remained unfazed by recent events, pulling out several pieces of jade and directing his employees to begin skinning them, even taking part himself, carefully peeling a small piece of jade. The materials he collected from the market were predominantly mid to high end. Anything below ice grade held little interest for him, unless it was of exceptional color. Sitting beside him, Anna cautiously asked, Boss, aren't you angry that they took our jade worth 50 million without payment? Shouldn't we use force to compel them to pay? He chuckled lightly. I no longer wish for them to pay. It's too late for that. Huh? Anna was perplexed, unsure of what he meant. Wu Yu, feeling weary, chose not to elaborate further. That evening, he opened only 8 pieces of jade, most of which were directly skinned, with a few of lesser quality carefully selected for their finest regions. Only 2 groups were designated for selling the following day. Zhang Wei and Gudan Wei's team would continue to monitor the Shunda Jade store. Thus, there was no need for excessive jade preparation. If they sold in advance, they would need to scour the raw material stalls for stock, which would be far more efficient without the need for packaging, as they could purchase directly. Everyone retire early. If there is any news from Zhang Wei's side, he will call us. Wu Yu instructed, leading Anna upstairs to rest while leaving the minor chores to the 2 employees. During breakfast, Wu Yu spoke to Sangbo, Don't dwell on yesterday's events. Continue selling today. Remember to enforce a cash-on-delivery policy to prevent similar incidents. Understood. And Dong, please keep an eye on the surroundings for safety. Sure thing, boss. Today, that incident was merely a ruse. They can't steal anything from me. After breakfast, Sang Bo and Xing Guodong departed with 4 small pieces of jade, while Wu Yu and Anna took the remaining 4 and made their way to the Jiaowan market to sell. Today, Anna would take the lead. Wu Yu informed her of the base price, allowing her the freedom to negotiate. For a piece with a base price of 40 million, he advised her to aim for 100 million, engaging in haggling with potential buyers. Despite some impurities, the final deal was struck at 38 million. The base price Wu Yu provided was merely a reference. For jade with certain imperfections, a slight concession was acceptable. In another instance, a raw material priced at 45 million was exceptionally negotiated by Anna, culminating in a sale at 50 million. As long as the quality of the material is commendable and the price slightly undercuts the market rate, transactions proceed with remarkable swiftness. The remaining 2 pieces were ultimately sold for 42 million and 40 million, respectively. In total, sales reached 1.7 billion. Yet Anna received a mere 900,000 in white cards, as she held firm on the pricing in hopes of securing a better deal for Wu Yu, leading the purchasing bosses to withhold additional tips in white cards. Most of this batch of materials was procured by Wu Yu from the Chaoan market, with an average acquisition price around 20 million, consisting predominantly of all-in gamble materials. After windowing or skinning, the average selling price was approximately 40 million, effectively doubling the investment. High acquisition costs paired with elevated selling prices, coupled with swift turnover, resulted in profits significantly exceeding those from the mining region. All 4 pieces were sold within just an hour. Wu Yu, accompanied by Anna, deliberately passed by the shunned Jade store, where a provocatively dressed proprietress, exuding a sense of the streets, was directing her employees. At the entrance, Go Danwai sat armed, scaring away any potential customers. This infuriated the proprietress, who vented her frustrations, yet was powerless against Go Danwai. Zhang Wei lurked in the shadows, keeping a watchful eye on the back door of the Jade store, ready to spot Sun Liangkai should he dare to approach. If the proprietress departed, he would follow, confident he could track Sun Liangkai through her. Wu Yu exchanged no words with them, merely nodding slightly before departing with Anna. The raw material stalls were situated beneath a large canopy, resembling vegetable stalls in their arrangement. Wu Yu began his inspection at the first stall of the first row, which featured a mix of raw and modified materials. The raw materials retained their original jadeite appearance, without any windows opened, while modified materials have been sliced open to reveal jadeite cross-sections. The quality of the modified materials was rather mediocre, often grayish-blue or oily green, with only occasional glimpses of green, typically in a glutinous variety of white base with blue. Wu Yu dismissed these materials with a glance, crouching before the raw stones to assess them one by one with his left hand. The stall owner, vigilant, remarked, "Sir, please examine thoroughly before touching." "Why must you handle each one?" Wu Yu frowned and replied, "What harm is there in a touch? Is it not permissible to gauge the feel? Everyone has their own appraisal methods. I prefer to touch first, and if it feels right, I then proceed to inspect it closely. If it pleases me, I will buy." "Very well. Feel free to touch." The stall owner relented, intimidated by Wu Yu's demeanor, which bore the weight of a true jade merchant. Accompanied by a beautiful woman carrying a bag of cash, Wu Yu finally selected a suitable small piece and inquired, "How much for this one?" "This is a bright material, thin-skinned with few cracks, and under the light, it is undoubtedly of ice variety. 20 million, the stall owner stated. "Transparent, you say? The light barely penetrates an inch. How dare you claim transparency? Would you accept 5 million? You must make a fair offer. This exquisite small piece would fetch no less than 6 or 7 million in the mining area. We risk our lives to bring it to Mandalay. Is 20 million too much? Someone has offered 10 million. Shaking his head, Wu Yu expressed his dissatisfaction with the price. He then selected a larger piece of bright jadeite and proposed, "I will give you 20 million for both. If not, then so be it. With this many cracks. Even if it is cut, I 1T profit," the stall owner retorted. As he stood to leave, Wu Yu remarked, "You young lad, why the hasty temper? We have hardly begun to negotiate." Fine, you may take it for 20 million. Let us consider this a friendly gesture," the stall owner conceded. "Anna, please count the money." "Of course, boss." These 2 small pieces of bright jadeite were modest in size, with mediocre skin quality, their black exterior only allowing faint light to penetrate. Were it not for Wu Yu's adeptness at discerning jadeite with his left hand, he might have hesitated to purchase such seemingly average materials. After the payment was made, the stall owner playfully tapped a stack of cash on the raw stone, wishing him a prosperous venture. The local customs surrounding Jade gambling remain quite strong, and typically, the trading rules are adhered to, while it is often the astute Chinese merchants who disrupt the inherited conventions. Wu Yu sought a bag specifically for storing the jadeite he purchased, with him holding the jade bag and Anna carrying the cash bag as they approached the second raw material stall. At that moment, we received a call from Zhang Wei. Boss, the proprietress of Shunda Jade store has slipped out the back door. I will follow her. Please have Go Dan Wai keep a close watch on the surroundings. We cannot allow the management to catch us off guard. Understood. Handle your affairs. I will oversee matters within the Chaoan market. Wu Yu was now eager to locate Sun Liangsai's hiding place, setting aside all other concerns, as it had been far too long since he had tasted the thrill of the hunt.